addicted young man starts off with an invincible spendthrift system. He possesses an infinite number of spirit stones, and every day, a different kind of spendthrift item would refresh. As long as he keeps spending, he will become stronger. The young man is named Yifeng. Originally, he was an internet-addicted otaku on his home planet, but he accidentally traveled to the Xiantian continent. Before he could think too much, memories of this world flooded his mind. It turns out that this is a world that values martial prowess above all. Here, countless people vie to join various sects. Even a newly established sect can attract numerous applications, and the Star Soul sect in front of him was just established half a month ago. Yifeng didn't plan to join the crowd for the assessment, because he hasn't seen any cheat-like abilities yet. It's better to lay low and find a place to hide. But just as he was about to leave, two people landed in front of the Star Soul sect. The leading woman is the sect leader, Luo Qianxue. She announced today's rules for accepting disciples. No need to look at qualifications, age, or cultivation level. The atmosphere exploded as soon as these words came out. Everyone thought they had a chance to join. However, what Yifeng focused on was the woman's unparalleled beauty, much better than the influencers from his previous world. However, Luo Qianxue stated there was one requirement, that is, within an hour, one must hand over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to join. In an instant, the previously excited crowd felt like they were doused with cold water, because this price is simply too expensive. Everyone refused one after another. In an instant, the reputation of the Star Soul sect plummeted. Even Yifeng was incredibly surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such greedy businesses in another world. Probably only a fool would agree. But at this moment, a system window popped up in front of Yifeng. It was his cheat ability awakening, named the Invincible Spendthrift System. Yifeng thought he had to wait a few years for it. He didn't expect it to come so soon. But this system seems a bit confusing. The system explained, simply spend money to become stronger. Just splurge, and the system will cover the rest. Then, Yifeng opened the information panel. As expected, he's at a very low combat level, but the item listed under the spendthrift category is quite shocking. It's actually 10,000 Tier 9 Heavenly Thunder Talisman. It turns out that the system not only provides infinite spirit stones, but also provides a different spendthrift item every day. The host needs to spend it all daily. By doing so, he can earn spendthrift points as rewards. However, if he fails to spend it all, points will be deducted. These spendthrift points are the currency used to become stronger, which can be exchanged for realms, martial skills, divine powers, and other items. Looking at these rules, Yifeng felt a bit pressured. At this moment, the system issued its first task, which is to join the Star Soul sect. On the other hand, Luo Qianxue set such stringent requirements intentionally, the reason being her father, the leader of the super strong sect Star Extreme sect on the Xiantian continent, is Luo Qianxue's father, Luo Wuming. He specifically let Luo Qianxue establish a sect to temper her state of mind. But Luo Qianxue, desiring only to cultivate and ascend, didn't want to be bothered by such trivial matters. The reason she's so dedicated is due to a secret. She is the reincarnation of a holy woman from the higher realms, determined to cultivate hard for revenge. Back to the present. After waiting for a while and seeing no one sign up, Luo Qianxue prepared to leave. In her eyes, it was impossible for anyone to meet the price. But before she could take a few steps, a male voice called out to her, "Sect leader, please wait. I wish to join. Seeing that the sect is in dire need of funds at its inception, I am willing to contribute 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, Luo Qianxue was stunned. She couldn't believe that someone in this remote place could afford such a price. Turning around, she saw a young man approaching them. It was none other than Yifeng. Even though he just referred to anyone willing to pay as a fool, he was willing to be that fool. After saying that, he took out a ring containing 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Today, he wants to join the Star Soul sect. After receiving the storage ring, Luo Qianxue immediately examined it. To her surprise, it truly contained 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not only was she shocked that someone here could afford it, but she couldn't believe there was such a generous fool. Feeling incredulous, Luo Qianxue asked, "Are you sure you want to join our sect? You should know that our sect currently doesn't even have a place to stay." Yifeng said it was no big deal. "I have plenty of money. I can help build our sect." Luo Qianxue felt defeated by this guy, yet she still wanted to dissuade Yifeng. Her sect had no resources to offer. Joining would be a detriment to him. But with his spendthrift system, Yifeng was never short of resources. He immediately stated that he would provide for the sect's resources in the future. Luo Qianxue's blood pressure rose again in frustration. At this moment, Yifeng also realized she seemingly didn't want him to join. Holding back her anger, Luo Qianxue thought to herself, where did this madman come from? She truly didn't want anyone to join her sect. Her inner turmoil was intense at this moment. She was on the verge of killing Yifeng, but since since she had made a promise, she wouldn't go back on her word. She told Yifeng, "You can join, but I won't instruct you in cultivation. You'll have to understand everything on your own." Hearing this, Yifeng was indeed taken aback. However, after some thought, he realized he probably didn't need someone else to teach him. Seeing Yifeng ponder, Luo Qianxue thought he was having second thoughts, hoping this would deter him. However, the next moment, Yifeng nonchalantly said, "Sect leader, don't worry, I don't need anything." Yifeng was ecstatic inside. Joining a sect where he could complete his tasks without anyone restraining him, why wouldn't he join? This time, Luo Qianxue was completely defeated, so much so that she almost knelt down and spat blood. She couldn't fathom why he would joyfully spend 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Did the heavens send him to torment her? With that thought, Luo Qianxue pulled out her weapon, ready to kill Yifeng in her rage. Old Bai from the side quickly restrained Luo Qianxue. "Young miss, we can't make things any harder. The sect has to accept at least one disciple." Yifeng was dumbfounded watching this unfold. Why wasn't she happy despite him spending so much? After calming down, Luo Qianxue had no choice but to accept Yifeng. Although she agreed, she held a lot of resentment. Yifeng, on the other hand, completed his task, earning a total of 200 spendthrift points. Now he could begin his spending journey. Subsequently, Yifeng excitedly asked the system if there were more tasks. He didn't know what spendthrift points could be used for yet, but he was eager to accumulate more. The system responded that during periods without tasks, he could explore spendthrift behaviors on his own. The amount of resources consumed wasn't directly related to spendthrift points, but any spendthrift action would grant a certain number of points. Seeing the situation, Yifeng thought of a solution. He decisively approached Luo Qianxue, asking since he was the only disciple, wouldn't that make him her direct disciple? Luo Qianxue refused immediately. It was troublesome enough letting him into the sect, but to consider him her direct disciple? No way. Yifeng then stated his intention. He wanted to buy the position of direct disciple at a high price. Both were stunned for a moment. This kind of operation exists. Coming to her senses, Luo Qianxue laughed. This guy was really something. She bluntly quoted a price of 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. If he could produce it, she'd take him as her direct disciple. Yifeng was dumbfounded. It seemed too unbelievable. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue felt quite smug. She thought she'd finally stumped him. After all, even third-rate sects might not have 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. However, in the next moment, it was her turn to be stunned. Yifeng couldn't believe that's all it would cost. He'd assumed it would be a lot more. To show his sincerity, Yifeng immediately took out a storage ring with 500,000 high-quality spirit stones. Yifeng was secretly delighted. Indeed, he was born to be extravagant. He had easily splurged another wave of spirit stones. Unsurprisingly, the system deemed the spendthrift behavior reasonable, rewarding another 200 spendthrift points. Luo Qianxue, at this moment, questioned her life decisions. 500,000 high-quality spirit stones, given to any third-rate sect, would make him revered like an ancestor. Why did he choose her sect? Luo Qianxue sighed. There was nothing she could do now. Words spoken are like spilled water. She agreed to make Yifeng her main direct disciple, and handed him the mystic azure sword as a welcoming gift. Inside, Luo Qianxue felt utterly embarrassed. The dignified maiden of the infinite holy ground not only accepted a bargain direct disciple, but also had to give him a welcoming gift. If word got out, it would be utterly shameful. Yet, Yifeng was almost in tears at this point. After receiving the mystic azure sword, he actually displeased the system. A real spendthrift shouldn't accept gifts. So, the system deducted 20 spendthrift points from Yifeng. If he returned it within an hour, the points would be restored. Yifeng was frustrated. This darn system was too nitpicky. To return the mystic azure sword, Yifeng immediately knelt down, presenting the sword with both hands. Luo Qianxue looked at him, puzzled. What are you doing? Turned out that Yifeng's intention was to spend money, rather than get something for nothing. Luo Qianxue became furious upon hearing this, taking back the mystic azure sword immediately. You really think money can buy everything? She retorted. If you don't appreciate my goodwill, then let it be. Annoyed, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but think, what kind of disciple is this? He doesn't know value at all. This is a 7th order spirit tool, a treasure of the sect, and he dares to return it. She then flew away with a face full of resentment. Yifeng was left puzzled and asked Old Bai, is the sect master not very bright? She's missing out on making money. Old Bai urged him to keep quiet. If the sect leader hears you, it'll be the end of us. Old Bai then pondered to himself, how could this ordinary person have such enormous wealth? But it's good. The young lady's state of mind was stagnant. She would have been stuck in her cultivation without change. But since this young man arrived, she seems to be changing and growing. It seems he's the key to breaking the stalemate. Old Bai then hurriedly took Yifeng back to the sect. Out of boredom, Yifeng sat on the flying sword counting birds, even allowing a bird to nest on his head. To pass the time, he inquired about how to use the spendthrift points. A personal information panel popped up. His spendthrift points had reached 400, and he hadn't had a chance to use today's earnings. Is this the advantage of having cheats? He wondered. The system then explained the realms to Yifeng. From low to high, they were Spirit Sea, Qi Activation, Merging Spirit, Foundation, Divine Repository, purgatory, purple mansion, original spirit, void penetration, tribulation crossing realm, and so on. And the spendthrift points could be used to enhance these realms. The spirit sea realm required 10 points for each upgrade. Chi activation realm needed 100 points for each level, and so forth. Hearing this, Yifeng was overwhelmed. The points required for the subsequent levels are too high. Isn't it increasing tenfold? He then opened the spendthrift mall. There were various containers he could draw from, each costing 100 spendthrift points. There was an extremely low chance to get high-tier rewards. After some thought, Yifeng felt it was a bit expensive, but if he tried and drew a high-tier reward, it'd be worth it. However, on second thought, even if he got a high-tier reward, would it be of any use to him? The system then stepped in to explain. For example, if you crush a 9th grade elixir in front of an alchemist, it counts as a spendthrift action. Yifeng indeed wanted to do this, but he's just immortal now. Flaunting wealth in front of cultivators would only get him crushed. Soon after, for the sake of gaining power, Yifeng spent 90 spendthrift points to raise his strength to the 9th level of the spirit sea realm. The sudden breakthrough caught Old Bai's attention. Turning around, he was startled. This kid is actually forming his spirit sea. He then stopped flying, probed the spiritual energy around Yifeng, and was shocked once again. Just forming the spirit sea? Why does he need such an immense amount of spiritual energy? This would be enough for dozens of people. Yifeng, in his consciousness at the time, was also baffled. Why is it taking so long to form the spirit sea? As he thought this, more spiritual energy gathered around him. Old Bai was even more astounded. Is he trying to break through further? Usually, the first step in cultivation is to form the spirit sea, which is like laying the foundation. This process usually requires a quiet environment, assisted by elixirs to maximize the spirit sea formation, and after forming, it needs time to stabilize. But he didn't notice Yifeng taking any elixirs, let alone forming it during flight. A moment later, Old Bai was dumbstruck again, because Yifeng's realm was continuously breaking through, suddenly soaring from the first level of the spirit sea realm to the peak of the 9th level. Old Bai was absolutely horrified. What kind of genius is this? After the breakthrough was complete, Yifeng woke up, but he wasn't very satisfied, because it took a whole 10 minutes. Yes, to him, 10 minutes felt very long. By his logic, shouldn't it have been instantaneous? He then asked with an innocent face, Old Bai, it took me 10 minutes to break through 9 realms. Won't the sect master think I'm a failure? Old Bai didn't know how to respond. He wondered if Yifeng was bragging. If this was a failure, then he wouldn't even compare to a failure. In the past, even with abundant resources, it took Old Bai 8 months to go from forming the spirit sea to the peak of the 9th level. At that moment, Old Bai realized why Yifeng didn't want cultivation techniques or weapons. He must have a powerful technique of his own. But Yifeng was confused. What technique? I don't have one. Upon hearing that Yifeng didn't have a technique, Old Bai's face showed disbelief. To verify the truth, he personally examined Yifeng and was shocked once again. Yifeng had no spiritual roots, and his spirit sea was vast, like an endless ocean. At this point, Old Bai was baffled. He decided to wait until they returned to the sect for the young mistress to take a look. After arriving at the Star Soul sect, upon meeting Luo Qianxue, Old Bai relayed Yifeng's breakthrough, and that his spirit sea was 20 times larger than hers, while also skyrocketing to the peak of the spirit sea realm. Most bizarrely, he had no spiritual roots. Luo Qianxue was taken aback. She decided to personally probe him. To her surprise, what Old Bai said was true. She incredulously asked, Yifeng, without spiritual roots, how did you break through? Just then, a mocking laughter echoed from outside. The Full Moon sect came to visit, requesting an audience with the sect master of Star Soul sect. An elderly man spoke with a hint of malice. How come the Star Soul sect is so secretive? Surely, you can't have no disciples. Luo Qianxue was truly annoyed, having just taken on a quirky new disciple today, which was already a handful, and now she had to deal with these visitors. How was she supposed to cultivate in peace? She then went out to confront them, asking their intentions. The elderly man said he had heard that joining the Star Soul sect required 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This intrigued him greatly, so he brought his disciples to see for themselves, challenging them to a match. This made Luo Qianxue even more furious. Without any disciples, she could have simply refused. Such a nuisance. But then she thought, if Yifeng gets taught a lesson, would he leave the Star Soul sect? So, she let Yifeng take the challenge. Yifeng had no problem with it, but he needed to clarify if he could use talismans. After all, he still had 10,000 talismans to waste. Hearing that he could, Yifeng confidently stepped forward, then summoned his heavenly thunder talismans, piling them up into a small mountain, stunning the disciples of the Full Moon sect. Damn, how does he have so many heavenly thunder talismans? Each heavenly thunder talisman emitted the energy fluctuations of a 9th grade spirit item, meaning each one could unleash a full force attack of the 9th level spirit sea realm. The elderly man was dumbfounded. His 3 disciples were only at the 9th level of spirit sea realm. With so many talismans, even if he had more disciples, they couldn't possibly win. Yifeng didn't care. You said I could use talismans. He gleefully threw the heavenly thunder talismans talismans, thoroughly enjoying himself. In an instant, the field echoed with countless explosions. Luo Qianxue and the others were left stunned. Each of these was a 9th grade Heavenly Thunder talisman. Each one was worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. To cultivators of the same realm, one was considered a trump card. And here was Yifeng, throwing them around like they were nothing, shaking their sense of value. The 3 disciples from the Full Moon Sect were shell-shocked, hurriedly calling their master to leave, thinking, this kid is such a cheat. Luo Qianxue was exasperated. How did this kid get so rich? She originally thought he might get beaten and leave on his own, but that seemed unlikely now. Yifeng looked smugly at his master, as if saying, I did well, right? However, Luo Qianxue misinterpreted this, thinking Yifeng believed she was weak, which is why she had him challenge the Full Moon Sect disciples. Seems like she would need to demonstrate her authority as a master later. After several more hours of bombing, the 3 disciples from the Full Moon Sect were bombarded miserably. They could only dodge throughout. Yifeng was ecstatic as he kept throwing, completely engrossed in this wasteful act. Finally, the disciples had no choice but to cry and beg their master for rescue. The elderly man seemed to misunderstand, thinking that all these talismans were given to Yifeng by the Star Soul Sect. No wonder their recruitment standards were so high. Realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew, the elderly man decided to take his disciples and leave. Seeing this, it was Luo Qianxue's chance to shine. She intended to teach the old man a lesson. She revealed her strength in the original spirit realm, leaving the old man dumbstruck. Even their sect leader was only at the divine repository realm. With Luo Qianxue's strength, she could annihilate their entire sect alone. While Luo Qianxue wouldn't go to the extent of wiping out their sect, she did demand each of them to leave an arm behind. In order to save their lives, they had no choice but to comply. Finally, Luo Qianxue told them to leave. Witnessing this, Yifeng was genuinely scared. He hadn't realized his beautiful master was so ruthless. Luo Qianxue, maintaining her composure on the surface, told him to retrieve the remaining talismans, but internally, she felt helpless. Even after all this, she couldn't drive Yifeng away. At this point, Yifeng had a request. He still had over 9,000 Heavenly Thunder talismans left. Unable to throw them all by himself, he wanted Luo Qianxue to join in the fun. Facing this request, Luo Qianxue was speechless, but since he didn't seem to care, she didn't have much to say. She then agreed to Yifeng's request, curious to see how long this spendthrift could keep up. The two then began to throw Heavenly Thunder talismans. Witnessing such a spectacular scene, Luo Qianxue was reminded of a memory from her previous life, where her junior sister asked her to set off fireworks together. She remembered a phrase her junior sister said, if we can't enjoy ourselves till the end, wouldn't it be painful? Reflecting on it now, she felt her junior sister made a lot of sense. Meanwhile, old Bai, who was about to sleep inside the sect, was completely baffled. The continuous explosions made old Bai think there was an enemy attack. Upon realizing the noise outside was caused by the Heavenly Thunder talismans, he quickly got dressed to investigate. When he saw the situation, he was utterly stunned. Yifeng and Luo Qianxue were mindlessly tossing the Heavenly Thunder talismans. By now, Luo Qianxue had also succumbed to this wasteful behavior. She said nonchalantly, we're just disposing of the Heavenly Thunder talismans. Seeing this, Yifeng invited old Bai to join in the fun. Old Bai was furious. He immediately whacked Yifeng on the head, exclaiming, what nonsense are you two up to? Each of these costs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even the wealthy Star Soul Sect can't afford to waste like this. And young lady, what's gotten into you? Why are you participating in this folly? However, all of old Bai's anger dissipated when Yifeng took out 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. With a slight smile, Yifeng said, old Bai, I apologize for disturbing your sleep. Consider these spirit stones as compensation for some tonics. Old Bai promptly tore open his shirt, revealing his robust muscles, and eagerly joined in the wasteful act. The speed at which he threw the talismans was so swift that even Yifeng was taken aback. Indeed, money makes the world go round. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Yifeng earned 100 wasteful points as a reward, so this too counted as wasteful behavior. It seems next time he should spend more spirit stones to get old Bai's help. After all was done, old Bai began to question his life choices. He never imagined he'd feel so exhausted from just tossing talismans. Of course, he reminded Yifeng, if there's any manual labor in the future, call on me. I may be old, but I have strength. Luo Qianxue watched silently, thinking the Star Soul Sect would be in chaos soon. Then she teased, old Bai, you're one of the 8 senior elders of Star Extreme Sect. Did you sell yourself for a mere 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Old Bai retorted, it's not about the spirit stones. It's about the dignity of the elderly. The system appeared again, rewarding Yifeng with 1,000 wasteful points. With this, he could potentially advance to the 9th level of the Qi activation realm, a perfect 1,000 points to break through the realm, and the remaining few hundred to open some treasures. Yifeng recalled there were only 3 people in the Star Soul Sect. Relying solely on old Bai might not be enough to waste resources quickly. If he had more junior disciples, the speed of wastefulness could be increased manifold. He envisioned expanding the Star Soul Sect in the future, covering all the sect's expenses, earning wasteful points points seemed easy with this approach. As if on cue, a young man appeared at the entrance, asking, "Does your sect still accept new disciples?" The moment the new disciple, Wufeng, entered the Star Soul sect, he felt something was amiss. The ground was full of craters, an old man who looked like he was on his last breath, a fierce-looking woman, and a man who appeared a bit simple-minded. Wufeng instantly felt the sect was unreliable. He wondered if it was still early enough to make a run for it. Yifeng warmly welcomed him, stating, "Yes, we are still recruiting. To join, you need to contribute 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you contribute 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, you can become the direct disciple of the sect master." He then proudly introduced himself. "I am Yifeng, the first disciple of the sect, and the eldest disciple of the sect master." This scene left Wufeng dumbfounded. Yifeng looked at him with anticipation, hoping he would say he didn't have the money. That way, Yifeng could sponsor his entry. However, this idea was rejected by the system, claiming such a wasteful method was not justifiable unless a reasonable explanation was provided. Seeing this, Yifeng quickly made up a reason. "We get along, alright? The moment I laid eyes on him, I felt like he was my brother from another mother. Is it wrong to spend a little more for my brother?" Surprisingly, the system accepted this reasoning, but at this time, Wufeng was preparing to slip away. He felt the sect was all about money and not trustworthy. However, Yifeng wasn't about to let him leave so easily, especially since he was key to Yifeng's wasteful plans. Yifeng swiftly locked Wufeng in a chokehold, preventing him from leaving. Just then, Wufeng received a message from his grandfather from the shadows. "Stay in this sect. Once I've dealt with my matters, I will come for you." Given that his grandfather had spoken, Wufeng ceased his resistance. Meanwhile, at the sect's entrance, an old man watched the Star Soul sect, recognizing it as the sect founded by Luo Wuming's daughter. Seeing Old Bai also present reassured him, which is why he was comfortable letting Wufeng join. Yifeng then dragged Wufeng to Luo Qianxue and said, "Master, I want him as my junior disciple. Look at how obedient he looks." Wufeng was at a loss, unable to understand why his grandfather insisted he stay in such an untrustworthy sect, but he had to obey his grandfather's wishes. Luo Qianxue watched helplessly, thinking that since they already had someone like Yifeng, what harm could another disciple do? She told Wufeng to hand over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, assuming the new recruit couldn't possibly afford such a sum. She thought this would deter him. However, Wufeng, not lacking funds, promptly handed over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, declaring his desire to join the Star Soul sect. Luo Qianxue was taken aback. Hadn't this guy been extremely resistant? Wasn't he eager to leave just moments ago? She wondered if she had been secluded for too long. Was this kind of trickery now the trend among people? Luo Qianxue had no choice but to accept Wufeng, yet she made it clear she wouldn't offer any guidance. He'd have to cultivate on his own. Luo Qianxue thought that surely he wouldn't stay after this. However, much like Yifeng before him, Wufeng said he didn't need resources or instruction. All the materials he needed for his primary cultivation were already provided by his grandfather. This statement infuriated Luo Qianxue to the point of spitting blood. She couldn't understand why people nowadays enjoyed playing the fool. Old Bai, finding the situation amusing, congratulated Luo Qianxue. "You've gained another disciple, miss." A defeated Luo Qianxue could only accept her fate, stating she would provide guidance on their cultivation tomorrow and advising them to find a place to stay on their own. She left with a heavy heart. Seeing this, Yifeng grew slightly concerned for their lovely master. Would she be so upset that she becomes delirious? She's actually going to instruct us? Noticing Wufeng's apparent wealth, Yifeng, who had previously considered sponsoring him, decided not to assist him in becoming a direct disciple. Having one direct disciple, himself, was enough. At this point, Luo Qianxue indeed felt delirious from anger. Afterward, Yifeng struck up a conversation with his new junior, discovering his name was Lung Wufeng. Taking advantage of his status as the eldest direct disciple, Yifeng promptly promoted Wufeng to an inner sect disciple. Wufeng was speechless. His senior seemed to be the most unreliable and not too bright. After settling down, Yifeng prepared to fleece Wufeng. Upon entering, he noticed an extraordinary alchemy furnace. "Wufeng, are you an alchemist?" Proudly, Wufeng raised 3 fingers, indicating he was a third-grade alchemist. His pride was understandable. In this world, roles like alchemists, artifact refiners, talisman masters, formation masters, etc. were highly revered. Merely holding such a title could earn you great respect, as even a small pill, a talisman, or a divine artifact could determine a person's cultivation and survival. In his mind, Wufeng already imagined Yifeng begging him to refine pills. Although he usually turned down such requests, Wufeng would be more than happy to help his fated senior disciple. Apart from that, Wufeng was at the peak of the merging spirit realm's 9th layer. If he revealed this to Yifeng, his senior would undoubtedly be shocked. However, these were all figments of Wufeng's imagination. Back to reality, Yifeng's reaction to Wufeng's alchemist status was simply a casual, "Oh." Wufeng was baffled. "What's with that? I'm a third-grade alchemist. Is that all you have to say? Shouldn't you be astonished and then lavish me with praise?" At that moment, Yifeng suddenly asked, "Among the third-grade spiritual herbs, which ones are particularly rare?" Wufeng thought for a moment and replied, "Bamboo demon grass, white spirit spirit flower, purple thunder fruit, and among others. Even a 9th-grade alchemist rarely encounters these. Yifeng acknowledged his response. He then accessed a system, specifying the herbs that Wufeng mentioned. He proceeded to open 4 jars. A short while later, after spending 1,200 spending points, he obtained 2 bamboo demon grass, 1 white spirit flower, and 3 purple thunder fruit. Seeing Yifeng frozen in place, Wufeng assumed that his senior didn't recognize these herbs and was feeling ignorant. Wufeng consoled him, saying it was normal for those not trained in alchemy. However, to his surprise, Yifeng suddenly bolted out, mentioning that he was getting water. Wufeng chuckled internally, thinking his unpredictable senior was rather considerate. Wufeng decided to craft a few more pills for him later. However, moments later, Yifeng returned with a pot of soup. Wufeng was taken aback when he recognized the rare herbs he had just mentioned floating in the broth. Hurriedly, Wufeng fished the herbs out of the soup. After confirming their authenticity, he felt like he was about to explode. "Brother, you've wasted treasures." Without warning, Yifeng snatched the herbs back from Wufeng and casually remarked, "I heard that brewing spiritual herbs is beneficial for cultivators. My mistake. I thought these few spiritual herbs were something special." As he spoke, Yifeng proceeded to crush the herbs under his foot right in front of Wufeng, even grinding them a few more times for good measure. Panicking, Wufeng shouted, "Stop!" He lunged towards Yifeng, trying to salvage whatever was left of the herbs, but upon closer inspection, not even a trace of the herbs remained. Wufeng felt numb from the shock. Yifeng, having successfully wasted resources, earned 1,500 spending points. He chuckled, feeling that his waste had been profitable. After all, he had only destroyed 3 herbs, yet he still possessed 6 in total. At this point, Wufeng felt utterly dejected. Witnessing such precious herbs being destroyed right in front of him was unbearable, especially considering that even his grandfather had never seen such rare herbs. Wufeng was inconsolable, crying bitterly. Yifeng approached him to offer some comfort. It's okay. It's my fault for not recognizing the herbs. Since they're already crushed, why don't you rest up? I'll be taking my leave first." Upon returning to his room, Yifeng immediately used the precious herbs for a foot soak. It truly felt luxurious. However, what he failed to notice was, his feet were gradually turning black. Just then, Wufeng hurried over. Even though he didn't know where his senior acquired the rare herbs, he wanted to warn him about their proper usage. Of course, it wasn't that he coveted these valuable herbs. After all, these herbs could be used together or separately, but specifically, the bamboo demon grass and purple thunder fruit, when combined, produce a potent toxin. It's not deadly, but is troublesome to treat. Suddenly, Yifeng's scream echoed. He had finally noticed his blackened feet. Seeing this, Wufeng realized something was amiss. Understanding that his senior had acted recklessly again, he forcefully kicked the door open. However, upon seeing the foot-soaking tub, Wufeng was too shocked to speak. In a panic, Yifeng asked him, "What's going on?" But Wufeng wasn't really listening. His face had turned an alarming shade of dark. Once again, this act was considered a wasteful success. He was awarded another 1,500 spending points. Furthermore, 1,000 spending points could be used to cleanse the toxins from his feet. Receiving the system's solution, Yifeng's fears were alleviated. Honestly, he hadn't thought about wasting the herbs in this way. That's why he decided to soak his feet in his own room. But he hadn't expected his junior to drop by. Wufeng, with an angry expression, chided, "Senior, I came here to warn you. You can't mix bamboo demon grass with purple thunder fruit. It produces a potent toxin." Yifeng gave an awkward laugh and discreetly used the spending points to detoxify himself. In just a moment, his feet returned to their original state. Wufeng was once again taken aback. This toxin was notoriously difficult to treat, but what rendered him speechless was, Yifeng went on to soak his feet again, now with a system's detox method. Yifeng wasn't worried. He wanted to fully enjoy this medicinal bath. At worst, he'd detoxify himself through the system again, and not only could the system detoxify him, it could detoxify others too. Seeing this, Yifeng grinned. "Junior Wufeng, come join me. My foot tub is big enough. This medicinal bath will feel amazing. Don't worry about the toxins. I'll handle that for you." Wufeng was flabbergasted. This was toxic water. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. He decided to bid farewell to Yifeng. At that moment, Wufeng wondered whether he should inform the sect leader. He mistakenly believed that the precious herbs belonged to the sect, but after some thought, he wasn't one to snitch. So, he left, feeling rather helpless. After Yifeng finished his soak, he used the system to detoxify again. Then, spending 900 spending points, he elevated his cultivation to the 9th level of the Qi activation realm. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of the sect leader, Luo Chinchua was discussing Yifeng's background with Old Bai. Old Bai suggested that over time, things will become clear. What truly concerned Old Bai was, this young man had the power to disturb the young Mrs. emotions. Every time Luo Chinchua thought of Yifeng, she'd grit her teeth in anger, feeling as though he was a curse sent by the heavens. And Lung Wufeng was no different. He was just the same. At that moment, the two sensed an immense spiritual power gathering coming from the disciples' quarters. Old Bai found this phenomenon very familiar, yet he felt it was improbable. After all, Yifeng had just broken through to the peak of Spirit Sea Realm's 9th level. How could he break through again? Old Bai still had vivid memories of the last time. Although he couldn't believe it, Yifeng was someone who defied conventional logic. They could only wait for the breakthrough anomaly to end. Then they would know if it was indeed Yifeng. But after just sensing the Qi activation realm's aura, they were certain it was Yifeng. Yet, the phenomenon didn't stop. Yifeng kept on breaking through. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 3rd level of the Qi activation realm. In mere moments, he progressed to the peak of the Qi activation realm's 9th level. This left Old Bai truly exhilarated, silently cheering for Yifeng, hoping he could reach the merging spirit realm. However, the breakthrough phenomenon soon ended. The whole process lasted about 5 minutes. Old Bai was once again astounded by this spectacle. This cultivation speed could arguably be described as the best in the Xiantian continent. Luo Qianxue was utterly disheartened. No wonder that man was so confident before. He truly didn't need her guidance. But this thought made her feel a looming threat. Old Bai, do you think he might surpass me as the sect leader in a few days? Old Bai, hearing this, felt exceedingly awkward. It seemed he had praised Yifeng too much, denting the young Miss's confidence. He hastened to console her, assuring her that it wouldn't be the case. The higher the realm, the harder it is to advance. Not only opportunities are needed, but also resources and elixirs. Especially after reaching the foundation realm, the demands are even more significant. For Yifeng to catch up to you, young miss, there's still a long way to go. While Old Bai verbally comforted her, internally, he felt concerned. He believed Yifeng might genuinely catch up. Meanwhile, Lung Wufeng was also incredibly shocked. Is this really his unreliable senior brother? Such a formidable feat. He had broken through 9 realms in one breath. No wonder his grandfather wanted him to stay here. It seems he needs to put in more effort too. The next day, Yifeng woke up from a deep sleep. Today, he received 10,000 Tier 3 9 pattern clear mysterious pills as a spending product, but was left with only 310 spending points. Seeing this, Yifeng was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been so flamboyant the previous day, wasting 2,000 points just to detoxify his feet for a soak. However, today's spending product seemed perfect for annoying his junior. If that's the case, he wouldn't hold back. He looked forward to seeing Wufeng's reaction when asked about the effects of these pills. It would surely be entertaining. Elsewhere, Wufeng sneezed out of the blue, feeling an ominous premonition. At this moment, Yifeng arrived at his junior brother's residence, only to find him missing. He thought that Wufeng, feeling defeated from yesterday, had taken the chance to run away. Just then, Old Bai appeared, informing him that Lung Wufeng and Luo Qianxue had gone to a nearby town to buy spiritual herbs. He then offered to take Yifeng along. Seeing this, Yifeng was incredibly excited, eager to see and learn. However, what he didn't expect was that even the closest town required 5 hours of flying time. With nothing to do, he began to chat with Old Bai, asking about the uses of the bamboo demon grass, white spirit flower, and purple thunder fruit. Old Bai said that these spiritual herbs were among the rarest of 3rd-tier spiritual herbs, priceless to an alchemist. As for their uses, it's better to ask Wufeng, as he wasn't very familiar himself. Yifeng laughed, realizing how precious they actually were. No wonder when he used these herbs for a foot soak yesterday. Wufeng accused him of being wasteful. Hearing this, Old Bai abruptly halted his flying sword, staring with bewilderment. You used them for a foot soak? Yifeng grinned mischievously. Exactly. Maybe I'll let you try it sometime. It feels absolutely invigorating. Although Old Bai didn't understand where Yifeng got such precious materials from, he knew he had to get on Yifeng's good side, hoping that in the future, Yifeng would remember to share some with him. After several hours, they finally arrived at the nearby town. Old Bai, having matters to attend to, left first, promising to meet up with Yifeng later. Before leaving, he warned Yifeng not to cause any trouble. Feeling abandoned, Yifeng grumbled, "So you just brought me along for the ride." At this moment, Old Bai felt truly relieved. Now he could hang out with his friends. Later, Yifeng began to wander around, curious about everything. He even almost entered a brothel. In the end, he arrived at the Tianyu auction house, ready to indulge in some spending, but he was concerned about exposing his wealth and attracting trouble. Unexpectedly, the system took care of his worries, providing him with the Divine Tycoon's Guard. Should his life be in danger, the Divine Tycoon's Guard would appear to resolve the crisis. However, it would only eliminate threats directly endangering the host. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. Truly an unbeatable spendthrift system. Now he could splurge without any worries. With that, he confidently walked into the auction house. Upon entering, he told the attendant that he had elixirs to auction off, who then introduced him to the in-charge 6th-tier alchemist named Chao Anshan. Upon meeting, Yifeng presented the fruit of his indulgence, the clear mysterious pill. Seeing this, Chao Anshan didn't think much of it. It was just a third-tier elixir and wasn't worth much. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. It was a 9-striped clear mysterious pill, which startled him profoundly. Confused, Yifeng asked, "Is this pill really that strong?" Chao Anshan, excitedly, replied, "Extremely powerful. Even though it's just a third-tier clear mysterious pill, the process to refine it is intricate. A single mistake could make the pill incomplete. This 9-striped version maximizes the pill's effects. Even in the market, I've only seen 8-striped ones." Yet, when it came to the number of stripes Chao Anshan was talking about, Yifeng appeared clueless and didn't understand. Chao Anshan continued to explain, "A complete elixir is of the 10-striped level. Each stripe represents 10% of its efficacy." Yifeng wasn't really listening, thinking this guy was so long-winded. Watching him boast, an impatient Yifeng just wanted to know the price. How much can this pill sell for? Only then did Chao Anshan mention the price. A regular third-tier pill costs around 100,000 lower-tier spirit stones, but this high-quality 9-striped clear mysterious pill's price was hard to determine. Only an auction could reveal its value. Yifeng was stunned. This broken pill can be worth at least 100,000 lower-tier spirit stones? He hadn't expected that, especially since he had previously spent 600,000 upper-tier spirit stones for a disciple's position and hiring Old Bai to throw a talisman. Chao Anshan was taken aback. "You refer to this 9-striped clear mysterious pill as a broken pill?" It made him feel as if he were dealing with junk. Then, Yifeng inquired when the next auction was. Chao Anshan mentioned there was one in the afternoon. With that, Yifeng handed him another 9-striped clear mysterious pill. "You directly contact the auction head and add these 2 pills to the afternoon auction. I'll collect the money later." Seeing Yifeng's arrogance, Chao Anshan was quite agitated. From a distance, Yifeng's mumbling could be heard. "I wonder which fool would bid for such an expensive pill." This left Chao Anshan feeling perplexed. Wouldn't that make him look like a fool as well? Yifeng, while walking, continued to consume clear mysterious pills. After all, he had 10,000 of them to consume today. At that moment, he noticed a stray dog nearby. Seeing the pitiful dog, Yifeng fed it a large bun, planning to adopt this little yellow. Of course, Yifeng had his motives. With only so many people including his beautiful master, Old Bai, and junior brother, they couldn't finish all the 9-striped clear mysterious pills. Now, with little yellow, they could consume them faster. Furthermore, with many more elixirs to waste in the future, little yellow could help. Unaware of the impending tragedy, little yellow was just enjoying its happy moments. Next, Yifeng decided to give little yellow a bath. Afterward, they would get to work. He took little yellow to a restaurant, but the dog was filthy. The waiter wouldn't let it in. Yifeng countered, "Just tell me how many spirit stones it costs. Give me a premium room. I want to bathe my dog." However, the waiter seemed quite firm. No amount of money would allow little yellow inside. Yifeng was frustrated. "Why are you so inflexible?" However, when Yifeng pulled out a substantial sum of spirit stones, the waiter quickly brought hot water. But Yifeng was somewhat upset. He paid 10 times the price for the room, yet the system didn't count it as wasteful behavior. Little yellow looked at him, puzzled. Yifeng urged it to clean up quickly. Once cleaned, they had to get back to work. Upon a closer look, Yifeng thought the dog was somewhat dumb. He'd need to find a way to awaken its spiritual intelligence. At that moment, Yifeng had little yellow start consuming the clear mysterious pills. Oblivious little yellow happily munched on, but it wouldn't be long before it would regret it. Yifeng was amused, planning to use little yellow as a tool to consume any wasteful elixirs or herbs. After leaving some clear mysterious pills for little yellow, Yifeng went out for a stroll. Unbeknownst to him, not long after he left, with the aid of the clear mysterious pills, little yellow awakened its spiritual intelligence. Its appearance changed significantly. A few hours later, Yifeng returned and woke the slumbering little yellow, saying, "You're really slacking. You've only eaten just over 2,000 clear mysterious pills, and you're already lazy?" Upon waking, little yellow howled in protest. It couldn't eat anymore. Seeing this, Yifeng had no choice but to sleep alongside it to help digest. Being a wasteful tycoon was truly exhausting. While little yellow slept, the thousands of clear mysterious pills were transforming it towards becoming a mythical beast. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Old Bai was chatting leisurely with an old friend, Old Xia. Old Xia began boasting, "Do you know what I just received at the auction branch? 2 special third-tier clear mysterious pills. Do you know how many stripes they have? You've been fussing about it all morning. They must be over 7-striped clear mysterious pills, right? Who refined them?" Old Xia made a 9 with his fingers. 9 stripes. And there are 2 of them. I don't know who refined them. I only know a young man brought them to be auctioned. I've personally inspected them. They're near perfection, very close to a 10-striped pill. Old Old Bai was incredibly surprised. Do you know the name of that young man? Old Xia spread his hands. I don't. He didn't leave his name, only the pills for auction. For some reason, Old Bai immediately thought of Yi Feng, especially when Old Xia added, from what I've heard. The young man seemed indifferent about the two pills. Connecting the dots, Old Bai was almost certain that it was Yi Feng's doing. For a moment, he was at a loss for words and suggested they visit Yi Feng. Old Xia looked puzzled. What's so special about your lady's personal disciple? Old Bai wasn't sure how to explain and just told him to follow along. Meanwhile, in the Tianyu auction house, Luo Qianxue was attending the auction. She happened to see Yi Feng's two clear mysterious pills. Unaware of their origin, she intended to bid for them and then use them for Yi Feng and Wu Feng. Luo Qianxue's thought was to regain face in front of them, especially in front of Yi Feng. She believed he wouldn't have such a precious pill, and she looked forward to seeing him worship her for it. The thought made her laugh with delight. At that moment, Old Bai and Old Xia arrived outside Yi Feng's room. After knocking for a while with no answer, Old Xia speculated, could he be asleep? Old Bai was irritated. A qualified cultivator shouldn't waste precious time sleeping. He then decisively kicked the door open and shouted for Yi Feng to wake up. However, when they saw the full dog plate of clear mysterious pills on the table and the scattered remnants of clear mysterious pills on the ground, both of them were stunned. Yi Feng, awakened by the noise and looking drowsy, greeted Old Bai. Why did you come over all of a sudden? Have you finished your tasks? Then noticing the dog on the floor, he chided. You silly dog, always sleeping. Why haven't you finished these pills yet? At this point, Little Yellow, showing a human-like disdain for the clear mysterious pills, kicked them away. Both Old Bai and Old Xia were stunned by this sight. These were 9-striped clear mysterious pills. They would have treasured them, yet here was a dog disdaining them. Old Xia, particularly shocked, thought, I, a 9th-tier alchemist and the hidden boss of the Tianyu auction house, am being upstaged by a dog. Old Bai, observing closely, remarked, this dog seems extraordinary. Look at the spiritual energy from the surroundings being drawn into its body. It doesn't have the bloodline of a beast, but it seems to be transforming into one. There are no impurities in its body. Old Xia, in disbelief, asked Yi Feng, just how many clear mysterious pills did you feed this dog? Yi Feng pondered for a moment and replied, not many, maybe about 2,000. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Old Xia spit out a mouthful of old blood. He then, unable to contain his anger, grabbed Old Bai by the collar. Over 2,000? Is this what the disciples of Star Soul Sect are like? Feeding such precious 9-striped clear mysterious pills to a dog, and you didn't even intervene? Old Bai helplessly replied, how can I intervene? The kid is so wealthy that even I work for him. Old Xia, in disbelief, said, you, one of the 8 elders of the Star Extreme Sect and a tribulation crossing realm powerhouse, are working for a disciple? Old Bai shrugged, I have no choice. He pays too well. Seeing the situation, Yi Feng took the opportunity to ask Old Bai for another favor. Same old terms, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Old Bai agreed. Just say the word. I'm still strong and can do anything. Yi Feng revealed he had over 7,000 more clear mysterious pills that needed to be consumed by the end of the day. Your teeth should still be good enough, right? Old Bai confidently responded, are you joking? I'm still young. My teeth are in perfect condition. Old Xia, witnessing this exchange, was dumbfounded. You just agreed that casually, and aren't you wearing dentures? Yi Feng then poured a mountain of clear mysterious pills onto the table, once again shocking Old Xia. After pouring them out, Yi Feng smiled. Old Bai, dig in. Old Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. These are 9-striped clear mysterious pills. I never thought I'd be treated to such a surprise at my age. He then started consuming the pills voraciously, crunching them loudly. Yi Feng, no longer paying attention to Old Bai, turned to Little Yellow. Your turn, silly dog. Keep eating. If you don't finish by the end of the day, I'll stew you. Watching the unbelievable scene before him, Old Xia's entire worldview shifted. He wondered if he was dreaming. At that moment, Yi Feng was cheering on Old Bai like a cheerleader. Old Bai, however, was starting to feel full. Although he didn't expect the clear mysterious pills to taste so good, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. For some reason, while looking at the 9-striped clear mysterious pills, Old Bai began to reminisce about the past. Back then, he struggled just to consume a single 5-striped clear mysterious pill. Thinking about this, tears streamed down his face. If only he had acquired these 9-striped pills 60 years earlier, his cultivation foundation would have been even stronger. Yi Feng thought Old Bai was crying because he was too full, so he comforted him. If you can't eat anymore, it's okay. You'll still get the 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Old Xia intervened. Kid, you don't understand. If back in the day, Old Bai and I had access to the 9-striped clear mysterious pills, we probably would have passed the 9-tiered thunder tribulation and ascended long ago. We wouldn't be in this hopeless situation now. Both of the old fellows were only at the third tier of the tribulation crossing realm. Although they could potentially cross the fourth tribulation, their foundations were too weak to risk it. Understanding their predicament, Yifeng said, "In that case, could you perhaps assist Old Bai in the future? I'll still compensate you with 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, including for this time." Hearing this, Old Xiao was flabbergasted, his previous sorrow disappearing instantly. He rubbed his hands together and asked, "Even though I'm not from your sect, can I still participate?" Yifeng nodded, signaling it was okay. Seeing this, Old Xia eagerly approached the pile of clear mysterious pills. Just like that, the two old men and the dog began their pill gorging session. Yet, Yifeng felt the consumption speed was still too slow and wondered when his master and junior brother Wufeng would arrive. Old Bai, with a full belly, inquired, "The two clear mysterious pills at Tianyu auction house were yours, weren't they?" Yifeng confirmed, "Yes, I placed those mediocre pills there just to see who the fool would be to buy them." Old Xiao was dumbfounded. A single pill selling for 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones is not considered expensive, yet you put it up for auction just to mock the buyer? Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue, holding the two purchased pills, was hurrying towards Yifeng. Wufeng was thrilled, not expecting their master to be so generous, and eagerly raced to Yifeng's room to share the news. Luo Qianxue was also quite smug, eagerly anticipating Yifeng's reaction. She thought, "Regardless of your wealth, I doubt you could get the 9-striped clear mysterious pills." However, when she reached Yifeng's door, she saw Wufeng frozen in place, pointing shakily at the scene inside. It was Yifeng and the others, eating the pills. The revelation crushed Luo Qianxue, the pain unbearable. Wufeng, in shock, asked, "Master, what's wrong?" It was only then that the people inside noticed Luo Qianxue and Wufeng. Seeing the two pill boxes in their hands, Old Bai and Old Xiao realized the extent of Luo Qianxue's mistake. She had overpaid for the pills, and after an explanation, she learned the pills she painstakingly won at auction were the same casually placed there by her own disciple. Luo Qianxue, whether in shock or humor, began to laugh. She had hoped to turn the tables, but it turned out she was the joke. Turning to Old Bai, she asked, "Isn't it funny?" Old Bai, not knowing how to respond, tried to console her. "You did it for their sake. There's nothing wrong with what you did." Thankfully, Wufeng interrupted, asking Yifeng, "Can I eat these clear mysterious pills too? I want to join the pill gorging." Both Old Bai and Old Xiao were overjoyed, hoping someone else would help share the burden as they were feeling sick from overeating. Yifeng encouraged Wufeng to eat as many as he wanted. Wufeng, drooling with anticipation, seemed oblivious to the consequences and eagerly lunged at the pills. However, at that moment, a pill at the edge of the table fell to the ground, landing right next to Lil Yellow. Seeing this, Wufeng became extremely anxious. This was the 9-pattern clear mysterious pill. If the dog ate it, he would be heartbroken. Yet the very next second, he was stunned. Little Yellow, already satiated, unceremoniously kicked the pill away, even showing a very human-like expression of disdain. Witnessing this scene, Wufeng was completely shocked. At this time, Old Xia approached Luo Qianxue and advised, "Sect leader Luo, as Yifeng's master, you really need to manage him. Such precious 9-pattern clear mysterious pills, and he's fed over 2,000 to a little dog. It's absolutely wasteful." Upon hearing this, both Wufeng and Luo Qianxue were dumbfounded. Yifeng helplessly said, "Who told the dog to eat faster than humans?" At this, Wufeng felt a pang of envy. He actually felt less fortunate than a dog. Yifeng then urged everyone to eat up quickly, pointing to the huge pile remaining. Luo Qianxue didn't know what to say as she looked at the scene. How did she end up with such a disciple? An hour later, Old Bai, Old Xia, and Wufeng were all defeated. Their bellies full, they couldn't eat another bite. Yifeng was somewhat frustrated. There were still more than 2,000 pills left. Seeing this, he looked at his master with pleading eyes. Luo Qianxue firmly refused. It was a joke. This would damage her master's dignity. Yifeng could only beg for her help, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the task. Luo Qianxue suggested that he keep the remaining pills. She could send them to her father's sect, where they would certainly cultivate many talents. Yifeng would have agreed, but the problem was that he only had 1 day left. He couldn't possibly deliver them in time. Not willing to give up, Luo Qianxue offered to buy the remaining pills at 10 times the price and then send them to her father's sect. But as soon as she spoke, she received skeptical looks from Old Bai and the others. "Are you sure you want to talk money with Yifeng?" Luo Qianxue felt incredibly embarrassed. She almost forgot this guy had plenty of money. In the end, to persuade Luo Qianxue to consume the remaining pills, Yifeng even arranged the pills into a heart shape on a plate surrounded by roses. The room was instantly filled with a floral scent. Blushing, Luo Qianxue picked up a clear mysterious pill. Given the circumstances, she felt she had no choice but to eat. At that moment, the clear mysterious pills were finally uniformly consumed by everyone. Each person roughly consumed over 2,000 pills, and Yifeng received his reward. He earned 300 wasteful points for hiring the two old guys. For consuming all the produced items today, he gained 1,000 wasteful points. He was also rewarded with 3 9-grade soul-returning herbs and 5 9-grade gold and silkworm star shining stones. Today's wastefulness was executed perfectly. Yifeng was also pleasantly surprised, didn't expect the additional rewards. At this point, Luo Qianxue began to lament to old Bai. Do you find my role as a sect leader or master meaningful? I don't guide in cultivation nor provide resources. When I have nothing to do, I can still make some profit from Yifeng. Old Bai was also quite helpless. Yifeng doesn't act like a disciple at all. He's more like the money god of the sect, albeit a bit too wasteful. At this time, Yifeng asked old Xia, do you know what the 9-leaf soul-returning herb is? Unexpectedly, old Xia became extremely excited upon hearing it. I'm very familiar with this. It's the legendary spiritual herb. He then went on to educate Yifeng about it. Each leaf of the soul-returning herb represents its medicinal effect. The more leaves, the more potent it is. He mentioned that he had never even seen a single-leaf soul-returning herb, let alone a 9-leaf one. The soul-returning herb is the most essential ingredient in the crafting of the soul-returning life-saving pill. As long as you've been dead for no more than 24 hours, even if your soul is annihilated, the pill can bring you back. It's incredibly powerful. The life-saving pill is the most desperately needed medicine for any tribulation-crossing realm expert. With the protection of this pill, even if they fail to cross the tribulation, their souls will remain intact. They can then find a way to recreate their physical bodies and come back to life. It's like being able to hop back and forth between the living and the underworld. But why do you ask? By now, old Bai sensed something amiss. Wondering if Yifeng might possess the herb, he covertly asked old Xia, do you know about bamboo demon grass, white spirit flower, and purple thunder fruit? Old Xia acknowledged that he did, noting that these spiritual plants, although rare, can still be found in small quantities within major sects and aren't too extraordinary. Old Bai then revealed how Yifeng used these herbs for a foot soak the previous day. Old Xia was absolutely astounded, exclaiming that it was a huge waste. While comforting his old friend, old Bai discreetly told Yifeng, you must have the 9-leaf soul-returning herb, right? Please don't use it for a foot soak this time. It's a legendary spiritual herb. Yifeng murmured, but I have 3 of them. Using one for a soak isn't a big deal, right? Hearing this, old Xia became anxious. Absolutely not. He urgently told Yifeng, if you truly have 3 9-leaf soul-returning herbs, please sell them to me. I'm willing to spend all my assets. It's a life-saving herb. If you really use it for a foot soak, it would be absolutely insane. Seeing the situation, Yifeng walked over to Luo Qianxue, took out a soul-returning herb, and handed it to her, saying, this is a token of respect from your disciple. At this point, Luo Qianxue didn't even know what to say. Not only did Yifeng spend 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to become her direct disciple, he also gifted her 400,000 as a token of respect for becoming his master. Now, he was also gifting her a legendary spiritual herb. It felt as though she was just mooching off him. Unexpectedly, Luo Qianxue's thoughts took a risque turn, wondering if she would have to offer her body to him in gratitude in the future. She felt as if she was being taken care of by her disciple. No, she thought, I can't accept the soul-returning herb. But then she realized that she too would need the life-saving pill when it came time for her to cross the tribulation. Yifeng then decided on the distribution of the remaining 2 herbs, one for his foot soak, and the other for old Bai, as long as he did some manual labor. Old Bai was overjoyed that he was included. However, old Xia inquired, are you sure you only want manual labor? Consider me. I'm quite strong, you know? Don't be fooled by my appearance. Seeing the transformed muscular old Xia, Yifeng was startled. Old Bai grew anxious, confronting old Xia. What are you trying to do? That soul-returning herb is mine. Don't even think about it. The two were at loggerheads, both wanting the herb. Meanwhile, Wufeng, having eaten too much, listened to their discussion and wondered if he should shamelessly ask his senior brother Yifeng if he could join in on the foot soak. Old Xia then approached Luo Qianxue. He invoked a historical reference, saying, in ancient times, there was LV Feng Xian paying respects to his adoptive father. Now there's Xia Tianyu pledging allegiance. Yes, old Xia wanted to join the Star Soul sect. I've wandered for half my life regretting not joining a sect. If you, young Qianxue, don't mind, can I join your sect as an honorary elder? Luo Qianxue was flabbergasted. Old Xia, you're a 9th grade alchemist and a mighty tribulation crossing realm expert. Moreover, your Tianyu auction house is spread all over the Xiantian continent. Are you sure you want to join our modest Star Soul sect? Old Xia affirmed his intentions. To ensure his entry, he even brought up past events. Little girl, I held you when you were a baby. If you refuse, I'll go to your father. Luo Qianxue was speechless. Old Xia had his reasons. hands. Seeing Yifeng casually gifting and using legendary herbs, it was clear he had many treasures. If old Xia didn't build a relationship now, he might miss out in the future. Luo Qianxue asked with confusion, "What about the auction house business, old Xia?" Old Xia replied, "I'll leave it to my good-for-nothing son." Old Bai was impressed, admitting defeat to his old friend's audacious move. Old Xia smirked and said, "I love the look on your face when you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. As for the soul-returning herb, it'll depend on everyone's performance from now on." This made Luo Qianxue so mad she felt like spitting blood. She never wanted to expand her sect. First, 2 unexpected disciples, and now a 9th-grade alchemist. How was she supposed to focus on her cultivation and ascend to the higher realm to seek revenge? Just then, Yifeng, ever the instigator, asked, "Does anyone know about the golden silkworm star shining stone?" This time, it was even more shocking. Both old Bai and old Xia, as well as Luo Qianxue, exclaimed, "You have a golden silkworm star shining stone?" Startled, Yifeng quickly denied, "I don't have it. I was just asking." But the 3 of them already knew his style. He definitely had the stone. Wufeng commented, "Senior brother, where did you get all these treasures from?" Just as everyone was pondering, Luo Qianxue received a notification. There seemed to be some issue at the sect. They had to rush back. It turned out her father had arrived with important matters to discuss. However, she knew he was here to inspect the progress of the sect. A few hours later, upon their return to Star Soul Sect, they were greeted by her father, Luo Wuming, who immediately said, "You have disappointed me greatly." Seeing her father like this, Luo Qianxue thought something was seriously wrong, but Luo Wuming vented his frustration. "It was the recruitment day for the Star Soul Sect recently. I wanted to visit during the celebrations, but there wasn't even someone to serve tea. I prepared so many gifts and waited a whole day without seeing anyone. If I hadn't sent you a message, I'd probably still be waiting." Luo Qianxue was embarrassed and introduced Yifeng and Leng Wufeng to her father, who said, "I didn't take any disciples. These 2 are my disciples." She felt a bit relieved that she had them as a shield. She then tried to appease her father. "Please don't be upset. See, I even took Yifeng as my direct disciple." Although Luo Qianxue was the reincarnation of a holy maiden, in her previous life she had no parents. This time, she wanted to cherish the love of her parents. Seeing her gesture, Luo Wuming took a closer look at Yifeng. He was quite surprised. His daughter had never been concerned about anything, and he didn't expect her to take a direct disciple. He inquired, "How's his spiritual root, Luo Qianxue?" She replied, "He has no spiritual root." Luo Wuming then asked, "What about his talent?" She responded, "He has no innate talent either." Luo Wuming now had a bewildered expression on his face. After hearing that Yifeng's cultivation level was also just average, Luo Wuming spat out, "What on earth made him your direct disciple?" Yifeng stepped forward and explained, "I bought the position with 500,000 high-quality spirit stones." Luo Wuming was flabbergasted. "Is that even possible? This is just too casual. Daughter, if you needed money, you could have just asked me. There's no need to do it this way." At this moment, old Bai and old Xia were vying to win Yifeng's favor. Old Xia even pulled out a stool for Yifeng to sit and rest. Old Bai was speechless. "Old man, have you forgotten martial etiquette?" Then old Bai also made a move, offering massages and serving tea. Seeing their antics, Luo Wuming was utterly confused. He exclaimed, "Bai Tianhong, aren't you an elder of my Star Extreme sect? And Xia Tianyu, what are you doing at my daughter's sect?" After a half-hour-long explanation, Luo Wuming finally got an understanding of recent events, the 9-pattern clear mysterious pill, the 9-leaf soul-returning herb, and so on. He was so amazed he exclaimed, "Truly a god of wealth. Not only for my daughter's Star Soul sect, but even for my own Star Extreme sect. I would treat him with reverence." Old Bai nodded in agreement, suspecting that Yifeng might be from a certain special place. But Luo Wuming interrupted him, "Don't mention that place." Then he looked at his daughter, "As long as you're all fine, I'm content. I came to see how you're doing." That evening, as Yifeng was resting, Wufeng excitedly brought some foot-soaking water for him. Seeing this, Yifeng knew Wufeng's intentions. "Do you want to soak your feet too?" Wufeng replied, "Senior brother, you go first. I'll soak mine after you're done." Yifeng chuckled, "I'm not a stingy person. Bring another basin of water. Let's split the 9-leaf soul-returning herb in half, and each of us can have a share." Upon hearing this, Wufeng was moved to tears. "Senior brother, you're so good to me." What they didn't know was that old Bai and old Xia were secretly watching them from the rooftop. Seeing Yifeng using the precious herb to soak his feet, old Xia felt his heart breaking. A day had passed since Yifeng soaked his feet. The legendary spiritual herb was truly powerful. Just by soaking his feet, both his body and soul were purified significantly. He now had a total of 2,510 wasteful points, and today's wasteful product was refreshed to be 10,000 fragments of Underworld Sword Intent. Confused, Yifeng took one out, unfamiliar with its use. To test it, he called over Little Yellow and placed the Underworld Sword Intent fragment on its forehead. Immediately, a gust of wind surged as the idea of the underworld sword intent emerged in Little Yellow's mind. However, from the outside, Yifeng didn't see anything special, but with his years of bookworm experience, he knew from its name alone that this must be a valuable item. He then asked the system if he could use the wasteful product, but was rejected. If he wanted to use it himself, a significant number of his wasteful points would be deducted. Yifeng felt troubled. Using it himself seemed impossible, and he couldn't ask others for help either. If they kept it hidden and he didn't retrieve it in time, it would be problematic. Thinking this, he hugged Little Yellow and went back to his room. Elsewhere, Luo Wuming was suggesting that Yifeng and Wufeng head to the Heavenly Dao battlefield for some experience. Luo Chenxue was slightly worried. While she trusted Yifeng, she was more concerned about Wufeng's safety. Luo Wuming assured her that he would select a few inner disciples from Star Extreme Sect to accompany them. However, he was curious as to why she had so much faith in Yifeng. Despite having many treasures, wasn't Yifeng just a mortal? In the Heavenly Dao battlefield, even the weakest cultivator or beast could easily kill him. Luo Chenxue clarified that while Yifeng lacked spiritual roots, he had cultivated to the 9th peak of the Qi activation realm, and his spirit sea was 20 times larger than hers. This left Luo Wuming in disbelief. Luo Chenxue had set a record in the Star Extreme Sect for the size of her spirit sea. How could a mortal without spiritual roots possess a spirit sea 20 times hers? Suddenly, a powerful surge of sword intent erupted, drawing the attention of the two, as well as Wufeng and Old Xia. They rushed to the scene, thinking an expert with underworld sword intent was attacking, and readied themselves. However, upon arriving, they found no such expert. Luo Chenxue pointed out, "Isn't that Yifeng?" Everyone looked and saw Yifeng playing frisbee with a dog that was emitting a powerful sword intent. The sight left Luo Wuming and the elders in shock. The one possessing the underworld sword intent was a dog. Who would believe this if they hadn't seen it themselves? Yifeng looked at them puzzled. "Why are you here?" Luo Chenxue inquired about the underworld sword intent and whether Little Yellow had comprehended it on his own. Yifeng replied, "How is that possible? He's too dumb to comprehend it. I just had some fragments of the underworld sword intent, so I used it on him." Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Such a waste. Yifeng became a bit nervous, seeing the master and Old Xia looking at him as if they were about to scold him. Luo Chenxue explained that the underworld sword intent was extremely rare. Even in the Heavenly Dao battlefield, obtaining it was no easy task. It all depended on one's luck, yet he casually used such precious fragments on a dog. Even if he was being wasteful, he should know his limits. Yifeng, curious, asked about the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Luo Chenxue explained that their current location, the Xiantian continent, was just one of many lower realms. Every lower realm could access the Heavenly Dao battlefield, and based on their strength, they would be sent to different areas. No one knew how the battlefield came to be, but it was known to be filled with many cultivation resources, legacies, treasures, etc. Apart from threats from beings of other dimensions, the native beasts inside were also very powerful, and one could easily meet their end there. After hearing this, Yifeng's system issued a new mission to go to the second layer of the Heavenly Dao battlefield and slay 100 beasts at the 9th peak of the Qi activation realm. Seeing the reward of a massive number of wasteful points, Yifeng was certainly interested. However, he currently had abundant spiritual power but lacked martial skills and combat experience. What should he do? At that moment, Luo Wuming asked, "Yifeng, how many fragments of underworld sword intent did you use on the dog?" Observing the dog, he could see it had reached the pinnacle of sword intent and was on the verge of breaking through to the sword heart realm. It reminded him that even the ancestor of the Star Extreme Sect took hundreds of years of dedicated cultivation and many fortuitous encounters to reach the sword heart realm, and the sword intent he comprehended was even inferior to the underworld sword intent. The dog's progress was defying the heavens. Yifeng laughed and said, "Not many, just about 10,000 pieces." Upon hearing this, the four of them stared fiercely at Yifeng, as if they wanted to tear him apart right there and then. 10,000 pieces? You are insanely wasteful. Something everyone desires, and you gave it to a dog. Yifeng replied defensively, "I'm sorry," but in his heart, he thought, "I would do it again if given the chance. Good thing I didn't ask them for help. It would have been a huge waste of time." Luo Chenxue, trying to contain her anger, told her father to take Yifeng away before she lost control and slapped him to death. Luo Wuming then led Yifeng away. Curious, Yifeng asked, "Where are we going?" Luo Wuming replied, Star Soul Sect was only established for Chenxue to hone her temperament. The real sect behind it is Star Extreme Sect. At this moment, Luo Wuming was leading Yifeng to the Star Extreme Sect. They planned to join the senior brothers in the Heaven's Way battlefield later. Seeing the opportunity, Yifeng quickly asked if the Star Extreme Sect was powerful. Did they need any assistance? Were the sect members well fed? Perhaps he could gift everyone some spiritual stones to spend. But the more Yifeng spoke, the angrier Luo Wuming became. Turning around, he shouted, "Shut up! Our Star Extreme Sect is a holy land, very wealthy, and doesn't need your concern." They stopped at an inn for the night. Yifeng was looking forward to seeing what extravagant items he could spend on the next day. Upon waking up, he hastily opened his system. It showed that the wasteful item for the day was 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Relieved, Yifeng thought that it shouldn't be too hard to spend just that amount. Next, he wanted to draw a martial skill. After specifying an upper-tier human-level martial skill and spending 100 wasteful points, he obtained the Fire Dragon Fist technique. Feeling lucky, Yifeng thought about how he usually needed several tries to get something of this caliber, but he was dumbfounded the next moment. The system indicated that the Fire Dragon Fist required fire elemental spiritual energy to use. Panicking, Yifeng thought about where he could find fire elemental spiritual energy as someone without a spiritual root. The system suggested he try changing his energy type. To his surprise, Yifeng could transform his spiritual energy into any attribute. Just as he was about to test the power of the Fire Dragon Fist, he heard Master Luo Wuming calling him, signaling it was time to move on. As they traveled, Yifeng started to throw the spiritual stones into the air. The flying Luo Wuming, using his flying sword, looked back in astonishment. Yifeng, what are you doing? Yifeng replied, I'm bestowing gifts from the sky, creating windfalls for the lucky. Luo Wuming was visibly irritated. Even if you have a lot, you shouldn't be this wasteful. One day when you have nothing left, you'll regret this. Suddenly serious, Yifeng asked, Master, do you know what the most painful thing in life is? For someone devoted to swordsmanship, it's dying without comprehending the true essence of the sword. For an alchemist, it's dying without creating a legendary elixir. For a formation master, it's not creating the most powerful formation before death. So, Master, for me, the most painful thing would be to die with money unspent. And with that, Yifeng continued to throw spiritual stones as they journeyed on. Not long after, they arrived at Star Extreme Sect. Compared to the desolate Star Soul Sect, the Star Extreme Sect was the epitome of luxury. Luo Wuming first approached Manager Song, entrusting Yifeng to him and mentioning that in a few days, Yifeng would join the Sect's disciples to head to Heaven's Way battlefield. With that, he swiftly departed. Seeing this, Yifeng greeted Manager Song and asked for his care and guidance. While arranging accommodations, Yifeng overheard some commotion nearby. He inquired about the situation, only to learn that today was the day for the Outer Sect and Inner Sect disciples to compete. If Yifeng wished, he could watch the matches. Coincidentally, his system released a new mission to take over a platform and defeat 100 opponents of the same realm. Success would reward him with 500 wasteful points, while failure would cost him the same amount. Excited at the prospect of earning these points, Yifeng was eager to take on the challenge. Arriving at the battle platform, he claimed an empty one for himself. Seeing this, the Star Extreme Sect disciples were puzzled. They could tell that Yifeng wasn't one of them, and some speculated that he might be from another sect challenging them. After stepping onto the platform, Yifeng introduced himself. I am at the pinnacle of Qi Activation Realm's 9th stage and am Luo Qianshue's direct senior disciple. Today, I'm here to hold this platform, and I hope my fellow disciples will show me consideration. Upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished. This young man was the Sacred Lady's direct disciple. Moments later, a disciple named Meng Yang, who was in the same realm as Yifeng, stepped forward. From the reactions of the crowd, it was evident that Meng Yang had some reputation. Without any reservation, Meng Yang proudly asked, I reached the pinnacle of the Qi Activation Realm's 9th stage in just 3 years. How long did it take you, Brother Yi? Yifeng replied casually, not long at all. From the opening of my spirit sea to its pinnacle, it took me about 10 minutes, and from there to the pinnacle of Qi Activation Realm's 9th stage, perhaps a little over 20 minutes. Upon hearing Yifeng's claim, Meng Yang was completely taken aback. What the hell are you talking about? Are you mocking me? Facing Yifeng's boastful words, no one believed him. They all suspected that Yifeng was daydreaming, not to mention breaking through so many realms in just over 20 minutes. Some joked that they spent more time in the restroom. Many felt that Yifeng was being too arrogant. Some even believed that someone as arrogant as Yifeng was not fit to be the direct disciple of the Sacred Lady. However, Yifeng paid no heed to their doubts and remarks. Believe it or not, he thought. The next moment, Meng Yang initiated the first attack, lunging at Yifeng. This provided a perfect opportunity for Yifeng to test out his Fire Dragon Fist. In an instant, an apparition of a fiery dragon manifested, astonishing everyone. Meng Yang was especially shocked by this unexpected turn of events. With no route of escape, he chose to fight head-on, summoning his longsword and slashing at the fiery dragon. Immediately, a massive disturbance erupted on the dual platform, even affecting the bystanders. However, despite their best efforts, they couldn't withstand Yifeng's impressive surge of spiritual energy. Someone then noticed that the fiery dragon apparition had not disappeared and was still relentlessly pursuing Meng Yang. Panicking, Meng Yang exclaimed, how the hell do you even fight this? I want to go home to my mom. On the other side, Yifeng looked utterly relaxed. He struck what he believed to be a cool pose and continuously chanted, Fire Dragon Fist. In no time, multiple fiery dragon apparitions emerged, all glaring ominously at Meng Yang. Terrified, Meng Yang cried out, where did this monster come from? He then decisively jumped off the platform, admitting defeat. Yifeng, with the confidence of a martial arts master, wanted to ask just one question. Who's next? I want to defeat 100. At that moment, Yifeng was having the time of his life. Relying on his seemingly infinite spiritual energy, he recklessly deployed the Fire Dragon Fist. This resulted in massive explosions across the arena, frightening all the disciples and making them flee in terror. Seeing the chaos, Manager Song was exasperated. "I shouldn't have brought this guy here," he lamented, noting the damage to the Sect's properties. However, Yifeng wasn't in the mood to care about Manager Song's worries. Reveling in the euphoria of battle, he was determined to experience the thrill of a fantasy world. Seeing the situation unfold, Manager Song immediately ordered over 200 disciples, all at the Qi Activation Realm's 9th peak, to subdue Yifeng. The disciples were astounded. Is Yifeng really going to take on over 200 of us? No wonder he was taken as a direct disciple by the Sacred Lady. He's terrifyingly powerful. If he wins this battle, he'll surely secure a place in the dragon ranking in the future. Some disciples were eagerly anticipating the outcome, thinking, if he wins this, he'll become famous overnight. But if he loses, he'll be utterly humiliated. Manager Song took the lead, instructing the disciples to raise a spiritual barrier. A massive energy shield appeared in front of them. Yifeng was taken aback. Can they even do that? Even though I have abundant spiritual energy, I don't think I can break it with just my human-level martial art technique. Subsequently, Yifeng began to draw upon more powerful martial techniques. After spending 700 points, he acquired an Earth-level superior martial technique, the 9 Radiance Thunder Lotus. Yet, Yifeng wasn't satisfied with just one technique. Spending another 900 points, he obtained the Water Dragon Chant. Still feeling it wasn't enough, he drew again and, after expending another 700 points, acquired the Wind Whirls the Raging Sands technique. Now he had gathered techniques from multiple elements, and finally felt content. Yifeng initiated his attack with the 9 Radiance Thunder Lotus. In an instant, a lotus-shaped apparition materialized overhead. He then unleashed the Water Dragon Chant, and a Water Dragon apparition emerged. The disciples began to panic. What kind of monster is he? He possesses not only the fire element, but now thunder and water as well. That means he has 3 spiritual roots. Just when the disciples thought it was over, Yifeng unleashed the wind attribute technique, Wind Whirls the Raging Sands. He combined the 3 techniques and aimed them directly at the spiritual barrier. The disciples immediately plunged into chaos, realizing they couldn't fend him off. Manager Song was dumbstruck. Not just 3 spiritual roots? Could Yifeng actually possess 4 spiritual roots? However, Yifeng surprised everyone once more by using another thunder attribute technique. At this moment, the protective barrier formed by the 200 disciples shattered. Seeing this, Yifeng let out a triumphant laugh. In the end, all 200 disciples voluntarily surrendered, realizing they stood no chance against him. The overseer floating in midair was equally astonished. He had initially wanted to suppress Yifeng's momentum, but had not anticipated Yifeng's abundant spiritual energy and his mastery of several Earth-level superior martial techniques. This young man will surely rank in the top 10 of the dragon ranking in the future, he thought. However, Yifeng didn't stop. Who else dares to challenge me? He taunted. The disciples were utterly flabbergasted, wondering how he still had so much energy left. Meanwhile, inside the Sect's Grand Hall, Luo Wuming summoned several core disciples. They all looked puzzled, not knowing the reason for their sudden summon. Luo Wuming stepped forward to explain, "I wanted to inform you that soon, you will have a new junior disciple. However, he's currently only at the Qi Activation Realm's 9th peak. You'll need to take extra care of him." Hearing this, the room erupted in animated discussions. Our Star Extreme Sect is among the top sects on the Xiantian continent. To become a core disciple, one must have exceptional talent, comprehension, and spiritual roots. Chen Haoyu then inquired, "Master Luo, can you tell us about the exceptional qualities of this new junior disciple?" Luo Wuming, with a resigned gesture, replied, "All you need to remember is that he is very rich, extremely rich, and he spends a lot, excessively so." Upon hearing this, the few individuals were stunned. What the hell? Is that considered a special quality? No matter how rich he is, he couldn't possibly be wealthier than our sect, right? Master, you must be joking with us. Luo Wuming wasn't quite sure how to further explain, thinking that they would understand after spending some time with Yifeng. He continued, "After Yifeng completes his training in the Heaven's Way battlefield, he will return to the Star Soul sect with you all." He also emphasized to them the potential benefits of being in Yifeng's good graces. While interacting with this junior disciple, keep your eyes peeled. If you can get something from him, it will surely be of great value. Luo Wuming couldn't help but think of Little Yellow, the dog, and praised himself for his intelligence. By relying on Yifeng, he could nurture a 5 unparalleled expert and allocate resources to train other disciples in the Holy Land. Luo Wuming chuckled proudly and even took a jab at the core disciples. Compared to him, you all are not even as good as a dog. If any of you had obtained that underworld sword intent, you could have soared to new heights. The core disciples looked at each other in confusion, not understanding Luo Wuming's point. Some things can only be understood through experience. I'll take you to meet the junior disciple now. On the way to meet Yifeng, Luo Wuming reminded the core disciples again to be be astute. This junior disciple is like a god of wealth for you all. Some of the disciples whispered among themselves, discussing Yifeng's feat of battling 200 individuals alone and possessing not only 4 elemental roots but also 3 earth-level superior martial techniques. Brother Yifeng is truly terrifying, they murmured. Listening to the whispers, Luo Wuming felt like he might have missed some crucial information. Chen Haoyu asked again, Master, are you sure the junior disciple's only remarkable qualities are his wasteful spending and wealth? Luo Wuming spread his hands in resignation. I really don't know. All I'm certain of is that he's incredibly rich and extremely spendthrift. The 5 of them were utterly flabbergasted. Are you even our sect master? You don't even know about this junior disciple, and yet you're giving him the status of a core disciple? Moments later, they arrived at the dueling platform and saw the wreckage. They were puzzled. Wasn't today just supposed to be a friendly spar between the inner and outer disciples? How did it turn into this massive battle? Luo Wuming turned to ask Manager Song, what happened here? The next moment, Manager Song began to fervently exclaim. He made a name for himself in just one battle, showing an invincible demeanor. Sect Master, Yifeng, with his own power, fought against over 200 disciples of the same realm and triumphed overwhelmingly. Hearing this, the core disciples were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that Yifeng had single-handedly defeated over 200 peers of the same realm. Luo Wuming quickly asked Manager Song for details. 2 minutes later, he understood the whole situation. Suddenly, he recalled his daughter once mentioned that Yifeng's spirit sea was 20 times larger than hers. Initially, he didn't believe it, but now he did. Considering his daughter's spirit sea was 20 times larger than an average person's, this meant that Yifeng had a spirit sea that was 20 times hers, making his spiritual power equivalent to that of 400 peers. Thinking back to the recent days, he realized he had forgotten to check Yifeng's spirit sea status, which was quite a negligence on his part. The core disciples gathered around, feeling utterly overshadowed. Could someone's internal spiritual energy really reach such a terrifying level? Moreover, he's rich, spends recklessly, possesses 4 elemental roots, and has mastered 3 earth-level superior martial techniques, they mused. Looking at Luo Wuming with a mix of sorrow and accusation, they said, Sect Master, are you sure this is the same junior disciple you said had no special qualities? Luo Wuming was at a loss for words. He truly didn't know about Yifeng's capabilities. At that moment, Chen Haoyu inquired Manager Song, where did the junior disciple go? Manager Song replied, he went back to his residence, in the Inner Peak's 111th courtyard. After learning the address of the junior disciple, the core disciples hurried to meet this incredible young disciple, leaving Luo Wuming behind. At this time, the gossipy side of Manager Song surfaced, and he asked Luo Wuming if he was planning to accept Yifeng as the 6th core disciple of the sect. Hearing this, Luo Wuming warned sternly, Manager Song, you mustn't inform the 3 ancestral elders about this. Yifeng is my daughter's personal disciple, and no one can take him away. Manager Song spread his hands and said helplessly, even if I don't inform them, it's pointless. Yifeng's achievements have already spread throughout the sect. Not just the 3 ancestral elders, but the other 4 great ancestral elders also know. Seeing this, Luo Wuming sighed. This will be troublesome. Let's see how the kid decides. Meanwhile, Yifeng was leisurely basking in the sun when suddenly several figures appeared, startling him. Who are you gentlemen and what do you want here? It turned out to be Chen Haoyu and the others rushing towards him. Yifeng was taken aback. What do you all want? Moments later, each of them introduced themselves. Eldest brother Chen Haoyu, second sister Xia Tiantian, third brother Zhao Tianming, fourth brother Xing Fei, and fifth sister Du Tianyu. Yifeng looked puzzled. Aren't I Luo Qianshua's personal disciple? Why have I suddenly become a junior of the entire sect? Chen Haoyu explained that it was Luo Wuming's arrangement. Yifeng then realized that the 2 identities weren't in conflict. He was not only Luo Qianshua's chief disciple but also the 6th core disciple of Star Extreme Sect. He then thought of a way to show off and consulted his system. It's my first time meeting my brothers and sisters. Can I give them some gifts? Considering their exceptional talents, shouldn't I gift them at least 100,000 high-quality spiritual stones? The system pondered for a moment and confirmed it was within bounds. Yifeng couldn't wait, and the others mistook his excitement for astonishment at their unparalleled talents. Fifth sister Du Tianyu cried tears of joy, thinking that she finally wasn't the youngest and now had a junior to bully. Yifeng then turned to them and said, brothers and sisters, since we're meeting for the first time, here's a small token of my appreciation. He then handed each of them a ring. They were all stunned. Chen Haoyu was the first to inspect the gift and was immensely surprised to find 100,000 high-quality spiritual stones. The others were equally shocked when they found the same in their rings. Conventionally, as senior disciples, they should be the ones giving gifts to their junior. However, they were now receiving 100,000 high-quality spiritual stones from him, leaving them at a loss for words. They recalled Luo Wuming's words, this junior disciple is rich, incredibly rich. And with that, Yifeng achieved his goal of spending lavishly, earning himself 200 points for wasteful spending and 100 enlightenment pills. To his surprise, such actions could yield special rewards. He then checked the information about the enlightenment pill. It was a rank less powerless pill that, upon consumption, would grant immediate enlightenment lasting for 20 minutes. However, the reward items couldn't be used to earn wasteful spending points. Yifeng was a little disappointed. It seemed he couldn't use these pills to further his lavish spending. Nevertheless, he handed each of his senior disciples an enlightenment pill. Holding the pills, they asked in confusion, "Junior brother, what is this?" Yifeng explained the effects of the pill. Upon hearing it, they were astonished. "Is this really a pill that induces immediate enlightenment?" Yifeng encouraged them to try it, assuring them of its 20-minute effect. Although skeptical, they trusted their junior brother wouldn't prank them, so they decisively consumed the pill. The next moment, all 5 of them entered a state of enlightenment. At this time, Luo Wuming happened to come by and was taken aback by the scene. Just as he was about to say something, Yifeng interrupted. Luo Wuming asked, "Why are they cultivating in your room?" Yifeng explained about the enlightenment pills. Seeing this, Luo Wuming felt an itching desire to have some. Yifeng, noticing his eagerness, handed over 5 pills, adding, "The rest are reserved for my pet dog." Luo Wuming, hearing this, rebuked, "You're giving such a precious pill to a dog? Have you lost your mind?" Yifeng felt helpless. "Although it's valuable, it doesn't earn me points for wasteful spending. It's useless to me." Luo Wuming, determined to prevent Yifeng from wasting the pills on his dog, decided to buy all of Yifeng's enlightenment pills and asked for a price. He even mentioned giving a family discount. However, Yifeng still refused, stating that he needed to feed his dog or he would feel bad. He imagined his dog arguing back, saying it didn't want any pills. Seeing Yifeng's firm stance, Luo Wuming didn't press further. He then informed Yifeng that the 5 great ancestral elder wanted to meet him, possibly to take him as a disciple, and advised him to make his decision carefully. Afterward, they arrived at the cave mansion on the back mountain. Luo Wuming led Yifeng to pay respects to the 5 great ancestral elder. The great ancestral elder, Luo Qianqing, spoke first, facing a solo battle against 200 peers from the same realm, mastering 3 advanced earth techniques, all while possessing a quad spirit root. Such a prodigy should be cultivated with all our might. The ancestral elders then surrounded Yifeng to examine him. Moments later, they learned that Yifeng was indeed at the peak of the Qi activation realm and possessed a formidable spirit sea. But they were stupefied when they couldn't detect any spirit roots in him, even though he should have had 4. The ancestral elders were shocked. How could Yifeng manifest 4 types of spiritual Qi without any spirit roots? How did he form a spirit sea and cultivate without them? Yifeng nonchalantly replied, "I don't know. Whenever I want to, the ambient spiritual Qi from the surroundings just rushes into my body. And even though I lack spirit roots, for some reason, I can transform my spiritual Qi into various elemental forces." Demonstrating, Yifeng gathered Qi between his hands, which fluctuated between thunder, fire, water, wind, and other elemental forces. The scene left the 5 great ancestral elder dumbfounded. Such a bizarre phenomenon was unheard of in their lifetimes. At this moment, Yifeng, rather than paying attention to the stunned elders, pondered how to spend wastefully. He considered giving each elder 1 million high-quality spiritual stones, a hefty gift given his status as a core disciple. However, his system deemed it insufficient for lavish spending. Annoyed at being looked down upon by the system, he decided to upgrade his offering to 1 million top-quality spiritual stones, which the system finally approved. Boldly, Yifeng proposed this and, to his astonishment, it was accepted. He took out 5 rings, each containing 1 million top-quality spiritual stones, saying, "Esteemed ancestral elders, I came here in a rush and didn't prepare any significant gifts. Please accept these 1 million top-quality spiritual stones, and don't find them too meager." The ancestral elders were left bewildered. They looked incredulously at the rings, wondering if a Qi activation realm disciple could genuinely own such a treasure. Seeing the frozen expressions of the elders, Luo Wuming stepped forward. "Elders, haven't you been stuck at a cultivation bottleneck for decades? Here are 5 enlightenment pills. Don't ask any questions. Consume them, and you'll enter a state of enlightenment." Once again, the elders were taken aback. They probably hadn't been this shocked in their entire lives. Meanwhile, Yifeng was speechless, thinking, "Master, are you trying to steal my thunder and wasteful spending?" Luo Wuming just smirked. "That's what you get for not selling me any enlightenment pills." Moments later, the 5 great ancestral elder decisively swallowed the enlightenment pills. Immediately, waves of enlightenment emanated from them. Seeing this, Luo Wuming took his leave with Yifeng. And so, 30 minutes later, the ancestral elders awoke from their state of enlightenment. However, unfortunately, they were just a little short of making a breakthrough. Luo Qianqing approached the 2 and inquired, "How many more enlightenment pills do you have?" At this point, when faced with the question from the great ancestral elder, Luo Wuming promptly threw Yifeng under the bus, indicating that Yifeng still had quite a few in his possession, but he plans to feed them to dogs, Luo Wuming said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, the 5 great ancestral elders were collectively dumbfounded. "What? Feed them to dogs?" The great ancestral elder Luo Qianqing stepped forward. "Yifeng, our ancestral teachings prohibit us from bullying the younger generation. The enlightenment pills are yours, and you can deal with them as you you wish. However, feeding them to dogs is absolutely not allowed. Seeing the intense gaze from the 5 great ancestral elders, Yifeng, with his heart pounding, replied, I still have 90 enlightenment pills left. It's indeed a bit wasteful to feed them all to the dogs. How about I keep 40 of them? Seeing Yifeng being so reasonable, Luo Qianxing felt it wasn't right to be angry at him and instead turned his frustration toward Luo Wuming. As the sect master, shouldn't you be controlling your disciples' wasteful tendencies? Caught off guard by the redirection of blame, Luo Wuming could only give a bitter smile and defend himself. Great ancestral elder, you can't blame me. This kid is uncontrollable. He once used the 9-leaf soul-returning herb for a foot soak and fed underworld sword intent fragments to his dogs. Yifeng was exasperated. It seemed like his master was addicted to selling him out. As expected, upon hearing this, Luo Qianxing was so infuriated that he spat blood, leaving Yifeng feeling rather embarrassed. Was it really necessary to be so overly dramatic? Regaining his composure, Luo Qianxing once again tried to reason with Yifeng. Can you please not feed the enlightenment pills to dogs? It would be better if you kept them for yourself. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was incredibly astonished. Why are the sects of this world so easygoing? Normally, with all the treasures he possesses, shouldn't the 5 great ancestral elder try to seize them by force? From the novels he read in his previous life, anyone who possessed even the smallest treasure would be reduced to ashes by others. Looking back, his beautiful master, who always said she wouldn't guide them, still spent a lot of money buying clear mysterious pills for them. An old Bai, who constantly joked about lying flat, always enthusiastically helped him out. Even in the recent martial platform event, even if his senior brothers and sisters were defeated by him, they still took pride in Yifeng. Now the master and the 5 great ancestral elder were treating him so kindly. Honestly, being in such a sect made Yifeng feel extremely content. Given this, he decided to be a comfortable spendthrift in the sect. He then chose to hand over 70 enlightenment pills to the sect but couldn't part with the remaining 20. At this moment, Yifeng thought that in order to live comfortably as a prodigal son, it's best if the sect is stronger. It's not a bad idea to give some treasures to the sect. Seeing this, Luo Qianxing felt extremely heartened and repeated the word good 3 times. It's truly the sect's fortune to have such a disciple. Afterwards, Luo Qianxing gave Luo Wuming a knowing look. Luo Wuming, you're fully aware of the contributions Yifeng has made to the sect. As long as he doesn't violate the ancestral teachings, you have no right to punish him. Understand? At this moment, Luo Wuming acted like a submissive junior and quickly expressed his understanding. With this, Yifeng's meeting with the 5 great ancestral elder ended. Luo Wuming felt triumphant. Even if the great ancestral elder didn't say it, I wouldn't mistreat Yifeng. After all, I consider Yifeng as my personal god of wealth. Suddenly, Yifeng accidentally pulled out a golden silkworm star shining stone, attracting the attention of the ancestral elders who hadn't left yet. Yifeng laughed. It slipped out accidentally. It's just a broken stone. No need to mind it. Luo Wuming immediately started cursing. You rascal. You said you didn't have any star shining stones. Yifeng pouted. It's just a broken stone. Seeing this, the 5th great ancestral elder, being an artifact refiner, was very excited and approached Yifeng. No matter the cost, I wish to buy it. After all, this star shining stone was one of the minerals he most desired. However, Yifeng directly refused, even providing a reason. I don't have many of these right now. I needed to pave the floor of my hut's toilet. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Luo Wuming nearly spat out blood in anger. The ancestral elders were also so infuriated that they could hardly catch their breaths. Chuyunshan managed to squeeze out a smile and asked, Yifeng, do you realize how crucial this star shining stone is for artifact refiners? Yifeng responded, I don't know about that, but what I do know is that when I gather enough of these stones to build a toilet, it will be incredibly magnificent with its dazzling golden light. Luo Wuming was infuriated. You're gathering more of them? Don't you know that these are spirit minerals that can absorb tribulation lightning? Are you planning to hide in the toilet when you face tribulation in the future? Chuyunshan, however, caught on to something essential. You said you could obtain more star shining stones? Yifeng replied, yes. After building my toilet, if there are any leftovers, I'll give them to you. Hearing this, Chuyunshan repeated the word good several times, suddenly agreeing with Yifeng's approach. This left not only Yifeng bewildered, but the rest of the ancestral elders and Luo Wuming were also perplexed. Luo Qianxing quickly pulled Chuyunshan aside to inquire, Old 5th, have you gone mad? That's the golden silkworm star shining stone, and you're agreeing with him using it for a toilet? The other ancestral elders and Luo Wuming began to whisper among themselves. Chuyunshan retorted, are you guys clueless? Once Yifeng builds the toilet, can't we just hide in there and withstand the tribulation lightning? A single star shining stone can endure so much. Imagine if the entire toilet is built of it. We can just squat and succeed in crossing the tribulation. Isn't that better? Luo Wuming was stunned. Wow, is that really possible? And to think, with this golden toilet, we might not even need life-saving treasures for the tribulation. At this point, Yifeng felt a chill, sensing that they were plotting something unsavory. After agreeing with Yifeng's golden toilet plan, Luo Qianxing directly instructed Luo Wuming to ensure God of Wealth Yifeng's safety in the upcoming upcoming Heaven's Way battlefield. However, Yifeng expressed his desire to participate alone, relying on his own strength. In the Qi activation realm, he was an invincible presence. Luo Wuming tried to dissuade him. This is no child's play. Listen to the great ancestral elder and take more senior brothers with you for protection. Luo Qianqing pondered upon hearing this. Yifeng interjected, if there are too many people, my cultivation experience would be meaningless. Finally, Luo Qianqing agreed. Go alone, but be extremely careful and trust no one. Rest in the sect for the next 2 days. On the third day, you can head to the Heaven's Way battlefield teleportation tower. Yifeng had his reasons for this decision. Taking a large group of senior brothers to the Heaven's Way battlefield could mean he'd end up protecting them instead of the other way around in dangerous situations. Besides, if Yifeng did run into danger, don't forget he has the unbeatable godly wealthy guard squad. He was even looking forward to meeting this guard squad. After paying respects to the ancestral elders, Yifeng returned to his residence and found that several senior brothers and sisters were still there. They enthusiastically inquired, Junior brother, do you have any more of those enlightenment pills you gave us earlier? They were all astounded by the effects of the enlightenment pill. It was truly remarkable. Even though it might seem a bit shameless, they wanted to ask for a few more pills. Yifeng mentioned he didn't have many left. He originally had 90 pills, but he had already given 70 to the ancestral elders. Seeing the situation, senior sister Xia Tiantian quickly asked, can you spare just one of the remaining 20 for me? Just one pill, please. Meow. By the end, Xia Tiantian was acting all cute and coquettish. However, Yifeng still declined. I really can't give any more. I need to keep some for my dog. Even the great ancestral elder couldn't get these remaining 20, so you all should stop hoping. At this moment, they all remembered what Luo Wuming had once said. The junior brother is very extravagant, incredibly wasteful, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the pills belonged to Yifeng. They could only give up, feeling a bit regretful for missing the opportunity. However, Yifeng reminded them, why are you all so disheartened? Remember, I've given 70 pills to the sect. As core disciples of the sect, aren't those enlightenment pills reserved for you? Upon hearing this, the enlightened group immediately dashed off. The eldest senior brother, Chen Haoyu, thanked Yifeng and also hurried off to claim his pill. Yifeng was left speechless. Before leaving, couldn't you have fixed my roof? At this moment, Yifeng pulled out a glass of red wine and, with a touch of flair, mused to himself, the life of a lavish prodigal is just like this, monotonous, tasteless, yet luxurious. Even the system was surprised. Where did you get that wine from? The boastful Yifeng suddenly remembered that he had earlier gifted some top-grade spiritual stones to the 5 great ancestral elders, but there was no reward notification. The system explained, the ancestral elders do not intend to keep it. They plan to return it to you. Therefore, this extravagant action isn't considered complete. It's still ongoing. Yifeng was exasperated. Have they got rust in their brains? Turning down money? At that moment, Luo Qianqing walked in. Yifeng, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Speaking of the devil, Yifeng turned around awkwardly. Ah, great ancestral elder. No disturbance at all. Without waiting for Luo Qianqing to speak, Yifeng quickly said, great ancestral elder, please use the premium spiritual stone I gave you as you wish. Don't be shy. I have plenty of them. You're not here to return the spiritual stone to me, are you? Luo Qianqing responded by taking out the 5 storage ring and said, the Star Extreme sect doesn't need the spiritual stone from the disciples at the moment. Our reserves are sufficient. So, Yifeng, you should keep it. Yifeng immediately declined. While I may not know exactly how many spiritual stones this sect has in reserve, I'm sure that the total amount of spiritual stones in the entire sect isn't even a fraction of what I have. He then advertised to the great ancestral elder, if the sect ever needs spiritual stones, just ask me. I can guarantee an endless supply. Seeing this, Luo Qianqing decided to test him further. In that case, do you have any spiritual crystals? Yifeng looked puzzled. Spiritual crystal? What's that? Luo Qianqing explained. It's the primary source of power for our sect's protective array. The sect has been running low on it lately. While I'm testing you, if you really can provide some, it would be a great help. After all, while Star Extreme Sect is one of the top sects in the Xiantian continent, it has many enemies. Over the past few centuries, the amount of spiritual crystals we've obtained from the Heaven's Way battlefield has been dwindling. That's why I'm asking if you have any. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Isn't this another opportunity for me? Look, system, how good Star Extreme Sect is to me. They're like family. So, can I give them 100 billion premium spiritual crystals? The system couldn't help but retort, host, are you kidding me? 100 billion spiritual crystals would last the sect for centuries. 100 million at most. Yifeng replied, that's not right, system. The people of Star Extreme Sect are like my loved ones. We should be more generous. But the system remained adamant. Yifeng hadn't really expected it to agree. He was just testing its reaction. It seemed the system wasn't completely devoid of human sentiments. Guess I can banter with the system more often in the future, he thought. In that case, let's settle for 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals, Yifeng concluded. Seeing this, the system promptly dispatched 100 million spiritual crystals. At this point, Luo Qianxing had no idea that Yifeng possessed any spiritual crystals. In his understanding, spiritual crystals were exclusive to Heaven's Way battlefield. He didn't believe Yifeng could produce any and prepared to leave. However, the next moment, Yifeng stopped him. I have 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals here. Luo Qianxing was utterly shocked, his face a mask of disbelief. He started doubting his own sanity, suspecting he was hallucinating. He couldn't fathom how Yifeng could produce 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals. Even if one sold off the entirety of Star Extreme Sect, they couldn't amass so many spiritual crystals. But in pursuit of the truth, he probed Yifeng's ring with his spiritual sense. The next moment, he was flabbergasted. The ring was filled, end to end, with countless top-grade spiritual crystals. Witnessing this scene, even Luo Qianxing, with years of experience, felt his composure faltering. This ring's value surpassed that of the entire Star Extreme Sect by a lot. At this point, Yifeng successfully showcased his extravagance, earning hundreds of show-off points and an enhanced version of the 9-star sword formation secret manual. Puzzled, Yifeng looked at the manual, wondering what it was all about. Outside, Luo Qianxing was still in a state of disbelief. Yifeng, are you sure you want to hand over these top-grade spiritual crystals to the sect? His voice trembled. Seeing this, Yifeng chuckled internally. Truly, no one could resist the allure of immense wealth. He responded, of course, but I suggest the sect keep the protective array active all the time. Whenever you run out of spiritual crystals, just ask me for more. Luo Qianxing declined. Absolutely not. These premium spiritual crystals are too precious. Unless the sect faces a crisis, we shouldn't waste them like this. Yifeng retorted, Great Ancestral Elder, you're thinking too small. A mere 100 million crystals are just a drop in the bucket. If I can produce 100 million now, I can certainly produce more in the future. Just use them without worry. Luo Qianxing was nearly driven to the edge by Yifeng's flamboyant display of wealth and reckless generosity. Do you really have more? This time, Luo Qianxing's tone was deadly serious. Yifeng confidently replied, absolutely. The sect can use them as they wish. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxing made the most audacious decision of his life. From that day onwards, the Star Extreme Sect's 9-star sword formation would remain permanently active. Yifeng was taken aback. The sect's protective array is the 9-star sword formation? He then pulled out the reward, the enhanced version of the 9-star sword formation secret. Great Ancestral Elder, look at this formation I have. Luo Qianxing took it and examined it closely. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. It indeed is the 9-star sword formation, but an enhanced version. Though the consumption is 10 times greater, the power of the formation has also increased tenfold. Luo Qianxing looked at Yifeng with curious eyes. Great Ancestral Elder, don't ask. If you do, the answer is I don't know. Yifeng knew the elder would inquire about the origin, but he couldn't explain, so he decided to just silence the questions. Seeing Yifeng's response, Luo Qianxing didn't press further. He promptly pulled out an honorary elder token. From now on, you're an honorary elder of Star Extreme Sect. Yifeng was baffled. Why am I suddenly an honorary elder? The Great Ancestral Elder replied, not just that, you'll sit and stand on the same level as our 5 Great Ancestral Elder. Even if Luo Wuming sees you, he must address you as Elder Yi. Although Yifeng was intrigued by the prospect of outranking his own master, he quickly declined. He didn't want such a high position, understanding that greater status often came with greater responsibilities. He merely wanted a peaceful life of extravagance. Moreover, he was Luo Qianxua's senior disciple. How could he face Luo Qianxua then? Luo Qianxing, however, was adamant. Without giving you this status, how can the sect justify your enormous contributions? If it helps, only the 5 Elder and Luo Wuming will know of this status. It won't affect your regular life. Seeing Luo Qianxing's resolute stance, Yifeng relented but made it clear that apart from providing resources, he wouldn't be involved in any other matters. Only then was Luo Qianxing satisfied. Just then, Luo Wuming approached, inquiring if Yifeng wanted to visit the Beast Peak. He hadn't expected to find the Great Ancestral Elder there as well. Before he could understand the situation, Luo Qianxing burst out angrily. Is Yifeng also someone you can address so casually? From today on, call an Elder Yi. He is now an honorary elder of the Star Extreme Sect, holding a position equivalent to the 5 Elder. The next time you, old man, see him, show some respect. Luo Wuming could only nod repeatedly and then looked questioningly at the Great Ancestral Elder. How did Yifeng become an honorary elder? With a poker face, Luo Qianxing explained, his contributions to the sect have been immense. Even as an honorary elder, I feel it's a slight to Yifeng. Luo Wuming's smirk contributed a lot. Ha! His eyes seemed to see through everything. He then slyly asked Yifeng, Elder Yi, tell me, how much did you spend to buy this honorary elder title? Yifeng replied awkwardly, Master, Elder. Perhaps you shouldn't call me Elder. As for the price, it's 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals and the enhanced version of the 9-star sword formation secret manual. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuming was stunned. If that's the case, indeed, the title of honorary elder does slight you. Yifeng, not wanting to discuss this further, changed the topic. Master, didn't you mention the Beast Peak? Let's go take a look. Later, Luo Qianqing returned to his cave mansion in the rear mountain. The other ancestral elders approached and inquired, "Big brother, did you return the spiritual stone? We can't afford to lose that." However, Luo Qianqing just shook his head and sighed. The other ancestral elders were puzzled. "Why didn't you return it? Brother, have you lost your senses? We're not lacking that million top-grade spiritual stones." Luo Qianqing replied helplessly, "Not only did I not return them, but I also took some benefits from Yifeng. I really didn't want to, but he offered so much that I couldn't resist." Before the others could speak, Luo Qianqing immediately took out a ring filled with 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals and placed it on the table. Chuyunzhan said, "Just tell us how many spiritual stones." "Big brother," Luo Qianqing sighed, "it's not spiritual stones. It's 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals." Fourth ancestral elder Qing Xingfei shakily picked up the ring. 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals just casually placed here. She couldn't believe it. All four ancestral elders were shocked. Chuyunzhan's eyes widened. With these 100 million spiritual crystals, the Star Extreme sect could thrive without worries for centuries. However, Luo Qianqing corrected, "From today on, the sect's protective formation will be active forever, at all times." Hearing this, the four ancestral elders were flabbergasted. "What, brother, have you gone profligate too?" Regaining their senses, they questioned Luo Qianqing. "Have you gone mad? Is there another sect plotting against us?" Luo Qianqing imitated Yifeng's tone. "You all think too small. It's just a measly 100 million. If used up, we'll just get more." The ancestral elders were unsettled. How did this brat manage to make us feel like beggars in just one day? Luo Qianqing then rummaged through his bag, mentioning that Yifeng also gave an enhanced version of the 9-star sword formation. Both consumption and power increased tenfold. Even if someone at the peak of the tribulation crossing realms 9th level comes, if they don't die, they'll be severely injured. The elders were shocked once more. Meanwhile, at the base of the Beast Peak, Luo Wuming brought Yifeng there, explaining that inside these seal caves were beasts of varying strengths and numbers. The further up one went, the stronger the beasts. Yifeng, puzzled, asked, "Why seal them? Why not just kill them?" Luo Wuming explained that these beasts played a significant role, providing life and death trials for the disciples. If disciples wish to leave the sect, they must challenge these sealed beasts. If they can't even defeat the sealed beasts, they're doomed in the outside world. Here, they still have a chance of survival. The outside world won't be as merciful. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was eager to give it a try. He was going to the battlefield of life and death in a couple of days. Could he have a warm-up fight now? However, Luo Wuming declined. These beasts should be reserved for other disciples to train with. Given your strength, Yifeng, even a few hundred beasts of the same realm would be a breeze for you. It would be a waste. Yifeng persisted, expressing his desire to challenge a higher-ranked beast from the merging spirit realm. However, Luo Wuming pretended not to hear. "What did you say? The weather is so nice today. It seems that Master's father will not pay attention to him anymore." Now, his Prodigal score is only 2,810 points. He needed to make a significant move soon. A day had passed since Yifeng's visit to the Beast Peak. Today, he had acquired the corpse of a purple thunder mad lion, although he was unsure of the beast's ranking or how to process it. With his doubts, he approached his senior brother, Qin Haoyu. "Senior brother, how should I handle this beast's body?" Qin Haoyu explained that one could extract the essence blood from the beast using spiritual energy. However, the essence blood only benefits those who cultivate the body. Yifeng inquired further, "What constitutes body cultivation?" Body cultivators use techniques to refine their bodies, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, constantly evolving. Their combat power is terrifying, and the essence blood of beasts is their best cultivation resource. Qin Haoyu elucidated. With new questions, Yifeng asked, "What if we directly roast and eat the beast's body?" Qin Haoyu looked at Yifeng, baffled, and stared at him with a strange expression, not understanding where Yifeng got such quirky ideas. Despite his confusion, Qin Haoyu explained, "The more powerful the beast, the more challenging it is to extract its essence blood. If you directly roast and eat it, the power absorbed would likely be less than 1% of the essence blood. It's fine for lower realm beasts, but for powerful ones, not extracting the essence blood and eating it directly would be quite wasteful." "Do we have body cultivators in our sect?" Yifeng asked curiously. Qin Haoyu replied, "Yes, 5th ancestral elder Chuyunzhan is one. She is a body cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing realm." Just as Qin Haoyu wanted to gossip more about Chuyunzhan's past, Yifeng promptly left. He wasn't interested in listening to such lengthy stories. Watching Yifeng leave, Qin Haoyu furrowed his brows, wondering if his junior really had the body of a high realm beast and if he was truly considering roasting it. Yifeng then proceeded to the dueling arena. Upon seeing this, the surrounding disciples assumed he was here to challenge again. Some even lay down and surrender, thinking they stood no chance against against him. But Yifeng didn't plan on challenging. He jumped onto the stage and announced, "Let's not duel today. Help me slice some meat instead. I'll treat you all to a barbecue today." Saying this, under the astonished eyes of everyone, he took out the body of the purple thunder mad lion. The sheer size and weight of it immediately shattered the newly repaired arena. Witnessing the colossal carcass, the fellow disciples were utterly stupefied. Yifeng then jumped atop the beast. "Dear senior brothers and sisters, please help me slice it. I can't handle it alone." Hearing this, the crowd was thrilled. However, during the slicing, they encountered difficulties. The purple thunder mad lion was of such a high grade that their weapons couldn't pierce its defenses. Some weapons even broke upon impact, leaving the disciples almost in tears, mourning their precious, now broken weapons. Seeing this predicament, Yifeng sought help from his system for powerful weapons. The system lent him 100 daggers temporarily, but staring at the rusty, shabby-looking daggers, Yifeng seriously doubted the system's intentions. Can these really cut through? He wondered. Nonetheless, with no other options, he approached his fellow disciples with a bag of worn-out daggers. "Stop your attempts. Use my daggers to slice." Observing the incredibly old, battered daggers, everyone was skeptical. Will these actually work? But their doubts were soon put to rest when one disciple started slicing. The tough scales of the beast were like tofu under the dagger's edge. The dagger's efficiency was truly terrifying. Seeing this, Yifeng finally smiled in satisfaction, but then he noticed a disciple trying out the dagger on his own body, making Yifeng extremely frustrated. "Can't you just focus on the beast's body?" he lamented. But he had to admit, the daggers were deceptively powerful. "If only I could squander my points on these," he wished. However, the system rejected this thought, reminding Yifeng that the daggers were just on loan. They needed to be returned, or a hefty amount of his spendthrift points would be deducted. Yifeng was speechless. This damned system is so stingy. It seemed he would have to collect them later. With the aid of the miraculous daggers, the crowd quickly dissected the purple thunder mad lion. The roasted meat was fragrant and tantalizing. It was like an ancient-style bonfire feast. The disciples relished every bite. After all, this was high-grade monster meat, a delicacy they might only taste once in their lives. At this moment, about 10 miles away from the Star Extreme Sect, a figure broke through the air. His name was Luo Kai, a muscular man boasting 8-pack abs. He murmured, "Luo Wuming, I'm here." It seemed they were old acquaintances. However, when he saw the active protective barrier of the Star Extreme Sect, Luo Kai was puzzled. Is the Star Extreme Sect in danger? But it didn't seem so. He was the only one in the vicinity. Nonetheless, he headed straight for the 9-star sword formation. Assuming it to be as it was in the past, he wanted to test its strength against his own body. But in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. What the hell? Completely caught off guard by the enhanced power of the 9-star sword formation, a baffled expression adorned his face as he wondered, who could have upgraded the 9-star sword formation? Detecting the disturbance, Luo Wuming flew out, shouting, "Luo Kai, have you gone mad? Can't you see our protective barrier is active? How dare you challenge it head-on?" After hearing Luo Wuming's teasing, Luo Kai was so angry. "I come for you. Who knew that your 9-star sword formation has improved so much?" Luo Wuming told him to stop talking nonsense. "Hurry up and state your business." Seeing this, Luo Kai revealed his true purpose. He came to show off. This time he made a fortune in the heavenly Dao battlefield. He earned as many as 80 top-grade spiritual crystals. Luo Wuming thought it was no big deal. "Is that all? I'm leaving first." Luo Kai was stunned. "Is that your only reaction? Shouldn't you ask me for a dozen or so?" Then Luo Kai seriously asked, "Did your sect activate the defensive formation? Is there a strong enemy attacking? And who improved the sword formation to such a terrifying level?" Luo Wuming casually replied, "It's nothing. Recently, we just have too many spiritual crystals. We wanted to use up some of our stock. You should have felt the power of the sword formation. Even though its consumption increased tenfold, my Star Extreme Sect can afford it." Hearing this, Luo Kai was so angry. "You are showing off. How many spiritual crystals do you have now? You only upgraded a defensive formation. Look at you being so smug." Luo Wuming smiled slightly. "It's not that many. Just 100 million. That should last a few months. You look like you just came back from the heavenly Dao battlefield. Anything else besides the spiritual crystals?" On the surface, Luo Kai pretended to be calm and said, "Nothing much. Just wanted to have a drink and chat with you." But he was shocked inside. 100 million? Luo Wuming has never lied to him about big matters, which means 100 million spiritual crystals is true. Later, Luo Kai followed Luo Wuming to chat, but along the way, he smelled a delicious aroma. Suddenly, Luo Kai went crazy. He recognized the scent of the purple thunder mad lion. He then rushed towards the source of the aroma and witnessed the disciples feasting. Luo Kai was stunned. It really was the purple thunder mad lion. He couldn't believe it. Luo Wuming was also a bit surprised at this point. This purple thunder mad lion has at least survived 9 thunder tribulations. It's a terrifying beast that could ascend to the upper realm at any time, and now it's being roasted and eaten. Luo Kai was very puzzled. What are your disciples doing? Then, after seeing what was being grilled, he immediately grabbed Luo Wuming and questioned him. "You are roasting and eating such a powerful beast's flesh. When did your Star Extreme Sect become so rich?" Luo Wuming helplessly said, "Rich? Not at all. It's definitely that Prodigal Yifeng's doing." Just then, Luo Kai suddenly saw a terrifying terrifying scene that made his heart skip a beat. A disciple, only at the chi activation realm, held what appeared to be an ordinary black dagger, yet he was effortlessly cutting through the scales covering the body of the purple thunder mad lion. At this moment, Luo Kai was truly shocked. It was one thing for these disciples to openly roast the purple thunder mad lion, but that dagger that sliced through the lion's scales as if they were tofu, what kind of divine weapon was that? My old friend, your sect feels so unfamiliar to me now. Luo Wuming was also stunned. He had no idea either. No, he must inform the 5 ancestral elders first. Then he sent a voice message to the 5 ancestral elders. Hurry up and come over. That Yifeng kid is wasting resources again. And this time, it's the corpse of a purple thunder mad lion that survived 9 thunder tribulations. He's roasting it for the disciples to eat. If you don't come now, it'll be gone. Luo Kai, confused, asked, who's Yifeng? Why do you need to call the 5 ancestral elders? Can't you just deal with him directly? Luo Wuming sighed heavily. I wish I could handle it, but I can't. Not only is Yifeng the 6th core disciple of the sect, but he also contributed 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals and enhanced the 9-star sword formation. Now, he holds the position of honorary elder. Even I, Luo Wuming, have to address him as Elder Yi. Upon hearing the news, Chu Yunshan from the back mountain cried, and in the next moment he was furiously shouting, Big brother, do you realize how important a beast that survived 9 thunder tribulations is to me? Saying this, he rushed to the scene. Fortunately, he was stopped by the other ancestral elders in time. Impulsiveness is the devil, Luo Qianqing said, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? Such a high-level beast corpse is naturally important, especially for a body cultivator like you. It's probably more important than an enlightenment pill. Chu Yunshan immediately lamented. Now in our sect, we have only one such beast corpse, and half of it has already been roasted and eaten by inner and outer sect disciples. Hearing this, the rest of the ancestral elders were also heartbroken. No wonder Old Fifth is so furious. If it were them, they would react the same way. Let's hurry up and stop them. Chu Yunshan admitted that he was powerless. It was that Yifeng kid who brought it out. He wanted to share it with the disciples. We can't interfere. Luo Qianqing thought about it and agreed. After all, they had taken so many good things from Yifeng. They couldn't possibly take away the beast corpse too. This sentiment was echoed by the other ancestral elders. Besides, letting the disciples eat it would greatly benefit them. Luo Qianqing tried to console. It's just unfortunate for you, Old Fifth. Why don't we go over and have a taste? It's better to eat some than none at all. They hadn't tasted such a high-level beast before either. So, moments later, Luo Wuming and Luo Kai were already feasting on the dueling ground. The two were even competing to see who could eat faster. Upon seeing this, the arriving ancestral elders didn't know what to say. These two old geezers had even less shame than they did. Finally, as a drumbeat sounded, Luo Wuming ultimately lost. After all, with Luo Kai being a body cultivator, it wasn't surprising that he won. Thus, Luo Kai received cheers from the disciples. At this moment, Luo Wuming and others noticed the ancestral elders. They greeted them respectfully. After landing, the ancestral elders approached Yifeng. Little Yi, why didn't you invite us old geezers to eat with you? Yifeng replied, how could I not? If the ancestral elders are interested, then please join us. Luo Kai then teased, how can an old geezer like you be so unnoticed? And so, after an hour of digestion, the ancestral elders had a grand feast. Chu Yunshan even wanted to take away the skeleton. Seeing someone willing to clean up, Yifeng was naturally pleased. Then Luo Wuming introduced his old friend Luo Kai to Yifeng. He's a body cultivation expert in the 4th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. However, Yifeng was puzzled. Why was his master's father still calling him Elder Yi? It seemed they had no choice. After all, the great ancestral elder had made it clear. The two then exchanged respectful greetings. Only now, even Luo Kai started addressing him as Elder Yi. Yifeng laughed. Since you're a friend of my master's father, you're naturally my senior. Hearing this, Luo Kai felt like his brain was frying. Why do you call Luo Wuming master's father? While Luo Wuming addresses you as elder, your relationship is so complicated. Luo Wuming explained, this kid is my daughter's senior disciple, so I'm his master's father. It's a long story. At this moment, Yifeng received a reward for the lavish feast of the purple thunder mad lion. 200 drops of essence blood from the purple thunder mad lion that endured the 9 heavenly Tao tribulations. Yifeng wasn't quite familiar with the concept of 9 heavenly Tao tribulations, so he asked his system for clarification. The system patiently explained that when a cultivator or a beast reaches the peak of the Tribulation Crossing realm's 9th level in the Xiantian continent and wishes to ascend to a higher realm, they must endure 9 heavenly Tao tribulations, which are different from ordinary tribulations. Yifeng then understood, so it's another level of strength after reaching the peak of the Tribulation Crossing realm's 9th level. Luo Kai then excitedly approached and said, thank you, nephew Yifeng. Without you, I wouldn't have tasted such a precious beast. But I must say, you really wasted the essence blood of the purple thunder mad lion. Yifeng was a bit dazed from Luo Kai's enthusiastic patting. He took out the recently awarded essence blood and asked, Senior, are you talking about this? Upon closer inspection, Luo Kai confirmed, yes, this aura is right. This essence blood is refined from the purple thunder mad lion. Yifeng offered to give them some of the essence blood, but mentioned he would keep some for his own pet dog. Luo Kai was confused confused. Dog? Is that a nickname for your friend? Luo Wuming explained. No, dog is not a person. It's just a regular stray dog. It just swallowed over 2009 pattern clear mysterious pills and is evolving into a beast. Luo Kai was taken aback. What? A regular stray dog gets such benefits? Luo Kai found it hard to believe. Yifeng reassured him. It's really just a dog. Luo Kai was in disbelief, muttering, you must be joking. Seeing Luo Kai's state, Yifeng excused himself and left. Luo Wuming, seeing this, wanted to take Luo Kai somewhere to give him an opportunity. Luo Kai snapped back to reality and followed, but he was still puzzled. What kind of opportunity can your sect possibly have? Back at Luo Wuming's residence, he took out a pill for Luo Kai. Luo Kai was suspicious, wondering if it was poison. Luo Wuming reassured, if you weren't my close buddy, I wouldn't offer this to you. He went on to explain, this is an enlightenment pill. I bet you've never seen one before. Luo Kai was dumbfounded. Is this for real? Luo Wuming replied, try it, and you'll know. You'll thank me. Without hesitation, Luo Kai swallowed the pill. In an instant, his mind began to whirl rapidly. He sat down cross-legged, entering a state of enlightenment. After 20 minutes, Luo Kai woke up, visibly satisfied. Luo Wuming said, told you, didn't I? That enlightenment pill was given by Yifeng. Apart from the 70 he provided to the sect, he's keeping 20 to feed his dog. He went on to mention Xia Tianyu, who helps Yifeng and receives 9-leaf soul-returning herbs. Ignoring auction houses, he joined Luo Wuming's daughter's Star Soul Sect as an elder, and by Tianhong, sent to supervise his daughter, now completely stationed at Star Soul Sect. After listening, Luo Kai silently left. Luo Wuming was puzzled. We haven't had our drinks yet. Where are you going? Luo Kai was visibly upset. What's there to drink? Luo Wuming was bewildered. We're just chatting. Why are you angry? Luo Kai spoke somberly. I'm alone in this world. Besides you, I have no friends or family. I could have had a daughter like Luo Qianxue. Thinking he hit a sore spot, Luo Wuming prepared to apologize, but Luo Kai changed his tone. So you didn't tell me earlier about your daughter founding a sect. I've decided to join as an elder, to find a place to call home. With that, he soared into the sky. Luo Wuming was livid. So you're also eyeing Yifeng's opportunities? You really have no shame. Get back here. At Luo Kai's abrupt departure, Luo Wuming was absolutely furious. Who was it that said they'd never join any faction for life? Who claimed they loved freedom? Wishing to settle down now? Ha, I bet you're just setting your sights on Yifeng. Although Luo Wuming verbally ridiculed his old friend, truth be told, he also desired to join. If it weren't for his status as a master's father, he would have already become an elder at Star Soul Sect. Snapping back to reality, Luo Wuming remembered the matter of the demonic beast's essence. He must quickly inform the 5 ancestral elders. Meanwhile, Yifeng, out of boredom, started singing, only to be interrupted by a forceful kick on his door from senior brother Chen Haoyu. Chen stormed in, angrily questioning Yifeng. Little junior brother, I knew you were extravagant, but this is pure madness. Yifeng calmly responded, stay steady, don't panic. Look, my door's broken again. It turns out, Chen Haoyu had visited the scripture vault and found information about the Purple Thunder Mad Lion. He also got wind of Yifeng's extravagant actions. Yifeng nonchalantly said, I'm aware. Chen Haoyu was utterly defeated, realizing he couldn't reason with such a prodigal like Yifeng. It seems he'll have to adjust his attitude, especially for when they get to the Star Soul Sect, where he might just die from frustration. Without even a goodbye, Chen Haoyu staggered away. Yifeng was dumbfounded. He broke my door and just left like that? Unbelievable. My poor door. Finally, after patching up his door and preparing to sleep, the door was brutally kicked open once again, this time by 5th Ancestral Elder Chuyunjan. Yifeng, are you asleep? But Yifeng, resigned and anticipating the elder's intentions, didn't waste any words. He directly handed over 10 drops of the demonic beast's essence as a token of respect. Chuyunjan, with a hint of hesitation, accepted the essence, uttering apologetically, I'm so sorry for the intrusion. Elder Yi, I won't disturb your rest. If you need anything, do let me know. With that, he decisively excused himself and left. Yifeng, staring at his shattered door, felt no desire to fix it anymore. Maybe I should just change courtyards, he mused. After shifting courtyards, Yifeng finally enjoyed a good night's sleep. Come morning, it was time for new extravagant products to be refreshed. Opening his system, he saw mind-calming incense, a bundle of 100 sticks, made from the 10,000-year dark god black tree. The fragrance it emitted when lit had a calming effect. Training under its influence could double the effectiveness, but rather than considering its impact on his training, Yifeng wondered if it could help him sleep even better. Outside, Luo Wuming and the ancestral elders were staking out. Based on Luo Wuming's days of observations, Yifeng always seemed to take out some extravagant items to splurge every morning. Back at Star Soul Sect, early in the morning, he'd fed his dog with underworld sword and tent fragments. Later, on the way to Star Extreme Sect, he casually threw away a high-quality spiritual stone. And then, there was yesterday's incident with the Purple Thunder Mad Lion, which also happened in the morning. Luo Wuming seriously suspected that if this prodigal didn't indulge in luxury every morning, his mood would be off for the whole day. The ancestral elders unanimously agreed. Sounds about right. Suddenly, Luo Wuming caught a whiff of a fragrance. For a split second, he was entranced. The next moment, the great ancestral elder dashed forward, recognizing the aroma as that of the mind-calming incense incense, and not the ordinary kind. With a loud bang, Yifeng's door was obliterated yet again. As the incense burned beside him, a bewildered Yifeng regained his senses and shouted, "Do you all have a vendetta against doors?" The great ancestral elder took a deep breath of the mind-calming incense and, with an I-knew-it expression, looked content. Surrounded by the 5 ancestral elders and his master's father, Yifeng was utterly confused. "What's the meaning of this?" Luo Qianxing inquired. "Yifeng, what kind of spiritual wood is this mind-calming incense made from?" Yifeng casually responded, "It's from the 10,000-year dark god black tree." Luo Qianxing feigned calm, replying, "Ah, the 10,000-year dark god black tree. Not bad, really quite good." But inside, he had already lost his mind. After all, it was 10,000 years old. Yifeng looked at him with resignation. "Are you sure it's just not bad? By that measure, the 10,000-year dark god black tree doesn't seem all that special. It doesn't even compare to the other luxurious items I had earlier. Seems like it's being looked down upon by the ancestral elders." Little did he know, Luo Qianxing was just feigning indifference. This tree was incredibly precious. Watching Yifeng light it stick by stick, Luo Qianxing felt his heart shatter. Frustrated by the slow burn, Yifeng even brought out a fire tray to burn them faster. Luo Wuming whispered, "There are 100 of them." Luo Qianxing and the other ancestral elders were crestfallen. This was mind-calming incense, and he was wasting it. The anxiety and heartbreak drove them crazy. Everyone was devastated. After using the fire tray to burn all 100 sticks, Yifeng peacefully went to sleep. Luo Qianxing maintained a cheery facade, but inside, he was raging. Such a wasteful boy. He burned 100 mind-calming incense sticks just to sleep. Does he want to infuriate us to death? The exasperated ancestral elders could only leave, venting their frustrations outside Yifeng's courtyard. You can imagine the 100 words of complaints. After venting, Luo Qianxing finally sighed in relief. The second ancestral elder lamented, "Forget the 10,000-year dark god black tree. I've never even seen a tree over 5,000 years old in the heavenly Dao battlefield." Luo Qianxing added, "Moreover, I suspect those incenses were made from the tree's core. It's not merely about its age, but after all, it's Yifeng's possession. Out of sight, out of mind. I won't be coming back. I can't fathom where this kid gets all these treasures, making us all so envious. Let's leave. While it's a boon for the sect to have Yifeng, his wasteful habits are beyond words." With that, the ancestral elders resolved never to return. Seeing this, Luo Wuming tried to placate them. "There's no need for such reactions. If we can't change it, why not just close our eyes and enjoy the ambience?" Chu Yunshan immediately agreed. "You're right." In an instant, the same ancestral elders who had vowed not to return all gave Luo Wuming a thumbs up, saying, "Great idea." And just like that, despite their earlier words, several ancestral elders sat outside Yifeng's courtyard, immersing themselves in meditation. Yifeng woke up an hour later, incredibly excited. "I had such a good sleep, and I've used up all the mind-calming incense." Perfect. With that, after completing his daily wasteful task, Yifeng received another reward, 200 sticks of mind-calming incense made from the 10,000-year dark god black tree, which boasted intense fragrance. Yifeng was dumbfounded. "Is this damned system trying to play tricks on me? Can't I get another reward?" He was infuriated that the system had given him another 200 sticks of the mind-calming incense. Believing that even the great ancestral elders didn't value it, he felt the incense was undermining his reputation as a lavish spender. "I might as well throw them away," he muttered, heading out to dispose of the incense. But when he saw the ancestral elders congregated outside his door, he was taken aback. "What are you all doing here?" Luo Qianxing explained. "True cultivators practice anywhere and everywhere. The highest state of cultivation is to follow one's heart." Luo Wuming discreetly gave him a thumbs up, impressed by the great ancestral elders' wisdom. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng decided to get the ancestral elders to deal with the mind-calming incense for him. In front of the great ancestral elder, he casually dropped the incense and retreated to his room. The ancestral elders were stunned, staring at the incense scattered on the ground. Luo Qianxing even felt as if he had been reduced to a beggar. This kid just dropped 200 sticks of mind-calming incense without a word. What's he trying to say? At this point, Luo Wuming seemed to realize the reason. "Great ancestral elder, do you remember what you said in front of Yifeng earlier? You mentioned that these mind-calming incenses were just not bad," and his expression changed right after that. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxing recalled the incident. Indeed, that's what happened. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that? Luo Wuming explained. "He might have felt that your assessment of the incense was too low. After hearing your words, he dismissed it as worthless junk. That's why he threw it at us, to deal with as we saw fit." Luo Qianxing, wanting to clarify the situation, knocked on Yifeng's door, asking if they should handle the mind-calming incense for him. As expected, Yifeng's voice responded, "Thank you, great ancestral elder. Please get rid of that junk for me. Using it will only devalue me." Receiving the confirmation, Luo Qianxing's face broke into a mysterious smile and exclaimed, "Guys, let's go." Later, back in the cave dwelling on the back mountain, he began distributing the mind-calming incense to the other ancestral elders, with each receiving 20 sticks. Luo Wuming looked smug, hinting, "What about me? Where's my share?" He expected to be rewarded. However, Luo Qianxing calmly looked at him and said, "You get nothing." He then decisively threw Luo Wuming out. Luo Wuming was dumbfounded, thinking, we were all begging together, so why am I excluded? Even 10 sticks would do. Inside the dwelling, Chuyunshan pulled out a beggar's outfit, suggesting, brother, why don't we become beggars? Every morning, we can stake out Yifeng's place. No matter what treasures he brings out, we'll claim they're mediocre. The word begging might sound odd, but if it means getting treasures like this every day, I'd happily be a beggar. The other ancestral elders agreed. Begging does seem like a quick path to riches. Luo Qianqing knew these guys too well. They might talk about becoming beggars, but in reality, they were just concerned about Yifeng squandering valuable items. Luo Qianqing soon approached Luo Wuming outside the window, reminding him that Yifeng would be heading to the Heavenly Dao battlefield the next day. You must ensure Yifeng's safety, he instructed. Luo Wuming acknowledged the order. Understood. I will personally escort Yifeng to the Heavenly Dao teleportation tower. The following day, Yifeng woke up in high spirits and checked his system window, eager to see his newest acquisitions. He noticed a 10,000 set of second-class 9th rank Earth Prisoner Talisman, which could trap enemies in an earthen prison. To Yifeng, this seemed intriguing, definitely more so than yesterday's mind-calming incense. He decided not to flaunt it just yet. It might come in handy in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Meanwhile, Luo Qianqing stealthily approached Yifeng's residence. Today, the kid is off to the Heavenly Dao battlefield. I wonder if I can scrounge some benefits, he mused. This time, Luo Qianqing deliberately didn't inform the other ancestral elders. Begging, after all, was an embarrassing act, so as the eldest, he felt he should bear that shame alone. Unexpectedly, he bumped into the second ancestral elder, who even brought along a begging bowl. Luo Qianqing was dumbfounded. Old second, you're taking this a bit too far, aren't you? Why didn't I think of bringing a bowl? The second ancestral elder proposed. Big brother, how about this? If we get something today, we'll split it between the two of us. Luo Qianqing nodded in agreement. You truly are a good brother. Just then, he spotted another figure in the distance. Isn't that old third? He wondered. The third ancestral elder stepped forward awkwardly, holding a cracked bowl. Big brother, second brother, I hope you don't mind if I join in. The three looked at each other, embarrassment evident on their faces. They hadn't expected to all have the same idea, but just as they were reconciling with this situation, a slender, elegant leg emerged from behind a screen, causing the trio to blush deeply. What kind of tactic is this? Their previous understandings shattered. To their astonishment, it was the fourth ancestral elder who, in an effort to beg for treasures, had even employed the seductive tactic of dressing up in a tantalizing manner. The appearance of the fourth ancestral elder in such a manner left the other elders in shock. Old fourth, please don't do this. We're terrified. The fourth ancestral elder appeared just as surprised, saying, I hadn't expected all my elder brothers to be here too. Taking in the situation, Luo Qianqing scanned the surroundings, commenting, since old fourth is here, surely old fifth is around as well? The fourth ancestral elder responded, didn't he come early? From behind the courtyard, the fifth ancestral elder, Chuyunshan, had been waiting for a while. He was even more professionally equipped for begging. Not only was he holding a broken bowl, but he was also dressed in tattered clothes. Upon seeing this, Luo Qianqing exclaimed, old fifth, why are you going to such lengths? It's just begging, after all. At this point, Luo Wuming also stealthily approached, thinking, Yifeng always oversleeps. Today, I need to ensure he wakes up early. But as he entered the courtyard, Luo Wuming was completely baffled by the sight of the ancestral elders in such a state. The fourth ancestral elder greeted him coyly. Little Luo has arrived too. Chuyunshan even suggested, do you want a bowl as well? Luo Wuming felt like he was losing his mind. Are these really the ancestral elders I know? He quickly retreated, pretending he saw nothing. Moments later, Yifeng emerged, and upon seeing the spectacle, a loud what the hell escaped his lips. He was startled by the bizarre behavior of the ancestral elders. Observing their broken bowls, a myriad of expressions crossed his face. What on earth are the ancestral elders up to? Are they trying to test their emotional resilience? And in my courtyard, of all places, do they want me to judge who's the best beggar? As Yifeng's gaze moved from the youthful fourth ancestral elder to the beggar-styled fifth ancestral elder, and then to the calm and composed great ancestral elder, he finally settled on Chuyunshan. In front of him, he placed 10 drops of great demon fairy blood in his bowl. Yifeng was so moved by his own generosity that tears welled up in his eyes. I even helped in choosing the best beggar, and now I've even donated from my own pocket. Where can you find such a generous disciple like me? Soon after, he went looking for his master's father. On the other hand, Chuyunshan was extremely pleased with himself and burst into triumphant laughter. I knew this method would work. However, just then, a large hand grabbed him. The other ancestral elders, with mischievous grins, stared at him. Old fifth, we share both the good times and the bad. We beg together, so you can't just run off with the loot. Chuyunshan sighed in frustration. If he had known this would happen, he would have made his escape earlier. At this moment, Yifeng arrived at the main hall of the sect. Seeing him, Luo Wuming asked if he had encountered the ancestral elders. Yifeng innocently replied, I did see them. True to their stature as powerful beings, they are cultivating their minds and spirits by enduring the trials of a beggar's life. They didn't say anything, but I understood their intentions. That's why I gave the most pitiful-looking fifth ancestral elder 10 drops of great demon fairy blood. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuming almost choked on his own spit. Cultivating their minds by pretending to be beggars? They were actually begging from you. Who told you to have so many treasures? By indulging them this way, you'll only encourage their eccentricities even more. He sighed deeply but chose not to reveal the truth to Yifeng. He no longer cared about the direction things were taking. After all, it was all in good fun. Yifeng, impatiently, then asked, Master, are the other disciples ready? Where are we heading? To the Heavenly Dao Battlefield's teleportation tower. Luo Wuming, upon hearing this, drew out his flying sword and declared, It's just the two of us. Let's set out now. With that, he and Yifeng soared away on the sword. The ancestral elders, seeing this, felt a pang of regret. The kid's only been here for a few days, but we'll miss him. He probably won't return to the Star Extreme sect and will go directly to the Star Soul sect instead. The fourth ancestral elder then proposed, should we also head to the Star Soul sect? After all, the Star Extreme sect now has a constantly active protective formation. Luo Qianqing was utterly exasperated by the elders. Have you no shame? Not only did you beg, but now you want to chase after him to the Star Soul sect? Look at old Fifth, how pragmatic he is. However, Chu Yunshan was even more audacious, having already packed up and ready to depart for the Star Soul sect immediately. Elder brother, I leave the Star Extreme sect in your hands. I'm truly grateful. This act finally pushed Luo Qianqing over the edge. Releasing a terrifying aura, he roared, all of you, stay right here in our sect. None of you are going to the Star Soul sect. Those who defy me will bear the consequences. Seeing this outburst, the ancestral elders were genuinely startled. It seemed they had taken their games a bit too far. While flying, Yifeng expressed his confusion. It seems rather quiet along the way. I haven't seen any other cultivators or beasts. It's very different from what I've seen in the Star Soul sect. Luo Wuming explained, it's possible that the nearby cultivators have killed them all for practice. After all, the beasts of the Heavenly Dao battlefield are several times stronger than regular ones. A beast from the Heavenly Dao battlefield can easily defeat several normal beasts, and the same goes for cultivators. As for not encountering any cultivators, it's possible given the vastness of the Xiantian continent. However, just as he finished speaking, they were confronted by a stunning red-haired beauty blocking their path. Could the two of you entertain me for a bit? She flirtatiously asked. Luo Wuming's face turned serious. She's a powerful demon. I'll hold her off. Yifeng, you run. The next moment, the alluring demoness voice chimed in. Don't go. Stay and keep me company. She then launched an attack on the two of them. The demoness swiftly restrained both men. Luo Wuming, looking grave, remarked, as expected, she possesses the power of the ninth layer of the Tribulation Crossing realm. The demoness then proposed, how about a fun trade? If you present something that piques my interest, I'll let you both go. Not trusting the promises of demons, Luo Wuming braced himself to fight back. However, just as he was about to act, countless drops of great demon fairy blood flew from behind him, courtesy of Yifeng. The sight of the scattered great demon fairy blood left the demoness stunned. Furious, Luo Wuming turned to Yifeng. Have you lost your mind? This is merely a trick she's using to play with us. By showing such a treasure, she's even less likely to let us go. Yifeng, unfazed, replied with a smirk, it would be best if she tries to deceive us. I will cut her down myself then. It's just a beast. No need to worry. Luo Wuming looked at Yifeng incredulously. Do you have a trump card up your sleeve? The demoness, in the meantime, appeared utterly perplexed. If she wasn't mistaken, this blood belonged to a powerful demon that had survived 9 Heavenly Dao Thunder tribulations. She had only survived 2 such tribulations herself. How could these 2 seemingly insignificant figures possess such treasures? They must have a powerful backing. Realizing she was outmatched, the demoness accepted the blood and, true to her word, let them go. Luo Wuming quickly prepared to leave with Yifeng, but Yifeng hesitated. We finally encounter a powerful beast. How can we leave without witnessing the might of a great demon? Luo Wuming was on the verge of exploding. Would you please stop provoking her? Yifeng then took out 50 drops of great demon fairy blood, threatening, if you kill me, these will be yours. Luo Wuming felt utterly disheartened, thinking, what on earth is he thinking? What Yifeng was thinking was, I've never faced real danger, so I haven't had a chance to summon my system's godly wealthy guard squad. Now that we've encountered this demoness, it's the perfect opportunity. He continued to tempt the demoness. This is great demon fairy blood. Aren't you tempted? The demoness was getting increasingly nervous. Facing such a formidable creature, yet still being this calm, meant that this young man was no ordinary person. There must be a terrifying power protecting him nearby. She realized that if she took action, she would be doomed. With that thought, she immediately transformed, revealing her true form, a mantis demon. Seeing this, Yifeng was amazed. This creature looks so cool. Luo Wuming explained, this is the bloodthirsty mantis. It grows stronger with a constant supply of potent blood. It's a very formidable and tricky creature to handle. Having shown her true form, the demoness promptly fled, disregarding Yifeng's intentions completely. Once at a safe distance, looking at the great demon fairy blood in her grasp, she pondered, was I too cautious? What if they just happened to stumble upon the great demon fairy blood? After all, it seems unlikely they could handle a demon of this level. Shrugging off her concerns, she placed the great demon fairy blood into her chest, thinking, at least I came out ahead this time, no point in dwelling on it. However, However, just then, Yifeng, riding on Luowuming, came chasing after her. Seeing this, the demoness was dumbfounded. Yifeng urged his master's father to speed up, even taking out a spiritual stone without hesitation to recharge him. Luowuming was equally enthusiastic, restoring his energy and speeding up once more. The demoness was now on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Are you both out of your minds? I already let you go. Why are you chasing me again?" Yifeng shouted angrily, "Monster, don't run. Let's have a real fight. If I lose, you can do as you wish with me. But if you lose, you'll become my battle pet." The demoness was terrified and immediately tried to flee faster, not bothering about Yifeng's challenge. She even threw back the great demon fairy blood, hoping to get him to stop chasing her. At this moment, Luowuming said, "I can't catch up to her. Let's just let it go." However, Yifeng wasn't willing to give up so easily and asked his master's father to throw him towards the demoness. Reluctantly, Luowuming agreed and, with a powerful toss, sent Yifeng flying forward. At this speed, in a blink of an eye, Yifeng was right behind the demoness. The demoness was startled again and began to swing her scythe in desperation, asking Yifeng to stay away. However, the system judged Yifeng to be in a life-threatening situation. The next moment, the sky seemed to tear apart, leaving both Luowuming and the demoness staring in shock. From the crack, a figure emerged, tearing through the space. A powerful and robust man stepped out, commenting, "This place sure is noisy." At this moment, the imposing godly wealthy guard squad finally made their appearance. Upon arrival, he reported to Yifeng, "Master, I apologize for the delay. Please forgive me." Yifeng, who was holding on to the demoness, said, "It's alright. You came just in time." The guard then stabilized the surrounding space, allowing Yifeng to stand securely in the air. Yifeng asked, "Are you a member of the godly wealthy guard squad? Is it just you?" The guard respectfully explained, "For the current threat, I alone am sufficient. The guard squad consists of thousands, and the number dispatched varies based on the danger you're in." The guard then glared menacingly at the demoness and asked, "Master, do you wish for me to eliminate this threat?" The demoness hastily begged for mercy, saying, "Boss, I was wrong." Upon seeing the situation, Yifeng chose not to harm the demoness. After witnessing the guard's capabilities, he dismissed him, saying, "If she harbors any intent to kill, please come again." The guard bowed respectfully, replying, "It's an honor to serve you, master." Before departing, with a smirk, Yifeng turned to the demoness and said, "Now, you have two choices, become my battle pet or die." Without hesitation, the demoness knelt down, proclaiming, "Master, I will obey your every command." At that moment, a contract materialized. Yifeng couldn't understand a single word written in its arcane script. Luowuming explained, "This is the Heavenly Tao Blood Pact. If you drop your blood on it, you'll gain complete control over the demon." Looking at the pitiful and blushing demoness, Yifeng decisively bit his finger and let his blood drop onto the contract. He thought, trading a drop of blood for a battle pet is such a great deal. The Heavenly Tao Blood Pact resonated greatly after absorbing the blood. The demoness felt as if she were on fire, her body trembling uncontrollably. After enduring this torment, she was successfully subdued by Yifeng. Approaching her with concern, Yifeng said, "From now on, I am your master. My name is Yifeng." The demoness blushed even deeper at this. Now, Luowuming no longer needed to be the driver. As the two mounted the demoness mount, Luowuming asked Yifeng, "I know you come from the higher realms, but who exactly are you?" Unsure of how to explain, Yifeng said, "All you need to know, Master's father, is that I am the direct disciple of the Supreme Master." Hearing this, Luowuming didn't press further and burst into laughter, exclaiming that Luo Qianxue indeed had an excellent disciple. Yifeng, witnessing this reaction, felt mixed emotions, realizing that his master's father didn't mind his true identity after all. As the sun set, Yifeng and his group arrived at the Heavenly Tao Battlefield Teleportation Tower. The place was packed with people. Luowuming explained that even though the Heavenly Tao Battlefield was dangerous, each realm was an independent space, which reassured many. Because of this, countless individuals flocked to the battlefield in search of opportunities and resources. Hearing this, Yifeng figured that given his ability to take on 200 of his senior brothers, he must be considered quite outstanding here. To ensure his safety, he inquired if the godly wealthy guard squad could appear within the Heavenly Tao battlefield. The system assured him they could, as the guard squad wasn't bound by the battlefield's rules. Reassured, Yifeng smirked, thinking, "This system is truly impressive. Now I can explore freely." Soon after, Yifeng decided to enter the battlefield alone, leaving his newly subdued little blood to escort his master's father back to the sect. At this, Luowuming was ecstatic. He was eager to report to the elders that a demon who had withstood 2 Heavenly Tao Thunder tribulations had joined their sect. Surely, the Star Extreme sect would rise in prominence now. Before long, Yifeng entered the Heavenly Tao battlefield. However, the desolation in front of him differed from his expectations. Suddenly, he heard a voice from a nearby tree. "Brother, is this your first time in the Heavenly Tao battlefield?" Yifeng responded, "Yes, it's my first time." A chubby individual named Li Fei then jumped down and asked about Yifeng's capabilities, offering to guide him as he was familiar with the battlefield. Yifeng calmly replied that he was at the peak of the Qi activation realm's 9th stage. The two stared at each other for a moment and then, as if they were old friends, decided to team up. up. Li Fei mused to himself. Are you naive or just simple? You answer everything so directly. You must have a trump card to be so fearless. Yi Feng was well aware that this fellow, Li Fei, was trying to take advantage of him. However, with the guard squad at his beck and call, he wasn't the least bit concerned about his safety and was in the mood for some fun. Though, thinking about it, Yi Feng realized that since his transmigration, he hadn't killed anyone, which felt quite uncharacteristic for a typical transmigrator. Li Fei, buzzing with excitement, proposed, "How about this? I'll lead the way, and whatever resources we find, we'll split 50-50. Yi Feng, equally thrilled, agreed immediately. Li Fei thought to himself, I need to test his strength. If he's strong, we can team up. If he's weak, well, he can't blame me for what happens next. Li Fei then led Yi Feng to a pack of iron-backed rats to test his strength. There were about 300 of these rats, and their strength ranged from the 5th to the 8th stage of the Qi activation realm. Let's see what you've got, Li Fei challenged. With a sly grin, Yi Feng pulled out his Earth Prisoner talisman, a major splurge on his part. The sky full of talismans dumbfounded Li Fei. What the hell? Why do you have so many talismans? And they're all 2nd grade, 9th rank. Yi Feng looked back, puzzled. Why? To make things easier, of course. This move left Li Fei in a daze. At that moment, the iron-backed rats were in the middle of what seemed like a concert. The next second, they were bombarded by a rain of talismans, specifically Yi Feng's Earth Prisoner talismans. In an instant, the rats were immobilized. Yi Feng then delivered the finishing blow, wiping them out one by one as if playing a game of whack-a-mole. The scene left Li Fei utterly baffled. Is this for real? You used 300 expensive talismans just to kill iron-backed rats. Are you hunting monsters or just squandering money? After clearing out the rats, Yi Feng turned to Li Fei. So, brotherly, what do you think of my strength now? Li Fei was utterly flabbergasted. Ignoring Yi Feng's power for a moment, just the Earth Prisoner talisman alone was something he couldn't break without exerting his full strength. Are you here to show off? Why the excessive display of wealth? Li Fei muttered. As Yi Feng prepared to leave, Li Fei pointed to the demon cores scattered on the ground. Aren't you taking these cores? Even though they're from low-tier monsters, they're still valuable. Yi Feng looked surprised. Brotherly, do you really lack money that much? In that case, I'll leave these for you. Li Fei was dumbstruck. He was convinced Yi Feng was just putting on an act. You come to the Heavenly Dao battlefield and you don't want resources? I want to see how long you'll keep up this charade. Just then, a figure zoomed towards them. You two brats, hand over the iron-backed rat corpses if you don't want to die. Yi Feng retorted nonchalantly. Which gang do you hail from? Daring to mess with me? Finally, someone trying to rob me. I'll deal with you, punk. Yi Feng then unleashed another barrage of Earth Prisoner talismans. The robber was bewildered. Didn't you just use hundreds? How do you still have so many? But before he could react, he was trapped. After a struggle, the robber managed to break the last talisman. But as soon as he did, he saw Yi Feng clutching dozens more, smiling menacingly at him. Before he knew it, he was trapped once again. Li Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, glad that he hadn't provoked Yi Feng. Otherwise, he'd be the one trapped now. Eventually, the robber broke free again, yelling, relying on external tools is no measure of skill. If you're a real man, let me out, and we'll fight on equal terms. Yet, in response, Yi Feng thrust a sword right at him. You, a mere lowlife, are not worthy of facing me, Yi Feng said with unabashed arrogance. Seeing Yi Feng's suave demeanor, Li Fei was truly shaken. Damn, this guy's ruthless. I was fooled by him earlier. I thought he was an innocent and kind person, but this was all a facade. The realization made Li Fei's heart race in fear. At that moment, Yi Feng was incredibly hospitable, even handing over a bunch of Earth Prisoner talismans to Li Fei, telling him to use them whenever he ran into trouble. Looking at the talismans in his hand, Li Fei finally understood that Yi Feng wasn't just pretending to be rich, he was genuinely wealthy. It was no wonder he didn't value monster corpses. The guy just didn't care about money. Yi Feng remembered that the new day was only 5 hours away, but he still had over 9,000 talismans left. He had to use them all up quickly. Consequently, under their thoughtless throwing of talismans, they finally exhausted all of them, earning Yi Feng 1,000 points and 100 enlightenment pills. Exhausted, Yi Feng collapsed to the ground. It's so tiring to spend so freely. At that moment, Li Fei was smiling from ear to ear. He was truly grateful for Yi Feng's talismans. The profit he made in just one night wasn't even 1/20th of what he got from using the talismans. Li Fei surmised that Yi Feng must be a core disciple of a major sect and had mentally classified him as someone not to mess with. Regaining his composure, Yi Feng said, Little Fei, I won't let you work for free. Take this enlightenment pill and consume it. I'll protect you while you meditate. Li Fei looked at the pill in his hand, a dubious expression on his face. Is this a poisonous pill? But if I don't consume it, would this lavish guy attack me with a treasure? After some consideration, Li Fei decided to swallow the pill. After all, there was no benefit for Yi Feng to harm him, and if Yi Feng wanted him dead, he wouldn't need to be so elaborate. Clearly, Li Fei was no match for Yi Feng. The moment he swallowed the pill, Li Fei froze. A clear, insightful feeling washed over him, prompting him to immediately sit cross-legged and begin the process of enlightenment. Yi Feng protected him, ensuring no harm came his way. Truthfully, had Yi Feng not received so many enlightenment pills as a reward, he wouldn't have given Li Fei one. After all, he had plans to save some for his pet dog. If the dog knew of his intentions, intentions, it would surely decline the offer, not wanting the pill. After 20 minutes, Li Fei's enlightenment came to an end. Li Fei was a bit frustrated, annoyed at himself for wasting the first 2 minutes in a daze. He then promptly knelt down and expressed his gratitude to Yifeng, promising to remember this favor and help out if Yifeng ever needed anything in the future. Curious, Yifeng asked, "Which world do you come from?" Li Fei replied that he hailed from the heavenly fire realm. Yifeng was taken aback. He had never heard of the heavenly fire realm. He shared that he came from the mysterious heaven realm. Li Fei gave an embarrassed smile. It seems our heavenly fire realm isn't that well known. He had initially hoped that maybe they came from the same place, making it easier to bond. But, as life would have it, there weren't so many coincidences. After some time, the duo's attention was captured by some shimmering objects in the vicinity. Li Fei, who had seen much of the world, immediately took out his pickaxe, exclaiming excitedly, "Brother Yi, we're in luck. These are low-grade spiritual crystals. Looks like there are about 200 here." Li Fei enthusiastically started mining. Yifeng looked puzzled. That's it. He decided to give all the crystals to Li Fei. Li Fei, with a confused expression, asked, "Brother Yi, you don't want anything? Then why did you come to the Heavenly Dao battlefield?" With a nonchalant gesture, Yifeng replied, "Just for fun and to splurge. I have lots of precious items. The Heavenly Dao battlefield doesn't really attract me." Seeing Yifeng's casual demeanor, Li Fei had the urge to give him a good punch. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Brother Yi, if you're looking to splurge, why not go to the Heavenly Dao City?" Yifeng, looking intrigued, asked, "What's the Heavenly Dao City?" Li Fei began explaining. Heavenly Dao City is the most unique place in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. It's filled with countless treasures, resources, and cultivation techniques. If you have the money, you can buy anything there. It's truly a paradise for spendthrifts. And the city is governed by the laws of the Heavenly Dao, ensuring that there are no conflicts or robberies. However, to enter the Heavenly Dao City, one needed a Heavenly Dao token. I happen to have one, but it only grants access to the city for a day. Curious, Yifeng inquired, "How did you obtain it?" Li Fei explained, "I found it by chance in some ruins. Even though I want to go, everything in Heavenly Dao City is too expensive. I'd simply be wasting my limited resources there. Since you've given me the enlightenment pill, and I don't know if we'll meet again, I'd like to offer this Heavenly Dao token as a token of my gratitude." Yifeng asked him to wait a moment, saying, "I'm not someone who takes without giving. Here's a bottle of enlightenment pills for you." This unexpected boon left Li Fei ecstatic. He showered Yifeng with praise. Subsequently, Yifeng dripped his blood onto the token. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, taking him by surprise. With a loud pop, he vanished. Li Fei, looking quite pleased with himself, thought about how he traded a token, which was useless to him, for 13 enlightenment pills. What a great deal! Elsewhere, Yifeng appeared out of thin air. When he took in his surroundings, he was astounded. The so-called Heavenly Dao City resembled a modern city. If not for the ancient-style clothing of the people around, Yifeng would have thought he'd returned to his ancestral planet. He felt elated, as this modern-looking Heavenly Dao City felt like home. However, his chi activation realm cultivation seemed to be looked down upon by the practitioners around him. They wondered what use a chi activation realm cultivator would have in such a place. Suddenly, Yifeng heard an argument nearby. Turning, he saw two practitioners who looked strikingly like super scions from another world, bickering. Yifeng was confused. Wasn't the Heavenly Dao City supposed to be free from conflicts? A nearby man explained, "They aren't actually fighting, they're just having a heated argument." Looking at the man, who leaned against a sedan, Yifeng asked, "Who might you be?" The man grinned, "Need a ride? Starting at 5 Heavenly Dao points." Yifeng realized, "So you're a cab driver?" Yifeng, perplexed, inquired, "What are these Heavenly Dao points?" The driver looked exasperated. "You don't know what Heavenly Dao points are? Are you new here? What a waste of my time." With that, he drove off. Annoyed, Yifeng muttered, "Was just asking a simple question. Why so temperamental?" He then headed to the Heavenly Dao Bank, assuming it's where he could exchange for Heavenly Dao points. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted. Yifeng asked if they had Heavenly Dao points. A staff member named Money Tiger instantly recognized Yifeng as a newcomer but didn't look down on him. He patiently explained that in Heavenly Dao City, one top-grade spiritual crystal can be exchanged for a Heavenly Dao point, and all expenses in the city require these points. Yifeng was surprised. "That's cheap. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Noticing Money Tiger's name tag, he saw that the attendant was from the water spirit realm and was a powerful practitioner of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Money Tiger felt a bit awkward. A cultivator of the Tribulation Crossing realm serving a chi activation realm newcomer might be laughable to others. However, working here allowed him to earn Heavenly Dao points, and working hours didn't count against the duration of his Heavenly Dao token, making it acceptable. Yifeng, puzzled, remarked, "Aren't you wasting your time here then?" Money Tiger looked distressed. "Do you even know how to speak properly?" Unaware of the offense his words may have caused, Yifeng prodded further, "Don't you need to cultivate? And are spiritual crystals hard to obtain in the Heavenly Dao battlefield?" His words felt like 3 consecutive blows, leaving Money Tiger speechless. Although irritated, Money Tiger suppressed his anger, intending to send Yifeng away as soon as possible. However, Yifeng halted him. "Wait a moment." Money Tiger braced himself, expecting trouble. To his astonishment, Yifeng pulled out a ring containing a staggering 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals, asking him to exchange them all for heavenly Tao points. Money Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief and greed. Instantly, his demeanor changed, and he eagerly began the exchange process. Yifeng mused, "This world is getting more and more interesting. I should get a few more heavenly Tao tokens next time and bring my beautiful master here to enjoy the city." Imagining the pairing of handsome men and beautiful women, he envisioned a delightful scene. Just then, Money Tiger zipped over in a flash, holding a processed card in his hand. The speed stunned Yifeng, trying to leave a lasting impression on Yifeng, whom he perceived as a god of wealth. Money Tiger offered to answer any questions Yifeng might have. However, Yifeng, uninterested, responded, "No need. I see you're busy, so I won't bother you." Money Tiger was filled with regret, internally crying out, "Don't leave, god of wealth." Afterwards, Yifeng headed to an entertainment spot. The modern architecture around him seamlessly blended with the surroundings. He felt that heavenly Tao City might have been the work of a traveler or someone from another world, given its modern vibe. Coming across a machine that promised merchandise of a popular idol upon participation, Yifeng was tempted, but the moment he decided to participate, a rift suddenly opened behind him, sucking him in. The only thing left in his spot was a piece of merchandise on the ground. It turned out that Yifeng's heavenly Tao token had expired, sending him back to his original location in the heavenly Tao battlefield. Feeling annoyed, Yifeng exclaimed, "It was supposed to last a day. Li Fei, you deceiving bastard. Why did it only last half a day? Damn it, I didn't even get my merchandise." Recalling Li Fei's mention that the token was found in some ruins, Yifeng deduced that such tokens could probably only be found there. He resolved to settle the score with Li Fei if they ever met again. Meanwhile, at another location, Li Fei sneezed, completely unaware he was being cursed by Yifeng. At the entrance of the Star Extreme Sect, an elder dressed in a red robe stood, gazing at the activated 9-star sword formation with amazement. He couldn't understand why the Star Extreme Sect had its Sect protecting formation activated in broad daylight. Before long, Luo Qianxing approached. Seeing the red-robed elder, he laughed. "You old fellow, what brings you here?" Hearing Luo Qianxing's query, the red-robed elder sighed deeply, struggling to find the words to answer. For 30 full years, he had been in the heavenly Tao battlefield and had unexpectedly obtained a heavenly Tao token. After using it, he worked in the heavenly Tao city for those 30 years. Through extreme thriftiness, he finally purchased 2 defensive artifacts capable of withstanding the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. However, upon returning to the heavenly Tao battlefield, he found that only a second had passed in the outside world. He had come to explain this unbelievable occurrence to his old friend, but the story was so bizarre, he wasn't sure how to begin. Luo Qianxing gestured for him to enter, saying, "Come in, stop dawdling outside." As they were entering, Bai Gang seemed to sense something and asked Luo Qianxing, "The spiritual crystals your sect uses to maintain its protective array, are they top-grade spiritual crystals?" Seeing the astonishment on Bai Gang's face, Luo Qianxing wore a smug expression. "Correct, we use top-grade spiritual crystals to sustain the sect's protective formation. I bet you've never seen any. I'll give you a few later." Bai Gang, enraged, landed a punch on Luo Qianxing. "Have you gone mad? We've been in the heavenly Tao battlefield for so many years. Have you ever come across a top-grade spiritual crystal? Even low-quality spiritual crystals are sufficient. How could you waste the top-grade ones? Do you even know their true value?" Luo Qianxing, rubbing his swelling cheek, replied defensively, "Was it necessary to be so aggressive?" Bai Gang then revealed the 2 defensive treasures. These 2 mini towers are incredibly powerful defensive artifacts. Each one can withstand a heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. With them, I can endure up to the 7th heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. This powerful treasure cost me over 3 million top-grade spiritual crystals. However, Luo Qianxing, familiar with Shen-Tian continent, dismissed his claims. Where in the world is there an artifact that can withstand the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation? That's pure nonsense. Hearing this, Bai Gang slapped Luo Qianxing again. "What do you know? Do you even know that in the heavenly Tao battlefield, there's an item called the heavenly Tao token? With it, you can enter the mysterious heavenly Tao city. There, as long as you have top-grade spiritual crystals, you're king. Even those on the verge of ascension have to bow and scrape before you." Luo Qianxing, somewhat in disbelief, replied, having spent numerous years in the heavenly Tao battlefield himself, "So, in heavenly Tao city, top-grade spiritual crystals are the common currency?" Bai Gang confirmed, "That's right. If you don't have top-grade spiritual crystals, you can work there. I worked in that city for a full 30 years to earn just over 3 million top-grade spiritual crystals, and when I returned, only a second had passed in the outside world." Thinking of his hard labor days in the heavenly Tao city, Bai Gang couldn't help but shed tears. Hearing the certain tone of his old friend, Luo Qianxing immediately packed up the remaining 90 million plus top-grade spiritual crystals from his sect and asked Bai Gang to accompany him, intending to splurge in heavenly Tao city. But Bai Gang said, "It's not possible. You need the heavenly Tao token to enter." Luo Qianxing hadn't expected this twist, lamenting, "So much money and nowhere to spend. What a loss. What should I do with these 90 million spiritual crystals?" Upon hearing this, Bai Gang exclaimed, "What the hell? Where did you get so many top-grade spiritual crystals from?" Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Li Fei was strolling along. For some reason, he felt like he was hearing things. Why did it sound like Yifeng's voice? Just then, a loud call of Li Fei echoed, confirming to Li Fei that it was Yifeng calling out to him. Turning around, he saw Yifeng rushing towards him. Li Fei greeted with a big smile. Brother Yi, I've missed you so much. However, Yifeng's expression was filled with anger. Good, stand right there and wait for me. Li Fei was puzzled. What's going on? I don't think I've offended Brother Yi. Unaware of the impending danger, Li Fei greeted Yifeng with joy, only to be met with a thrusting sword. Thanks to his agility despite his size, he managed to dodge it. Confused, he asked, why are you doing this? Weren't we sworn brothers who've been through life and death together? Yifeng, seething with rage, shouted, you fatso, I've been looking for you for ages. How dare you deceive me? The Heavenly Dao token only lasted for half a day. As Li Fei dodged and evaded, he tried to explain to Yifeng, I really didn't know it would only last half a day. When I found the ancient ruins, there were dead bodies everywhere. Only one severely wounded man was still alive, and he was tightly holding the Heavenly Dao token. Li Fei paused, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I used some unsavory methods to extract information about Heavenly Dao City from him and took the Heavenly Dao token. Either he lied to me or he believed all Heavenly Dao tokens last a day. Hearing Li Fei's thorough explanation, Yifeng finally halted his attack. Fine, I'll trust you this once, you chubby rascal. Curious, Li Fei inquired, Brother Yi, what did you do during that half day? What kind of place is Heavenly Dao City? Instead of answering immediately, Yifeng posed another question. Does your realm have technology? Scratching his head, Li Fei was completely baffled by the term. Since you don't know what technology is, it's hard for me to explain certain things to you. But remember this, if you ever want to go to Heavenly Dao City, keep your top-grade spiritual crystals. They are extremely important there, and it must be top-grade. Just then, Yifeng noticed that today's luxury items had been refreshed. It was Death Sword Intent Fragment, 10,000 pieces. Another Sword Intent Fragment? If only Doggy were here. As he mused, Yifeng suddenly turned to Li Fei, casually asking, are you a sword cultivator? Li Fei denied, I don't want to be a sword cultivator. They have it tough, practicing with their swords all day long. Hearing this, Yifeng broke into a grin. You don't like sword cultivation, huh? Seeing the odd glint in Yifeng's eyes and his airy smile, Li Fei felt a wave of unease and swallowed hard. Recognizing the fragments in Yifeng's hand, he deduced his intentions, leading to a comical chase. Don't run, Yifeng shouted, and the scene felt oddly familiar. Brother Yi, please don't do this. I really don't want to be a sword cultivator, Li Fei protested. But Yifeng persistently fed Li Fei one Death Sword Intent fragment after another. Li Fei felt numb. He really didn't want to be a sword cultivator, but he didn't dare to resist, letting Yifeng continue the feeding. Finally, after the last fragment was assimilated, Yifeng has spent all his extravagant purchases for today. He had accumulated over 5,800 spendthrift points. Sweating profusely, Li Fei said, Brother Yi, giving me all these sword intent fragments, isn't it a waste? I'm really not cut out for sword cultivation. To prove his point, he swung his hand, unintentionally wiping out a flock of innocent grazing sheep with a loud boom. Stunned, Li Fei was speechless. He was far stronger than he imagined. Realizing the implications of this newfound strength, he grew anxious about returning to his sect. If his master discovered his power, he'd be forced into sword cultivation, ending his carefree lifestyle. Yifeng chuckled, don't thank me, Brother Li Fei. This is all part of your destiny. Your sword intent has reached its peak, and you could break through to the sword heart realm at any moment. Recalling how his sect leader, renowned for having the strongest comprehension skills in centuries, took hundreds of years to achieve the sword heart realm, Li Fei nearly broke into tears. If his leader discovered his current capabilities, he'd surely be dissected for study. Though bitter inside, Li Fei could only nod and thank Yifeng, but he remained puzzled. Why didn't you use them for yourself, Brother Yi? Yifeng replied with confidence, I'm not a sword cultivator. Why would I need it? Stunned, Li Fei retorted, if you don't need it because you're not a sword cultivator, then neither do I. I'm not one either. Yifeng then instructed Li Fei to unleash his sword intent. From now on, let's move freely across the second layer of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, he declared, promptly conjuring 10 huge 9 Radiance Thunder Lotuses. Witnessing the appearance of the 9 Radiance Thunder Lotuses, Li Fei exclaimed in surprise, this is the exclusive martial art technique of my Thunderclap sect. How do you know it, Brother Yi? Yifeng, looking puzzled, responded, so you're familiar with this technique? Li Fei remembered it very clearly. Having both lightning and fire spiritual roots, he had struggled for a month trying to learn this technique without success. Yifeng pondered for a moment. No one in the Star Extreme sect knows of this technique. They assumed it was a high-ranked art I created myself. It seems that the system's skill database doesn't just have techniques from the Xiantian continent, but from other worlds too. Excited by this revelation, Yifeng felt even more motivated. He then decided to hunt peak-level beasts of the Qi activation realm to complete the system's task of killing 100 beasts. Together, Yifeng and Li Fei began to sweep through the second layer of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, collecting numerous resources along the way. Any cultivator they encountered, sensing Li Fei's sword intent and the 9 Radiance Thunder Lotuses trailing Yifeng, avoided them entirely. No one dared challenge them, fearing they'd be obliterated with a mere gesture. Seeing the fearful expressions of other cultivators around them gave Li Fei an exhilarating feeling. Although he had been to the Heavenly Dao battlefield many times before, none of those experiences had ever been this thrilling. Anyone who dares to disrespect me will face consequences, Li Fei thought. Brother Yi, where are you coming back to the Heavenly Dao battlefield? We should plan to meet up. Maybe we'll run into each other again. Yi Feng responded, sure, but the next time I come, I'll be heading to the third battlefield. Hearing this, Li Fei was taken aback. Brother Yi, does that mean you're showing signs of breaking through? Are you planning to directly advance to the merging spirit realm once you're back? Signs of breaking through? What's that? Yi Feng replied smugly. Either I don't break through, or I shoot straight to the peak of the merging spirit realm's 9th level. Changing the topic, let's not dwell on that. The 5 beasts of the Qi activation realm's 9th peak level ahead are mine. You can take the rest. Without waiting for a response, Yi Feng directed his 9 radiance thunder lotuses towards the beasts. His spiritual energy was unleashed like an unending barrage, bombarding the creatures one after another like a long-range bomber. The beasts were defeated without even seeing their attacker. Stunned, Li Fei remarked, Brother Yi, at this rate, I won't even get a chance to act. And when he saw Yi Feng conjure another 10 thunder lotuses, his astonishment grew. Brother Yi, just how vast is your spiritual sea? Onlookers, noticing that Li Fei didn't use his sword intent or even hold a sword, were baffled. Some speculated that the beasts weren't worthy of his swordplay, thinking, who would have thought this chubby guy was so arrogant? One really can't judge a book by its cover. Exasperated, Li Fei exclaimed, I'm not a sword cultivator. I only have sword intent. 2 days later, Yi Feng had successfully slain 100 beasts of the Qi activation realm's 9th peak level and earned 5,000 splurge points, bringing his total to just over 10,000. Excitedly, Yi Feng remarked, finally broke 10,000. System, you see how this chubby guy has been running around for me these past 2 days? I think it's only appropriate to reward him. Giving him 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones isn't too much, right? Wanting to splurge since it had been a while, Yi Feng was eager to test it out. The system responded that considering the individual possesses the extreme death sword intent, the host's proposed amount was reasonable. At this moment, Li Fei spoke with a hint of reluctance. Brother Yi, I've been in the Heavenly Dao battlefield for almost 2 months. According to the rules of my sect, I must return to the Heavenly Fire realm. Your sect has such regulations about time? Yi Feng was somewhat puzzled by this. Li Fei explained, if someone doesn't return after 2 months, the sect assumes they've died outside. Most sects in various realms have similar rules. Understanding this, Yi Feng didn't insist on Li Fei staying. He then handed over 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones to him. You've worked hard these past few days. Take these spiritual stones. We'll meet again if fate allows. With that, he waved goodbye. Watching Yi Feng's departing figure, Li Fei made a fist salute, his expression filled with gratitude. Brother Yi, you are my savior. Until our paths cross again. Yi Feng felt a pang of emotion. After spending time together, he was now alone again. Due to his successful splurging, the system rewarded him with 10,000 fragments of death sword intent. Why are you giving me these now that the chubby guy has left? Yi Feng lamented. Even if I were to splurge with these system rewards, I won't earn any splurge points. I guess I'll have to use them myself. With that thought, he began integrating the fragments. However, not far from Yi Feng, about a few hundred meters away, a group of cultivators had gathered. Seeing that the chubby sword cultivator was gone, they started to harbor ill intentions towards Yi Feng. Coupled with the fact that Yi Feng hadn't been seen replenishing his spiritual energy for days, they assumed that he was out of energy. A young man with white hair, displaying a sinister expression, proposed to the gathered cultivators, regardless of which realm's genius he hails from, many of us are ordinary cultivators. Now we have a golden opportunity to slay such a genius. Would you truly want to miss it? The gathered crowd felt a jolt of excitement. An opportunity to kill a prodigy like Yi Feng was tempting. Denying any interest would be a lie. In a decisive tone, the white-haired young man questioned, to kill or not to kill? This opportunity won't present itself again. When the crowd heard the words of the white-haired youth, excitement was evident on their faces as they made their decision. As hundreds of cultivators charged toward him, Yi Feng wasn't surprised. On the contrary, he felt they took their time. By now, he had already integrated all the sword intent fragments. It was a perfect time to demonstrate the ultimate sword intent. Yi Feng began stretching, puzzling the attackers. But in the next instant, an overwhelming sword intent emanated from Yi Feng, with the terrifying aura of death sweeping around. As this suffocating death aura enveloped them, fear painted every face. They realized he had sword intent. Everyone wanted to flee, but the oppressive aura paralyzed them, leaving them without the will to fight back. The white-haired youth was dumbfounded and began to regret his decision. Do you wish to kill me? Yi Feng's voice, cold and detached, pierced the silence. Behind him, a series of 9 radiance thunder lotus flowers began forming. Although the white-haired youth attempted to rally his troops, he was met with scorn from his allies. Soon, hundreds of thunder lotus flowers gathered around Yi Feng. It's too late to run now, said Yi Feng with a chilling tone. Then, under the fearful gazes of the attackers, the thunder lotus flowers struck. In that moment, Yi Feng was like a god, an unstoppable force. Looking at the bodies strewn across the ground, he didn't show much emotion. This was was the fantastical world he knew. He might be a spendthrift, but he certainly wasn't a saint. If they were enemies, then death was their fate. Dragon Fist, are you from the mysterious heaven realm? As Yifeng was about to leave, a youthful voice halted him. Turning, he asked who she was. A cute-looking little girl came into view. My name is Luo Yaoyao from the 10,000 Flower Valley. You seem to have a hard fight just now. The little girl giggled. Yet, Yifeng's response was simply, never heard of it. Luo Yaoyao huffed. Are you really from the mysterious heaven realm? Which insignificant sect do you belong to? And you didn't even mention your name, whereas I told you mine. Yifeng didn't feel like entertaining her antics. Why should I tell you anything? He retorted, then turned to leave. However, Luo Yaoyao seemed determined to follow him, bombarding him with questions. Could it be that you're an independent cultivator without a sect? What are you looking for in the heavenly Dao battlefield? You can ask me. I might know something. She kept chattering. In warning, Yifeng snapped. If you don't leave, I'll have to kill you. Yet Luo Yaoyao remained undeterred and brimming with confidence. I am at the peak of the original spirit realm's 9th level, but I've suppressed my cultivation using a secret treasure. If you lay a hand on me, dear average brother, you'll die. Yifeng was taken aback by her claim. He discreetly inquired from his system, is what this little girl saying true? Is there really a treasure that can deceive the heavenly Dao battlefield? The system swiftly replied, confirming her statement and pointing out the treasure as the purple hairpin on her head. Yifeng's surprise was evident. How old is she? To have the cultivation of the original spirit realm's 9th level peak at her age. She's as strong as my master, Luo Qianxue. After pondering for a while, he introduced himself. I'm Yifeng from the Star Soul Sect. Now that you know what you wanted, stop bothering me. Luo Yaoyao giggled in response. Never heard of it. What kind of average sect is that? But your name does sound nice. Actually, I was just trying to scare you earlier. I don't really have the original spirit realm's 9th level peak cultivation. Yifeng felt exasperated. Not again, he thought. Looking back at her, he challenged. If you're telling the truth, throw away the hairpin. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Luo Yaoyao's expression changed. How did he figure out about the hairpin? It never slipped off, nor did it leak any spiritual energy. Perhaps I've underestimated him, she thought. I've never heard of the Star Soul Sect you mentioned, so it must be some minor sect. I was actually interested in your talent and wanted you to join the Star Extreme Sect. You've heard of Star Extreme Sect, right? Yifeng paused upon hearing this. As Luo Yaoyao continued to make her proposition, she said, if you switch to Star Extreme Sect, I can assure you'll become a core disciple. She had her own calculations. The man in front of her had a 4-element spiritual root, an incredibly vast spiritual sea within him, high comprehension skills, and was on the verge of breaking into the Sword Heart realm. In the future, he might even rank in the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon list. She believed he was too valuable a talent to let go. Yifeng, connecting some dots, suddenly asked, do you know Luo Qianxue? At this, Luo Yaoyao looked surprised. You know my sister? Meanwhile, far away at Star Soul Sect, Luo Qianxue sneezed. Why do I feel like someone's talking about me today? Both Yifeng and Luo Yaoyao were taken aback by the sudden revelation. An exasperated "oh my god" escaped Yifeng's lips. If Luo Qianxue is my master, then doesn't that make you my junior master? You're my sister's disciple. So, Star Soul Sect is a sect founded by my sister? Not just Yifeng, but even Luo Yaoyao was flabbergasted. 10 minutes later, after Yifeng explained the situation, Luo Yaoyao was astounded once more. How can someone be my sister's personal core disciple, and also a core disciple and honorary elder of Star Extreme Sect? Should I call you Junior or Elder Yi? Yifeng chuckled mischievously. Let's stick to our own terms. I'll call you Junior Master, and you call me Elder. I don't want to, protested Luo Yaoyao. Ignoring her protest, Yifeng cheekily advanced and said, Junior Master, let this elder pinch your cheeks. Seeing the fiery look in her eyes, Yifeng felt quite satisfied. He pondered over what to gift his junior master on their first meeting. Giving spiritual stones seemed too plain. While the enlightenment pill was an option, it felt too casual, like giving candy. Should he gift the golden silkworm star shining stone, or the 9-leaf soul returning herb, or perhaps the essence blood of the purple thunder mad lion? Recalling the treasures he possessed, Yifeng looked at Luo Yaoyao and asked directly, Junior Master, are you a body cultivator? Yes, I am. How did you find out? Surprised. It seemed to her that Yifeng had a knack for uncovering her secrets. Just wait, she threatened. I'll tell my sister about this and get justice. However, her words trailed off when she saw the beast essence blood in Yifeng's hand, emitting a powerful aura. Her eyes, usually lively as if they could speak, were now fixated on the essence blood. Yifeng explained that it was the essence blood of the purple thunder mad lion great demon fairy, which had endured 9 heavenly Dao thunder tribulations. He originally intended to give her a drop in exchange for pinching her cheek, but seeing her reluctance, he decided against it. Before he could finish his words, Luo Yaoyao dashed over to him at top speed, grabbed his hand, and placed it on her cheek herself. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh at her adorable expression. He handed over the great demon fairy blood to her. He then started pondering again. If his junior master is a body cultivator, could she also be a refining master? This quirky junior master might be a handful. If he didn't handle her properly now, he might find himself in big trouble in the future. Upon thinking, Yifeng clumsily dropped a golden silkworm star shining stone on the ground found. Just as he anticipated, this action caught Luo Yaoyao's attention. Her astonishment was evident when she saw the star-shining stone. Recognizing her familiarity, Yifeng asked, "Junior Master, do you recognize this?" She quickly nodded, affirming her knowledge. Sensing an opportunity, Yifeng teased, "Do you want it?" Luo Yaoyao's head bobbed up and down rapidly, showing her keen interest. However, in a playful manner, Yifeng swiftly stashed the star-shining stone back into his system space and cheekily grinned, saying, "I'm not giving it to you." With feigned indignation, she started pounding on his chest, but Yifeng overlooked a critical point. This little girl was a body cultivator. Those seemingly playful punches soon left him coughing up blood, looking as if he had lost the will to live. Baffled, Luo Yaoyao asked, "How did someone with your mediocre strength become my sister's direct disciple? And how did you get to be an honorary elder?" Putting on an ostentatious display, Yifeng replied, "Because I'm rich. I paid 500,000 high-quality spiritual stones to your sister for the title of her direct disciple, and I spent 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals plus the secret manual of the 9-star sword formation to buy the title of honorary elder from the sect." Hearing this, Luo Yaoyao wondered if her ears were playing tricks on her. "You can buy these titles?" Just as they were talking, a disdainful voice rang out from nearby. "Ridiculous. Have you ever even seen a top-grade spiritual crystal? You speak of 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals so casually. Do you even comprehend the gravity of such a number?" It was Huayuman, the Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley. Seeing Yifeng's flippant demeanor, she threw out a contract, challenging, "If you can produce 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals right now, this Valley Master will take you as her master on the spot. How about adding another esteemed title to your name?" Witnessing the tense situation, Luo Yaoyao quickly stepped in to clarify, "Elder Yi, my master dislikes people who exaggerate. Don't take it personally, she means no harm. And master, why are you bringing out the contract again? Stop causing a scene." Huayuman retorted, "I just can't stand his bragging." And Luo Yaoyao, "Open your eyes wide. Don't let these jerks fool you." Caught in a bind, Luo Yaoyao tried to mediate. "Master, he is the honorary elder of my Star Extreme sect. Please don't berate him any further." Ignoring her plea, Huamanyu persisted, "What if he's an honorary elder? I still need to keep him in check." Yifeng's expression grew increasingly stern under Huayuman's relentless assault. Turning to Luo Yaoyao, he said, "Junior Master, your master is being exceedingly overbearing. I cannot take this disrespect." With that, he produced a spatial ring filled with 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals and threw it at Huayuman. With a cold smirk, he added, "Good disciple, consider these 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals as a gift for our first meeting." With a scoff, Huayuman retorted, "I'd like to see how you're going to pretend." She began examining the contents of the spatial ring. At the same time, Yifeng's face-slapping maneuver was deemed successful, earning him rewards: 10 golden silkworm star shining stones, 100 drops of purple thunder mad lion essence blood, and 5 sword heart advancement fragments. Yifeng was somewhat taken aback. "So there are rewards for showing off and face-slapping? It seems the system has many hidden features I haven't discovered." As Huamanyu inspected the spatial ring and saw the vast number of top-grade spiritual crystals, she was left dumbfounded. However, Yifeng wasn't done showing off yet. "Don't think I only have those measly spiritual crystals." After that, Yifeng took out the star-shining stone, great demon fairy blood, 9-leaf soul-returning herb, sword heart advancement fragment, and more, leaving the master-disciple pair completely stunned. Furthermore, Yifeng started utilizing them right away. This item is called sword heart advancement fragment. If your sword intent comprehension reaches its peak, by absorbing the power within, you can break through directly to the sword heart realm. Saying this, he merged the fragment into his body. In an instant, an overwhelming sword intent erupted, signifying the formation of the sword heart realm. Witnessing this, disbelief filled Huayuman's eyes. Eventually, she admitted defeat and became Yifeng's disciple. However, she clarified that this only represented her personally and didn't involve the 10,000 Flower Valley. Luo Yaoyao was utterly baffled by now. "How did my master get connected with Yifeng? If Yifeng becomes my master's master, wouldn't that make him my grandmaster?" Huamanyu promptly offered the contract and respectfully greeted Yifeng as her new master. At this point, Yifeng received system rewards for gaining a new disciple: 100 strands of ghost enchantment grass, 100 branches of withered soul twig, 100 blooms of 5 poisons fragrance flower, and 100 portions of soul-burning bamboo water. Soon after, the system reminded him, "You should pass down the excellent tradition of spending lavishly to your disciples. Based on how much your disciples splurge, the system will grant rewards." Seeing this, Yifeng smirked, "I didn't expect there to be rewards for taking in disciples. And there are even rewards when the disciples spend lavishly? Then I should gather more disciples in the future to benefit from their spendings." Indeed, the system has many hidden features. The Prodigal Master has a unique way of teaching his apprentice. Faced with his apprentice's frugality, he is determined to teach the essence of being a spendthrift to his apprentice. At this moment, Yifeng has doubts about the recent reward. Why does the name sound like something highly poisonous? Is 10,000 Flower Valley a faction that studies poison? Do you guys recognize this? Saying this, Yifeng takes out a ghost bewitching grass from the system space. When Hua Yumin and Luo Yaoyao see the poisonous spiritual herb appearing in Yifeng's hand. They both exclaim in surprise. They had seen this item in their secret texts. They didn't expect to see it here. With ghost bewitching grass, their bodies of myriad poisons will level up. Hua Yumin, today you become my first disciple, which means you will be the future senior sister. You should know our sect rules. Saying this, Yifeng takes out all the remaining 99 ghost bewitching grass. Hua Yumin is stunned. How do you have so much ghost bewitching grass? You should know that in 10,000 Flower Valley, apart from the third valley master from tens of thousands of years ago, no one has seen it. Elder Yi, have you been to other sects as well? Luo Yaoyao asks, looking utterly confused. Yifeng says, consider it my personal rules, but I don't plan to establish a sect. In the future, my Prodigal sect's disciples will be spread across the entire mystical heaven continent and even across thousands of lower realms. Just then, the system appears. Due to Yifeng successfully creating Prodigal Sect, he receives 100,000 Prodigal points, activating sect-wide telepathic communication and teleportation features. I've worked hard to save just over 10,000 and didn't expect that creating a sect would grant me 100,000 points. The system begins to explain the telepathic communication feature. Any disciple of the host can communicate telepathically with the host, no matter their location. The host can also issue commands to the disciples. As for the teleportation feature, the host can directly teleport to the disciple's side. Each disciple can be teleported to once a day, with a maintenance time of 1 hour. Afterward, they will automatically be teleported back to the original location. Suddenly, Yifeng thinks of a key point. If the disciples I take on are from other realms, does that mean I can go to other realms as well? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Hua Yumin shows an extremely awkward expression. She doesn't even dare to mention the name of this second sect. Prodigal Sect? Saying that name out loud would be a joke. Yet, Yifeng looks at Hua Yumin very seriously. Hua Yumin, as the senior sister of the sect, you must fully understand the sect's rules. I ask you, what do you plan to do with this ghost bewitching grass after I give it to you? Hua Yumin looks confused. Is this even a question? Apart from what Luo Yaoyao and I need for cultivation, the remaining ghost bewitching grass will definitely not be used in 10,000 Flower Valley without Master's permission. I will certainly keep them safe for Master. However, upon hearing this, Yifeng shouts out in frustration, calling her foolish. What do you mean keep them safe? We are the Prodigal Sect. How do you not even understand the essence of the name? These things are meant to be used. What's the point of hiding them? At this moment, Yifeng is utterly exasperated and blurting out a big what the hell. At this point, Hua Yumin feels utterly despondent. She is the Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley, and yet she's being scolded by this young guy. Yifeng then approaches with the ghost bewitching grass, asking if she's afraid of its poison. Hua Yumin says that she and Yao Yao are cultivating bodies that can handle all kinds of poison, so the toxicity of the ghost bewitching grass is actually beneficial for them. However, Yao Yao is young and can't absorb too much at once. Yet, Yifeng isn't asking them to absorb it, but suggests they use it to soak their feet before going to sleep. If they're tired and weary, shouldn't they use a few to take a bath? If cultivation feels dull and frustrating, shouldn't they tear up a few to vent their emotions? It looks like you're not qualified to be a senior sister yet. I'll have to put in extra effort to teach you. Hua Yumin asks in confusion. If we do as you say, Master, 100 ghost bewitching grass wouldn't last for more than a few days. Yet again, she is reprimanded by Yifeng. If you run out, then you'll just use something else. What's the point of these useless trinkets? Both the master and disciple are stunned by the rare items. You call these useless trinkets? Yao Yao incredulously asks Hua Yumin. She remembers only reading about these items, which are all rare poisonous spiritual herbs and poisonous spiritual water. Hua Yumin is also dumbfounded. The books say they exist in the heavenly Dao battlefield. Even 10,000 Flower Valley doesn't have any in stock. At this moment, Yifeng proudly declares, these are for you to squander as you see fit. If there are good things next time, I'll continue to give them to you to squander. Also, the 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals I gave you before, make sure you spend them. Increase the treatment for the disciples of 10,000 Flower Valley by tenfold, by whatever resources you lack. And remember not to haggle. We, the Prodigal Sect, can't afford to lose face. But squandering doesn't mean being a fool. Do you understand? Hua Yumin is encountering this kind of situation for the first time, and she's been confused throughout the whole process. Yifeng truly has an expression that says, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. He then grants her the sect's transmission and teleportation abilities. After that, Yifeng communicates with her through his divine consciousness. This shocks Hua Yumin even more, as she thinks of the transmission ability as a divine technique. At this point, Hua Yumin starts to get it. I have to squander money. Go all out and squander money. Find all ways to squander money. Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. Seeing this, Yifeng's eyes light up. Yes, that's the spirit. Finally, you get it. Hua Yumin seriously tells Yifeng, Master, rest assured, I will definitely uphold the sect's principles and carry forward the spirit of extravagance. Actually, it's not that Hua Yumin has just come to understand, but rather she has always wanted to live lavishly. She was just constrained by her lack of strength before. Luo Yaoyao is left speechless by these two. How did the once penny-pinching miser suddenly become so agreeable? Have they both gone crazy? What should I do? Should I go along with them? At this moment, renovation. Yifeng is extremely excited. He seems to see an extravagant future without limit. In the future, extravagance needs not be many, but should be refined. And as for Li Fei, he can only wait for destiny to bring them together again, and then he will recruit him into the Prodigal sect. Yifeng then grins mischievously at Luo Yaoyao. The meaning is quite clear. Now, my status is higher than yours. Luo Yaoyao absolutely refuses. She won't call Yifeng her grandmaster. To win over Luo Yaoyao, Yifeng directly takes out 100 million high-quality spiritual stones for her, letting her squander them as she wishes. If she uses them up, he will give her 10 drops of great demon fairy blood. Huayuman also tells her to accept it. So, Luo Yaoyao reluctantly accepts the spiritual stones, stubbornly declaring that it doesn't mean Yifeng has won. Yifeng smiles knowingly. Little junior sister-in-law is really easy to handle. At this point, Huayuman says they have to leave the battlefield, as the secret treasure can only suppress their cultivation for 10 days. And today is the last day. Blushing, Yao Yao tells Yifeng to wait for her at the Star Extreme Sect, as she will go to find him soon. Seeing this, Yifeng says goodbye to them. However, at this point, Yifeng also prepares to leave. There's nothing left for him to do here. He realizes that his status is becoming increasingly chaotic. His little junior sister-in-law sometimes calls him big brother, sometimes elder, or sometimes nephew. What should his master call him in the future? Before leaving, Yao Yao makes a face at Yifeng. Yifeng can only awkwardly take it. Now with 100,000 prodigal points, Yifeng decides to return and first raise his strength to the merging spirit realm. Soon, Yifeng returns to the outside world, but he doesn't know where he has emerged. Meanwhile, 3,000 kilometers away is the location of the Star Soul Sect. Inside the main hall of the Star Soul Sect, Luo Chinxue is incredibly surprised. Uncle Luo, why have you come? Luo Kai immediately plays the family card. Chinxue, when you were young and needed anything, didn't I get it for you? I've been good to you, haven't I? Luo Chinxue nods in agreement. Luo Kai then awkwardly says, look, your uncle is old now and doesn't want to wander alone anymore. Could you arrange for me to become an elder in your sect? Luo Chinxue internally rolls her eyes. Who is the one saying they love the freedom of a solitary life? Old Xia also steps up. If you're looking for a home, why come to the sect master? Her newly established sect already has more elders than disciples. Luo Chinxue helplessly says, Uncle Luo, you're a fourth layer tribulation crossing realm expert. Coming to my sect might be beneath you. Luo Kai thick-skinnedly responds, I don't mind. Just then, a great demonic aura arrives. Everyone's face turns serious, thinking a demon is causing trouble. However, they find out that it's a group of familiar people. Luo Chinxue looks at them speechlessly. Why have you all come here? And who is that terrifying demon? It turns out to be several core disciples from the Star Extreme Sect. They say they've come under orders and will be staying at the Star Soul Sect from now on. Luo Chinxue is somewhat bewildered. Why have you all also come to the Star Soul Sect? Faced with the arrival of the core disciples, Luo Chinxue decisively rejects them. You all are the future of the Star Extreme Sect. It's too risky for you to stay here. If something happens to the core disciples, what will the Star Extreme Sect do? You should hurry back to the Star Extreme Sect. However, upon saying this, the room falls silent. Chinhaoyu states, it's not up to us. The sect master has told us, wherever the junior brother is, we will be too. Luo Chinxue pauses. Who is this junior brother? I wasn't aware of a new member joining. It's Yifeng. They reply, saintess, you might not know, but the junior brother fought alone against 200 disciples of the same realm and Star Extreme Sect. The 5 ancestral elders have named him the sect's 6th core disciple. The mantis woman steps forward, assuring Luo Chinxue that no one would dare cause trouble with her around. Confused, Luo Chinxue asks, and who are you? Though she doesn't know why the woman blushes, Chinhaoyu explains, she is the bloodthirsty mantis, an entity that has already crossed 2 heavenly Dao thunder tribulations. She's at the peak of the 9th layer in the tribulation crossing realm. Junior brother Yifeng caught her casually on the way here. With her around, we can ensure our safety. Upon hearing this, Luo Chinxue can already imagine the situation. She then turns to Luo Kai. Uncle Luo, you didn't also come because of my prodigal disciple, did you? Luo Kai stammers, unsure of how to respond. Seeing his reaction, Luo Chinxue understands. What on earth has my good disciple been up to? First, old Xia from the Tianyu auction house arrived. Then Uncle Luo shows up, and now he's even managed to bring along the 5 prodigies from the Star Extreme Sect. He even tamed a peak 9th layer tribulation crossing realm demon. What else is he planning to bring? Just then, Chinhaoyu discreetly pulls Luo Chinxue aside, informing her that she can't blame the junior brother. Although he is your personally taught chief disciple, he has now been given the title of honorary elder by the ancestors. Even if your father sees him, he'll have to address him as Elder Yi. Luo Chinxue is shocked. When did the Star Extreme Sect create this position, and how did Yifeng get it? Chinhaoyu asks her to keep her voice down. The sect master said that it's Elder Yi who bought the position, but we don't know how much he paid, and the sect master insisted on keeping it confidential. Luo Chinxue feels numb, wondering how prodigal her disciple could be. Just then, her jade pendant for mental communication rings. She knows it's her sister calling. Why do you have time to chat with your sister? A voice comes through the pendant. Sister, what do you call the master of my master? Grandmaster, right? Luo Chinxue's puzzled voice reaches Yao Yao. You haven't contacted me for months, and you're asking me this? If he's your grandmaster, he's naturally mine too. Luo Yaoyao grins. Well, sorry then, sister. Your chief disciple is now my grandmaster. I'm giving you a heads up in advance. He probably hasn't returned yet, so don't blame him. Luo Yaoyao seems quite pleased with herself, and upon hearing this, Luo Chenxua breaks her jade pendant in frustration. But Yaoyao's voice continues. By the way, my master, Huayuman, has also become his disciple. He's established his own Prodigal sect and took my master as his chief disciple. I'll be visiting with my master to see Grandmaster soon. Please prepare some delicious food for me. Upon hearing these last words, Luo Chenxua can no longer hold back, and a powerful aura bursts forth. She completely fails to understand how the Valley Master of the prestigious 10,000 Flower Valley could become the disciple of someone still in the Qi activation realm. My good disciple, what on earth have you done? At this point, Luo Chenxua has no choice but to accept the situation, allowing Luo Kai and several core disciples to stay. However, she makes it clear that she won't provide any resources or assistance. Seeing the infuriated saintess, Chen Haoyu quickly assures her that they don't need any resources, just to remain alive. Upon hearing this, Luo Chenxua instructs Old Xia to arrange for them. After everyone disperses, Old Bai inquires about what exactly is going on. With a resigned expression, Luo Chenxua replies, I don't know, the whole sect is in chaos. Let's wait until Yifeng returns. Old Bai decides it's best to help his young mistress calm down, thinking, after all this help, Yifeng, you'd better give me a 9-leaf soul returning herb. Meanwhile, in a small town, Yifeng walks along, shivering inexplicably. What's strange about this? Why is it so cold in broad daylight? He has inquired about the distance. It's more than 300 kilometers to Star Extreme Sect. If only I knew how to fly on a sword. It'll take more than 20 days just to reach Star Extreme Sect, let alone Star Soul Sect. I need to find a solution. Just then, he notices a fortune teller, an old man claiming to be the best seer under heaven. Most people, even Yifeng, assume the man is a scam artist. What they don't know is that the old man's actual identity is Elder Zhou Tong of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Though skeptical, Yifeng decides to have his fortune read to pass the time. Zhou Tong agrees, but insists that Yifeng treat him to a meal first. They go to an inn where Yifeng treats the old man to a hearty meal. After eating for half an hour, Zhou Tong is fully satisfied and ready to tell Yifeng's fortune, requesting a drop of fresh blood from him. Upon hearing this, Yifeng becomes even more convinced that the man is a charlatan, but he complies and gives him a drop of fresh blood. Zhou Tong takes it and begins his divination. A mysterious aura envelopes him, and after a moment, an alert appears on Yifeng's system. Special force trying to access host's fate. Antivirus function activated. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly thunder strikes Zhou Tong, numbing him. Yifeng is utterly astonished. This guy isn't a fraud after all. He even triggered the system's antivirus function. Impressive. Zhou Tong, now with a bald head due to the shock, looks at Yifeng in terror, not knowing what to say. Yifeng also feels extremely awkward, having accidentally scorched the man's hair off. I apologize, senior. It's due to some special circumstances of mine that your soul was severely damaged. Zhou Tong reflects on what just happened, puzzled by the overwhelming force that nearly destroyed his soul. He only intended to use the Heavenly Mystery's secret art to see Yifeng's fortunes and misfortunes for the coming month. Yifeng also feels uneasy. He can't disclose the system, so he just attributes it to his special circumstances. Stay away. Let me recover first, says Zhou Tong. Seeing this, Yifeng pulls out a 9-leaf soul returning herb. Senior, I happen to have this spiritual herb, which should help you recover. Upon seeing the 9-leaf soul returning herb, Zhou Tong is deeply shocked, but declines Yifeng's offer. This is too precious for me. Better to sell it to a 9th grade alchemist. He then earnestly warns Yifeng, if you don't have the power to protect yourself, carrying this precious spiritual herb could attract fatal trouble. Yifeng hadn't expected this. Not only does this old charlatan have skills, but he's also a pretty decent person. Since that's the case, I'll give him one as a token of my gratitude. Yifeng then hands over the 9-leaf soul returning herb to Zhou Tong, assuring him that he knows the value of the spiritual herb and that he should just use it without worry. Otherwise, I'll just use it to soak my feet. At this point, Zhou Tong accepts the herb and chomps it down in front of Yifeng, much like an old cow grazing. Just then, Yifeng's system rewards him. Due to the host uncovering 2 hidden features, you are specially awarded 10,000 Prodigal points, 100 9-leaf soul returning herbs, and 100 Heavenly Mysteries secret art enlightenment pills. Yifeng is astonished. These rewards for uncovering hidden features are quite generous. I wonder what other functionalities will yield. And this Heavenly Mysteries secret art enlightenment pill sounds extraordinary. Definitely not the same as the generic enlightenment pills I've encountered before. An hour passes before Zhou Tong finishes gnawing down the soul returning herb, and by now, he's recovered about 90% of his health. If those old guys knew that I ate such a legendary spiritual herb raw, they'd probably beat me to death, he muses. Hearing about the 90% recovery, Yifeng wonders if one soul returning herb wasn't enough. He then lays out 5 more soul returning herbs for Zhou Tong. Senior, if your soul isn't fully healed yet, please continue eating. Don't be polite. If you don't eat them, I'll just use them to soak my feet. Zhou Tong is again shocked by this. You'd actually use such precious items to soak your feet? That's absolutely insane. However, a moment later, the two of them embark on a foot-soaking journey. Yifeng opines, in one's life, if there's enjoyment to be had, one should fully indulge. Tong completely agrees with Yifeng's philosophy at this point. You're absolutely right. This is how life should be lived. However, he still feels a bit guilty inside. Eating the soul-returning herb is one thing, but using it to soak our feet is almost sinful. My smelly feet don't deserve this. Yifeng then asks about Tong's identity. Are you really an elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Why would someone like you almost starve on the streets? Tong confirms, yes, I am. I came to Maple Leaf City on a secret mission. You know how it is. Seeing that Tong doesn't want to elaborate, Yifeng turns to his system to check if he can uncover Tong's secret mission. Activating a new feature called Peering into the Heavenly Secrets, he realizes that the criteria for activation are met because Tong had just tried to peer into his destiny. Yifeng is overjoyed. I didn't expect to unlock another feature just like that. Old Zhou, you're my lucky star. To show his appreciation for Tong's inadvertent help, Yifeng hands him 5 Heavenly Mysteries Secret Art Enlightenment pills. Tong looks stunned. You gifted me 9-leaf soul-returning herbs to heal, and even invited me to soak my feet. Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? Yifeng grins. Well, I can't exactly say you helped me unlock system features, can I? Suddenly, Tong appears shocked as if he's just realized something. What did you call that pill just now? Yifeng explains that the pill is called Heavenly Mysteries Secret Art Enlightenment Pill, but laments, unfortunately, it can only facilitate insights into the Heavenly Mysteries Secret Art. This frustrates Tong. You call that unfortunate? Do you have any idea how profound and difficult to comprehend the Heavenly Mysteries Secret Art is? You won't even find one practitioner in tens of billions of people. Seeing Tong's reaction, Yifeng offers him one of the pills. Old Zhou, would you like to try one? Tong replies that if he says he doesn't want to, it would definitely be a lie. He then takes the pill and swallows it. Observing this, Yifeng grins and activates his Peering into the Heavenly Secrets feature to inquire about Old Zhou's secret mission. A second later, the system reveals that Tong was assigned by the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to find the future Heavenly Secrets Pavilion saintess. Yifeng is quite surprised. This is indeed a hefty mission. Should I help Old Zhou? As soon as he thinks this, the system releases a new mission, instructing him to recruit the saintess into the Prodigal sect as a disciple before Tong can. Yifeng didn't expect the system to have a knack for stealing people away. Sorry, Old Zhou, he mutters, as he asks the system to locate the whereabouts of the saintess. 20 minutes later, a fully enlightened Tong wakes up and looks at Yifeng expectantly. Young friend, how many more of these pills do you have? I can represent the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and purchase all of them. However, Yifeng declines. Although I still have some, I can't sell them to you. Puzzled, Tong asks, why not? Yifeng quietly responds, I'm saving them for Yiling Xue. Hearing this, Tong is shocked. How do you know the name of the saintess? Yifeng proposes, let Yiling Xue become a disciple to both of us. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can handle her training, and I'll provide the resources. Tong immediately dismisses the idea. It's not possible. A Heavenly Secrets Pavilion saintess cannot join other factions. Realizing that Yifeng has intentions of recruiting her, Tong secretly decides to find the saintess before Yifeng does. Yifeng is secretly delighted at this moment. Old Zhou has fallen into my trap, but he's kind of pitiful too. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion didn't calculate the timing right. Yiling Xue hasn't even arrived here yet. Old Zhou can only waste his time. Subsequently, Yifeng arrives alone at the location calculated by the system, waiting for Yiling Xue's arrival. It would be nice if Li Fei were here. I could get a back massage, he thinks, as Yifeng wonders what his second disciple in the Prodigal sect will be like. Yiling Xue appears in front of him, a beautiful young woman with an enduring elegance. Immediately, Yifeng is certain that she is going to be his second disciple. He can't help but feel sorry for Li Fei. It looks like the future disciples of my Prodigal sect will all be beautiful women. Li Fei is destined to be the junior forever. Yifeng then approaches Yiling Xue with a rose in hand and starts introducing himself. My name is Yifeng, and I am the sect master of the Prodigal sect. Fate has brought us together today, and I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Upon hearing the name Prodigal sect, Yiling Xue tries to suppress her laughter but ultimately bursts out laughing, making Yifeng a bit awkward. Yifeng continues regardless. What's the matter? Are you deeply impressed? Yiling Xue laughs again. Indeed, I am. I never thought someone would give such a childish name to their sect. Also, Sect Master Yi, it seems you're only at the Qi activation realm, right? Although strength isn't a hard requirement for creating a sect, I have to ask, what makes you think you can take me as your disciple? You should know that I'm already at the 8th level of the Foundation realm. Unexpectedly, Yifeng feels her cultivation is rather low upon hearing this, leaving Yiling Xue stunned. Yifeng explains, your senior sister is at the 9th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. The gap is indeed a bit large, but don't feel too inferior. Our sect doesn't emphasize strength. However, Yiling Xue just thinks Yifeng is a fool. You, at the Qi activation realm, are looking down on me, and you even made up a senior sister at the 9th level level of the tribulation crossing realm? Do you think I'm stupid? If it weren't for your good looks, I wouldn't even be chatting with you. Seeing her ignoring him, Yifeng continues to elaborate on the Prodigal Sect's tenets. If you join our sect, all your cultivation expenses will be covered by me. Why are you ignoring me? Is this some kind of push-pull strategy? Yilingxue is somewhat speechless. Push-pull strategy? What is there about you, a big fool, that's worth my pushing and pulling? Of course, you're good-looking, but it's just because of your handsome face that I'm willing to listen to your nonsense. Otherwise, I'd have squashed you already. Seeing Yifeng boasting, Yilingxue decides to trick him a little. Since you claim to have unlimited resources, if you can provide 100 million top-grade spiritual stones, I will acknowledge you as my master. If you can't, well, I won't be polite. This scene is oddly similar to when Luo Qianxue took her disciple. If Luo Qianxue learns about this price, would she be furious? After all, their starting prices are all over 100 million. Yifeng responds, your scope is too small. You really fall short compared to your senior sister. Saying this, he also sneaks a glance at a certain part of her. Yifeng then proceeds to give her what she asked for. Consider this a meeting gift. Yilingxue is speechless. Small? How is my scope small? However, after examining the storage ring he provided, she is, as expected, astonished. It is filled with top-grade spiritual stones. Yilingxue ponders, what should I do? Should I really join the Prodigal Sect? But this master is so weak, it's embarrassing. Maybe I should just take the spiritual stones and run. But then, I'd develop a mental demon. That's not worth it. Just then, she remembers what Yifeng had said earlier. Could there really be a senior sister at the peak of the 9th level of the tribulation crossing realm? If such a high-level expert is willing to stoop so low, what am I fussing about? She then asks Yifeng, since you say the scope is very different, how much did senior sister ask for initially? Yifeng replies, the same, 100 million. Yilingxue pouts, well, that's not much different, but your senior sister asked for top-grade spiritual crystals. Yifeng adds. Yilingxue is stunned by the asking price. No wonder the scope is so different. To her astonishment, the senior sister had asked for 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals. Surprisingly, Yifeng felt that 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals were too few. Seeing this, Yilingxue approaches, Master Yi, your words aren't backed by evidence. Show me a similar amount then. Yifeng is not put off. He even finds her quite clever, much better than Huayuman. He then takes out a storage ring containing 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals for her. After confirming its contents, Yilingxue directly kneels down, respectfully hands the storage ring back to Yifeng, and acknowledges him as her master, deciding to join the Prodigal Sect. At the same time, the system's mission is also completed, earning 30,000 Prodigal points, along with 10,000 Heavenly Mystery Secret Art Enlightenment pills, and 1 Karma Dao pattern. The system helpfully explains that after fusing with the Karma Dao patterns, one can to a certain extent offset the karma added to oneself due to peering into the heavenly secrets. Yifeng is thrilled. This is really good stuff. Yilingxue is somewhat puzzled. Why is this master always so goofy? Snapping back to reality, Yifeng begins to instruct Yilingxue. Even though you've joined the Prodigal Sect, the sect doesn't have a physical location. You just need to remember your identity. Also, people from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion are looking for you. You are their destined saintess. I won't stop you from joining them, as you genuinely have the talent for it. He then gifts the Karma Dao patterns to Yilingxue, explaining their effects and advising her to be careful when peering into the heavenly secrets. Of course, the chest is not the only place to integrate them. It's just that he liked to take advantages. He then gives her 10,000 Heavenly Mystery Secret Art Enlightenment pills, telling her to consume them when she reaches a bottleneck in her cultivation. Come find me after you've consumed them. I can't promise anything else, but the Prodigal Sect will definitely provide you with enough resources. Yilingxue is stunned. Why is Master being so generous to me? He's letting me be the saintess, providing enlightenment pills and Karma Dao patterns. She can't help but speculate about Yifeng's identity. Could he be a mysterious power orchestrating a grand scheme across the continent? However, she doesn't dwell on it and immediately assures Yifeng that she will take control of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and make it a subordinate force to the Prodigal Sect. Yifeng looks confused. What do you mean take control of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? What kind of logic is that? I never told you to do that. Just as Yifeng is about to clear up the misunderstanding, Yilingxue interrupts him and asks, is senior sister holding a high position in some organization? Yifeng reluctantly nods. Yes. Yilingxue assumes I knew it expression, then asks Yifeng to tell her the whereabouts of the people from Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. She plans to stage a coincidental meeting and infiltrate the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to become the saintess and recruit them. Yifeng is flustered. Can you let me explain? This is really a misunderstanding. Yilingxue gives Yifeng a knowing look. Master, you don't have to explain. I know what to do. Please trust me. Yifeng is flabbergasted. Can you please stop embellishing the situation? What the heck do you understand? I'm taking a disciple, not recruiting an actor for a spy thriller. Do I owe you an Oscar or something? Meanwhile, on the streets of the town, Zhou Tong continues his charlatan act. Yifeng takes Yilingxue there and points him out. Do you see that old fraud over there? He's an elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Yilingxue becomes extremely excited. Is he the world's greatest diviner? Master, I'll go consult him right away and make him realize who I am. With that, she rushes over. Before she leaves, she assures Yifeng that she won't let him down. Yifeng sighs in resignation. Fine, let her do whatever she wants. It's the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion that will have to deal with the headache, not me. Yiling Shui approaches Zhou Tong and greets him. In just a moment, Zhou Tong is laughing as he leads Yiling Shui away. Baffles Yifeng is why the old charlatan is in such a rush. Yifeng suddenly realizes he forgot to activate the Sect's communication and teleportation features for Yiling Shui. But by then, they are already far away, so he decides to sort it out later. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong is gleefully escaping the town with Yiling Shui. You think you can snatch our destined saintess away from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Found her first. What Zhou Tong probably never expected is that Yiling Shui has already become Yifeng's disciple. Later on, Yifeng continues his journey and decides to rest in a forest. He conveniently finds a cave to rest in. Not long after, an old man and a young man arrive. The young, unattractive man is named Zhang Hang, the young master of Mirror Moon Mansion. Beside him is his protector, Old Pang. Old Pang is barely tolerating this arrogant and domineering young master. If it wasn't for the mansion lord's orders, he wouldn't be serving as his protector. Coincidentally, they also decide to rest in the same cave as Yifeng. Zhang Hang exclaims that they have to kill some magical beasts or else people will think he's worthless. Hearing this, Old Pang can't help but feel disdain. Zhang Hang is only at the Spirit Sea Realm level. He can't possibly defeat any magical beasts. Old Pang wants to slap some sense into Zhang Hang but knows he can't. As they approach the cave, they see something that surprises them. Yifeng has made a bed out of spiritual stones. Zhang Hang is actually impressed and wishes he had thought of that. Old Pang, on the other hand, is frustrated. He thinks, of all the things to emulate, why choose wastefulness? Zhang Hang then orders Old Pang to kill Yifeng as he wants to sleep on that top-grade spiritual stone bed. Old Pang feels that Yifeng seems extraordinary and may have a powerful protector, so he tries to dissuade Zhang Hang, but the latter is adamant about taking the bed and insists that Old Pang make a move. Left with no choice, Old Pang launches a massive palm strike at the sleeping Yifeng. Just as the palm strike is about to land, several beams of golden light slice through it and not only destroy the attack but also instantly kill both Zhang Hang and Old Pang. It turns out that the one who acted was Divine Tycoon's guard number 1, who was annoyed that these two almost disturbed his master's rest. At this moment, he notices a small insect. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be a mother and child bug, an insect that can mark its target through death. This piques his interest. Instead of crushing the bug, he lets it mark Yifeng. He figures that if it causes some trouble for his master, he'll have more opportunities to step out and get some fresh air. The next morning, Yifeng wakes up. Though he finds the spiritual stone bed luxurious, it's also quite hard. He thinks about requesting a blanket from the system. Looking at his system interface, he finds that today's extravagant item is 10,000 6th grade, 9th order Heavenly Thunder talismans, each equivalent to a full strength attack from someone at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. His Prodigal points have also accumulated to over 140,000. Deciding it's time for a power-up, Yifeng uses 99,000 Prodigal points to break through to the peak of the Foundation realm's 9th level. As the breakthrough progresses, countless spiritual energies are absorbed into his cave. It's as if his body becomes a black hole, frenziedly drawing in the natural energies. Upon introspection, he sees a 9-petaled lotus platform forming from condensed spiritual energy. When the lotus fully unfolds, a breakthrough aura erupts from within Yifeng. At this moment, he reaches the peak of the Foundation realm's 9th level. Yifeng is elated by the rapid succession of breaking through 2 major realms, reaching the peak of the Foundation realm's 9th level. However, it irks him that such an earth-shattering breakthrough happened without any witnesses. Just as he steps out of the cave, he stumbles upon the dead bodies of Zhang Hang and Old Pang, which frightens him. What's going on here? I just took a nap and now there are 2 dead bodies? He realizes there were witnesses to his breakthrough, albeit dead ones, which unsettles him. After examining the bodies and finding evidence of an instant kill, Yifeng wonders if Divine Tycoon's guard acted. However, he is puzzled by the presence of a strange insect. Deciding not to think too much about it, Yifeng gathers his belongings and continues his journey. Meanwhile, in Star Soul Sect, Luo Qianxue dreams of holding a wedding with Yifeng. In the dream, Yifeng places a 99-carat diamond ring on Luo Qianxue's finger. Master, I entrust everything to you. Will you marry me? Luo Qianxue looks at Yifeng tenderly and says, I accept your proposal. Luo Wuming, standing to the side, tears up. They even start discussing having enough children to form a soccer team, startling Luo Qianxue awake with a loud shout. I don't agree. However, just as she's sighing that it was all a dream, she finds Yifeng and her sister next to her. Yifeng asks, Wife, what's wrong? And Luo Yaoyao also inquires what she's shouting about. Confused, she falls back asleep only to wake up again, her face full of question marks. Soon after, a massive explosion comes from her living quarters. Moments later, Luo Qianxue arrives at the place where the core disciples stay. The core disciples, upon seeing the saintess looking so disheveled, ask what happened and inquire about the explosion. Turns out, the explosion was part of Luo Qianshua's inner demon's illusion. She says it's nothing and decides to sleep at their place for the next couple of days, asking them to make room for her. Both women are baffled, but since the saintess has spoken, they don't question it. Meanwhile, Yifeng is so tired from his journey that he wishes for a carriage. As if on cue, a merchant's carriage happens to pass by. Yifeng quickly approaches to greet them. The leader, Meng Tangyu, asks who he is and why he is blocking their path. Yifeng says he wants to join their merchant caravan, but is cut off by Meng Tangyu. Do you think I would let someone whose background I don't know join the caravan? Meng Tangyu says, preparing to continue on their way. Yifeng is somewhat frustrated. Why didn't he think of forming his own merchant caravan? Watching the caravan move away, Yifeng doesn't react much. After all, if he were in their shoes, he wouldn't let a stranger join either. However, he resolves that after reaching the next town, he'll form his own caravan. He plans to get a batch of carriages and hire people to serve him. But just moments later, Meng Tangyu comes back and asks if Yifeng wants to join the caravan after all. It turns out that his young master has decided to give Yifeng a chance. If Yifeng can beat him, he can join the caravan. Soon after, a young guy walks over. He is Wang Xiaofei, the young master of the Chenhai Commerce Association. After greeting Yifeng, he even introduces himself as being at the peak of the divine repository realm. Yifeng internally mocks him, thinking this young guy doesn't seem fit to be the young master of a commerce association. However, he remains polite on the surface, introducing himself and mentioning his cultivation level. At the peak of the foundation realm, Wang Xiaofei becomes incredibly arrogant, proclaiming that he will allow Yifeng 3 moves, any moves. Irritated, Yifeng thinks, this young punk is even more of a show-off than me. Ha, fine, I'll show you no mercy. Not teaching you a lesson would be a disservice to my protagonist status. With that, he takes out his extravagant product, a batch of 6th rank, 9th stage Heavenly Thunder talismans. Upon seeing this, Meng Tangyu quickly moves in front of his young master, blocking him. His eyes are filled with murderous intent as he looks at Yifeng. This is just a friendly spar, and regardless of the outcome, our young master would have let you join the caravan. But you, taking out such a talisman, isn't that going too far? Seeing the misunderstanding, Yifeng explains that he was just looking to have some fun and didn't intend to harm anyone. He then activates a function to see if the other side would really let him join the caravan regardless of winning or losing. The system confirms it's true. Yifeng is taken aback and thinks maybe he was the one who was narrow-minded this time. Meng Tangyu, however, doesn't believe him. These talismans are probably your trump cards. Who would believe that you're just playing around? Yifeng sighs and says, if you don't believe me, then let me give you some fireworks as an apology. He casually throws the talismans into the sky, where they explode. Consider it performance art. Meng Tangyu is dumbstruck. What the heck? Are you serious? Wang Xiaofei, on the other hand, is incredibly impressed. That's so cool. Yifeng's fireworks stun all the bystanders. Seeing Yifeng act so nonchalantly, Meng Tangyu starts to believe him. Yifeng then proceeds to distribute a pile of talismans to everyone in the caravan, asking them to help use them up. Meng Tangyu can't quite believe it. Each of these talismans is worth 100 million low-grade spiritual stones, and now they're in our hands like this. Yifeng also asks them to help him complete his performance art, suggesting a Heavenly Thunder feast. With so many people here, you can help me waste money, and I'll give you something nice in return later. I'm a true genius at wasting money. Seeing Yifeng being so generous, Meng Tangyu begins to speculate about Yifeng's background, guessing that he must be even more powerful than their young master. Just as Meng Tangyu is about to say that they shouldn't waste the talismans, Wang Xiaofei leans in and asks Yifeng if it's really okay to throw them around. Yifeng gives an okay hand signal. Just throw them. Under Yifeng's direction, everyone throws their talismans. For a moment, the area is filled with a tremendously loud explosion, nearly deafening any birds that happen to be passing by. A moment later, a massive, dark pit appears on the spot where the talismans exploded. Everyone is still a bit in disbelief that they've just squandered talismans worth billions. Wang Xiaofei also complains, asking Meng Tangyu to explain to his father so that he won't be scolded for being wasteful in the future. You must testify for me. My behavior doesn't even qualify as being wasteful, Wang Xiaofei says. After squandering all the talismans, Yifeng gains 1,000 Prodigal points and a mystical power called Good and Evil Buddha. Yifeng didn't expect to receive such a reward and thinks that it was only possible to deplete the talismans so quickly thanks to everyone's help. He consults the system about giving each of them 100 million spiritual stones, but the system strongly rebukes him. A maximum of 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones. No more. Yifeng concedes, thinking that little by little, it'll add up. So Yifeng gives each person 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones, explaining as he does so that this is their reward for throwing the talismans. Don't look down on these few top-grade spiritual stones, he says. Everyone checks their rewards and is overjoyed. 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones are more than they'd earn in a lifetime of work. Meng Tangyu's mouth twitches a little when he sees this. That's 108 people, which makes 1,080,000 top-grade spiritual stones, he calculates. Wang Xiaofei starts complaining again, saying that everyone who called him wasteful in the past should see this. When I get get back. I must tell my father about this so he knows how wrong I've been all these years. Meng Tanyu is speechless and retorts, what are you trying to do, young master? Do you want to learn how to be wasteful too? At such a young age, you should be learning good habits instead of bad ones. Seeing this exchange, Yifeng misunderstands and thinks the two are flirting. He almost shatters his own worldview because of it. Meng Tanyu grabs Huang Xiaofei's cheeks, scolding him for his bad habits. Just then, many people call out to Meng Tanyu. It turns out that many members of the Merchant Association no longer want to continue with their jobs. After receiving 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones, they've decided to quit and retire. Meng Tanyu doesn't know what to say. Moments later, only the three of them and a carriage remain. Yifeng starts to feel a bit guilty. He had good intentions, but now he's unintentionally dissolved the merchant team. He thinks to himself that he should not have given out the 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Just then, the system appears and informs him that he has successfully gained an additional 200 Prodigal points and a recipe for a blood ginseng pill. I've really caused a mess, Yifeng thinks. Yifeng then awkwardly apologizes to Meng Tanyu, saying he really didn't expect this outcome and that these people are ungrateful. He originally planned to give them 100 million top-grade spiritual stones, and now feels relieved that he only gave out 10,000. Hearing Yifeng talk about giving 100 million, Meng Tanyu is almost furious. If you had given them 100 million, is there still a need to open the business association? Seeing Meng Tanyu practically coughing up blood from anger, Yifeng doesn't know what to do next. He asks Meng Tanyu what kind of rare and valuable materials he would need to heal, and then proceeds to display various treasures he possesses. However, it seems that none of them can heal the injury. Seeing this spectacle, Meng Tanyu is shocked to his core, leaving both master and servant speechless. These are 9-leaf soul-returning herb, golden silkworm star shining stone, great demon fairy blood, enlightenment pill, sword heart advancement fragment, and even the heavenly mystery secret art enlightenment pill. Huang Xiaofei recognizes these as treasures only mentioned in ancient texts. Meng Tanyu starts to seriously suspect that Yifeng is just showing off his wealth. At this point, Yifeng is somewhat frustrated. After searching for a while, it seems that none of the treasures he possesses can help. At a critical moment like this, he has nothing that can make a difference. Both Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tanyu don't know what to say. They're convinced that Yifeng is just showing off. Yifeng then asks Meng Tanyu what kind of pill he would need to recover, promising to take full responsibility for his condition. Meng Tanyu suggests that an 8th grade blood ginseng pill with at least 5 patterns would suffice for healing. Yifeng is taken aback. He recalls that he just got the recipe for a blood ginseng pill. He instructs the system to start opening jars until an 8th grade blood ginseng pill appears. After 80 attempts, he finally obtains 10 9-pattern 8th grade blood ginseng pills. Yifeng celebrates, but upon seeing that this cost him 8,000 Prodigal points, he wonders what happened to the other items that he didn't get from the failed attempts. The system acts a bit evasive and claims it doesn't know. Huang Xiaofei feels that Meng Tanyu is being a bit unreasonable. After all, Yifeng just likes to show off a bit. There's no need to make things difficult for him. Meng Tanyu thinks about it and decides to let it go. Meanwhile, Yifeng is arguing with the system. You scoundrel of a system, are you secretly consuming my rewards? No wonder last time, when I crafted a high-level martial technique, there were no additional treasures as rewards. The system tells him to stop arguing as someone is approaching him. Meng Tanyu walks over and says, young man, it's alright if you don't have a blood ginseng pill. I was only joking. After all, blood ginseng pills have long been lost to history. However, Yifeng pulls out the freshly crafted blood ginseng pills and says, no worries, Meng Tanyu, I found it. Meng Tanyu is entirely speechless. What's going on here? How do you have a blood ginseng pill? And those patterns, they look like they're 9-pattern pills. Yifeng innocently hands the pill to Meng Tanyu. Don't just stand there, hurry up and take it. Meng Tanyu hesitates, feeling that even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford such a precious pill. He explains that his injuries are not severe and declines the valuable pill. Yifeng scoffs, you call this crappy pill precious? Seriously? Both Meng Tanyu and Huang Xiaofei are stunned. This is a legendary 9-pattern pill. Are you sure it's crappy? Huang Xiaofei thinks Yifeng has a point. A pill is good, but its value depends on who holds it. In Yifeng's hands, it indeed seems like a worthless pill. Seeing that Meng Tanyu doesn't want it, Yifeng feeds the pill to his horse. The horse is ecstatic and clearly pleased it didn't quit its job. The sight leaves Meng Tanyu distressed, his face a mask of regret. After giving the pill to the horse, Yifeng earns another 3,000 Prodigal points. With a mischievous grin, Yifeng thinks to himself, even though he spent 8,000 Prodigal points, he's making a profit. Each pill earned him 3,000 Prodigal points back. He continues to feed the horse, leaving both his companions dumbfounded. Could you stop being so wasteful? But Yifeng ignores them, indulging in his spendthrift ways. Finally, he offers the last pill to Meng Tanyu. Do you still want this blood ginseng pill? Meng Tanyu is moved to tears by this extravagance and blurts out, stop wasting them. I'll take it now. After taking the pill, he realizes it actually tastes quite good. Huang Xiaofei leans in and whispers, Meng Tanyu, you've become the kind of person you once despised. Yet again, Yifeng Feng successfully wastes resources, earning another 3,000 Prodigal points and 1,009 pattern blood ginseng pills. Yi Feng realizes that Meng Tanyu's injuries weren't severe, which is why his actions counted as wasteful. But what to do with these 1,000 pills? After glancing at the two men, Yi Feng has an idea. He moves closer to Huang Xiaofei and asks if he's also craving for these pills, revealing a pile of blood ginseng pills in his hand. Huang Xiaofei is utterly astonished. At this point, Yi Feng assures Huang Xiaofei to eat without worry. He has plenty of these worthless pills. So they all climb into the carriage and start consuming the pills. At this moment, Huang Xiaofei fully acknowledges Yi Feng as his big brother and vows to do anything he asks in the future. Yi Feng is quite happy to accept a little brother and agrees. Meng Tanyu also promises Huang Xiaofei that he will explain everything to Huang Xiaofei's father when they return. Watching this, Yi Feng wonders if something special is going to happen, but then both of them start crying. Meng Tanyu lamented, "Huang Xiaofei, you really haven't been wasteful enough. You've had it tough these past 10 or so years. It's because the Commerce Association president's perspective is too narrow." Yi Feng is speechless. "I thought you guys were about to confess something." Later, Yi Feng asks what makes the blood ginseng pill so valuable. Meng Tanyu explains that the pill is famous for its healing properties. The ingredients and process are not difficult, but the formula has been lost, making each existing pill incredibly precious. Yi Feng confusedly pulls out a crumpled piece of paper. "You mean this formula? I have it." He hands it over and leaves Meng Tanyu stunned. Though Meng Tanyu can't understand the formula since he's not an alchemist, his trust in Yi Feng has grown. Huang Xiaofei also asks if the formula is genuine. Yi Feng confidently responds, "Of course, I can hand this formula over to your guild." Huang Xiaofei is thrilled. "Thank you so much, big brother Yi. Just one thing, I want 10% of the profits from selling blood ginseng pills sent to my sect." Huang Xiaofei agrees without hesitation on behalf of his father. Yi Feng imagines the abundant income he's securing for his sect, Star Soul Sect, which is still in its infancy. He's been working hard for the sect's development. After their agreement, Yi Feng prepares to take both of them to visit his sect. "By the way, how much for all these goods? Just get rid of them. I'll buy it all. Keeping them is just a waste of time." And with that, they set off on Meng Tanyu's flying sword. At this point, Huang Xiaofei is quite curious about what Yi Feng's sect will be like. They later arrive in a town to rest, and Yi Feng finally has a bed to sleep in. Despite Meng Tanyu's ability to fly on his sword, it will still take them 3 days to reach the Star Soul Sect. Meanwhile, in another room, Huang Xiaofei has just finished talking with his father, the chairman of the Shanghai Commerce Association. Meng Tanyu anxiously asks how it went, only to receive bad news. Huang Xiaofei's father doesn't believe him and thinks they've been deceived by this young Master Yi. At this moment, inside the headquarters of the Shanghai Commerce Association, after listening to his son's report, Chairman Huang Dehai could only think that they had gone mad. They actually trusted someone called young Master Yi. He immediately ordered Old Meng, also known as Meng Haifeng, to bring the young master and the others back. Old Meng assures the chairman that he will do just that. The next day, Yi Feng's newest acquisition was also updated. It was 10,000 battle holy body fragments, a type of extremely powerful battle physique. The more severe the injuries received, the stronger the power that could be unleashed. Yi Feng was stunned. "Is this thing really that powerful? System, can we negotiate something? Can I use these fragments for myself just once?" But was strongly rejected by the system. "Even though the battle holy body is strong, it's still not worthy of you. Don't concern yourself with such a trashy physique." Yi Feng was dumbfounded. "How can this be called a trashy physique? Who should I give this to then?" He then went to where Huang Xiaofei and another person were. Breakfast was already prepared. The warm hospitality reminded Yi Feng of Li Fei. Suddenly he thought, since I gave the sword intent fragments to Li Fei, then giving the battle holy body to Huang Xiaofei should be okay too. With that thought, Yi Feng started to smirk, then sat down and asked Huang Xiaofei, "What do you think of cultivators who take the lead in battle?" Huang Xiaofei responded that even though he's a bit of a playboy and doesn't focus on cultivation, he still respects such cultivators. Meng Tanyu explained that it's not that the young master doesn't work hard, it's just that his talent and bone structure are really not good. It can't be helped. Yi Feng then asked the system, "Does the battle holy body have any requirements for talent or bone structure?" The system said no. As long as one keeps fighting life or death battles, one's power could continuously soar, and also comprehend extremely strong martial techniques in battle. Yi Feng couldn't help but comment in his mind, "You say it's a trashy physique, but the description says it's so amazing." Then he smiled and asked Huang Xiaofei, "Would you be willing to be a cultivator who takes the lead in battle?" Huang Xiaofei was totally stunned upon hearing this. "Bro Yi, you must be joking. All jokes aside, don't play with my life. I'm not bragging. I may not be good in battle, but I'm first rate at running away." Yi Feng was a bit skeptical. "Are you telling the truth?" For some reason, Huang Xiaofei felt uneasy under Yi Feng's gaze. Yi Feng then told them his story with Li Fei. Once upon a time, a handsome guy had 10,000 sword intent fragments and didn't use them for himself. Instead, he found a fat guy who extremely despised sword cultivators and let him integrate the sword intent fragments. The second story was about the battle holy body, and this physique was also in the hands of the handsome guy, but he also didn't use it for himself. He wanted to give it to someone who can't fight but is first-rate at running away. Huang Xiaofei was numb. Just say my name directly. At this point, he really wanted to run away. He didn't want anything to do with the battle holy body. He didn't want anything to do with life or death battles. Yifeng knew that talking to Huang Xiaofei was pointless, so he turned to Meng Tanyu and left the decision up to him. Meng Tanyu didn't hesitate at all and promptly accepted on behalf of Huang Xiaofei. Seeing this, Huang Xiaofei took off. If his father knew he had this physique, he would definitely force him to go to the battlefield. However, Meng Tanyu didn't care. This is a rare opportunity for you to change, young master. Huang Xiaofei was extremely resistant. He didn't want anything to do with the battle holy body. Meng Tanyu then tied him up and smacked him hard on the buttocks several times. Young master, you really don't know what's good for you. How could you refuse such an opportunity? Seeing this, Yifeng told Meng Tanyu to hold him down. Meng Tanyu said, no problem. Then Yifeng put on a professional suit. The atmosphere didn't look like he was feeding fragments, but rather like he was delivering a baby. Meng Tanyu told the young master to bear with it. You must grasp this tremendous opportunity. Then Yifeng started to take out the battle holy body fragments and press them into Huang Xiaofei's head. After 10,000 integrations, Huang Xiaofei completely fainted. Meng Tanyu became a bit nervous. Is this symptom normal, Dr. Yi? Yifeng said it's going smoothly. Let's observe for now. Just then, the sky outside turned blood red, and Huang Xiaofei's body underwent massive changes. His whole body looked as if it had been painted gold, and he became a little golden man. This strange phenomenon startled both of them. Is this the terror of the battle holy body? Meng Tanyu was a bit worried that the young master might waste this physique, considering the young master was naturally lazy when it came to cultivation and fighting. At this point, Yifeng's spendthrift products for the day were also used up, gaining him 1,000 prodigal points, as well as 3 9th order yin-yang Maizere banners. Yifeng got angry. You call this physique trash, you miserly system? This phenomenon is mind-blowingly awesome. He then looked at the introduction of the Maizere banner. Releasing spiritual power could activate it, and it could trap someone at the peak of the tribulation crossing realm in a maze for up to 10 hours. It was a one-time use item. Seeing this reward, Yifeng was elated again. It will take 3 more days to get to the Star Soul Sect. With this array at hand, I can have a good night's sleep. A moment later, Huang Xiaofei woke up. Is it done, Brother Yi? Why don't I feel anything? You really wasted this physique on me. Before Yifeng could open his mouth, Meng Tanyu spoke first. It won't be wasted, young master. After we send young Master Yi back to his sect, I will personally request to instruct you from the president. From now on, our duels will only be life or death duels. If you dare to slack off or cut corners, I won't hold back either. If you happen to die, I'll go with you. Meng Tanyu is really breaking his heart over Huang Xiaofei. Upon seeing this, Yifeng let out a silent condolence. Huang Xiaofei, you're on your own now. At this time, Yifeng and Meng Tanyu continued on their journey. As it was getting late, it was time to find a place to rest. Puzzled Yifeng was, why has Huang Xiaofei been silent the entire way? Ever since Meng Tanyu said something to him yesterday, Huang Xiaofei had been in a state of self-imposed isolation for a day. They eventually arrived at an open meadow, deciding to rest there for the night. At this moment, the withdrawn Huang Xiaofei tearfully said, Manager Meng, start instructing me now. Hearing this, even Yifeng was a bit stunned. What's going on? Isn't Huang Xiaofei afraid of dying? Meng Tanyu expressed, you've finally come to your senses. Oh well, Yifeng couldn't be bothered to deal with the two of them. If Huang Xiaofei has decided to do this, he must have his own reasons. Let's see what this maze array can do. As Yifeng set up the maze array banner, a golden light barrier rose around them. He then looked at the master and servant duo who were training. Yifeng told them to fight freely. With the array barrier up, no one will disturb them. He even left them 100 blood ginseng pills to heal their injuries. Meng Tanyu was very grateful to Yifeng. At this point, Huang Xiaofei seemed like a different person, actually thoroughly enjoying the process of fighting. The two engaged in full-force combat, back and forth. However, Huang Xiaofei was still young and was easily disciplined by Meng Tanyu. After all, Meng Tanyu did have some real skills. Just then, old Meng arrived nearby. He heard the sounds of his son Meng Tanyu and the young master, but what he saw next left him utterly shocked. Why are my son and the young master fighting? He noticed that the style of their battle had turned into hand-to-hand combat. Upon seeing this, old Meng thought they had gone mad. Could it be that they were being mind-controlled by this young Master Yi? No, he had to stop this. However, just as he tried to rush in, he was blocked by the maze array. Old Meng was dumbfounded. What's going on? Hearing the young master's screams from inside the array, old Meng became even more anxious. At this moment, old Meng began to doubt life itself. What the hell? Why is there an array banner here? He had no understanding of arrays, and this looked like an advanced one at that. This is just absurd. At this moment, old Meng noticed Yifeng, who was asleep. That must be the young Master Yi that the clan leader talked about, being able to use an advanced array banner. He must be no ordinary person. Just then, old Meng noticed that the two brawlers had stopped. He thought his son and the young master had finally had enough. However, moments later, Huang Xiaofei drew out his sword. Old Meng felt numb all over. They escalated from hand-to-hand combat to armed combat. He saw that Meng Tanyu was still going back and forth with Huang Xiaofei. Old Meng was fuming, shouting and hitting the array. He tried to get them to stop. Unfortunately, the array blocked everything, not just the physical barriers, but even the sound couldn't get through. Finally, 5 minutes later, both of them stopped. Old Meng's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, also fell. If anything happened to the young master, he would be held responsible. However, just as Old Meng thought it was over, Huang Xiaofei stood up. Old Meng looked on in disbelief. Is this really the Huang Xiaofei he had known since childhood? And what's the deal with those blood ginseng pills? Meng Tangyu and Huang Xiaofei were happily munching on blood ginseng pills, discussing each other's performance just now. Thus, another 5 minutes passed. Revitalized by the blood ginseng pills, the two were full of life and vigor again. Then they resumed their training. Meanwhile, Old Meng outside had collapsed on the ground. Today's events made him question life itself. These two wastrels had really gone mad. If you're healing, don't use something as precious as blood ginseng pills. Then, the next day came. Yifeng got up, still feeling drowsy. What's going on? These two are still fighting. Did they do it all night? Suddenly, he noticed Old Meng outside. At this moment, Old Meng was glaring at Yifeng. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "You wait for me." Seeing the old man's hostility, Yifeng assumed he was looking for trouble. He felt fortunate for having used the maze array last night. Just as the first maze array was about to fail, he hurriedly replaced it with a second one, trapping him for another 10 hours. At this point, Old Meng was filled with rage. No wonder his son and the young master couldn't see him. It turns out they were blocked by this young master Yi. He must be the puppet master. Just as he was about to give Yifeng a piece of his mind, he was once again blocked by the maze array. Seeing this, Yifeng ignored the old man, hastily called Meng Tangyu and Huang Xiaofei, and they set off. Then, under the furious gaze of Old Meng, he left very stylishly. Yifeng even looked back and gave him an international friendly gesture, muttering "idiot" under his breath. Old Meng was genuinely infuriated. The image of Yifeng's disdainful face was stuck in his mind. On the other side, Yifeng thought to himself, if it weren't for his high vigilance in blocking their enemies, they probably would have been killed by their enemies last night. Indeed, business people have many enemies. At this moment, today's wasteful products refreshed. It was 10,000 9-stripe blood ginseng pills. Yifeng was stunned. More elixirs? How the hell are we supposed to eat all of these? Suddenly, Yifeng thought of an idea. Why do we have to eat them? What if, like the spiritual stones, we just toss them? Then he asked the system, these 9-stripe blood ginseng pills are lost arts in medicine. Would it be considered wasteful to just throw them on the road? If they're eaten by small monsters or picked up by people, that should still count as wasteful, right? The system confirmed that it would count. Yifeng was very pleased with this. He then looked at Meng Tangyu and Huang Xiaofei. Let's eat breakfast first. He took out a piece of cloth and spread it on a rock. Then he took out a bunch of wasteful products, the blood ginseng pills. This is today's breakfast. Feel free to eat. The two were dumbfounded at this scene. Yifeng gave a sly grin. What are you waiting for? Eat. Would you not give me face if you didn't eat? The two had grown sick of the blood ginseng pills after their previous experience, but they couldn't disrespect Yifeng either. So, they gorged themselves on blood ginseng pills for an hour, until they were utterly stuffed. Yifeng was satisfied. That's enough. Since you're full, it's time for some exercise. I still have over 9,000 of these pills. Housekeeper Meng, you continue guiding us with your sword. Huang Xiaofei, help me toss these blood ginseng pills one by one. Huang Xiaofei was shocked at hearing this. Brother Yi, is this really okay? If someone picks them up, it could affect our association's blood ginseng pill sales. Plus, these are 9-stripe elixirs. Yifeng sighed. Huang Xiaofei, for being a young master of a business association, you really lack business acumen. Although these are 9-stripe elixirs, there are just over 9,000 of them. With mystical heaven continent being so big, how could it affect the market? It's not that I'm looking down on your business association. Given the recipe, can your alchemists even make 9-stripe blood ginseng pills? And even if they could, how many people could afford them? The big sellers are still the 5, 6, and 7 stripes. Moreover, the more blood ginseng pills we throw out, the bigger the advertisement, the more people will want them, and our sales will increase. Plus, if we just control the quantity, we can create scarcity and drive up demand, making more money with fewer pills. Huang Xiaofei immediately knelt down. Brother Yi, you're amazing. At this point, Yifeng and his group had traveled for another day. Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tangyu were gearing up for another all-nighter. However, Yifeng was somewhat displeased. After spending all the elixirs today, he only received a few prodigal points. No additional rewards. Then he looked at the two who were at it again. Yifeng decided to go all out as a good guy. He would keep watch for them tonight. The system kindly reminded him, you can sleep peacefully. If there's danger, the prodigal divine tycoon's guard will come to protect you. Guard 1 was extremely excited. Another chance to get out and about? Yifeng didn't want to do it that way. He's not useless. If he relied on the divine tycoon's guard for everything, he'd feel completely worthless. Also, I could have infinitely farmed prodigal points using those jars long ago, but I didn't do it. I don't want to be a heartless, wasteful machine. Once this topic came up, Yifeng couldn't help but recall his past life. Worked overtime for a year, finally got rewarded with a day off to game all night. But when he woke up, he was in this world. If it was just about farming prodigal points, that would be boring. He didn't want it to be like collecting a salary. In this life, he wants to enjoy life while earning prodigal points. Meanwhile, Old Meng finally finally sensed that the array flags had disappeared. Luckily, he had a blood spirit jade that could sense the location of his son and young master. As he was on his way, he found 9 striped blood ginseng pills on the road. He picked them up and carefully examined them. They were real. Not only that, there were blood ginseng pills glowing with golden light all along the way. Old Meng was dumbfounded. Which Prodigal did this? These are priceless treasures. As Old Meng continued to pick up more, his anger kept surging. By now, he had picked up over 500 pills, but over 2,000 were broken. He really wanted to kill that Prodigal. After picking up 2,000, Old Meng felt he had nothing more to live for. Let them be destroyed. To the universe, these blood ginseng pills are just so-so. He really didn't want to pick up anymore. The next morning, Yifeng, who was supposed to be keeping watch, ultimately couldn't resist falling asleep. When he woke up in a daze, he saw an extremely jarring scene. Huang Xiaofei was hugging Meng Tanyu, and Meng Tanyu seemed to be enjoying it. It really made Yifeng's eyes burn. Thankfully, that old guy hasn't arrived yet. Otherwise, it would interrupt Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tanyu's passion. But just as he finished that thought, Old Meng appeared behind him. Now the two had switched positions. Meng Tanyu is at the back, Huang Xiaofei is at the front. Old Meng was truly in tears at this point, finally caught up with them. Just then, Old Meng and Yifeng locked eyes. Seeing this, Yifeng didn't hesitate and cast another maze array, trapping Old Meng on the spot once again. Then he started mocking Old Meng. "You old turtle, if you dare, keep chasing us." Old Meng was really speechless. "You little rascal, remember this. No matter where you run, I will kill you." He was gritting his teeth with rage. At this point, Huang Xiaofei reported on the progress of merging with the saintly battle body. After these 2 nights of training, he had merged 1% with the saintly battle body. Once completely merged, it will display its true power. Yifeng praised him for doing a good job. "Let's continue on our way. We won't rest tonight. If all goes well, we should arrive at the Star Soul Sect by tomorrow morning." Huang Xiaofei was puzzled. "Brother Yi, don't you usually pay a lot of attention to the quality of sleep?" Meng Tanyu said that since young Master Yi had made a decision, he must have his reasons. Then they continued on their way. Along the way, Yifeng opened the system to check. Today's Prodigal item is a heavenly tier high-level skill book called Demon Suppressing Treasure Record. Yifeng was a bit surprised. This is the first time he's seen a heavenly tier high-level skill book. It must be among the top skills on the mystical heaven continent. How should he squander it? Is he going to throw it away again? But that would be too unoriginal. Or should he just rip it up? That doesn't seem very creative either. With a ding, Yifeng came up with a good idea. Then he looked at Huang Xiaofei with a mischievous smile. "You probably haven't had a bowel movement in a few days, right?" Meng Tanyu explained. "As cultivators, the impurities produced by eating can be purified using spiritual power, so there's no need to go to the restroom like ordinary people." Huang Xiaofei nodded. "That's right, Brother Yi. Although I'm not very strong, I do have that ability." Yifeng was puzzled. What kind of paper-thin setting is this? Then he started threatening Huang Xiaofei. "No, you don't have that ability." This scared Huang Xiaofei, making him clench up. Could it be that Brother Yi is into that sort of thing? Such a weird request. Should I agree to it? Oh well, Brother Yi has been so good to me. What's a little discomfort? After intense mental struggle, Huang Xiaofei decided to accept Yifeng's peculiar preference, stating that he now had a stomachache. Seeing this, Yifeng let out a sinister chuckle, further confirming Huang Xiaofei's suspicions. However, the next moment Huang Xiaofei was dumbfounded. Yifeng handed him a skill book, telling him to use it as toilet paper when he had a bowel movement. So, after all that fuss, it really was about going to the restroom. Then they found a place, and Huang Xiaofei had a bowel movement as per Yifeng's request. It's been years since he's done this. During the lull, Huang Xiaofei looked at the skill book, and then he was utterly shocked. It seemed like he entered a state of enlightenment. The next second, a golden light shot up into the sky, startling Meng Tanyu. "What's going on? Is this the state of enlightenment? When did my little fool become so strong? Actually entering the legendary state of enlightenment?" Then he looked puzzled at Yifeng. "Young Master Yi, what exactly is the book you gave to the young master?" Yifeng said, "Don't make a big fuss. It's just a heavenly tier high-level skill book. I thought it would be toilet paper for Huang Xiaofei." Upon hearing this, Meng Tanyu immediately kneeled and thanked Yifeng, saying their gratitude was beyond words, and they would remember this kindness. Yifeng was a bit puzzled. What's going on? Why is he suddenly kneeling? Just then, his prodigal points started to rapidly decrease. Yifeng was confused. What's happening now? Can someone explain? At this moment, an excited Huang Xiaofei ran over holding the skill book. "Brother Yi, I've finished going to the restroom." Yifeng's face turned dark, and he immediately crushed the skill book. The system also appeared, saying that he had failed to squander today's prodigal item, and deducted 50,000 prodigal points. At this point, the word pain could be seen in Yifeng's eyes. He originally had just over 60,000 prodigal points left, and now he was directly deducted by 50,000. All the effort in the past few days was wasted. Thinking of this, Yifeng started to cry, feeling utterly exhausted. He even wanted to run into a tree and end it all. Huang Xiaofei was very confused about what was going on, but he realized he must have caused trouble. He promptly kneeled down to apologize to Yifeng. However, Yifeng was a bit puzzled. "Where did you go wrong?" Then Huang Xiaofei said, "Brother Yi, you said that the holy battle body doesn't require any skill books, and one can comprehend it just by fighting, but I lack self-control and got lost in the skill book just now. I didn't even fully comprehend it. This must be a test you set up for me, and I've disappointed you. Meng Tangyu was shocked. So that's how young Master Yi thinks. How silly of me. I was even upset with young Master Yi earlier, thinking he ruined the young master's opportunity. It was me who was short-sighted. Immediately, Meng Tangyu also kneeled down to apologize, asking Yifeng to punish him as he sees fit. Yifeng didn't know what to say for a moment. What the heck? Why are you all so imaginative? I'm just being prodigal. And what does this have to do with you, Manager Meng? Why add drama to your own role? Yifeng couldn't be bothered to deal with them and continued to wallow in his regrets. They, however, continued to imagine that they had disappointed young Master Yi. After venting for a bit, Yifeng then urged them to get moving. Stop daydreaming all the time. Huang Xiaofei thought this meant Yifeng had forgiven them and immediately vowed never to disappoint Yifeng again, promising to become a sharp weapon in his hand one day, clearing all his future enemies. Yifeng felt like even if he wasn't angry, he would get irritated by them. Get lost. I just want to slack off. Don't disturb my peaceful life. However, Huang Xiaofei insisted, whether you need me or not, Brother Yi, I'll practice hard. Yifeng was annoyed, picked up a rock and threw it at him. Enough with the chit-chat. At this time, on old Meng's end who was trapped, after another 10 hours of consumption, the formation flag finally ran out of energy, and old Meng caught up again. Meanwhile, Yifeng was still sound asleep, and Meng Tangyu was flying on her sword, amazed. Not far from the Star Soul Sect now, he felt an incredibly strong pressure. It seems the Star Soul Sect has quite a few powerful figures. Huang Xiaofei was extremely excited, finally getting to see the grandeur of Star Soul Sect. However, the next day after arriving at the Star Soul Sect, seeing the cobweb-covered gates of the Star Soul Sect, both master and servant felt their hearts go cold. Where is the promised grandiosity? Huang Xiaofei also had a look of disbelief. What's going on? As Yifeng opened the main gate, he was met with a murderous aura. It was his long-unseen beautiful master, Luo Qianxue, who directly pulled out her long sword and pointed it at Yifeng's neck. Yifeng gave an awkward smile. Master, I've returned. Luo Qianxue questioned him. You finally remembered to come back, huh? Seeing master in this state, Yifeng became a little panicked. What did he do to provoke her? He quickly called for help from the system. I'm in danger. Where is the Divine Tycoon's guard? However, the system playfully magnified a minor scratch. This is an extremely serious scrape. If it wasn't magnified, it wouldn't be clear. So host, please calm down. Try to win her over this time. The Divine Tycoon's guard won't intervene this time. At this time, Luo Kai and others rushed over in a hurry. Sacred lady, please show mercy. This left Yifeng completely dumbfounded. Why are these guys here? Luo Qianxue was furious. How dare you say that? Do you have any idea what you did at the Star Extreme Sect? Yifeng, you truly are a good disciple of mine. You went out and not only brought back the Star Extreme Sect's 5 core disciples and an elder, you even managed to deceive a tribulation crossing realm demonic beast into coming here. Then Luo Qianxue noticed the 2 people behind her. She asked, and who are these people? Don't tell me they also want to join the sect. Before Yifeng could speak, Meng Tangyu and the others hurriedly denied it. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue finally spared Yifeng. Thank goodness they're not joining. Since there are outsiders here, I'll spare your life. Seeing the sect master's anger dissipate, Old Bai and Old Xia, who hadn't been seen in a long time, came out to be in the spotlight. Both of them were concerned about whether Yifeng was injured or not, both trying to curry favor with Yifeng. The two then started to argue among themselves. When they saw Old Xia, Meng Tangyu and Huang Xiaofei were stunned. Why is this big shot also here? Old Xia looked puzzledly at Meng Tangyu and Huang Xiaofei. Do you know me? Meng Tangyu was speechless. How could we not know you? The owner behind the prestigious Tianyu auction house. Why would you be in this small sect? Huang Xiaofei also found it strange. At this time, Yifeng began to introduce the two. They are from the Shanghai Commerce Association. Young Master Huang Xiaofei and Chief Steward Meng Tangyu. The main reason they came back with me is to discuss some business matters with you, Master. Luo Qianxue thought they were here to sell goods, so she explained clearly to them. The Star Soul Sect has only been established for less than a month. We simply do not have the financial resources to purchase large amounts of cultivation resources. I think we can forget about any collaboration. However, upon hearing about the lack of financial resources, Meng Tangyu and the others were almost speechless. You call this lacking financial resources? Are you not aware of your disciples' extravagant spending habits? At this time, Huang Xiaofei explained that they were not here to sell products. He then took out the recipe for the blood ginseng pill. After a few minutes of explanation, Luo Qianxue understood why Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tangyu were here. The thought of having exclusive rights to sell the long-lost blood ginseng pill excited her to no end, but she also felt conflicted. After all, she didn't establish the sect just for money. It seemed to be moving further away from her initial intentions. At this point, Yifeng stepped in. Master, when I saw junior brother Wufeng crying in his chair because he had no money, I decided to do something about this situation. If I could find a business association to cooperate with, I would certainly collaborate. And now, here is the Shanghai Commerce Association. So please, Master, don't refuse. It's our duty to restore the glory of Star Soul Sect. Praise me, Master. However, Luo Qianxue was almost furious. Anything that has to do with this wasteful disciple of mine is definitely not good. How many years will it take for me to reach the tribulation crossing realm and ascend to take revenge? Just then, the system notified him. Old Meng will arrive at Star Soul Sect in 3 minutes. Yifeng felt extremely pleased. Thank goodness I set up a cosmic alert feature in advance. As expected, the old man is coming after me. He then instructed Little Blood, who was at the tribulation crossing realm. As soon as you see an old man in a gray robe, go and stop him. But don't kill him, just give him a good beating. Little Blood understood, then started to show off in front of the core disciples. Yifeng was a bit speechless. Meanwhile, not far from the Star Soul Sect, Old Meng had also arrived. That kid definitely doesn't have any high-level formation flags left. I must kill him this time, otherwise, my name isn't Meng Haifeng. This is definitely the most miserable tribulation crossing realm expert in history. Trapped by a junior for 3 days is one thing, but now he's also getting beaten up by that junior's minion. At this point, Old Meng is almost driven mad from being trapped. He's been confined by Yifeng for a full 3 days. Just then, Little Blood quietly approaches Old Meng from behind, moving extremely fast. Old Meng is utterly astonished, sensing that the other has murderous intent. Old Meng warns her to back off, saying that he doesn't want to kill. But who is Little Blood to be threatened by him? Daring to hunt down my master even though you're only at the 4th level of tribulation crossing realm. You're really overestimating yourself. Old Meng is startled. Master, what kind of monster are you? But Little Blood ignores him and proceeds to beat up Old Meng, making him howl in pain. Little Blood sneers disdainfully. After all, I've passed 2 heavenly Tao Thunder tribulations. If I can't even handle you, my master would be angry. But my master doesn't plan to kill you. After I discipline you some more, I'll take you to meet my master. Then she proceeds to beat up Old Meng fiercely. At this moment, Little Blood feels extremely gratified, finally getting a chance to take action. The master said, I can beat you until even your mom doesn't recognize you. Then, the screams of Old Meng can be heard. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaofei is in contact with his father, learning that Old Meng came looking for them. Huang Xiaofei is puzzled, saying that he hasn't seen Old Meng at all, especially after learning from his father that Old Meng has been chasing for 3 days, and that Old Meng just sent out a distress call and is now about to get killed. Huang Xiaofei is even more shocked. What's going on? On the other side, Yifeng and Meng Tongyu are discussing a possible collaboration. Huang Xiaofei rushes over hurriedly. Huang Xiaofei quickly asks Yifeng, have you seen an old man in a gray robe these past few days? Yifeng replies, of course. Isn't he the enemy who's been chasing you? You guys need to learn to hide your tracks. If it weren't for me trapping him, you would have been killed by that old man. You don't need to thank me. Hearing this, Huang Xiaofei becomes frantic. Brother Yi, that's a misunderstanding. Please call back the person you sent out. The old man in the gray robe is Meng Tonyu's father, not an enemy. Yifeng is shocked upon hearing this, letting out a big oh crap. Meng Tonyu is also confused. What's going on? Just then, a figure descends from the sky, and when the smoke clears, it's old Meng who has been beaten up. He weakly calls out for help, feeling like he's about to breathe his last. At this moment, a barely alive old Meng is stepped on once more as he lands by Little Blood. Master, I brought the person back. Did I do well this time? Seeing this scene, Yifeng and the others are utterly stunned, not knowing what to say. Regaining his senses, Meng Tongyu quickly rushes towards his father, yelling, Father, are you alright? His expression is one of utter grief. Old Meng can only mumble incomprehensibly, and after a moment, his head tilts as if he has breathed his last. This makes Meng Tongyu even more heartbroken. I never thought I'd send off my gray-haired parents so soon. Seeing this, Huang Xiaofei also feels like his head is about to explode. Yifeng doesn't know what to say, and Little Blood looks slightly red, clearly embarrassed, as if she's done something wrong. However, old Meng is not seriously injured, and after recuperating for a few hours, Huang Xiaofei explained the misunderstanding of this incident clearly to old Meng. At this point, Yifeng walks over to old Meng, who is in a wheelchair, and sincerely apologizes to him. He says he had thought old Meng was an enemy seeking revenge because he had been watching Huang Xiaofei and muttering to himself. Old Meng sighs, acknowledging that he also had a part to play in the misunderstanding. He says he didn't expect that young Master Yi was actually protecting his son and the young master. At this moment, old Xia walks out. Old Meng, long time no see. I hope you've been well. Old Meng is startled. Boss Xia, why are you here? Old Xia says, don't call me boss anymore. I'm not involved in running the auction house. Now I'm an elder in the Star Soul Sect, just looking for a place to retire after a lifetime of hard work. Hearing this, old Meng is surprised. The former head of a top-tier auction house is now an elder. Old Xia plays the role of mediator at this time. If your business association wants to collaborate with our Star Soul Sect, let me introduce you. Behind me is the Sect Master of Star Soul Sect, Luo Qianxue, who is also the darling daughter of the Sect Master of Star Extreme Sect, Luo Wuming. The others are core disciples of the Star Extreme Sect. You should know what they represent. The core disciples also warmly greet old Meng and others, then go on to introduce by Tianhong, Luo Kai, and Little Blood, who is a great demon. Meng Tongyu is speechless. All of these individuals are heavyweights. At this point, everyone in the guest room starts to make small talk, but they seem to have forgotten something. The Star Soul Sect has one more disciple. Wufeng, who is eavesdropping outside, feels a bit heartbroken. I was the 3rd disciple to join the sect. How come no one remembers me? Hearing old Xia's most detailed introductions. Old Meng is incredibly shocked. He hadn't thought that such an inconspicuous small sect would have so many big names. Their backing must be more than just the Star Extreme sect. Just then, a figure carrying a tremendous sword aura appears. Old Meng is startled once more. There's yet another exceptionally talented sword cultivator. Meng Tongyu and Huang Xiaofei are also astounded. Who could this person be? Is it another heavyweight or one of Yifeng's fellow disciples? However, upon seeing this golden yellow figure, Meng Tongyu and Huang Xiaofei are completely dumbfounded. It's actually a little yellow dog. They can't believe what they're seeing. Little Yellow jumps into Yifeng's arms, furiously licking Yifeng's cheeks. Yifeng is also very happy, finally seeing his dog again. Old Bai and Luo Kai are left feeling helpless, wondering why all the good stuff always goes to the dog. They comment that it would be great if they were not human. At this moment, Yifeng starts to feed Little Yellow again, and in just a moment, a red sword aura bursts into the sky. Yes, Little Yellow has reached a realm that many sword cultivators can only dream of. The Sword Heart realm, the Sword Embryo Protoform. Old Meng starts to question his life. Even a dog has achieved so much, making them feel inferior to a dog. Huang Xiaofei secretly praises himself for his guess. Indeed, there is nothing ordinary in Brother Ye's possession. After all, Yifeng had given him the battle holy body. Luo Qinxue is also very annoyed at this time, but she can only hold it in, telling herself not to get angry. This originally belonged to the prodigal disciple. If he wants to squander it, so be it. But if the great ancestral elder were to see this, he would definitely lose his temper. Luo Kai feels like he made the right choice coming here. He had thought that Yifeng sharing the great demon's body was already the height of extravagance, but he never thought that Yifeng would also possess something that can break through to the Sword Heart realm. At this moment, core disciple Chen Haoyu steps forward, explaining to Old Meng and others that this is just basic behavior for their junior disciple. Soon, Old Meng and the others decide it's time to leave. Luo Qianxue wanted to invite them to stay overnight, but they declined, saying they have to go back and report to the chairman that they're safe. On the way back to the association, Old Meng questions his son and the young master, asking what kind of deal they struck with Star Soul Sect. To be honest, he's still somewhat skeptical about the authenticity of the blood ginseng pill formula. He also questions their trust in Yifeng, wondering if it's solely based on the formula. Upon hearing this, Meng Tongyu decides to demonstrate, giving Huang Xiaofei a knowing look. Then Huang Xiaofei unleashes the power of the battle holy body, indicating that it's due to this that they trust Yifeng. Old Meng is once again shocked, wondering if this could be that particular physique. If Brother Yi has even this, how could the formula be fake? Meng Tongyu confirms that he's correct, and points out that the young master has only partially fused with the battle holy body, but has already undergone a massive change in his comprehension abilities. Even heavenly tier high-level cultivation techniques can be understood with just one glance. Old Meng's attention is immediately shifted. He hurriedly asks where these heavenly tier high-level techniques are. Huang Xiaofei laughs, saying he used them as toilet paper while going to the bathroom. He too indulged in a rare act of extravagance. Old Meng is infuriated, calling it an act of prodigality. He then quickly takes the two away, planning to negotiate with the chairman, believing that Yifeng's extravagant actions must indicate a significant background. He thinks offering a mere 10% profit is too low. They should give at least 20 to 30%. Meanwhile, in Luo Qianshua's study, Yifeng sits down and asks what the matter is. Luo Qianxue confronts him, saying she has underestimated him. In just a few days away from the sect, he's assumed multiple identities. Core disciple, honorary elder, founded his own sect, and even taken the Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley as his disciple. So, what should she, as his master, call him? Luo Qianxue looks at Yifeng with disapproval. Yifeng quickly assures her that he will not require her to call him by those titles, saying that in life and death, he is her disciple, and he will always be her disciple. Upon saying this, he suddenly bursts into tears. The scene is truly touching. Yifeng thinks to himself that as long as he helps his master strengthen their sect, he will eventually win her over. Luo Qianxue is also moved by his words, though it's been somewhat chaotic. Yifeng is, after all, her only direct disciple in both lifetimes. Yifeng then starts to explain, saying the Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley only became his disciple because of a lost bet, and his honorary elder title was more for fun, accepted only due to the arrangements made by the 5 ancestral elders. Luo Qianxue says she won't delve into this matter anymore. The great ancestral elder contacted her, warning him not to squander the top-grade spiritual crystals in his possession, as they will be of great use in the future. Do you know that there's a mysterious place in the Heavenly Dao battlefield? Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately knows she's talking about Heavenly Dao City. Luo Qianxue is startled, asking how he knows. Yifeng says he's already been there, but unfortunately, the Heavenly Dao token he had was only good for half a day. Luo Qianxue is flustered. She had planned to tease Yifeng a bit, but now the tables have turned. Yifeng then tells her about the interesting aspects of Heavenly Dao City, promising that the next time he goes to the Heavenly Dao battlefield, he will bring back more Heavenly Dao tokens, so they can both enjoy the city. He even plans to have powerful experts in the Tribulation Crossing realm serve her tea and water. Luo Qianxue is once again moved, thinking that although although her disciple is quite extravagant, he is also considerate of her. She feels quite fortunate. Yifeng, upon seeing this softer side of his beautiful master, can't help but feel his heart stir. So, master does have this beautiful aspect to her. Moments later, both of them feel incredibly awkward. Luo Qinshua tells him to leave, and that she will inform the great ancestral elder about the situation with Heavenly Dao City. After leaving, Yifeng is deep in thought, feeling that his relationship with his master has deepened, but he can't rush things. He has to take it slow. Just then, Luo Kai silently appears behind him, giving Yifeng a start. It's been a while, Elder Luo. What brings you here? Luo Kai whispers, saying that he's heard Old Bai and Old Xia have been feeling unwell lately, so as a body cultivator, he offers his help, telling Yifeng to come to him if there's anything that needs doing. As Old Bai and Old Xia are getting on in years, Yifeng is speechless. So, you're here to curry favor with me? Just then, Old Bai suddenly appears on the rooftop. Luo Kai, I knew you were up to no good. At the same time, Old Xia also emerges from some nearby bushes, looking none too pleased. Luo Kai, you look shifty. Clearly, you're not up to anything good. Caught off guard, Luo Kai blurts, how long have you two been hiding? Both elders move behind Luo Kai. So you're saying we're not fit? Old Xia chimes in, when I was running the company single-handedly, you were still sucking on a bottle, leaving Luo Kai trembling with fear. Yifeng tells them to knock it off. There's no heavy lifting to be done today. Instead, he promises that any future manual labor will be split between the three of them. Seeing this, Old Bai and Old Xia decide not to bother Yifeng any longer, but they're not letting Luo Kai off the hook. They each grab an arm and drag him away. Luo Kai cries out, Yifeng, save me. Yifeng can only shrug. You're on your own, Elder Luo. Afterward, Yifeng returns to his dormitory for some much-needed rest, but he hears familiar voices. Oh, senior brothers and sisters, you're staying in his courtyard too? It's several core disciples, who warmly greet Yifeng. They even compliment him for reaching the peak of the Foundation realm after just a few days away. As everyone is chatting, Wu Feng, who is not too far away, is watching them. He thinks to himself that he needs to make an appearance, or his senior brother might forget about him. So he walks over, greets Yifeng, and inquires about how many minutes it took for him to break through. He even wonders if Yifeng jumped straight from the Qi activation realm to the Foundation realm. This earns him the skepticism of the core disciples. Brother Wu Feng, did you fry your brain while alchemy practicing? Even if junior brother Yifeng is strong, it's impossible to leap across two major realms in one go. It's not just about leaping realms. Even breaking through two minor realms would be tough. After all, the Foundation realm involves creating a spiritual lotus. However, Yifeng surprises them. Finally, someone who understands me. Wu Feng, you really get me. You have no idea how agonizing it was that no one witnessed the groundbreaking scene when I broke through. If only those two bystanders hadn't died. Wu Feng is stunned, then thinks to himself that he really does understand his senior brother best. The core disciples look at Yifeng incredulously. What do you mean, junior brother Yifeng? Is what Wu Feng saying actually true? Are you really that formidable? The core disciples surround Yifeng, asking him how he managed to achieve such consecutive breakthroughs, and if possible, could he teach them too? To change the subject, Yifeng turns to Wu Feng. Weren't you the one who once consumed 2,000 clear mysterious pills? Why haven't you tried breaking through to the Foundation realm yet? Speaking of this, Wu Feng is very grateful to Yifeng. Thankfully, the clear mysterious pills also worked for him at the merging spirit realm, allowing him to attain a pure constitution. He then explains why he hasn't tried breaking through. He initially intended to attempt reaching the Foundation realm, but his master said to wait until senior brother returned, since building the spiritual lotus is crucial for cultivators. Upon hearing this, Yifeng says, I see. I don't have anything that can help you yet, so just wait for a bit. Hearing their conversation, the core disciples are filled with envy. Why couldn't we have met junior brother before reaching the Foundation realm? Then we could also have a pure constitution. Suddenly, Xia Tiantian says, we're all at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, yet we haven't refined our lotuses to ascend to the original spirit realm. Xiao Tianming also agrees. We still have one chance at the original spirit realm. Thinking of this, they feel it's better to not rush their breakthroughs. Just then, a new system task is announced. Lead your fellow disciples to participate in the Sunlit Sect's Mystic Realm Grand Competition. You must get second place. First place is not allowed. Success will reward you with spendthrift points, while failure will result in a deduction. Yifeng is somewhat surprised. What's this all about, and why must we get second place? Although he's not sure what this grand competition involves, getting second place and not allowing his fellow disciples to get first is tricky. What if the competitors forfeit and they accidentally get pushed to first place? That would be problematic. He then asks his senior brothers and sisters if they know about the Sunlit Sect's Mystic Realm Grand Competition. Chin Haoyu looks puzzled. How do you know about this, junior brother? Du Tianyu states that they did indeed receive an invitation from the Sunlit Sect a few days ago, but it was turned down by the saintess after she learned about it. Hearing this, Yifeng decides to ask his beautiful master for more information. He then heads to Luo Qinshua's room. He directly inquires about the matter, asking if someone from the Sunlit Sect has sent an invitation. Luo Qinshua confirms and says, yes, the Sunlit Sect is the only first-class sect nearby. They have sent out invitations to dozens of surrounding sects for the Mystic Realm Grand Competition. However, any sect that agrees to participate must contribute certain resources to a secret realm. Although there is a limit to the number of participants each sect can send, each gets to keep whatever resources they acquire. It seems fair, but that secret realm is under the control of the Sunlit sect. They are already extremely familiar with it, so other sects will surely be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Yifeng says he is very interested in participating in this grand competition. However, Luo Qianxue turns down Yifeng's request, citing the sect's financial difficulties. Just after saying this, she regrets her words. After all, standing before her is a veritable god of wealth. How could he lack resources? Luo Qianxue is suddenly struck dumb. She completely forgot that this guy is a notorious spendthrift. Yifeng generously says, "Master, are you lacking resources? I have some that I can contribute." Luo Qianxue's face turns a shade of awkward red, finding herself in the unusual situation of a disciple offering to provide resources to her. Yifeng immediately says that he can contribute 50 enlightenment pills, 59-leaf soul-returning herbs, 3 golden silkworm star-shining stones, and 100 drops of great demon fairy blood. Luo Qianxue is stunned. Is this guy planning to squander all these assets? The total resources of other sects participating in the grand competition wouldn't even match the value of a single drop of great demon fairy blood. Yifeng cheekily asks, "Is this enough?" When the other sects see these resources, they will surely go crazy, won't they? Luo Qianxue confirms that it's more than enough, but then says, "You can't contribute these to the Mystic Realm Grand Competition. Since you're willing to squander resources, I'll just confiscate them all." As for the resources for the Mystic Realm Grand Competition, she says she'll provide them. However, Yifeng objects, stating that these items can't be contributed to the sect. Luo Qianxue is immediately annoyed, asking, "What's your deal? Would you rather have other sects steal these items than give them to our own sect?" Yifeng explains it's not that he's unwilling, but if these items were to be confiscated by the sect, he's sure that Master would treat these junky items like treasures and venerate them. That's a situation he absolutely can't allow. However, if you, Master, want to use them for something like soaking your feet, I'll gladly offer them up myself. Luo Qianxue indeed does want to treat them like treasures, but given that this prodigal disciple is intent on squandering them, she feels she has no choice. Better for him to waste them than for outsiders to get their hands on them. She decides to let Yifeng contribute as he wishes, following his conditions on how to squander the resources. Hearing this, Yifeng is ecstatic. "If you're willing to follow my lead, there's no issue. You know, Master, you've always been frugal, but if you try squandering just once, you'll definitely get hooked. Once you start, you can't stop. Then, I'll use my status as a wealthy individual to win over your affection." Just then, a message from the system pops up. "Host, weren't you planning to send these resources to the Mystic Realm Grand Competition?" Yifeng responds, "What's the Mystic Realm Grand Competition compared to my precious master?" The system can't argue with that logic, conceding, "Fair point. You make a fair point." Yifeng then proceeds to hand over some of the resources to the Star Soul sect, considering them confiscated. Luo Qianxue asks, "How should we squander the enlightenment pills?" Yifeng suggests, "Master, give 2 to each person and feed the rest to the dog." Hearing this, Luo Qianxue is annoyed but holds her tongue, then asks, "And what about the soul-returning herbs?" Yifeng continues, "Use them for foot soaks. As usual, give 2 stalks to each person and use the rest for the dog's bath." Luo Qianxue can't hold back anymore, a powerful aura disrupting the scene. Yifeng is taken aback, suggesting, "Master, maybe we should just put these resources toward the Mystic Realm Grand Competition after all." It seems he overestimated his master's tolerance. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue goes back to being cheerful. "No need, let's distribute it according to your plan. Now, what shall we do with the remaining 3 golden silkworm star shining stones?" Yifeng wants to use them to forge some blades. Luo Qianxue is shocked. Has he turned a new leaf? Is he finally being proactive and wanting to create weapons? Just as she's about to let him forge some daggers, Yifeng blurts out that he wants to make knives and hoes, specifically to cultivate a field of spiritual grass for the sect. Luo Qianxue is furious, thinking he really can't change his old habits. Her blood pressure soaring, Luo Qianxue then asks about the 100 drops of great demon fairy blood. How should they be handled? Yifeng was about to suggest using them to water plants, but is startled by his master's aura. He quickly changes his tune. "Let's give them to the sect as rewards for those who make significant advancements or contributions. What do you think, Master?" Hearing this, Luo Qianxue finally cools down. "Alright, let's do as you say." Yifeng thinks to himself that this is Master's first time squandering resources, and she's clearly not used to it yet. I'll have her spend more recklessly once she's accustomed to it. Better not provoke her today. Subsequently, Luo Qianxue notifies everyone to come to the main hall for a meeting. While waiting, she asks Yifeng, "You've known those 2 from the Shanghai Commerce Association for several days now, right? Tell me, how did you squander this time?" Yifeng says, "Nothing much. I just had them eat blood ginseng pills until they vomited." Luo Qianxue doesn't believe that's all and continues to press Yifeng for more. After some thought, Yifeng remembers, "Oh, and a Heavenly Tier high-level manual. I used it as toilet paper for Huang Xiaofei." Hearing this, Luo Qianxue feels like spitting blood, but but holds back. Although heavenly tier manuals are excellent, they're garbage in the upper realm. Yifeng then recalls that he also had some battle holy body fragments, and seeing that Huang Xiaofei seemed rather prodigal, he gave it to him. This sends Luo Qianshua's blood pressure through the roof. She can't believe there could be another battle holy body. She's seen someone with a battle holy body challenge her master before. That person wouldn't fall even with broken limbs, and got stronger as the battle went on. Even though her master was a full realm above, she still lost. So, she carefully asks Yifeng about the details of this battle holy body. Yifeng thinks and says, "It seems you don't need to practice any techniques or martial skills. You just get stronger the more you fight, and the more severe the injuries, the more powerful you become." Hearing this, Luo Qianxue can't hold back anymore and spits up old blood. So it really is a battle holy body. But since it's already given to Huang Xiaofei, there's nothing I can do. You should just befriend him. The battle holy body is not as simple as you think, and its potential is beyond measure. However, Yifeng looks annoyed. Befriend him? I'd rather stay away from that kid. He keeps talking about diligently cultivating to create the top commerce association and becoming a weapon in my hands. So, master, don't you think he's a little off? At this point, Luo Qianxue is just numb. Did this disciple get his head caught in a door or something? Just then, Old Bai arrives with the others. They gather in front of the grand hall with puzzled looks. Old Bai asks Luo Qianxue, "Sect leader, why have you suddenly summoned us? Is something wrong?" Luo Qianxue looks frustrated. "No, it's just Yifeng here." She was about to let Yifeng announce the extravagances when Yifeng decisively slips away. "Master, I have to go to the bathroom. The rest is up to you." Luo Qianxue is dumbfounded. She's never been wasteful. Yifeng knows this, but believes that only when Master personally experiences it will she understand how gratifying it is to be wasteful. At this point, Luo Qianxue is frozen. She still thinks that such wasteful acts are merely disgraceful. If it weren't for the fact that Yifeng is her direct disciple, she would have taught him a lesson long ago. Her face then turns red with embarrassment as she officially begins the announcement. "The reason I've gathered everyone here today is for one thing, to be wasteful." Upon hearing this, everyone is incredulous. "Sect leader, you're actually going to be wasteful too." Even the dog barks twice, as if saying, "Sect leader, you're awesome." Seeing the dog, Luo Qianxue suddenly gets a jolt of inspiration. That's right, if Yifeng can be wasteful even on a dog, why should I worry? Besides, Yifeng will foot the bill in the end. With that, she begins to tap into her hidden nature, taking out all the resources, indicating these were all contributions from Yifeng. Seeing this, everyone cheers in unison, showering praises on the sect leader. Then Luo Qianxue begins to distribute the resources, enlightenment pills for everyone, 2 each, and 2 9-leaf soul-returning herbs each. At this point, core disciple Du Tianyu voices a question. Doesn't that leave 28 of each remaining? How will those be allocated? Luo Qianxue looks frustrated. How else? They're all for the dog. Of course, the crowd is dumbfounded. They're even less important than a dog. Finally, Luo Qianxue also takes out the great demon fairy blood. This won't be wasted. You can earn it through hard cultivation or making great contributions. Any objections? Luo Kai is the first to agree. Absolutely no objections. Sect leader is wise. His primary reason for being here is for the great demon fairy blood, and he's pleased there's a way to acquire it so soon. If there are no objections, then this meeting is adjourned, says Luo Qianxue, handing the resources to Old Bai for distribution. Everyone is very satisfied with this meeting, some even wondering about year-end bonuses. Luo Qianxue then stares at the golden silkworm star shining stone, wondering how to craft it. She's never dealt with this before. Suddenly, she thinks of an acquaintance who could help. Inside Purple Phoenix City, a young girl is in the midst of crafting. Though she looks frail, she is indeed a blacksmith. She is Chu Xiao Xiao, Luo Qianxue's acquaintance and a freelance cultivator. At this moment, Luo Qianxue arrives. Chu Xiao Xiao looks up, surprised. Sect leader Luo, what brings you here? Luo Qianxue states that she has come to ask for some crafting help for her sect. Chu Xiao Xiao, however, immediately reaches out to pinch her cheek. Long time no see. Let me feel you. Ah, Luo Qianxue, you really need to work on your icy personality. Apart from my father and me, who's your close friend? Who else even likes you? Feeling proud, Luo Qianxue replies, my direct disciple can tolerate my personality. This immediately piques Chu Xiaoxiao's interest in gossip. Direct disciple, male or female? How old? What are their measurements? Last time you were with that Wu Feng, turns out he isn't your top disciple. You've been hiding this direct disciple from me, haven't you? Learning to keep a hidden gem. Ha, pouting. Luo Qianxue retorts, well, you never asked. Enough about him. He's just a wastrel. Do you have time to help me craft some kitchen knives and hoes? Chu Xiao, though eager to hear more gossip, focuses on the task at hand. Knives and hoes are minor. They can wait a few days. My grandfather is currently preparing to craft an extraordinary weapon, so we're quite busy. Just then, a figure bursts forth. We have time. It's Chu Xiaoxiao's grandfather, Chu Hongshan. That weapon I'm working on can wait. Help Luo Qianxue with her knives and hoes first. Then he turns to Luo Qianxue, making small talk. How are those 5 old codgers? Are they doing well? Luo Qianxue politely responds that the 5 ancestral elders are in good health. Chu Hongshan then instructs Chu Xiaoxiao to go ahead and craft craft those mundane items for Luo Qianxue. Anyway, it won't take much time. However, Luo Qianxue states that it's not just about crafting ironware. She has a small additional request. No problem, go ahead, says Chu Hongshan with a jovial smile. Luo Qianxue then takes out the golden silkworm star shining stone. I need Chu Xiao to help me infuse these spiritual ores into the ironware. Upon seeing the golden silkworm star shining stone, both grandfather and granddaughter are stunned, their eyes widening in surprise. Is this from those 5 old codgers in your family? Chu Hongshan asks, puzzled. Chu Xiao is downright angry. You wastrel. You actually want to infuse golden silkworm star shining stones into ironware? Don't tell me you plan to use these exquisitely crafted items for mundane tasks like slaughtering chickens and ducks in the Sect's kitchen, or using the hose for tilling a spiritual grass garden. Keeping a stern face, Luo Qianxue replies, yes, that's exactly it. Although inside, she's chuckling. She finds it amusing how people look incredulous, and it gives her great joy. Is this the joy of wasteful spending? Frustrated, Chu Hongshan turns away and vents his anger by stomping on the ground. You're really killing me here. Meanwhile, on the other side of Purple Phoenix City, Yifeng is strolling around with Little Blood. I never thought the city would have such tasty grilled skewers. I know lots of fun places. I can take you there next time. Just then, they are startled by a massive explosion. Little Blood quickly shields Yifeng from the blast's impact. What just happened? Yifeng asks, puzzled. To find out what's going on, Yifeng decides to head towards the direction of the explosion. The two quickly make their way, one running and the other flying, and soon arrive at Chu Hongshan's location. Seeing Chu Hongshan wielding a large knife and glaring at his beautiful master, Yifeng initially thinks his master is in danger. However, Chu Hongshan is just furious about the wasteful use of the golden silkworm star shining stone. He initially thinks it was the 5 old codgers who had given Luo Qianxue the stones for her wasteful plan, and is intent on confronting them at the Star Extreme Sect. Do you know how rare these golden silkworm star shining stones are? Even in the heavenly Dao battlefield, there are only a few. People have shed rivers of blood to obtain them, and you want to use them in ironware? I've never seen such wastefulness in all my years, Chu Hongshan exclaims, getting ready to leave to confront the 5 elders. Luo Qianxue quickly starts explaining, this has nothing to do with the 5 ancestral elders. An honorary elder gave me the golden silkworm star shining stones. Who is this honorary elder and where is he? Chu Hongshan presses. Just then, Yifeng and Little Blood burst onto the scene, exuding a powerful aura. An angry Yifeng approaches. Who dares to bully my master? Chu Hongshan looks bewildered. And who are you? Yifeng rushes to Luo Qianxue's side. Fear not, master, your disciple has come to rescue you. I am Yifeng, the direct disciple of Star Soul Sect. Then he turns to Luo Qianxue. Master, can you please make my life a bit easier? It's good that I was wandering around here. Otherwise, what would I do if something happened to you? Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue blushes and feels a bit sweet inside. Though Yifeng might be extravagant, he really does take care of her. Just as she is about to clarify the situation, Yifeng interrupts her and instructs Little Blood to escort her away. I don't want master to see blood, he says. Thus, Luo Qianxue, without having a chance to explain, is whisked away by Little Blood. The scene is now left with just Chu Hongshan, Chu Xiao, and Yifeng in a standoff. How dare you, you old geezer, try to steal from my master and even think about harming her? Who the hell gave you the courage? Chu Xiao is furious. How dare you insult my grandfather like that? She's about to make her move, but Chu Hongshan stops her. To be honest, he quite likes this guy. Chu Xiao doesn't understand. He insulted you, and you're still protecting him? Chu Hongshan replies, if you had a disciple who was as dedicated to protecting you, I would be very happy. At this moment, Little Blood returns to Yifeng's side, indicating that she has taken the sect leader to a safe location and isolated the area with a barrier. Yifeng praises her for doing a good job. Chu Hongshan then speaks, I admit your magical beast is strong, but have you ever considered what you would do if I were stronger than it? Yifeng says, would you like to bet? Chu Hongshan asks, bet on what? I bet you won't be able to hurt me, even if you attack with all your might. Chu Hongshan chuckles and then leaps into the air, his fist charged with tremendous power. Let's see how you handle my full strength. The next moment, there's a thunderous roar across the field. However, his punch doesn't land on Yifeng, but is blocked by a single finger instead. Moments later, a rather skinny figure appears behind Yifeng, tearing through the space. He's a new member of the Divine Tycoon's guard. Smiling, he says, finally, it's my turn to come out. With just a slight flick, the new Divine Tycoon's guard member sends Chu Hongshan flying through the air. At this point, a new character appears in front of them, a man with only one arm. My lord, shall I annihilate this entire city? The one-armed man asks. Yifeng is speechless. Are you here to protect me or destroy the city? The one-armed man then erupts with a terrifying aura. So you're the ones who wish to harm my lord? Don't worry, I won't kill you outright. I'll first slice the flesh off your bodies, creating perfect skeletons with only the head intact. Then, I'll make you eat the flesh of your kin piece by piece. These words make Chu Hongshan and Chu Xiao shudder in fear. Chu Xiao hurriedly clarifies, we're not enemies. I'm your master's best friend, and he's my grandfather. We haven't harmed your master. If you don't believe us, you can go ask her. her. Upon hearing this, Yifeng is stunned. He sends Little Blood to inquire from his master whether Chu Xiaoxiao's words are true, but specifically instructs that his master should not be brought back as he doesn't want to frighten her. A few minutes later, Little Blood returns with a voice recording stone, indicating that indeed, his master had referred to Chu Hongshan as Grandpa Chu. The one-armed man says, misunderstanding or not, he dared to raise his hand against you, my lord, and for that, he must die. Yifeng looks at this intensely murderous guard member. What exactly are you trying to do? Forgetting his place, the one-armed man suggests that Yifeng is too kind. He is met with a stern warning from Yifeng. Are you trying to tell me what to do? Yifeng then employs the system's powers to suppress the one-armed man. He discreetly queries the system about what to do if a member of the Divine Tycoon's guard steps out of line. The system's response is unequivocal. No mercy. Sensing this, the suppression from the system intensifies. The one-armed man realizes the deadly intent of his master and begs, please, my lord, don't suppress me any further. I won't dare to do it again. Yifeng coldly speaks, I'll give you one chance to live. Come with me. He takes the one-armed man into the blacksmith shop and asks him to explain the specifics about the Divine Tycoon's guard. The one-armed man respectfully states that including him, there are currently 10 official members of the Divine Tycoon's guard. To become a member, one must go through rigorous selection processes with various assessments. Even after becoming a member, there are periodic reviews, and failing these assessments means expulsion. The sole duty of a member is to protect Yifeng, even at the cost of their own lives. They would never betray their master. After understanding the situation, Yifeng spares the one-armed man, instructing him to reflect on his actions. He warns that any future insubordination will result in his immediate death. Trembling, the one-armed man expresses gratitude for Yifeng's mercy before returning to the Divine Tycoon's guard. Yifeng then attempts to inquire from the system about the true nature of the Divine Tycoon's guard, but is met with a refusal. The system states that it can't explain the situation for now. Nevertheless, Yifeng has garnered some understanding. It appears that not all members of the Divine Tycoon's guard are as straightforward as the golden-armored strongman. Some are bloodthirsty like the one he encountered today. Yifeng finds this diversity intriguing and speculates that the other yet unseen members may have their unique quirks as well. Yifeng then exits and apologizes to Chu Hongshan and Chu Xiaoxiao, stating that the previous events were all misunderstandings. To make amends and request their silence about the Divine Tycoon's guard, he offers them 5 pieces of gold and silkworm star shining stones as compensation. Puzzled, Chu Xiaoxiao asks, who exactly are you? Why are you getting close to Luo Qianxue? If you don't explain, I will tell her. Chu Xiaoxiao threatens. Before she can say more, Chu Hongshan covers her mouth and assures Yifeng they will keep the secret. Relieved, Yifeng signals for Little Blood to bring in Master Luo Qianxue. Why did you stop me, Grandpa? Chu Xiaoxiao asks. Puzzled, Chu Hongshan advises her to worry less. This guy won't harm Luo Qianxue. Let's mind our own business and go make some knives and hoes. Resigned, Chu Xiaoxiao agrees, but still worries about Luo Qianxue. She decides she will keep an eye on Yifeng when they visit Luo Qianxue's sect, vowing that Yifeng won't harm Luo Qianxue in any way. At that moment, Luo Qianxue walks over. Puzzled, what were you all doing? It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding, Yifeng says, blaming Little Blood for the confusion. She said you were in danger, master, so I came. Not daring to contradict, Little Blood takes the blame silently. Yifeng quickly takes his leave with Little Blood before Luo Qianxue can say more. Once Yifeng is gone, Chu Hongshan approaches Luo Qianxue. Your disciple is quite something, he says. Returning to a previous topic, you said earlier that the gold and silkworm star shining stone was given by an honorary elder, but where does Star Extreme Sect have an honorary elder? Caught in an awkward position, Luo Qianxue doesn't know how to explain. Eventually, she admits, the so-called honorary elder is actually my direct disciple. The gold and silkworm star shining stone was also given by him. Chu Hongshan is confused. What's so special about Yifeng that those 5 old guys would do something so ridiculous? Chu Xiaoxiao is also baffled. Doesn't that mean you have to call Yifeng Elder Yi? How did he manage to do this? Luo Qianxue explains, because he is rich. Yifeng contributed 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals, allowing Star Extreme Sect to spend freely. Hearing this, Chu Hongshan nearly chokes, but soon nods understandingly. Ah, I see. 100 million top-grade spirit stones is indeed quite a sum. Seems like I misunderstood. Chu Xiaoxiao interrupts. It's not spirit stones. It's 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals. Chu Hongshan feels dizzy. Could you not speak? Can't you let me face a less harsh reality? Just then, an idea occurs to Chu Hongshan, and he tries to curry favor with Luo Qianxue. I treat you as if you were my own granddaughter. Why don't Chu Xiaoxiao and I join your sect? Luo Qianxue is speechless. Not this again. My Star Soul sect already has more elders than disciples. Am I running a retirement home? Seeing Luo Qianxue hesitating, Chu Hongshan thinks of how to persuade her. Look, your sect is newly established, and you don't have many powerful figures. I am a 9th grade refining master, and my connections over the years might be of some use. Luo Qianxue is indeed tempted. After all, a top-tier refining master with connections is something no sect would refuse. Seeing this, Luo Chinchua decides not to overthink it. Well, Grandpa Chu, refining in the sect will rely on you guys from now on. Having one more elder doesn't really matter. Chu Hongshan chuckles mischievously. So, it's a yes then? Chu Xiao feels a bit confused throughout the process. Did I just get bundled and sold? Meanwhile, in Earth-sealed City, the top warriors of Mirror Moon Manor have been mobilized. The bystanders are incredibly surprised, wondering who could have provoked Mirror Moon Manor. Rumor has it that its master, Zhang Shufeng, is a formidable figure who has crossed the first tribulation. It turns out they are seeking revenge for Zhang Hang, a young prodigal son killed by a member of Divine Tycoon's guard. Zhang Shufeng, being Zhang Hang's father, is leading a group of experts from the manor, tracking Yifeng's marker. At this moment, Yifeng and Little Blood are wandering around Purple Phoenix City, feeling restless without an opportunity to splurge. Little Blood is pondering, where can we spend a lot of money? Suddenly, she remembers something and suggests, there's a marketplace in the northern part of the city. Maybe we can find something interesting there. Yifeng's eyes sparkle at the suggestion. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Lead the way. Soon they arrive at the marketplace in the northern district. As they enter, they hear countless merchants hawking their goods. Many of the items are from the Heavenly Dao battlefield, and they range from martial arts techniques to all kinds of artifacts. There are even brothels. It's a place where you can find almost anything. However, Yifeng finds the excessive enthusiasm of the people a bit uncomfortable. As they wander around, Yifeng suddenly receives a system alert, informing him of the presence of a Heavenly Dao token. He is directed to buy an old token that contains the Heavenly Dao token. Yifeng quickly starts searching. Where's the Heavenly Dao token? This is extremely important to me. Soon after, he spots a worn-out token. The vendor, a guy named Li Xiaoming, secretly labels Yifeng as a sucker for showing interest in his shabby token. Li Xiaoming enthusiastically starts to pitch the token to Yifeng, describing it as incredibly valuable. He even claims that he almost died on the Heavenly Dao battlefield to obtain it. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me how much it costs. Yifeng interrupts, caught off guard by Yifeng's straightforwardness. Li Xiaoming quickly quotes a price of 3 million low-grade spirit stones, but as soon as he says it, he wonders if he's asked for too much. After all, the token's market price is really only worth about 50, shipping included. To Li Xiaoming's surprise, Yifeng doesn't even haggle. He simply places a ring containing 3 million low-grade spirit stones into Li Xiaoming's hand, saying, no need to negotiate, let's go with the 3 million price. Li Xiaoming is stunned. Who buys something without even haggling over the price? Could it be that the token actually has some big secret? Wanting to know the truth, Li Xiaoming asks, can you tell me what the token is actually worth? I want to know how much I've lost out on. Yifeng responds, the value of this token depends on the individual. For me, it's extremely important, so even if it costs 3 million top-grade spirit stones, I would still buy it. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoming is utterly flabbergasted. 3 million top-grade spirit stones? Did I just miss out big time? Thinking this, he becomes anxious and decides he can't let them go so easily. That's 3 million top-grade spirit stones we're talking about, thinks Li Xiaoming, feeling like he's suffered a terrible loss. A strong killing intent erupts from him. Little Blood senses it and informs Yifeng, that vendor from earlier seems to be targeting us. Yifeng is somewhat surprised. He actually dares to make a move. Then, in a cheerful mood, he finds a tavern and sits down, waiting for Li Xiaoming to attempt an ambush. Little Blood is speechless. Even though that vendor is weak, what's going on with my master? Why is he so happy about being targeted? Meanwhile, Li Xiaoming finds an accomplice, tells him about Yifeng, and suggests that the token might be worth more than 3 million top-grade spirit stones. He feels it's very valuable and can be sold for a high price. Plus, Yifeng must have a lot of money on him. A rogue cultivator named Tiger Boss agrees to help, but warns Li Xiaoming that if they don't gain anything from this, he will turn against him. The two then head to the tavern where Yifeng is staying. As they approach Yifeng's room, they hear Little Blood's voice saying, Master, you can't do this, it's too much. Upon hearing this, the two men start imagining inappropriate scenes. Inside the room, Yifeng is arranging 2,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Little Blood comments, isn't this too much? Giving robbers 2,000 spiritual crystals is like giving them 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. They'll make a fortune. Yifeng replies, who said anything about letting them leave alive? Keep a close watch. As soon as they pick up these spiritual crystals, you'll take them out. Remember, only act once they've taken all these spiritual crystals. This is a momentous occasion. Give them hope and then destroy everything they have. Little Blood makes a face. What kind of manipulative behavior is this? Just then, Tiger Boss and Li Xiaoming kick the door open. Yifeng, who has been waiting, greets them with a smile and offers the low-grade spiritual crystals. Since you're willing to rob me, it means you value me. I hope you won't mind these 2,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Tiger Boss and Li Xiaoming are stunned. What is this? Although spiritual crystals seem valuable, they're only worth 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. We came for 3 million top-grade spirit stones. Annoyed, Yifeng responds, so you're saying it's not enough? Li Xiaoming is infuriated. Of course, didn't you say you wouldn't hesitate to pay 3 million top-grade spirit stones? Why are you offering just these few spiritual crystals. Ignoring them, Yifeng turns to his system interface. Look at this. Even robbers are looking down on me. The big spender, Tiger Boss and Li Xiaoming then demand, hand over the 3 million top-grade spirit stones, and we'll spare your lives. Yifeng tells them to shut up, clearly irritated. Before he can elaborate, the Divine Tycoon's guard acts. The golden-armored strongman's large hand grips both of their heads and crushes them in an instant. The golden-armored strongman appears behind him and snorts, "You pathetic losers are not even worthy of robbing my master." Yifeng is stunned. Why did the Divine Tycoon's guard appear before I was even in danger? The system explains, it's the first time the big spender has been robbed. Uncommon. These kinds of people don't deserve to be part of your extravagant history. Yifeng is speechless. So, it's my fault that I was robbed by someone unworthy? Feeling humiliated, Yifeng is approached by Little Blood. What about these spiritual crystals? They haven't been taken yet. Just then, the system compensates Yifeng with 100,000 spendthrift points, 109 stage 1000 feather sword array flags, and 19 dragons burning sky cauldron. The sword array can collect spiritual energy within its range to form thousands of feather-like swords that autonomously attack any living beings within the formation. The 9 dragons burning sky cauldron contains the souls of 9 demonic dragons and can refine countless spiritual grass, burn the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and produce supreme divine pills. Seeing these many rewards from the system, Yifeng instantly cheers up. Looks like this damn system still has some conscience. He then returns to the Star Soul Sect. As he enters, he hears Old Bai and others talking. Where are you tired from? For so many years, the intensity of the training has been the same. Think about whether it's your own problem. Are you not practicing well? Are you not putting in enough effort? He sees Luo Kai and 2 others sitting there, instructing the disciples in training. Yifeng, watching secretly, is completely puzzled. What's going on here? He notices that the disciples have been trained to the point of exhaustion. As soon as they see Yifeng has returned, the core disciples and Len Wufeng start complaining. You're finally back. Please save us. The 3 elders have gone crazy. The core disciples also swarm him. Junior brother, you've got to help us. If you don't help us soon, we're going to die. Yifeng is left bewildered and at a loss for what to do. First, let go of me, Yifeng says, trying to free himself. At the same time, the 3 elders also come over, their eyes twinkling. Yifeng, you're finally back. Old Bai chuckles. Yifeng, now that you're back, shall we arrange some training for you? Yifeng feels overwhelmed. Stay away. I don't want to train. However, the next moment leaves him bewildered. Old Bai and Old Xia start serving him tea and giving him massages, acting completely like sycophants. Luo Kai, still not getting the situation, asks, weren't you planning to have Yifeng join the training? The 2 elders laugh and say, you're still too naive. This guy is a god of wealth. How could we make him suffer? And you still want to take credit? Go play in the mud. Feeling played, Luo Kai says, so that's how you want to play, huh? He then disregards everything and picks Yifeng up. The core disciples rarely praise Luo Kai and think he's being fair, intending to also have Yifeng start training. However, after lifting Yifeng into the air, Luo Kai starts using his Vidra palm to blast the ground below. A moment later, Luo Kai says to Yifeng, here you go. Turns out, he's also eager to win Yifeng's favor. Disliking the simple mound of dirt, he turns it into a sparkling golden chair, saying, only this is fitting for a spendthrift tycoon like you. Yifeng is very pleased with this. Elder Luo, you're quite considerate. Now, it's the core disciples' turn to be stunned. The core disciples look at Luo Kai with disdain. So this is all you amount to, Elder Luo? Not being polite to them anymore, Luo Kai orders, go intensify your training now. Upon hearing intensify training, Yifeng remembers a certain reward, the 100,000 feather sword array flags. He asks the system if their power can be adjusted. The system confirms it can, with a duration of 10 hours. However, for non-host usage, others would need to mark the flags with their blood to control their power. Yifeng is elated. If it can be adjusted, then it's perfect, he says, confusing everyone. What's going on? Yifeng takes out the flags. Elders, it seems your training methods for our brothers aren't very effective. Why don't we use these 9th rank flags to train them? Their power can be adjusted. The core disciples are speechless. Junior brother, how could you do this to us? It's one thing not to save us, but now you're adding insult to injury? Even Luo Kai thinks this is a bit too much. We're just training them. It's not like we're trying to kill them. Dragging his injured body, Yifeng explains, Elder Luo, you're thinking too small. With a tone that implies he's considering the well-being of his senior brothers, Yifeng continues, as long as it makes them stronger, what's a little suffering? It breaks my heart to see them suffer too. Luo Kai is somewhat speechless. Yifeng, you're laying it on a bit thick, aren't you? Have some shame. Fine, it's just a flag. Let them suffer a bit. The core disciples feel like crying. Junior brother, are you trying to kill us? The core disciples are distressed, but take some comfort in the fact that there's only one flag. However, Yifeng awkwardly pulls out more flags, explaining that one flag can only last for 10 hours, so he prepared more. Seeing this, the core disciples feel like spitting blood and immediately seek help from Luo Wuming, thinking they'll be done for if he doesn't intervene. Just as Chen Haoyu is about to explain the situation, Yifeng stops him and quietly grants him a privilege to supervise others, under the condition that he won't tell their master. Chen Haoyu immediately hangs up the communicator and declares righteously, as the senior brother, it's my duty to guide junior brothers and sisters in this small matter. Meanwhile, in Star Extreme Sect, Luo Wuming is quite confused. What's the situation with this kid? First, he says he wants me to pick them up, and now he's hung up. Should I go or not? At this point, the great ancestral elder appears and asks what's going on. Luo Wuming explains that the core disciples want to come back. At this moment, the great ancestral elder and others are dressed like beggars, each holding a broken bowl, confusing Luo Wuming even more. What's going on with you all? Seizing the opportunity, the great ancestral elder says, my old friend Bai Gang has come to visit and hasn't met Yifeng yet. So, I thought, while the core disciples are occupied, I'd take my old friend to meet Yifeng. You all don't mind, do you? Bai Gang looks confused. When did I say I wanted to meet this Yifeng? The other ancestral elders are furious. You sly old fox. So that's why you invited Bai Gang and wouldn't let him leave, just waiting for an excuse to go see Yifeng. You're shameless. And so, the great ancestral elder gains the opportunity to leave the sect, traveling at a speed of 500 meters per 0.5 seconds. The great ancestral elder and Old Bai rush to their destination. However, Old Bai starts to feel carsick. The great ancestral elder stops to let him recover, and Old Bai immediately throws up. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the great ancestral elder apologizes. Sorry, I flew too fast. Old Bai is puzzled. Even if you're in a hurry to get to Star Soul Sect, why are you dressed like a beggar? The great ancestral elder retorts. What do you know? This isn't beggar attire. It's my winning outfit. He then asks Old Bai about the mind-calming incense and its effects. Old Bai's eyes light up. This stuff is excellent. Why don't you give me a few more? The great ancestral elder explains that he got the mind-calming incense by begging from Yifeng while wearing this winning outfit. Now do you question my choice of attire? Hearing this, Old Bai goes crazy. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you have more of these winning outfits? Get me one. And so, the two embark on a journey to secure more winning outfits. Meanwhile, back at the Star Soul Sect, the core disciples are suffering under the sword array. Thanks to the special privilege Yifeng granted him, Chen Haoyu doesn't have to train with the rest, but instead supervises them. As soon as the array's energy is depleted, he adds more flags. Wu Feng is also trying to stick close to Yifeng. Senior brother, you're so good to me. Yifeng tells him not to get the wrong idea. He brought him over to ask him something, and once he's got his answer, Wu Feng will have to go back to training. Wu Feng becomes distressed. Senior brother, you're not just asking me about alchemy, are you? Don't you love me anymore? Yifeng playfully looks at him. You guessed it. That's exactly why I called you over. It's about alchemy, Yifeng confirms. Before Wu Feng can even answer, Old Xia kicks him away. You should go back to the killing array for training. With our 9th grade alchemist here, any question you have can be answered. Yifeng looks at Old Xia reluctantly. Then I'll have to trouble you. He then brings out the 9 dragons burning sky cauldron and shares its specifications. This cauldron can refine thousands of spiritual grasses, burn spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and produce supreme divine pills. Upon hearing this grandiose description, Old Xia is stunned. He can't believe that the cauldron is as amazing as Yifeng claims. He begins to mock Yifeng. To refine thousands of spiritual grasses, it must at least be at the heavenly tier, and there are only 5 heavenly tier furnace cauldrons in the entire mysterious heaven continent. I struggled a lot to even get an earth tier furnace cauldron. Don't try to fool me. As for burning spiritual energy between heaven and earth, to achieve that, the cauldron must have a cauldron spirit, which I've never heard of. And as for producing divine pills, that's just a legend in mysterious heaven continent. Yifeng is full of confidence. Hearing you say this, Old Xia, only makes me more convinced that this furnace cauldron surpasses the heavenly tier. Watch carefully. He then releases the 9 dragon souls, and the entire sky turns into a sea of fire. Luo Qianxue, not far away, is incredibly shocked. Dragon souls? How could they appear in this lower world? After a moment, Yifeng retracts the dragon souls, and both of them look at the furnace cauldron in silence. Yifeng, having tested the 9 dragons burning sky cauldron, is extremely excited. This furnace cauldron is too powerful. I feel like I could use it for barbecues in the future. Old Xia is flustered. I knew it. Bringing out this furnace cauldron could only mean you're up to something wasteful. Just then, Luo Qianxue rushes over, blurting out, Yifeng, I knew it was you. She then asks if this is the cauldron that just released the cauldron spirit. Yifeng confirms and asks if she wants to try it. Luo Qianxue is indeed interested, but the furnace cauldron seems to have no reaction to her. Did you claim it by shedding blood into it? She asks. Yifeng curiously responds, I don't think so, but it nearly drained all my spiritual energy earlier. Luo Qianxue is surprised. That means you've been approved by the cauldron spirit. You should know, the power you wielded with those 9 dragon souls could have destroyed the Star Soul Sect dozens of times over. Even someone who has survived 9 heavenly Dao Thunder tribulations could be slain by you at this furnace cauldron. At this moment, Old Xia sidles up to Luo Qianxue, startling her. He suggests that she persuade Yifeng not to be so wasteful. He actually wants to use this furnace cauldron for barbecuing. Its demonic dragon cauldron spirit can burn through space itself, and yet he wants to use it for grilling meat. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but rub her forehead in exasperation. She asks ask Yifeng if he understands how powerful this furnace cauldron is. With this, you could walk sideways in this world. Yifeng isn't concerned. People are like iron and food is like steel. Miss a meal and you'll starve. I'm not interested in walking sideways. Barbecuing sounds much better. Unwilling to give up, Luo Qianxue continues to persuade him. This furnace cauldron is a supreme treasure. It can refine any pill and kill any enemy in this lower world. If used properly, the possibilities are endless. Yifeng maintains that barbecuing is the best use for it. Switching topics, Yifeng asks, Master, what would you like to eat tonight? How about we use this furnace cauldron for a barbecue? Luo Qianxue gets furious, draws her long sword, and is about to strike Yifeng. Old Xia hurriedly steps in to stop her. Sect leader, you can't. He's still your direct disciple after all. Luo Qianxue demands to be let go, intent on cutting down this rebellious disciple. Seeing the situation, Yifeng quickly makes his exit. Master, Old Xia, you two chat. I won't disturb you. Being a disciple is hard work, always getting hit and scolded by the master. I wonder if Li Fei has returned to the sect. Kind of miss him. Meanwhile, in the dark flame sect within the heaven fire realm, Li Fei is trembling as he lies on the ground. Because he had gone to the heavenly Dao battlefield without permission, he's being punished by his master, Sun Tianyu, who is also the sect leader of Dark Flame Sect. While Li Fei continues to tremble, Sun Tianyu walks over, grabs him by the head, and lifts him up. Warning, from today, you are not allowed to leave the sect until you've broken through to the foundation realm. At this moment, the great ancestral elder of the Dark Flame Sect, Wang Qingshan, appears, muttering to himself, who is this Sword Dao friend visiting? When he sees Li Fei, he is shocked. Sun Tianyu is puzzled. What Sword Dao friend? There's no one visiting. Wang Qingshan senses the sword intent within Li Fei. Wang Qingshan asks him to explain himself. Li Fei really doesn't want to talk, but seeing the situation, both Sun Tianyu and Wang Qingshan start beating him up. You dare to hide things? Speak up. What's going on? I thought you hated sword cultivators. Li Fei pleads for them to stop hitting him and begins to explain. He says that he met a spendthrift in the heavenly Dao battlefield who had a fragment of death sword intent. When this person learned that he didn't like sword cultivators, he forcefully gave the death sword intent fragment to him. Just like that, during a quick trip to the restroom, I acquired death sword intent. So, great ancestral elder, please don't blame me. I didn't want this. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingshan's face darkens. I spent 60 years cultivating Skyflame sword intent, and you gain death sword intent in a few minutes? Sun Tianyu then gives Li Fei a warning look. So, what do you plan to do now? With his mindset focused on slacking off, Li Fei naturally doesn't want to cultivate strenuously. He says that he will avoid all things related to the sword in the future, and over time, he will forget about the sword intent. Wang Qingshan is furious. You want to forget the sword intent? He then proceeds to beat up Li Fei again and declares that he will personally guide him in the way of the sword. Li Fei is freaked out and quickly turns to Sun Tianyu for help, who is more than happy to have the great ancestral elder educate his good-for-nothing disciple. Meanwhile, back at Star Soul Sect, a new day dawns. Yifeng's extravagant acquisitions for today are updated. 10 heavenly tier furnace cauldrons. Yifeng is speechless. How exactly am I supposed to go broke with these alchemy furnaces? He recalls that old Xia had mentioned that these heavenly tier furnace cauldrons are highly sought after across the entire mysterious heaven continent. Just then, the door to Yifeng's room gets kicked open. It's Luo Qianxue, and she looks frantic as if something has happened. Yifeng, who has just woken up, is completely bewildered. Master, what's going on? Couldn't you have just knocked? Luo Qianxue is here to scold Yifeng. How could you just casually leave the 9 dragons burning sky cauldron in the yard? Yifeng thought it was something serious and responds, Master, it's just an old alchemy furnace. No need to make a big fuss. Do you want me to enshrine it or something? Luo Qianxue's face turns red. She was actually thinking along those lines. What's wrong with venerating such a supreme treasure? Yifeng tries to pacify her. Let's not get worked up over that old furnace. Let's talk about how to squander wealth if one had 10 heavenly tier furnace cauldrons. Luo Qianxue looks unamused. How to squander? Every time you ask about something, haven't you already acquired it? She then decides she doesn't want to deal with him anymore. She's already unhappy with his wasteful behavior, and now he wants her advice on how to be more wasteful. Absolutely not. Yifeng pleads. Don't go, master. I'm still learning. Please offer some guidance. Luo Qianxue quickens her pace, mumbling, this is infuriating. Out of sight, out of mind. As she passes through the yard, old Xia is thoughtfully wiping and arranging the 9 dragons cauldron. Seeing Luo Qianxue walk by, old Xia asks if she's going out to purchase medicinal herbs. He reminds her that there's no need to buy any. They had already bought a large batch a few days ago, and it should be sufficient. Luo Qianxue says she'll get some spiritual ore instead. She just wants to get out and clear her mind. Old Xia says that for spiritual ore, she'll have to talk to Elder Chu. Luo Qianxue gets frustrated. Why are you being so nosy? Fine, I'll go out and buy some elixirs instead. Old Xia suddenly realizes that it seems Luo Qianxue is upset, probably because of Yifeng again. He almost forgot that it's time for Yifeng's regular squandering. Without giving any more attention to Luo Qianxue, old Xia hurries toward Yifeng's residence. Luo Qianxue feels vexed, wondering if everyone is deliberately making her life difficult. Upon arriving, Old Xia tells Yifeng to wait. Why should a young man like you do such manual labor? Let me handle this. Seeing Old Xia's enthusiasm, Yifeng is somewhat dumbfounded. Why aren't you using spiritual energy? Old Xia replies that using spiritual energy wouldn't make it manual labor. I need the exercise. Curious, Old Xia asks what Yifeng is digging a hole for. Yifeng asks him to come out and explains the purpose of the hole. He then takes out a heavenly tear furnace cauldron. Old Xia is incredulous. Is this a heavenly tear furnace cauldron? What are you planning to do with it? Feeling a bit guilty, Yifeng says, I'm planning to use it as a toilet. That hole is essentially a latrine. The mental image of Yifeng using a heavenly tear furnace cauldron as a toilet pops into Old Xia's mind. Unable to contain himself, he feels utterly insulted as an alchemist. That's it. I can't take it anymore. I have to put an end to this. Furious at the prospect of Yifeng using the heavenly tear furnace cauldron as a toilet, Old Xia is about to take drastic measures. Just then, Luo Qianxue arrives in time to intervene. Elder Xia, please show some restraint. After all, he's my direct disciple. Old Xia is fuming. Sect master, don't stop me. I must put an end to this wastrel. He's insulting my profession. Yifeng feels a sense of deja vu. It seems like whenever his beautiful master gets angry at him, it's Old Xia who comes to the rescue. Now the tables have turned. Thinking it best to leave, Yifeng decides to call over his junior disciple, Wu Feng. Luo Qianxue is even more speechless. Are you trying to enrage the only two alchemists we have to death? Old Xia laments. Look what he's become under your indulgence, Sect master. Luo Qianxue retorts. I wonder who was the one trying to stop me yesterday. What goes around comes around. Ha! Old Xia is at a loss for words. No wonder you and Yifeng became master and disciple. Both of you are so cunning. Soon, Len Wufeng arrives. A cheerful Old Xia can't help but smirk, thinking about how Wufeng is going to react. Wufeng, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, enthusiastically talks about helping his senior brother Yifeng build a latrine. However, Old Xia's hopes of enjoying a show are dashed when it turns out Wufeng already knows that Yifeng plans to use the heavenly tear furnace cauldron as a toilet. Old Xia is baffled. How did you know? Wufeng smirks. Because my senior brother just gave me a heavenly tear furnace cauldron to use as a water tank in the yard. Old Xia is disheartened. Like father, like son, you've picked up bad habits from Yifeng too. This is driving me insane. Get lost, both of you. Although he verbally tells Len Wufeng to leave, it's actually Old Xia who departs in a state of dejection. What bothers him the most is that Yifeng would give a heavenly tear furnace cauldron to Wufeng, while he, a 9th grade alchemist, doesn't even have one. The emotional roller coaster was intense for Old Xia. However, when he returns to his own yard, he sees Chu Hongshan exclaiming, Elder Xia, how do you have a heavenly tear furnace cauldron in your yard? Upon hearing this, Old Xia runs over with joy and indeed finds a heavenly tear furnace cauldron standing there, accompanied by a note with the character for gift. It seems Yifeng hadn't forgotten him after all. Old Xia is so touched that he's moved to tears. Chu Hongshan advises him to contain himself. Don't drown the furnace cauldron in your drool. Realizing his lapse, Old Xia regains his composure. At this moment, Chu Hongshan expresses a desire to study the furnace cauldron. He had always wanted to craft a heavenly tear furnace cauldron, but all those he had seen before were already claimed. Old Xia readily agrees, sharing the same sentiment as Wufeng. Take this thing. If you don't, I'll just use it as a water tank in my yard. Although confused by Elder Xia's sudden change in attitude, Chu Hongshan has no objections. He promptly moves the furnace cauldron to his yard for study. However, when he gets back, he is utterly baffled to find a whole row of heavenly tear furnace cauldrons lined up. What the hell am I supposed to research now? Chu Hongshan is at a loss, staring at the 7 heavenly tear furnace cauldrons in front of him. When did heavenly tear furnace cauldrons become so common? Just then, Yifeng appears, startling Chu Hongshan. What are you doing here? As a weapon and armor smith, you should know how to squander resources with a heavenly tear furnace cauldron, right? Chu Hongshan claims ignorance. I'm an old man. I don't understand your young people's wasteful habits, but I can craft weapons and armor. Upon hearing the words weapons and armor, Yifeng's eyes light up. Ah, Elder Chu, you catch on quickly, Yifeng says, encouraging Chu Hongshan to pick one. Chu Hongshan is puzzled. What's the use for a weaponsmith like me? Are you suggesting I wield this furnace cauldron in battle? Yifeng responds, exactly. This furnace cauldron can be used for both offense and defense. Isn't it the ultimate weapon? You can use it to smash someone and hide inside for protection. It's perfect. Chu Hongshan still has reservations, saying, but this is a heavenly tear furnace cauldron. No one would abuse it like this. Yifeng then poses a question. If you, Elder Chu, were to go all out, how long would it take to destroy this furnace cauldron? After contemplating, Chu Hongshan replies, I wouldn't be able to, no matter how long I try. That's the point. Such an amazing furnace cauldron would be wasted if not used as a weapon. With that, he gathers up the remaining furnace cauldrons, leaving one for Chu Hongshan. Chu Hongshan is dumbfounded. You're giving this to me? It's the first time I've experienced your extravagance. No wonder everyone is shocked by you. Alright, then let's return Elder Xia's furnace cauldron to him. Meanwhile, inside the sect leader's grand hall, Luo Qianxue, Old Bai, and Luo Kai are present. Yifeng says, I entrust these heavenly tear furnace furnace cauldrons to you all. Each of you can take one and use it as a weapon. Luo Qianxue is puzzled. Where did you get so many heavenly tier furnace cauldrons? As for using them as weapons, Little Blood is the first to agree. For her, the furnace cauldron is a perfect fit. Luo Kai, a body cultivator, is a bit envious. The demon race really is powerful. This furnace cauldron seems like it was made for her. Yifeng chimes in, Master, don't you think it's a great fit? Luo Qianxue doesn't object to the arrangement, but asks, what's the deal with giving one to the dog? Yifeng explains, of course, it's for the dog to use as a doghouse. Plus, once the dog gets stronger, it can carry the furnace cauldron in its mouth to help us in battle. The mental image of a six-pack ripped dog wielding a giant cauldron to defeat enemies makes Luo Qianxue inexplicably speechless. It's an argument she finds hard to counter. As for the remaining one, I'll keep it for myself. Later, I'll let old Xia and junior brother Wu Feng know so they can use them as weapons as well. That should complete our extravagant spending, right? Just then, a roar from outside interrupts them. It's from the people of Mirror Moon Manor. Zhang Shufeng shouts angrily, Star Soul Sect must hand over the murderer who killed my son. Or else, today, I will annihilate the Star Soul Sect entirely. A small sect with tribulation crossing experts would be troubled by a third-rate force. They even boast about wiping out our small sect. At this moment, everyone in the hall was baffled. Mirror Moon Manor, Chu Hongshan and Old Xia each brought a furnace cauldron out. How dare they recklessly talk about wiping out the entire Star Soul Sect? What a big mouth they have. Luo Qianxue also had a hostile expression. Everyone, follow me out to meet the enemy. Yifeng reminded, Master, you forgot your cauldron. The image just established was again ruined by Yifeng. Just stop mentioning your broken cauldron. At this time, people from Mirror Moon Manor still hadn't realized what kind of sect they had provoked. Their subordinate even suggested, why not just wipe out this sect? Zhang Shufeng said cruelly, no hurry, I won't let a single person from this sect escape. I want them to die in fear. Just then, Old Xia and others each came out with a cauldron. This action was instantly ridiculed by people from Mirror Moon Manor. Are all the people in this broken sect lunatics? Dragging a big cauldron each. Luo Qianxue was mortified seeing this, wishing she hadn't agreed to Yifeng's request to bring the cauldron into battle. Zhang Shufeng told them to stop laughing, vaguely feeling something was amiss. These old men's auras seemed very strong. Zhang Shufeng, today, no matter why you came, provoking the Star Soul Sect is a dead end. Even Shi Feng couldn't save you. Zhang Shufeng grew more uneasy upon hearing this. Who exactly are you? Chu Hongshan then stated his name. Even Shi Feng owes me 3 favors. Today, no one will be of use. I said it. Upon hearing the opponent's name, Zhang Shufeng was instantly dumbfounded. How could it be him? Isn't it said that he wouldn't join any forces? Then he let old Chu listen to his explanation. Chu Hongshan told him to get to the point quickly. Zhang Shufeng hurriedly explained that his son was killed, so he thought of taking revenge. He used the mother and child bug to trace the murderer here. Chu Hongshan burst into laughter. Who are you fooling? Even if you're making excuses, find a better one. Your useless son had a protector, and my Star Soul Sect's only 2 disciples, one at the merging spirit realm peak, the other at the foundation realm peak. How could they kill your son? Zhang Shufeng acknowledged the logic, but the source of the mother and child bug really was here. Chu Hongshan told Zhang Shufeng to stop pretending, not thinking he didn't know what Mirror Moon Manor was like. Then he turned to ask, did anyone kill his son? Everyone shook their heads in unison, not knowing anything about his son. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shufeng became anxious, claiming they were lying. Luo Qianxue couldn't be bothered to argue with him, directly signaling everyone to take action. At this moment, people from Mirror Moon Manor realized that all those old men were tribulation crossing experts. The next second, they were greeted by the large cauldrons. Luo Kai was very satisfied with this. Using the big cauldron felt damn good. Then he saw Old Bai and Old Xia, with their astonishing strength, swinging the big cauldrons around. They even mocked Luo Kai. Don't think you're amazing just because you're a body cultivator. Luo Qianxue, although still feeling embarrassed seeing this, was actually quite satisfied inside, realizing how enjoyable it is to smash people with a cauldron used for alchemy. She then imagined herself fighting in the future, a beautiful woman wielding a big cauldron to smash people. Luo Qianxue decided to discard this impractical idea. Better not, to avoid being labeled a violent gorilla. Yifeng then wondered, did these people really come to avenge a murder? Luo Qianxue didn't think so. It was just a ridiculous excuse. At that time, the entire sky was filled with red blood rain. Yifeng, seeing this, didn't want to overthink, seeming unrelated to him. However, at that moment, the system spoke, urging Yifeng to use Heaven's secret to check if the incident of the Divine Tycoon's guard in the cave was related to him. Yifeng was annoyed. Why check? You've already hinted. Isn't it just saying it's related to me? The battle in the sky ended, with Chu Hongshan's strike crushing Zhang Shufeng. Yifeng then approached Luo Qianxue. Master, about that, seems like I killed his son. Luo Qianxue was completely unsettled. What? You really killed his son? So, others were not provoking without a reason. They truly came for revenge. How did you kill him? Yifeng awkwardly explained. I took a nap, and his son was killed by me. At this time, the elders returned with only half of Zhang Shufeng's body. Sect Master, all is settled. Mirror Moon Manor was no good either. We've done justice by punishing evil. Old Xia suggested visiting Mirror Moon Manor in a couple of days to eradicate eradicate them completely. Luo Qianxue was speechless at this moment. Yifeng asked her what was wrong. Luo Qianxue was stunned. Killed someone's son and massacred their sect. Now the elders are planning to uproot them. The once good reputation of our Star Soul sect is gone. After this battle, the Star Soul sect will definitely be labeled a demonic sect. And she, Luo Qianxue, the sect leader of the Star Soul sect, will be seen as a female demon. Yifeng was speechless. The system, how could you portray my sect like this? The system then changed its tune. After this battle, the Star Soul sect eradicated a major scourge for the cultivation world. Everyone praised it. Yifeng told it to shut up. Are you narrating a story here? Luo Qianxue felt helpless, being a master without a sense of achievement and a sect leader with frustration. Yifeng then remembered the Secret Realm sect competition, asking when it starts. Luo Qianxue said it starts in 7 days. Take the cultivation resources with you. Go there a day early with your brothers. Also, choose an elder to lead the team. I won't go. Yifeng didn't quite understand. This beautiful master seems to really dislike trouble. What exactly is the important matter she is dealing with? To investigate Master's secret, Yifeng decided to use the Heaven's Secret function. The system reminded that due to the large amount of target information, using Heaven's Secret this time will consume all 3 chances for today. Yifeng was quite surprised, but still used it, only then uncovering the backstory of the beautiful master. It turns out Luo Qianxue was the saintess of Celestial Heights Boundless Sanctuary, attacked by the Void Sword sect, the Legion Isle of Penglai, and Heavenly Martial sect during her external training. Fortunately, she preserved her soul with a secret treasure and reincarnated into the current Luo Qianxue. Her only goal is to accelerate her cultivation and ascend to the Celestial Heights for revenge. Yifeng was initially not too surprised by this, but the system playfully said Luo Qianxue had a Dao companion. That made Yifeng lose his composure. What did you say? Fortunately, it was just the system joking. Luo Qianxue, in any life, never had a Dao companion. Yifeng was speechless. Damn, the system dares to scare me. I just wanted to know what Master is busy with. Just say she's cultivating. Why mention a large amount of information? But thinking about Master's tragic past life, Yifeng felt a bit sad. He remembered those 3 forces targeting Master. Someday, he will ascend to the Celestial Heights with the Star Soul sect and kill all those who bullied my wife. Ding! Congratulations to the host for confirming a Dao companion. Reward: 100 million marrow cleansing elixirs. An unranked elixir completely removes impurities from the body, achieving a truly pure spirit body. Any clear mysterious pill is inferior in its presence. The only downside is that a single pill has weak effects, requires large quantities to be effective, and the taste is a bit off. Yifeng complained. Isn't your reward a bit late? I already determined my Dao companion. Now you give this? The system weakly said. Next time you have a Dao companion, I'll give it earlier. Yifeng kicked it away with 1 foot. What are you thinking? I only have Master in my heart. Then, looking at the marrow cleansing elixir, the first thing Yifeng thought of was giving it to the dog. If Wu Feng were here, he would definitely cry to death. I am your junior brother, you know. How come I have less presence than a dog? Regarding the arrangement of the marrow cleansing elixir, Yifeng decided not to waste it. Instead, he planned to give it to Master and the others. Just then, Yifeng saw Little Blood passing by, and then tore up Little Blood's clothes. His idea was actually to use the clothes to hold the elixirs. Little Blood was stunned. Why didn't you tear up those old guys' clothes? Yifeng said their clothes were too smelly. Little Blood was angry but couldn't argue. That was her 2 million top-grade spirit stone worth of clothes. She wouldn't even damage them a bit during fights, but now they were torn up by her master. Later, Yifeng found the elders and took out a bunch of marrow cleansing elixir for them. Newcomers Chu Hongshan and Luo Kai didn't know painful experience was coming. Old Bai and Old Xia, having experienced the pain of consuming pills, knew what was up seeing the pile. Then, Yifeng looked at the system. All of today's squandering products were used up. Why haven't the rewards been issued yet? The system reminded the host that there's still 1 furnace cauldron not used. Almost forgotten. Just squandering a furnace cauldron. Then Yifeng was seen leaving with a heavenly tier furnace cauldron. The elders were puzzled. What was Yifeng planning to do? A moment later, Yifeng arrived in front of Zhang Shufeng's body and smashed it hard with the cauldron, blaming this old guy for wasting his squandering time. The elders were frightened, seeing Yifeng angry for the first time, wondering if it was because they ate too slowly. Chu Hongshan, upon hearing this, thought of the previous incident with Yifeng's Divine Tycoon's guard. Then, the elders, regardless of the taste, to avoid making Yifeng angry, desperately started eating, while Yifeng, just after using up the furnace cauldron, was notified that the squandering was complete, rewarding 1,000 squandering points in a Twilight Mystic robe. Yifeng grinned. This robe is obviously prepared for Master. The system also introduced the robe, a lady's garment made from Twilight Mystic crystals, warm in winter, cool in summer, soft and comfortable, and with unbreakable defense. Yifeng, seeing this, had a nosebleed. He must hurry to deliver it to Master. The system, seeing this, also issued a task. Deliver the Twilight Mystic robe to Master Luo Qianxue. Successful delivery will be rewarded with 500,000 squandering points. Yifeng was astonished. Can't believe there are so many squandering points. System, are you deliberately messing with me? The system stated it's for your own good, to help you lead a life without shame or impatience. Yifeng hesitated a bit. To do or not to do? After all, she's still only Master, not yet a wife. wife. While Yifeng was pondering whether to accept the task, Luo Qianxue just happened to appear nearby. Yifeng, what are you doing? Without much thought, Yifeng blurted out, wife, why are you back again? Luo Qianxue was taken aback. What did you say? The elders also heard this, all looking at Yifeng in astonishment. Luo Qianxue glared at Yifeng with a dark expression. Who did you just call wife? Yifeng, trembling, explained it was just a misunderstanding. Luo Qianxue calmly said, are you sure it's a misunderstanding? As she emitted a powerful aura, Yifeng started sweating profusely. Master, listen to my explanation. The elders, while taking their medicine, gossiped. This young man Yifeng has potential. He really dares to call her that. When did he win over the sect leader? But seeing Luo Qianxue's cold gaze, the elders didn't dare to say more. To avoid bringing trouble upon themselves, Luo Qianxue asked coldly, Yifeng, since you say it's a misunderstanding, then explain to me, what is that thing in your hand? Yifeng awkwardly said, wife, this thing. Luo Qianxue was exasperated. You're still calling wife? Yifeng could only seriously explain to her, this is a garment made from twilight mystic crystal, having very strong defensive capabilities. Luo Qianxue was somewhat skeptical. Twilight mystic crystal is extremely rare. Even Boundless Sanctuary has only one piece. But upon sensing the aura emanating from the garment, Luo Qianxue was utterly amazed. It really is the aura of twilight mystic crystal. Knowing how rare the crystal is, could it be that Yifeng is the reincarnation of a celestial heights superior force's holy son? Luo Qianxue was now very tempted, torn between embarrassment and the precious twilight mystic crystal. Eventually, the twilight mystic crystal won over her embarrassment. She decided to accept the garment, but also warned Yifeng not to call her wife again in the future. Hearing this, Yifeng grinned mischievously. Master eventually gave in. It seems the mystic crystal really is a good thing. Should I pursue the victory? Then, he grabbed Luo Qianxue's hand and said, from now on, we'll each say our own. I'll call you wife, and you can call me whatever you want. Luo Qianxue, blushing, said that's not okay. If you dare call me wife again, I'll strip you of your position as the direct disciple. Yifeng then brought up his honorary elder status to order her not to strip him of his direct disciple position. Luo Qianxue pouted, feeling sullen. You dare to threaten me? Seeing the honorary elder status not working, Yifeng then invoked his grandmaster status. Eventually, Luo Qianxue admitted defeat. Fine, whatever. Call me whatever you want. And then she left with a red face. Yifeng was extremely happy. Indeed, being thick-skinned is key to winning over a wife. Just one twilight mystic crystal, and she lets me call her wife. Maybe next time I could even get a kiss. And the time after that, maybe even enter the bridal chamber. Yifeng chuckled foolishly. Just then, Yifeng suddenly remembered, where did the marrow cleansing elixir and the elders go? Later, Yifeng went to the disciple courtyard, telling junior brother Wufeng to go to the sect's main hall. There's something good for him, but he was confused as soon as he entered. Why are all the senior brothers here? The next second, junior brother Wufeng directly knelt down, startling Yifeng. Junior brother, what are you doing? Wufeng then started to cry. Eldest brother, it was my narrow-mindedness. Yifeng, puzzled, looked at junior brother Wufeng. What's going on with you? Wufeng, like a clown, said about himself, when you, senior brother, spent 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones to become master's direct disciple. I thought you were just a fool with too much money, but it turns out I was the fool. At this time, the core disciples also gathered around. It has to be you, junior brother. 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones to get a saintess as a wife. Only you could win over the ice goddess of the Star Extreme Sect. Yifeng then realized his calling master wife has been exposed. Du Tianyu enviously said, never thought the story of a domineering disciple falling for a cold master would be true. Upon hearing this, the brothers all wanted her book to learn a thing or two. Then the brothers headed to the sect's main hall. Yifeng, with a dark face, wondered which elder let it slip. They're definitely going to overeat marrow cleansing elixir later. Right after Yifeng arrived at the sect's main hall, Chu Xiaoxiao frantically looked at him. Yifeng, what have you done to my sister Luo Qianxue? But was stopped by Chu Hongshan. Yifeng was very smug. Just say what you want directly. I'm very happy now. I don't want your stuff. I, Chu Xiaoxiao, would rather starve to death or be struck down by heavenly thunder than accept anything from you. Yifeng found her quite uninteresting. This woman is much more irritable than master. After saying this, he saw the beautiful master sitting in the main seat. Yifeng chuckled, still maintaining your dignity. Ha, wife, you must be angry now, but after ascending, when you face danger, I'll perform a miraculous descent, arriving with the Star Soul Sect to rescue you and win your heart. Then, he tore Little Blood's clothes again. Little Blood was exasperated. My new clothes. Again, master, can't you find another scapegoat? I hardly have any clothes left. Yifeng ignored her and introduced the pile of marrow cleansing elixir on the table. This medicine is much more powerful than clear mysterious pills. It can truly give you a spirit body without impurities. Seeing food, the dog eagerly came over. Yifeng kicked it away. Get out of here, you stupid dog. You'll eat last. Everyone found this scene quite satisfying, thinking the better treated than human series has finally ended. Chu Xiaoxiao then advised Luo Qianxue, we mustn't eat it. But Luo Qianxue expressed her temptation. It's the lure of a spirit body without impurities. My only goal is to become stronger. I can't refuse what he offers. Chu Xiaoxiao was furious. She didn't believe the pills Yifeng offered could be so amazing, and decisively tasted one. Yifeng Yifeng was smug, thinking her arrogance has been silenced. But Chu Xiao immediately vomited after eating. It's so disgusting, like some kind of poison. Yifeng was puzzled. Is it really that bad? And decisively fed some marrow cleansing elixir to the dog to test. After eating, the dog also had a constipated face, and then started vomiting crazily, even becoming stiff. Yifeng cheered it on, but seeing the dog lying stiff, Yifeng wondered if it was playing dead. Then he fed it more marrow cleansing elixir. Everyone was surprised to see the dog's day had come. That's how it should be treated. Too much pampering of the dog. So, Yifeng fed the dog marrow cleansing elixir for half an hour, making it as fat as a pig. Yifeng told it not to be ungrateful. If it weren't for wanting to train this stupid dog, it wouldn't have gotten any of these good things. At this time, Yifeng asked the system, everyone's physique is different. How do we determine how many marrow cleansing elixirs they need to achieve a pure, impurity-free physique? However, the system stated that all beings are equal. Just consume 100,000 pills per person, and you can achieve a pure, impurity-free physique. Yifeng was almost frightened. Are you sure 100,000 won't kill them? At this time, Chu Hongshan was crying while pinching his granddaughter's acupoint. He and Chu Xiao had already consumed hundreds of pills. Why aren't there significant changes in their bodies? How many more do they need to eat? Yifeng awkwardly said it might take 100,000. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao couldn't bother feigning unconsciousness anymore. What? 100,000 pills? Not only were the grandfather and granddaughter shocked, everyone was stunned by Yifeng's words. Yifeng, blushing, explained, anyone who consumes 100,000 pills can achieve a pure, impurity-free physique. The core disciples wailed. They couldn't eat so many. It was simply unbearable, and the taste was absolutely worse than excrement. However, Luo Qianxue didn't think so. As a saintess from Celestial Heights, she knew how powerful a pure physique was. Now, just by eating 100,000 pills, she could achieve it. It was a huge bargain. Once ascended to Celestial Heights, the power of a pure physique would be revealed. At this moment, Chu Xiao completely broke down. Can we not eat anymore? After eating, her pure heart felt polluted by filth. Having her consume 100,000 such disgusting pills was worse than killing her. Yifeng remarked that the young people today just can't handle it. Then he tried one himself. The next second, he started vomiting violently. He thinks this thing tastes even worse than shit, though he's never actually eaten shit. System, are you sure this is just slightly bad in taste? This is clearly no different from eating excrement. They managed to persist through hundreds of pills already. Maybe it's better to save the marrow cleansing elixirs for squandering. The system reminded that the benefits of a pure physique in Celestial Heights are terrifying. Please decide carefully. Yifeng was startled. It seems this pill, comparable to excrement, must be consumed. Seeing Yifeng also struggling to eat, Chu Hongshan tried to console him. Forget it. 100,000 is really unbearable. Yifeng asked everyone, do you really not want to eat anymore? Getting affirmative answers from everyone that they didn't want to eat, Yifeng started to act serious. Alright, but let me say something first. To persuade Chu Hongshan to voluntarily eat marrow cleansing elixirs, Yifeng brought up the one-armed madman, the member of Divine Tycoon's guard, who utterly defeated Chu Hongshan the other day, saying if they eat one less pill, the one-armed madman will appear once. What the one-armed man would do, Yifeng isn't sure. He can only guarantee that Elder Chu stays alive. Upon hearing this, Chu Hongshan had no choice but to eat, obediently accepting the marrow cleansing elixir from Yifeng. Luo Qianxue was a bit bewildered. Who is this one-armed madman? What surprised her even more was that her good friend Chu Xiao also started frantically eating the marrow cleansing elixirs. She didn't understand. Is the one-armed man Yifeng mentioned really that terrifying? At this time, only Chu Hongshan, his granddaughter, and Little Blood were eating. Old Bai and Old Xia urged them not to focus only on eating, wondering who exactly is this one-armed man, making them all so anxious. Knowing that the sect's strongest, Little Blood and Chu Hongshan, are this scared, they had no power to refute, so they had no choice but to start eating too. After half a day of eating, Chu Hongshan, who couldn't eat anymore, came to chat. Apparently, after killing Zhang Shufeng, he feared Shi Chenfeng might cause trouble. Yifeng wondered, doesn't Shi Chenfeng owe you 3 favors? Chu Hongshan explained that favors are only useful when there's no conflict. Now that he has killed Shi Chenfeng's man, he feared Shi Chenfeng might turn hostile. At this moment, the system also issued a task, ordering Yifeng to lead 10,000 reserve members of Divine Tycoon's guard to annihilate Shi Chenfeng's dark sorcery sect, rewarding 300,000 squandering points. Yifeng then remembered what the Golden Armor Guard and the one-armed man said. The Golden Armor Guard said there were thousands of Divine Tycoon's guards, but the one-armed man said there were only 10. Turns out the Golden Armor Guard is one of the reserves. The Golden Armor is a symbol of their reserve status. When they take off the Golden Armor, they can become official members of the Divine Tycoon's guard. Yifeng was a bit surprised. So, the one-armed man is really strong, but Yifeng thought of the key point. So the first time I encounter danger, you just send a reserve to me. System? The system said it was a random draw. Anyway, in Mysterious Heaven Continent, the reserves are just overkill. Yifeng was speechless. You really don't care about my life, huh? Even doing a random draw. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to argue. Now he still has about 600,000 squandering points. Just need another 300,000, and he can break through. But is this dark sorcery sect so strong? Needing 10,000 10,000 reserves to annihilate it? The system said he was overthinking. It's just that the reserves have been training for a long time and need to come out for some fresh air. But Yifeng is going to the Mystic Realm Grand Tournament in 7 days. Is there enough time? The system assured that there's no problem. After annihilating them, let the guards tear through space. Just send you to the Mystic Realm Grand Tournament's secret realm. Yifeng thought it was a great idea. He could sneak in and destroy all the resources, leaving just a little bit for others, making everyone else come in second. Thinking of this, Yifeng subconsciously called out to Luo Qianxue again. Wife. Luo Qianxue immediately pulled out her long sword in threat. Call me that one more time and see what happens. Yifeng quickly changed his tone. Master, I want to go out with Elder Chu for a bit. Luo Qianxue then let him go and agreed to his request. Yifeng felt a bit gloomy. Master, aren't you worried about me encountering danger outside? Luo Qianxue scoffed. Why should I, a junior, worry about a grandmaster going out on a mission? Before leaving, Yifeng distributed storage rings to everyone, each containing 100,000 marrow cleansing elixirs, allowing everyone to eat at their leisure. Little Blood was exasperated. You have storage rings, so why tear up my clothes? Then Yifeng informed everyone about his departure and called Chu Hongshan along. Now everyone was thrilled. No need to rush eating those excrement-tasting pills for a few days. Outside the main hall, Yifeng looked at Chu Hongshan's spiritual artifact with curiosity. What is this thing? Chu Hongshan explained that it's a flying spiritual artifact, powered by spiritual stones for limitless flight. Yifeng thought it was fantastic. He was just worrying about where to spend his spiritual stone. He could supply the spiritual stones. With this, he wouldn't even need to learn flying sword techniques. But Chu Hongshan said the spiritual artifact was only 3rd grade. Its speed was similar to the peak of merging spirit realm, good for sightseeing on trips. Yifeng thought the speed was too slow. Can it reach the dark sorcery sect in 7 days? Chu Hongshan was surprised to hear this. Are you going to find Shi Chenfeng at the dark sorcery sect? Yifeng told him not to worry about why they were going, just asked if they could reach the dark sorcery sect in 7 days. Chu Hongshan said the soul artifact definitely couldn't, unless he flew there himself. Yifeng then had an idea, so he arranged for Chu Hongshan to fly behind, pushing the flying soul artifact. While he enjoyed a speed like light, Chu Hongshan never thought he'd become a human booster one day. Approaching nightfall, Yifeng suggested finding a town to rest. Then they settled in a nearby town. Chu Hongshan found it unavoidable. Even on a trip, Yifeng still reminded him to eat marrow cleansing elixirs. Yifeng, strolling around, suddenly thought of his eldest disciple and his master's sister. He needed to send them the marrow cleansing elixirs, otherwise he'd be an incompetent master. Then he activated the Sect's teleportation, targeting Huayuman. As a spatial vortex appeared, Yifeng arrived beside Huayuman. The person was in the middle of bathing. Yifeng felt a bit awkward. Eldest disciple, why don't you turn around? Let your master help you scrub your back. Frightened, Huayuman kicked over. Go to hell, you lecher. At this moment, Yifeng's perspective was like time had stopped. He saw everything clearly, what he should and shouldn't have seen, causing him to have a nosebleed. He never expected his first benefit to come from his eldest disciple Huayuman. Just as Huayuman was about to kick Yifeng, the one-armed man from Divine Tycoon's guard appeared. Of course, he couldn't let him see the scene, taking advantage of him not fully emerging from the spatial rift. Yifeng fiercely kicked him back. Yifeng was speechless about the one-armed man, always ruining his good moments. The next second, Huayuman's foot kicked towards his face, knocking him unconscious. After recognizing Yifeng, Huayuman also felt a bit embarrassed. Next time, Master, could you notify me before coming? Then she asked, Master, do you have something important since you came suddenly? Yifeng then took out a storage ring containing 200,000 marrow cleansing elixirs, allowing her and Luo Yaoyao to each consume 100,000 to achieve a pure, impurity-free spirit body. Just that the marrow cleansing elixirs are a bit smelly. You have to bear with it, not even one less. It's very useful in celestial heights. Though Huayuman was a bit confused, she still accepted it and promised to follow the instruction. Having said that, Yifeng prepared to leave. Before leaving, he reminded Huayuman not to associate with the dark sorcery sect. They are destined to perish. Upon hearing that Master was going to annihilate the dark sorcery sect, Huayuman immediately informed Luo Yaoyao, ordering her to eliminate the people from dark sorcery sect who came to buy supplies and to come to her room for a chat. Soon after, Luo Yaoyao also came over. Huayuman then handed the marrow cleansing elixirs to her. Luo Yaoyao didn't recognize the pills, but trusted her master, Huayuman, and tried one. The next second, her entire facial features blurred. Then she fainted and fell backwards. Huayuman was dumbfounded. Luo Yaoyao, you're not dead, are you? Luo Yaoyao sighed and said, Master, did I offend you in some way? If you want me dead, just give me a quick end. Huayuman felt fortunate that she let Luo Yaoyao try it first. Otherwise, her image as the Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley would have been ruined. Luo Yaoyao was extremely weak. Master, what's wrong? Is someone threatening you? If so, just tell your disciple. Huayuman told her not to guess wildly. Just know that these pills are beneficial. They were sent by Yifeng. Here are 200,000 of them. You and I each have to consume 100,000. Luo Yaoyao immediately became furious. What? 100,000 pills? You and Grandmaster are trying to kill me, aren't you? Luo Yaoyao couldn't understand at all. Are these really beneficial? She decided to consult her sister. After contacting Luo Qianxue, Luo Qianxue was eating marrow cleansing elixirs and vomiting while talking to her. Luo Yaoyao could already picture the scene. It seems even her sister couldn't avoid it. In that case, master, let's eat them. The next morning, Yifeng woke up in a good mood. Today his squandering item also refreshed. It's fragments of artifice enlightenment, 10,000 pieces. After use, it greatly enhances the ability to perceive the path of the artificer, allowing the creation of soul artifacts with low-level artifact spirits. Yifeng was quite surprised. Can it really create artifact spirits? This isn't something that can be done in the lower realms. But how should he squander them? At this moment, Chu Hongshan came to him. Seeing his worried look, he asked what was wrong. Old Bai had informed him that Yifeng squanders something every day. Wondering what he would squander today, Yifeng then asked Chu Hongshan, Elder Chu, as a refiner, do you pursue the highest realm of the path of the artificer? Chu Hongshan said it was almost enough for him. Ever since he had the heavenly tier furnace cauldron, he had been too lazy to pursue further. Hearing this, Yifeng smirked. So, Elder Chu, you've given up. Chu Hongshan felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Getting affirmation, Yifeng decided to give him the path of the artificer fragments. Seeing the fragments in Yifeng's hand, Chu Hongshan was extremely surprised. He recognized them as path of the artificer fragments and told Yifeng not to waste them on him. He had already given up on pursuing the highest realm of refining. Yifeng said that was exactly what he wanted. Someone with the right fate like him. If he hadn't given up, Yifeng wouldn't have given them to him. At this point, Chu Hongshan also realized. So, you are squandering on me. That's right. After Elder Chu consumes 10,000 fragments, you can create an artifact spirit. Then, the pots and pans in the sect will rely on you. Chu Hongshan felt it was a waste of talent. If he had to refine those, he would rather not consume the fragments. Yifeng grinned. Having a plan in mind, he gestured with his right hand as if holding a sword, swinging towards his own left arm, muttering, should I cut off this left hand and practice swordsmanship instead? Chu Hongshan then realized Yifeng was using the one-armed man to threaten him. The next second, he admitted defeat. Actually, I think pots and pans with artifact spirits are quite interesting. Yifeng appeared pleased, as if to say, the child can be taught. After consuming 10,000 fragments, Chu Hongshan resumed the journey with Yifeng. He was a bit puzzled, although he could now refine spiritual artifacts with artifact spirits. Creating an artifact spirit would trigger an artifact tribulation, and he couldn't withstand it. Yifeng assured him not to worry, saying he would help him block the artifact tribulation. Anyway, that one-armed madman was quite strong. Chu Hongshan, however, thought it was inappropriate. If someone else blocks the thunder tribulation for an artifact spirit, it would bring about the true thunder tribulation, a tribulation that no one can withstand. Yifeng was full of confidence, saying no matter what tribulation, it would not be a big problem for the one-armed man. Even the heavenly Dao wouldn't dare to fart in his presence. Chu Hongshan was immensely shocked upon hearing this. Although Yifeng was known for his extravagance, he never bragged. Having a guard capable of contending with the heavenly Dao, what exactly is Yifeng's identity? At that moment, Yifeng noticed a skirmish not far away and asked Elder Chu to stop. Below, 3 people were being attacked by a group of beasts. Chu Hongshan recognized their clothes. They were inner disciples of the dark sorcery sect, probably unable to defeat the frost mystic wolves. Yifeng asked about their strength. Chu Hongshan assessed, including the beasts. They were all at the peak of the foundation realm. Yifeng seemed eager to act, seeing a chance to try out his newly acquired good and evil Buddha mystic prowess. Chu Hongshan was somewhat surprised. Was this extravagant young man finally going to make a move? He had only heard others say that Yifeng was strong. Today, he would finally see it for himself. Meanwhile, the dark sorcery sect disciples were desperately resisting the frost mystic wolves, but all harboring their own ulterior motives, refusing to reveal their trump cards, especially a disciple named Xiaohai, who had many secrets but was unwilling to use them. At the critical moment, Yifeng descended, urging the 3 to retreat, saying he would handle the 5 frost mystic wolves. The next second, a lightning-fast figure landed. Then Yifeng decisively used the good and evil Buddha. A vision of Buddha and demon appeared. As Yifeng commanded, the evil side emitted a purple light, instantly causing the frost mystic wolves to start attacking each other. The nearby dark sorcery sect disciples were stunned, terrified by the power of the mystic prowess, too scared to stay there any longer. But Yifeng coldly said, who allowed you to leave? In a flash, the Buddha's side emitted a dazzling golden light, purifying the 3 disciples. The 3 of them murmured to themselves that they deserved to die as such degenerates. Then they committed suicide to atone for their sins. Chu Hongshan, who was watching from above, was somewhat shocked. This mystic prowess is indeed terrifying. He almost got affected himself, urgently asking Yifeng to withdraw the mystic prowess. Yifeng complied upon hearing this. Old Chu, were you also affected? Chu Hongshan, looking at the 3 who committed suicide. Yifeng, it seems you don't fully understand your mystic prowess. Yifeng admitted he indeed didn't understand it, as it was his first time using it. Chu Hongshan's face showed immense shock. For the first time in his life, he saw a mystic prowess that defied the laws of the heavenly Dao. He surmised from the earlier performance that the mystic prowess causes the good to turn evil, losing their sanity and attacking each other, and the evil to turn good, similarly losing their sanity and committing suicide. Just then, the system alerted to the presence of heavenly Dao tokens. Yifeng was overjoyed, wondering if these people came from the heavenly Dao Dao battlefield. This was an unexpected delight. Yifeng happily obtained 2 Heavenly Dao tokens. With these 2, he could take his beautiful wife to Heavenly Dao City for fun. Chu Hongshan, unaware of the purpose of these tokens, asked Yifeng what they were. Yifeng explained, they are unique tokens from the Heavenly Dao battlefield. With these 2 Heavenly Dao tokens, Yifeng lost interest in other things, leaving behind a pile of spiritual stones and treasures. Chu Hongshan was a bit speechless. Have spiritual stones and treasures become synonymous with trash now? Then the 2 continued on their journey. During a break, Chu Hongshan inquired of Yifeng, besides the good and evil Buddha, did he have any other trump cards? Yifeng thought for a moment and replied, does his sword Heart Realm's Death Sword Intent count? Chu Hongshan was shocked. You're also a sword cultivator? Yifeng said no, he is merely a transporter of sword intent, feeding himself into the realm of sword heart. Actually, compared to being a sword cultivator himself, he was more keen on feeding a sword dog. After all, even dog reached the sword heart realm, making it mysterious heaven continent's first sword dog. Chu Hongshan was hearing this for the first time and was instantly stunned, almost causing Yifeng to crash. Chu Hongshan still couldn't believe it. Damn it, even dogs can break through the sword heart realm. Why haven't I broken through with 10,000 fragments? Is my comprehension worse than a dog's? Just then, Chu Hongshan's token rang. It was Shi Chenfeng contacting him. Yifeng told him to tell Shi Chenfeng to wash his neck in wait. In 6 days, he would wipe out his dark sorcery sect. Meanwhile, inside the dark sorcery sect's main hall, hearing Chu Hongshan's words about destroying the dark sorcery sect master Shi Chenfeng was furious. A mere old codger dares to challenge me. He immediately ordered all followers to return. He wanted to see how Chu Hongshan would destroy the dark sorcery sect. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Great Elder Sun Li was startled. He had already deduced that in 6 days, the dark sorcery sect would be completely annihilated. Shou Tong was surprised. What about the secret treasure of our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? It turns out that the old sect master of the dark sorcery sect, Zhou Chongshan, had borrowed their Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's secret treasure at a great cost. Now the deadline has not yet arrived, but they can't afford not to take it back. At this moment, Yifeng's second disciple of the Prodigal sect, Yi Lingxue, walked in. Is this the elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Having been here for so long, she always felt that Great Elder didn't pay enough attention to her. Even other disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion couldn't stand it anymore. Ever since Yi Lingxue came to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, all the resources have been hers. All the elders doted on her. She was almost pampered like the grandmother of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. And still not enough attention? Great Elder Sun Li decided they must retrieve the secret treasure from the Dark Sorcery sect within 6 days, even if it damages the reputation of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Then he prepared to use the celestial peering telescope to deduce who would be best to retrieve the secret treasure. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxue realized this is one of the 3 great secret treasures of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. They say even peeking once would shorten one's life by several years. Not wanting Great Elder to suffer, Yi Lingxue volunteered to try operating the celestial peering telescope herself. Of course, she was just curious and wanted to play with it. Sun Li told her not to be reckless. She is the future of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and can't afford to lose anything. Yi Lingxue then revealed her possession of Karma Dao patterns to everyone. Sun Li was incredibly astonished. You actually have Karma Dao patterns. Let me see how much karmic force this Karma Dao patterns can withstand. As the Great Elder approached, Yi Lingxue slapped him. You old geezer, don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Knocking out another one of Sun Li's few remaining teeth, Yi Lingxue asked doubtfully, is this Karma Dao patterns not so good? Who would have thought Sun Li would cry with envy? You're telling me it's not so good? Do you know how much lifespan and waiting time it costs me to use the celestial peering telescope once? In your Karma Dao patterns, even if you use the celestial peering telescope 10 times in a day, it's like playing. No karmic backlash, no need to sacrifice lifespan. Only then did Yi Lingxue realize how powerful the Karma Dao patterns given by her master Yifeng were. From then on, Sun Li treated Yi Lingxue even more reverently like an ancestor. Then, looking at the celestial peering telescope, which resembled an astronomical telescope, Yi Lingxue happily got to try it out. Sun Li was speechless. This was meant for searching, not for playing. Half an hour later, the result was out. The best candidate to go to the Dark Sorcery sect was indeed Yi Lingxue. Sun Li then told Zhou Tong to accompany her. Looking at the floor filled with celestial peering telescope records, everyone was extremely surprised. Why was this batch of records so long? Weren't she just checking who was the best candidate to go to the Dark Sorcery sect? By this time, Sun Li was completely stunned. He had miscalculated. Yi Lingxue had explored 66 times, most of which weren't serious inquiries. Do you know what she was looking for? Everyone was very curious. What would a saintess search for so many times? Sun Li revealed. She checked our gossip 65 times, leaving no stone unturned about us. People anxiously asked, what did the saintess find out? Sun Li pointed out one by one. One person cheated in marriage 177 times. One son is not his own. The worst is Zhou Tong. He visited brothels 1,095 times in 3 years. Deceived and bluffed 93 times and has 4 illegitimate children. That's Karma Dao patterns, yet used for such gossip. Truly using a cannon to kill a mosquito. People worried a dejected face. This was a public execution for them. Thankfully Zhou Tong wasn't there. However, when Zhou Tong and Yi Lingxue were together, Yi Lingxue exposed all his secrets. Even the genetic reason for Zhou Tong's balding, traced back to his great-great-grandfather, was revealed. Zhou Tong, hearing this wasteful act, couldn't help think of Yi Feng. Why are their behaviors so similar? Suddenly, he realized something. Saintess, do you know someone named Yi Feng? Yi Lingxue, always playing undercover, naturally wouldn't admit Yi Feng was her master. Zhou Tong then breathed a sigh of relief. Good you don't know him. Meanwhile, Yi Feng received information about Yi Lingxue's wasteful behavior, earning 800 wasteful points and 200 golden silkworm star shining stones. This action instantly woke up the drowsy Yi Feng. My second disciple is so promising, even knows how to help her master waste. Yi Feng curiously asked the system, how did Yi Lingxue waste? The system then informed him of Yi Lingxue's privacy invasion. Yi Feng applauded her, worthy of the disciple he favored. That's right. Then Yi Feng handed the 200 golden silkworm star shining stones to Elder Chu. Chu Hongshan was surprised. Is this for me? Yi Feng told him not to overthink it. When you return to the sect, remember to use these star shining stones to build latrines, and then a latrine hut. Chu Hongshan was disgruntled, knew this wastrel had no good intentions. Then he scolded, do you know how precious star shining stones are? Day in and day out, all you know is shit, piss, and fart. If you can mention one more thing, I'll consider you creative. In fact, Chu Hongshan wanted to say was why not give them to me? Yi Feng then brought up the great ancestral elders of the Star Extreme sect. Even they support me. Elder Chu, what's there for you to be angry about? Chu Hongshan didn't believe it. Why would they go crazy with you? He then contacted the ancestral elders. You old geezers, Yi Feng is wasting star shining stones and you're not intervening? But when the ancestral elders explained that the hut built could be used to block thunder tribulations, Chu Hongshan immediately realized his small-mindedness. Then he also strongly supported building the hut. Yi Feng was curious. How did you change your attitude so quickly? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Chenhai Commerce Association, Huang Xiaofei was continuing his training with Butler Meng. Old Meng and Chairman Huang watched. By this time, Old Meng had confirmed the authenticity of the pill formula and praised the young master's thriftiness. Chairman Huang, however, disagreed. Don't you know how wasteful Huang Xiaofei has been since he was young? But Old Meng had witnessed Yi Feng's wastefulness. Chairman, you haven't seen a real wastrel. Do you know what less favored than a dog means? Chairman Huang grew increasingly curious about Yi Feng. He planned to visit the Star Soul sect to see this wastrel. Time passed and another day dawned. A thunderous boom woke up Elder Chu. Could there be a cultivator undergoing tribulation nearby? Upon waking up, Chu Hongshan saw Yi Feng holding several talismans. Curious, he asked Yi Feng what they were. Yi Feng demonstrated by tossing them into the air, releasing massive thunder tribulation attacks. Chu Hongshan was instantly frightened. How can heavenly Tao thunder tribulation be made into talismans? I must be dreaming. I'll continue sleeping. Yi Feng quickly stopped him. Elder Chu, don't go. It's real. Today, we can strut around. Watching the spectacle of the thunder tribulation talismans exploding across the sky, he seriously doubted whether they might accidentally misfire and strike them instead. Yi Feng assured him, the tribulation clouds are under my control. But the next second, a thunder tribulation struck right next to Chu Hongshan. Is this what you meant by not misfiring? At that moment, Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's great elder Sunli spat blood. Shock, he thought. Who could possibly control the Heavenly Tao? 3 days later, in the guest room of Dark Sorcery Sect, Shou Tong was advising Yi Lingxue, we should take the secret treasure and leave. Yi Lingxue, playing with crickets, said, no rush. When Dark Sorcery Sect's crisis comes, that's when we take the treasure. This she deduced using the Heavenly Mystery Secret Art. Hearing it was indicated by the Heavenly Mystery Secret Art, Shou Tong was no longer in a hurry. Meanwhile, outside the Dark Sorcery Sect, Yi Feng and Elder Chu also arrived. Yi Feng told Elder Chu to look forward to his first transformation. Yi Feng began his transformation moment, surprising Chu Hongshan. You have this ability? Moments later, Yi Feng appeared in new armor, made from the golden silkworm star shining stones. Chu Hongshan sarcastically said, might as well have used it for latrines. Yi Feng posed coolly. Elder Chu, today I'll show you. Heavenly Tao is nothing. As he called out for the golden armored guards, numerous spatial rifts appeared in the sky, creating a magnificent scene. Paired with Yi Feng's flamboyant attire, he was the showstopper. Moments later, 10,000 golden armored guards appeared, all in golden armor. At the Dark Sorcery Sect, they thought someone was undergoing tribulation, but the high ranks of the Dark Sorcery Sect didn't see it that way. An elder was shocked by this aura. Shou Chongshan, the former leader of the Dark Sorcery Sect, appeared. He looked towards the thundering sky in terror. Then he fiercely slapped the approaching Shi Feng. Who exactly have you provoked? Realizing the terrifying aura, he knew Dark Sorcery Sect was doomed. All of us will die today, he lamented. On the other side, beside Yi Feng was the familiar muscular man in golden armor. The golden armored man reported that they could start the plan to destroy the Dark Sorcery Sect. Yi Feng praised him, aiming to be a formal Divine Tycoon's guard soon. Then turned to Elder Chu with a smirk. Why are you dazed? Elder Chu, lead the way. If you have any grudges against Dark Sorcery Sect, seize this opportunity. Chu Hongshan also smirked. Really? Yi Feng affirmed. Whoever you point at, they'll kill. Just enjoy this highlight of your life. Upon seeing the situation, Chu Hongshan was extremely excited. Today, I can finally get my revenge. Meanwhile, Zhou Chongshan prepared for a do-or-die battle, eager to see who could suppress the heavenly Tao, considering it an honor to die at their hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng and Chu Hongshan appeared before him. Without hesitation, Chu Hongshan pointed out those he wanted revenge on, and Divine Tycoon's guard candidates swiftly took action, giving Chu Hongshan a rare thrill, never expecting to one day command such powerful figures. Zhou Chongshan, recognizing Chu Hongshan's voice, was stunned. "You, old man, this is outrageous." Seeing this, Yi Feng instructed a muscular golden-armored man to eliminate him. The man asked how to kill him, leaving Yi Feng momentarily stumped. "However you want to kill him, must you ask me?" The man looked at the clouds above, suggesting using the heavenly Tao Thunder Tribulation to annihilate dark sorcery sect. Yi Feng praised the suggestion. "Didn't expect you to have such a sly idea. Despite your righteous appearance, I have high hopes for you." But then, a system reminder warned that Yi Feng's disciple, Yi Lingxue, was visiting dark sorcery sect, to be careful not to harm her accidentally. Surprised, Yi Feng assigned some candidates to protect her, then proceeded with the rest. Heavenly Tao Thunder Tribulation struck down on all the evildoers of dark sorcery sect. Zhou Chongshan watched in disbelief, his turn coming the next second. At this moment, inside the guest room of the dark sorcery sect, Yi Lingxue is leisurely drinking tea. Shou Tong is very concerned about what's happening outside. The saintess even has the mood to drink tea. Well, then, he decides to go out and see. But as soon as he steps out, he witnesses a terrifying scene. Thunder Tribulation rains down on the people of the dark sorcery sect. This instantly dissuades Shou Tong from joining the commotion. Yi Lingxue laughs and says, "Older Zhou, not going out anymore?" Shou Tong, obviously scared stiff, replies, "Not going out anymore. It's safer to stay here." Yi Lingxue had known about this situation all along. What she couldn't understand was why the celestial peering telescope wanted her to come to the dark sorcery sect, and told her to hide in this room, assuring her that someone would bring the treasure to her. Soon, the dark sorcery sect was completely destroyed. Watching the set being destroyed under his watch, a weakened Zhou Chongshan is in utter disbelief. He's extremely unwilling to accept this. For such a villain, Yi Feng doesn't hesitate. He orders 2 candidate members to take him down. But just then, the system alerts that a treasure needed by his second disciple, Yi Lingxue, is on Zhou Chongshan. Seeing this alert, Yi Feng initially thinks Zhou Chongshan is stealing his disciple's treasure. He orders the candidate members not to kill him, but to give him a good beating first. Zhou Chongshan is numb. "Do you have to insult me before I die? Who is your disciple? When did I ever steal anything?" But no one gives him a chance to explain. The candidate members start kicking him immediately. "You dare to offend our master, you old man." Yi Feng instructs them to beat him severely. The golden-armored strong man just watches as a bystander, commenting, "This old guy still has some backbone. He won't confess." Yi Feng is furious. "He steals my disciple's treasure and won't admit it. In that case, you go over there too. Loosen his bones for him." Yi Feng sends the golden-armored strong man to deal with him. The strong man directly swoops and like an angry crow takes flight. After beating him for an hours, Zhou Chongshan still doesn't admit it. This attitude even earns Yi Feng's admiration. However, Zhou Chongshan isn't refusing to speak, but genuinely doesn't know what Yi Feng is talking about. "You didn't even ask me. Who exactly is your disciple?" Yi Feng says he doesn't know what the treasure is called, but my disciple's name is Yi Lingxue, the saintess of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Zhou Chongshan, with a swollen face like a pig's head, takes out a treasure. "This is something I borrowed from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and your disciple came to my place 3 days ago, just eating and drinking without saying anything. She didn't say a word. I really didn't know anything. He's truly wronged." Chu Hongshan also explains on behalf of Zhou Chongshan. This thing is indeed borrowed by him. However, Yi Feng clearly knows he was just playing Zhou Chongshan. After all, it's not easy for the candidate members to come out and get some air. It would be a pity not to let them play a bit longer. Zhou Chongshan is also amused and angered. He never thought that one day, a great demon would become a tool for Yi Feng to win people's hearts. Yi Feng is nonchalant. So what? The next second, Zhou Chongshan can't bear it anymore and bursts out with his remaining strength, attacking Yi Feng. Chu Hongshan quickly shields Yi Feng. However, Zhou Chongshan's explosive aura is completely dissipated by a slap from the golden-armored strong man. "If our master wants you dead, you die. If he doesn't, you better behave." Chu Hongshan is completely baffled. Who am I? Where am I? Why does this world not conform to his understanding? Yi Feng is increasingly satisfied with the golden-armored strong man and asks if he has a name. The strong man says he doesn't, as only official Divine Tycoon's guards are entitled to have one. Yi Feng becomes interested on the spot. "Rules are dead. People are alive. From now on, your name is Yi-Wan, with the nickname Suave Man. You're the first one I've named. Don't let me down." Upon hearing this, the golden-armored strong man is stunned, then quickly kneels in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for naming me. Yi-Wan will not let you down." With things nearly settled, they decide to kill Zhou Chongshan and return. "Yi-Wan, you stay. Come with me to return the treasure to Yi Lingxue." Meanwhile, in the guest room, Zhou Tong listens carefully to the outside sounds, but finds it completely silent. Has the dark sorcery sect really been wiped out? Yi Lingxue, however, is surprised. "Older Zhou, behind you, it's Yi-Wan's arrival." He swiftly uses a memory-erasing palm on Zhou Tong, knocking him out. Yi Lingxue, thinking it's an enemy, prepares to fight. Moments later, Yi Feng appears behind Yuan. Yi Lingxue, have you missed your master? Then he returns the treasure to Yi Lingxue. Yi Lingxue happily hugs Yi Feng. Master, you're amazing. Chu Hongshan is baffled again. The saintess of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is Yi Feng's disciple, and Yi Feng is Luo Qianshua's disciple. Yi Feng calls Luo Qianshua wife, so wouldn't the saintess call Yi Feng husband? He then dismisses these thoughts. Seems like I know too much. Yi Feng also removes his cumbersome golden armor. Yi Lingxue then asks him if, besides destroying the dark sorcery sect, he has other purposes for coming here. Yi Feng gives an awkward smile. Sort of. It's actually a mission issued by the system. I had to complete it. Yi Lingxue interprets this as the dark sorcery sect messing up his grand plan, then praises the karma Dao patterns Yi Feng gave her as powerful, believing that with them, she could eventually control the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yi Feng is left speechless. This second disciple is great in everything, but just has too strong of an imagination. Suddenly, Yi Feng notices Chu Hongshan writing something. Chu Hongshan looks a bit embarrassed. Young Master Yi, don't worry. Even though I know a lot, I will absolutely keep my mouth shut. If I speak, just let the one-armed man chop me into pieces. Yi Feng is speechless. Why does everyone like to imagine so much? Well then, I hope old Chu, you remember what you just said. Otherwise, you're responsible for the consequences. Chu Hongshan is relieved that he reacted quickly. Good thing he didn't care about the while I was writing, or I would have really been in danger. At this moment, Yi Feng looks at the unconscious Zhou Tong. Yi Lingxue, how are you going to explain this to him later? Yi Lingxue tells Yi Feng not to worry. She has her own way to explain to older Zhou, since she can handle it. Yi Feng doesn't bother to intervene. Finally, he bestows upon Yi Lingxue the 2 sect functions that he didn't give her last time. Now it's time to say goodbye. Yi Feng calls Elder Chu to leave. Then he looks at the rewards for this mission, receiving 300,000 spendthrift points and the 1,000 Souls Bloodlust banner. This is a special magical spiritual artifact, sealing thousands of evil spirits capable of soul attacks. The holder can feed it with their own blood to strengthen it. The stronger the blood, the faster the evil spirits grow. It's a growth type special spiritual artifact. Yi Feng is amazed. This thing is really too strong, and shouldn't it be for a great demon to use? If I bring it to celestial heights, maybe it could even advance to the demonic immortal weapon level, but it's a bit troublesome to keep using my own blood. However, he is reprimanded by the system. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Do you still want to possess such trash? Yi Feng is frustrated. I don't have any good stuff. Can't I just covet this junk? The system reassures him. Don't worry. Although it's a bit poor at the beginning, with the system here, it can completely replace these rewards. Your life will slowly get better. Yi Feng is speechless. Is the system offering me a pie in the sky? The system also thoughtfully gives Yi Feng a new reward. The Destruction God Eye. Close the eye and all things live. Open it and all things perish. Can be used once a day. Yi Feng, while accepting the reward, praises the system for finally doing something humane. Then he goes outside, ready to test the effect on the mountain in front of him. The Destruction God Eye opens, a shocking aura slowly awakening. The next second, a mysterious and unfathomable force heads towards the mountain. From Chu Hongshan's perspective, Yi Feng looks like a crazy, blinking fool. Yi Feng asks him if he didn't see the power just now. Chu Hongshan is bewildered. I didn't see anything. Then he looks towards the mountain, only to find that the mountain that once stood there has now completely vanished without a trace. Chu Hongshan exclaims, how did the mountain disappear? Yi Feng suggests not to discuss the vanished mountain for now. Elder Chu, you've had a hard journey. This 1,000 Souls Bloodlust banner is for you. It's a growth type spiritual artifact, useful even in celestial heights. Chu Hongshan raises a concern. Doesn't this make me a demonic cultivator? Yi Feng reassures him. Don't worry, the spirits sealed inside are all heinous demons. Just feed them with your blood daily, and their strength will keep increasing. Learning that the sealed spirits are major demons, Chu Hongshan feels relieved. Yi Feng then sends Chu Hongshan away, telling him to return to his sect, while he has other matters to handle. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of the Sunlit Sect, the sect leader Chen Feng asks his disciple if everything is ready. The disciple confirms that all cultivation resources will be sent to the demon-suppressing cave that night. Hearing this, Chen Feng laughs heartily. After planning for 100 years, the day has finally come for the ancient demon ancestor to break the seal. On that day, other sects will either submit or be annihilated. No one can stop the rise of the Sunlit Sect. However, a few hours later, Yi Feng successfully sneaks into the Mystic Realm Grand Tournament about to be held by the Sunlit Sect, escorted by Yuan. Upon arrival, the system alerts him. Today's spendthrift item refreshes 200 soul spheres. These spheres contain extremely pure soul power, a special item created by cultivators specializing in soul cultivation. Yi Feng doesn't quite understand. Soul cultivators? Does that mean mental attacks? The system explains. Soul cultivators cultivate their own souls, capable of unleashing terrifying mental attacks with mysterious and powerful methods. Soul spheres are extremely important for artifact refiners, alchemists, talisman masters, and array masters, among others. Yi Feng doesn't want to hear all this. Again with the chanting. Are you trying to get me to trigger a related plot in the cave? The system admits. Yes, and there's also an unusual power intrusion. The antivirus function has been activated automatically automatically. Yifeng thinks he should thoroughly study this antivirus function. Inside the cave, an old man named Xiaochen is muttering to himself. Although I've been sealed for 200 years, being able to refine these 200 soul spheres isn't a loss. At this moment, Yifeng arrives and asks, "What are you counting, old man?" Xiaochen quickly hides the soul spheres. Surprised, "How did you get in here?" Yifeng replies, "I just walked in." Xiaochen is baffled. This place is protected by a formation set by the Golden Will Emperor. How did you get in? Has the formation failed? Seeing Yifeng walk in nonchalantly, Xiaochen thinks the formation that trapped him for 100 years has failed. Excitedly rushes out, muttering, "The formation has finally failed." But soon after, with a loud bang, Xiaochen hits the edge of the formation. It turns out the formation has not failed after all. Yifeng is also astonished. So that power was confining this old man. Xiaochen collapses to the ground, crying, "How much longer do I have to be trapped here?" He can't help but yell out. Yifeng uses the peering into the heavenly secrets function, ready to find out who this old man is. Soon, the system identifies him as Xiaochen, the ancient demon ancestor, a peak tribulation crossing realm powerhouse who has survived 9 heavenly tribulations. He is a soul cultivator, but 200 years ago, he offended Ding Yi, a disciple of the Golden Will Emperor, and was sealed in this demon-suppressing cave by the Emperor's avatar, condemned to never ascend to the celestial heights until his death. Seeing that he is a soul cultivator, Yifeng comes up with various bizarre ideas. He thinks, flaunting soul spheres in front of him should count as spendthrift, right? With a smile, Yifeng approaches. "Elder, are you familiar with soul spheres?" Xiaochen scoffs. "Not only do I know, I have quite a few in my hand." Seeing this, Yifeng pulls out an incredibly large soul sphere. Then, "Elder, have you ever seen one this big?" Xiaochen is instantly shocked. "What is this? How can there be such a large soul sphere in the mysterious heaven continent?" The next second, Yifeng makes a 3-point basketball shot, leaving Xiaochen dumbfounded. "What are you doing? Don't throw it away." But it's too late. With a snap, the soul sphere shatters. Xiaochen is furious. "Are you crazy? Without spiritual energy protection, soul spheres easily break. Do you know how precious such a large soul sphere is?" Yifeng nonchalantly says, "No matter how precious, you can't take it out with you. Rather than having the soul sphere as a burial object, it's better to bring some fun." He even fabricates that he was also trapped here for offending Ding Yi. Upon hearing the name Ding Yi, Xiaochen's expression shows great surprise. "You also offended that guy? No wonder you could enter this formation. But that Ding Yi is really useless. It's been 200 years. Hasn't he ascended yet? If I can escape, I will definitely kill him." Yifeng agrees. "Absolutely." Xiaochen then recalls Yifeng's earlier statement about soul spheres bringing joy. Yifeng tells him to watch carefully. "I'll only show it once." Then he pulls out a basketball hoop, ready to play basketball with soul spheres. Xiaochen finds the action awkward, oddly empowering. Yifeng and Xiaochen start playing basketball, using soul spheres. The result of the game is Yifeng winning by a narrow margin. In this way, 200 soul spheres are spent, earning 1,000 spendthrift points and 1,000 soul spheres. Seeing this, Xiaochen wants to continue playing. "Do you, young man, have any more?" Yifeng laughs. "No more." "Elder, do you have any?" Xiaochen says he naturally has, but his soul spheres are small, not suitable for basketball. Yifeng grins with an idea. Small ones can be used for playing table tennis. Then the two of them start playing table tennis with Xiaochen's soul spheres inside the cave. After a few exhilarating hours, both are exhausted. "I have to say, Elder, your table tennis skills are really impressive. You even managed to play a spinning ball." But then Xiaochen becomes gloomy again. "It's fun now, but the formation is still there." Xiaochen then asks Yifeng if there's still a sect called Sunlit Sect in the outside world. Yifeng, of course, has heard of it. "Isn't it the leading sect of the Mystic Realm Grand Tournament? That Sunlit Sect is really wicked. They tried to harm me before. I casually gave them some benefits, pretended to be the ancient demon ancestor, and promised to protect them after breaking the seal. Then they eagerly started gathering resources for me." Hearing this, Yifeng gets intrigued. This old man really knows how to play, treating Sunlit Sect like fools. It would be a pity not to recruit such a talent into the sect. Then he asks Xiaochen, "Is there really no way to break this formation?" Xiaochen points to a crystal above. "That's the formation's core, but forget it. I've tried countless times without success." Hearing this, Yifeng wants to give it a try, wondering if the destruction god eye can destroy something made by the Celestial Heights Emperor. As Yifeng activates his destruction god eye, the formation core is instantly destroyed. Xiaochen is utterly shocked. How did the formation core suddenly disappear? Am I finally going to be free today? Yifeng then says, "Elder, don't you want to go out for a walk?" When Xiaochen steps out of the cave and sees the stars dancing in the sky, he truly realizes he is free. In this moment, Xiaochen feels as if he's returned to his youth. "Young man, you did all this, right? Thank you very much." Yifeng is a bit confused. "Who are you, young man?" But as he rubs his eyes, the young man before him disappears, turning back into the scruffy Xiaochen. Is it a side effect of the destruction god eye, even causing hallucinations? Seems I need some rest. Meanwhile, in the Golden Will Palace in Celestial Heights, the Golden Will Emperor says with interest, "Didn't expect someone in the lower realm could break his formation. This is really interesting." At the same time, in the mysterious Heaven Continent's soul-destroying valley, Ding Yi, a direct disciple of the Golden Will Emperor, also receives this news. Didn't expect that Xiaochen guy could escape, but without the Golden Soul Holy Spirit Tree and no mentorship, what can he use to fight me? Meanwhile, in the forest of the secret realm, Xiaochen is full of regret. If I had known I could get out, I wouldn't have wasted all the soul spheres. And Yifeng learns from him. The reason why Xiaochen became enemies with Ding Yi is that he discovered the Golden Soul Holy Spirit Tree first, but Ding Yi couldn't compete and thus called for backup. Seeing this, Yifeng plans to invite Xiaochen to join a sect. Xiaochen, now having nowhere else to go and grateful to Yifeng, agrees without a second thought to join. Of course, as an elder, Yifeng then asks Xiaochen, now that we are free, you won't be seeking revenge against Ding Yi, right? And you could ascend to celestial heights anytime now. Xiaochen says he won't ascend, finding the mysterious heaven continent more interesting. Mainly, he fears being caught by the Golden Will Emperor, which would mean a more miserable death than just laying low. Yifeng, resigned, you really are lacking ambition. Then Yifeng excitedly asks the system, now that Xiaochen has joined the Star Soul sect as an elder, and given his formidable strength, it wouldn't be too much to give him 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual crystals as a welcome gift, right? The system agrees, stating it falls within the spendthrift range. Then Yifeng happily takes out the spiritual crystals and hands them to Xiaochen. Elder Xiao, since you've joined our sect, and I, as the direct disciple of the sect master, naturally should offer a welcome gift. Here are 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. I hope you won't find them too little. Xiaochen is completely stunned upon hearing this. Has the economic system of the mysterious heaven continent collapsed over these 200 years? Yifeng, speechless. Shouldn't you first doubt whether I have money? However, Xiaochen doesn't accept the welcome gift, thinking and then using his habit of being free and unconstrained as a reason to refuse Yifeng. He doesn't want to join anymore. The various peculiarities about Yifeng make him suspect that Yifeng might have conflicts with the Golden Will Emperor. Seeing Xiaochen turning to leave, Yifeng can only pull out his trump card, taking out the soul sphere and saying, Elder, if you don't agree, I'll have to give these 100 soul spheres to someone else, and I'll keep replenishing them after they're used up. Sure enough, this catches Xiaochen's attention. Upon hearing about the soul spheres, immediately, Xiaochen's demeanor changes. How could I not agree? I'm already eager to embrace the big family. This triggers a spendthrift action, earning 300 spendthrift points, as well as 100 bottles of soul purifying water. This item can purify impurities in the soul. If purified to the utmost, the soul has a chance to undergo a positive transformation. Yifeng looks at Xiaochen upon seeing this effect, thinking this item seems tailor-made for him. Then he asks Xiaochen, Elder Xiao, if I have something that can purify the soul, what would happen if your soul was purified to the utmost? Xiaochen, having heard of such treasures, says that if he used it, he would definitely ascend directly. Not even the Heavenly Emperor could stop that. In light of this, Yifeng decides not to let Xiaochen use it. Better to first use it for other members of the sect. The system comments, Host, you're chickening out, aren't you? Facing the #1 sword dog of the mysterious heaven continent, the newly freed tribulation crossing realm expert starts to doubt his life choices. At this moment, Xiaochen is also preparing to leave with Yifeng. However, he's puzzled to see Yifeng throwing a spirit stone. Why throw a spirit stone? He asks. Yifeng explains, it's to select the #1 for the secret realm competition. Whoever picks up this spirit stone will be the winner. Xiaochen thinks it over. After all the resources Sunlit Sect sent into the secret realm are in my hands. Sunlit Sect is probably going to be overwhelmed. The entire secret realm has only one medium-grade spirit stone. It's quite amusing to think about. Soon, Yifeng and his group exit the secret realm. Seeing the sunset, Xiaochen feels a sense of relief, finally back. Suddenly, he notices some movement behind him. The next second, he sees Little Blood wielding a heavenly tear furnace cauldron. Thinking Yifeng was kidnapped by Xiaochen, Xiaochen also mistakes Little Blood for an enemy, leading to a clever misunderstanding. Yifeng is awakened by their noise and quickly shouts to stop them. Stop, we're all on the same side. Both Xiaochen and Little Blood are stunned. What's happening? Then Yifeng introduces them. Little Blood is my battle pet and the sect's guardian great demon, while Xiaochen is the new elder. Little Blood awkwardly smiles. So, you're Elder Xiao. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Xiaochen is surprised by the furnace cauldron in Little Blood's hand, who explains, this is a heavenly tear furnace cauldron, one for each elder in the sect. It's very handy in a fight. Xiaochen is bewildered. Heavenly tear furnace cauldrons are so cheap now, I should have sold mine before getting trapped. Little Blood clarifies, it's not like that. Elder Xiao, you seem to not know much about our master. You'll understand once you're more familiar. Yifeng also reminds Xiaochen, the prices in mysterious heaven continent haven't collapsed. I'm just an exception. Yifeng then wonders about Xiaochen's resilience, pondering how he'll react upon returning to the sect and seeing the continent's #1 sword dog. Yifeng asks Little Blood, did you come with the senior brothers? Contact them and just go through the motions in the secret realm contest. There's nothing left inside. After it's over, return to the sect as soon as possible. Little Blood acknowledges the plan, and a few hours later, Yifeng and Xiaochen head back to the Star Soul sect first. Seeing the cobweb-covered gate, Xiaochen is at a loss for words. Suddenly, he senses an extraordinary sword Heart Realm's underworld sword intent and wonders in amazement, does our sect really have such an exceptional exceptional sword cultivator? Yifeng smiles slightly. Let's go inside and you'll see. But really, why is that dog releasing sword intent instead of sleeping? Upon entering, they see the sword dog practicing martial arts, leaving Xiaochen questioning. I was only sealed for 200 years. How has the world changed so much? Old Bai then appears. Yifeng, you're finally back. Yifeng asks, Old Bai, did the dog finish the marrow cleansing elixir? Old Bai replies, all gone. And who's this gentleman? Old Bai thinks to himself, who's this ragged beggar? Probably another one clinging to Yifeng's coattails. Realizing he has another competitor, Old Bai feels pressured. Meanwhile, Xiaochen senses the strength of the Star Soul Sect members. There are 3 in the Tribulation Crossing realm and 2 in the original Spirit realm. Xiaochen glances at the dilapidated gate. Is this the standard for sects now? Are Tribulation Crossing realm cultivators so common? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xiaochen's shock escalates when Chu Hongshan returns with the Thousand Souls Bloodlust banner given by Yifeng. That's a demonic immortal weapon. This commotion draws everyone's attention. Luo Qinxue curiously asks Chu Hongshan, how did you get a demonic immortal weapon? Yifeng, admiring his master's beauty, introduces Xiaochen. Master, this is Elder Xiaochen, looking to join Star Soul Sect. He's a soul cultivator powerful enough to ascend at any moment. The crowd is amazed. A soul cultivator ready to ascend? Old Bai is dismayed. He's even stronger than the great Ancestral Elder. I'm outmatched again. Xiaochen is surprised by their reaction. Seems my strength is quite rare. To secure Xiaochen's allegiance, Yifeng spends 83,000 wasteful points to open some jars, revealing 100 golden soul holy spirit trees. He then sends old Xia to show Xiaochen around the sect and calls Chu Hongshan and Luo Kai for some extravagant plans. Luo Qinxue, watching this, comments dryly, why are you commanding the elder? Yifeng chuckles, it's all the same. After all, we're going to be husband and wife. Luo Qinxue, ignoring him, thinks, play however you want. The Star Soul Sect is already beyond salvation. Later, Yifeng goes to the elder's residence area, instructing Luo Kai to demolish a particular courtyard. Luo Kai, puzzled, responds, it's not hard to demolish, but why tear down a perfectly good building? Yifeng explains, it's to build a new one for Elder Xiao. I've prepared the wood, so please get to work. Luo Kai, exasperated, mutters, what kind of fickle behavior is this? We're being overshadowed again. Does Yifeng have a thing for collecting old men? Luo Kai and Chu Hongshan, jealous of Elder Xiao, start working grudgingly. Yifeng, realizing something, asks the system, shouldn't I give them some compensation for their hard work? The system agrees and awards each elder 10 drops of great demon blood with the choice of the demon. Luo Kai, excited for the great demon blood, gets to work. Yifeng then brings out the golden soul holy spirit trees, all aged around 9,000 years. Luo Kai, unfamiliar with these, asks, are these for building Elder Xiao's pure wooden courtyard? Yifeng confirms and reminds them to use all the holy spirit trees before he leaves. Luo Kai and Chu Hongshan confidently promise to finish by evening. After Yifeng left, Luo Kai asked Chu Hongshan, how should we handle this? After all, one courtyard can't use so many woods, right? Chu Hongshan felt, this is a test Yifeng has given us. After all, the great demon blood isn't so easy to obtain, right? Meanwhile, old Xia shows Xiaochen around the sect and reveals that Luo Qinxue is the daughter of the Star Extreme Sect's leader. Xiaochen is surprised, recognizing Star Extreme Sect's reputation. He recalls Yifeng's earlier mention of a small sect and thinks, this is a small sect? It's practically a branch of a top-tier holy land, almost rivaling Star Extreme Sect in strength. Xiaochen then notices old Xia consuming and vomiting pills, asking, old Xia, why keep eating those pills if they're making you sick? Old Xia responds, Elder Xiao, are you familiar with the impurity-free spirit body? Xiaochen, acknowledging he's heard of it but didn't pay much attention as a soul cultivator, it doesn't matter. You'll soon start taking these pills too. You can probably smell it. It tastes even worse than shit. This remark frightened Xiaochen as they pass by a latrine made from a heavenly tear furnace cauldron. Confused, he asks, why is there a latrine here? Cultivators don't need such things. Upon closer inspection, Xiaochen is shocked. Wait, this is a heavenly tear furnace cauldron. Could this be Yifeng's courtyard? Old Xia confirms, you guessed right, it's Yifeng's. And here's a little insider news. Yifeng plans to use golden silkworm star shining stones to build a latrine house. If he succeeds, anyone using it could easily transcend tribulation. Xiaochen is overwhelmed by this information. Using a heavenly tear furnace cauldron as a latrine is one thing. Building a latrine house with golden silkworm star shining stones? There should be a limit to extravagance. I endured 18 thunder tribulations during my ascension. Why do you all have it so easy? I'm so frustrated. Old Xia tries to calm him. Elder Xiao, take this enlightenment pill to ease your shock. Consider it a welcome gift from me, exchanged with sect points. Xiaochen, initially thinking it's a joke, is astounded to find himself entering a state of enlightenment upon consuming the pill. This pill is incredible. Old Xia explains, this enlightenment pill is also from Yifeng. He even used them to awaken intelligence in his dog. Xiaochen, puzzled, asks, why don't you all control Yifeng's extravagant spending? Old Xia smiles mysteriously. Are you sure you want to intervene, Elder Xiao? You know why you're here. Didn't Yifeng give you something in return? realizing he can't argue since he indeed came for the soul ball. Xiaochen concedes. Old Xia chuckles. Don't be so formal, we all join this way. Yifeng won't let us down. They then arrive at the elder residence area, where Luo Kai and others are busy constructing the courtyard. Xiaochen, seeing the shimmering wood, asks, what's that shiny wood? Old Xia, unfamiliar with it, can't answer. Then Xiaochen recognizes the trees. Aren't those golden soul Holy Spirit trees? Xiaochen panics, urging Luo Kai and the others to stop, but they ignore him, following Yifeng's orders and working even faster upon seeing his rush. Xiaochen is distraught. This is a very rare golden soul Holy Spirit tree. You will be condemned by the heavens for such wastefulness, but this is for building your courtyard. If anyone should be worried about divine retribution, it's you. Xiaochen was momentarily speechless, but then, regaining his composure, he snatched Luo Kai's axe. Since it's for my construction, let me do it. I love carpentry the most, Luo Kai asked. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Xiaochen turned around with a mysterious smile. Anyway, having been struck by heavenly lightning so many times, I've gotten used to it. Hours later, with the efforts of several elders, a brand new, dazzling golden soul Holy Spirit treehouse was completed. The other elders in the sect were extremely envious. Is this the treatment of a soon-to-be ascended master? I'm so jealous. It feels like we're living in slums compared to them. Luo Kai suddenly had an epiphany. I understand now, he said, looking at Old Bai and Chu Hongshan. I know why Elder Xiao gets special treatment. We've been lax in our cultivation. Elder Chu, your power is clearly above me, Old Bai and Old Xia, but your treatment isn't as good. Is it because you're not at the top? So I think this is a hint from Yifeng for us to cultivate harder. However, Xiaochen knew the truth. Yifeng is just being extravagantly wasteful. Meanwhile, at Yifeng's residence, he woke up to the news of the Holy Spirit tree's completion. With no wasteful actions, there were no rewards, which Yifeng found unacceptable. How can there be no wasteful actions? Sly system, are you swallowing my rewards? It turned out that Xiao Chen's acceptance and personal involvement in the construction led to the judgment of non-wastefulness. Yifeng didn't expect Elder Xiao to be so open-minded. He thought Xiao Chen wouldn't be able to accept it. After all, Xiao Chen even played around with his own soul ball. Yifeng realized he had miscalculated. Elder Xiao was unpredictable. That night, two uninvited guests, the great ancestral elder and his friend Old Bai, arrived outside the walls of the Star Soul sect. They sneaked in, deciding not to disturb anyone yet. Chu Hongshan, hiding in the shadows, saw everything clearly and mistook them for enemies. The great ancestral elder gathered information about the Star Soul sect, identifying Yifeng's residence and the location of Bai Tianhong and others. Chu Hongshan recognized them as the familiar faces of Luo Qianqing and Bai Gang. Suddenly, the great ancestral elder and his friend arrived outside Xiao Chen's house, spotting the shining golden soul Holy Spirit treehouse. The two were astounded, their features blurring with surprise. Great ancestral elder exclaimed, this courtyard is just too damn luxurious. Bai Gang was particularly frustrated. Is that all you care about? Look at the material. This is the golden soul Holy Spirit tree, a treasure for soul cultivators. You know, I worked for 30 years in Heavenly Dao City and earned 3 million top-grade spirit stones, and I couldn't even afford this fence. The great ancestral elder was also startled. Is this thing really so precious? Bai Gang suddenly asked, does the Star Soul sect need a chef? I follow the culinary path and seek a stage to showcase my cooking skills. You understand what I mean, right? The great ancestral elder gave him a disdainful look. So you just want to stick around, huh? I've been asking you to cook for me for years, and you always refuse, claiming I'm not worthy of your culinary creations. Their argument was interrupted by the appearance of Elder Xiao. Both of you, there are many rooms in my villa. If you don't mind, you can stay here for now. The two fighters were startled. There's actually someone there? Neither of us noticed his presence. Xiaochen wondered, is the great ancestral elder, with his shabby appearance, also someone like me, sealed for hundreds of years? The great ancestral elder hadn't expected that someone stronger than him would join the Star Soul sect. It's good I came, otherwise, the sect might have been full, he thought. Bai Gang was even more surprised. Such a powerful figure has come to the Star Soul sect to be a beggar? Chu Hongshan emerged, teasing the two old men for sneaking around in their own sect. He then introduced Elder Zhao's background to them. He's a newly joined elder, a soul cultivator who could ascend at any moment. The great ancestral elder felt deflated. What is Luo Qianxue thinking? The Star Soul sect was established only a few months ago and is about to surpass the Star Extreme sect. If things keep going this way, she might just become the empress who unifies the mysterious heaven continent, right? Bai Gang decisively decided to stay at the Star Soul sect. Even if the heavenly emperor himself comes, he won't take me away. I'm claiming the position of the #1 chef here. Then, turning to Chu Hongshan, the great ancestral elder asked, and what brings you here, old man? Chu Hongshan awkwardly smiled. The sect needed someone to forge pots and pans, so here I am. The great ancestral elder was speechless. What about your path of the artificer? Weren't you going to forge heavenly tier equipment and become the #1 artificer of the mysterious heaven continent? Chu Hongshan had clearly lost interest in such ambitions. Ever since I met Yifeng, I've had an epiphany. Now, I just go with the flow, very zen-like. The great ancestral elder, not buying it, pressed him. What did Yifeng give you? Chu Hongshan Hongxian replied, "Not much, just 10,000 shards of the Artificer's Path. Now I can even forge low-grade artifact spirits." Bai Gang, envious, hadn't expected such a generous benefit. "Old Chu, when I join the Star Soul sect, remember to take good care of me." Chu Hongxian, surprised, asked, "You're going to be an elder too?" Bai Gang felt being a chef was good enough for him. Xiaochen was baffled by these three. What happened to being a low-profile sect? This sect is getting more flamboyant by the day. I just hope Celestial Heights doesn't notice me, he mused, still somewhat worried about the Golden Will Emperor. A new day dawned, and Luo Qianxue was entertaining the great Ancestral Elder. She was surprised that he and his friend had arrived secretly the night before without notifying her for proper reception. The great Ancestral Elder, indifferent to formalities, proposed, "How about I resign as the great Ancestral Elder and join your Star Soul sect as an elder?" Luo Qianxue immediately refused. "You're a pillar of the Star Extreme sect. What would happen to the other Ancestral Elders if you left?" He couldn't argue with that logic. Luo Qianxue knew that the great Ancestral Elder must have come for Yifeng. If she agreed to switch allegiance to the Star Soul sect, then surely the other Ancestral Elders would follow. Eventually, even her father, the sect master of Star Extreme sect, would return. Wouldn't that mean she would end up succeeding the Star Extreme sect? What kind of situation was this? Suddenly, Luo Qianxue asked, "Didn't you say you came with a friend? Where is he?" Meanwhile, at Yifeng's place, Old Bai is already showcasing his culinary skills, cooking for Yifeng. The taste has won Yifeng's heart. Old Bai explained, "This dish is made from the meat of the mighty demon ape, cooked with a variety of spiritual grasses. The heat, quantity, and timing are all crucial." Yifeng was thoroughly enjoying the meal. "Old Bai, having you at the Star Soul sect is fantastic." As if on cue, today's extravagant purchase by Yifeng was a set of 7 series Dragon Chant swords, which seemed more like kitchen utensils. Indeed, they were described as specialized cooking knives. The set included 7 different types of kitchen knives, each imbued with a dragon-type artifact spirit, designed to maximize the preservation of ingredients. However, this extravagant purchase seemed like it might drive away Old Bai, the culinary expert, which Yifeng didn't want since he enjoyed Old Bai's cooking. Suddenly, Yifeng had an idea. He could give the knife set to his disciple Wu Feng, who had always been responsible for his meals. He asked Old Bai, "Would you be interested in taking a disciple?" Old Bai was surprised. Does the Star Soul sect have anyone pursuing the culinary path? Yifeng clarified that Wu Feng was not a culinary cultivator, but a 3-rank alchemist, specializing in the pill path. Although it was a bit of a mismatch, since an alchemist understands spiritual grass, Old Bai was willing to consider it. Why did Yifeng want him to take a disciple, though? As they were discussing, Wu Feng arrived from the Sunlit sect. Yifeng quickly introduced Old Bai to him, explaining, "Wu Feng, you've been taking care of my meals for a long time. This is Old Bai, the new chef of our sect." Wu Feng, assuming he would no longer need to cook and could return to alchemy, was excited. However, his excitement turned to confusion when Yifeng suggested he become Old Bai's disciple and switch to the culinary path. Wu Feng was baffled. "You want me, an alchemist, to switch to the culinary path?" Yifeng handed him the extravagant set of knives, saying that a culinary cultivator must have a proper set of tools. Wu Feng was astonished by the power of the 7 knives. As he held them, 7 dragon spirits ascended, causing a commotion throughout the Star Soul sect. The sect was again enveloped in thunderous activity, reminiscent of previous events involving dragon soul artifact spirits. Luo Qianxue, somewhat resigned, wondered what Yifeng was up to now. Meanwhile, the rest of the Star Soul sect was startled. Why is there a thunder tribulation every day? Xiaochen knew this sect was unpredictable. It was only his second day, and already there was a heavenly Dao thunder tribulation. Back at Yifeng's place, having given away the extravagant purchase, he completed his task of wastefulness and received 100 culinary enlightenment fragments as a reward. It seemed the dragon spirits had already accepted Wu Feng as their master. Wu Feng stood bewildered, though surprised and grateful for the powerful artifact spirit-imbued kitchen tools from Yifeng. He was now faced with the impending challenge of the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation. Old Bai was overwhelmed with emotion. Forget about the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation. If I could have such a set of knives, even being struck by lightning today would be worth it. Yifeng, with a dismissive smile, regarded the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation as trivial. As the sect members braced for the impact of the impending tribulation, it was suddenly cleaved away by a single sword strike. Chu Hongxian recognized the familiar figure in the sky. It was the one-armed man, a member of the Divine Tycoon's Guard, who had previously overpowered him. The one-armed man provocatively challenged the heavenly Dao tribulation cloud, which, intimidated by his powerful aura, retreated without unleashing the thunder tribulation. After resolving the situation, the one-armed man left. Luo Qianxue was astounded, wondering how such a formidable being could exist in the lower realm, and knowing that even in her previous life in the boundless sanctuary of Celestial Heights, they couldn't dare provoke such a figure. Yifeng arrived with Wu Feng, concernedly asking Luo Qianxue, "Master, were you frightened?" When Luo Qianxue inquired about the dragon soul artifact spirits, Wu Feng explained, "These are from the 7 kitchen knives that Big Brother gave me. He thinks I'm not suited for alchemy, so I've now become Old Bai's disciple and switched to the culinary path." Luo Qianxue Chenxue, resigned, said, "If that's what you truly want, I respect your choice, but are you sure you have a talent for culinary cultivation?" Wu Feng confidently replied, "Sect master, it's not about talent. Big brother said with enough culinary enlightenment fragments, I can be unbeatable." Yi Feng had already given Wu Feng 100 fragments before their arrival, enabling him to cook 4 ranked dishes. Old Bai, witnessing this, was astonished at how someone without inherent talent could instantly cook such high-quality food. In his eyes, Yi Feng became a godlike figure, determined to serve him with the utmost dedication. Meanwhile, Luo Chenxue turned to Old Bai, "Senior, when did you join our sect?" Yi Feng, puzzled, asked, "Old Bai, weren't you recruited by my master?" Bai Gang, feeling guilty and unsure how to explain, had actually just assumed he'd join the sect without Luo Chenxue's official approval. Confronted with Luo Chenxue's question, Old Bai was trembling, unsure of how to explain his presence. Yi Feng clarified, "This really isn't my doing. I always thought Old Bai was recruited by the master." Seeing this, Luo Chenxue asked everyone to leave, keeping only Yi Feng behind. The great ancestral elder, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, "I've just arrived, and now I have to leave?" Old Bai swiftly pulled him away, leaving Yi Feng and Luo Chenxue alone in the hall. Luo Chenxue, in a calm tone, addressed Yi Feng, "I know you have many secrets, and many things you've brought out don't belong to mysterious heaven continent. So, I have 2 questions for you. First, does the one-armed swordsman have anything to do with you?" Yi Feng nodded, acknowledging a connection. Luo Chenxue's second question followed, "Do you have any ulterior motives in getting close to me?" Yi Feng, with a puppy dog grin, admitted, "Yes, I do." She demanded he be clear about his intentions. Yi Feng took the opportunity to confess, "Because I like you. I want to marry you and grow old together with you." Luo Chenxue, both embarrassed and angry, ordered him to leave. The system also chimed in to tease Yi Feng. "Is that what you call liking someone? You're just lusting after her body, wanting to bathe and sleep with a beautiful master. You're despicable." Yi Feng, speechless, retorted, "What do you know, you sly system? Sweet nothings are meant to be flattering." Yi Feng suggested, "Let's have Old Bai prepare some dishes, and we can talk over a meal." After notifying Old Bai to cook, they sat down to a table full of delicious food. Yi Feng asked Luo Chenxue, "Master, don't you want to know who I really am?" Although curious about his origins, Luo Chenxue knew some things were better left unknown, as too much knowledge could be dangerous. Seeing that she didn't want to inquire further, Yi Feng revealed a secret of hers. "Master, do you know about the boundless sanctuary?" Luo Chenxue, both excited and astonished at the mention of this sacred place, slammed the table, wondering how Yi Feng could possibly know about it. Could Yi Feng know that she is the reincarnation of the boundless sanctuary's holy maiden? Yi Feng, however, did not elaborate further. He just wanted his master to know that he would not harm her. It so happened that he had 2 Heavenly Dao tokens in his hand, so he invited Luo Chenxue to Heavenly Dao City for a visit. Seeing this, Luo Chenxue sighed and thought, "Since Yi Feng said so, he definitely won't be hostile towards me. Otherwise, with his capabilities, I wouldn't have survived until now." She didn't ponder further. Confused by the mention of the Heavenly Dao token, Luo Chenxue asked, "We are not in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Are you sure we can enter from the outside world?" Yi Feng took out 2 tokens and said, "I'm not sure either. Let's just try." They each activated a token, and the familiar smoke appeared. Yi Feng arrived at Heavenly Dao City again and exclaimed, "Master, I didn't expect it to actually work." However, Luo Chenxue was nowhere to be seen. Yi Feng was surprised. Why is the master missing? At that moment, the same taxi driver Yi Feng had encountered on his first visit to Heavenly Dao City appeared again. He was about to solicit customers when he recognized Yi Feng. Thinking it would be the same as last time, that Yi Feng had no money for the ride, the driver was unaware that Yi Feng already had a Heavenly Dao card. Seeing the card's emblem, the driver was shocked by the amount of Heavenly Dao points. Yi Feng told him to drive anywhere and deduct the cost as needed because he was looking for someone. However, the driver said, "The Heavenly Dao token only allows a half-day stay. Even if I floor the accelerator, we can't cover the entire city." Surprised by the city's size, Yi Feng abandoned the idea of searching by car and decided to use the peering into the Heavenly Secrets feature. Meanwhile, Luo Chenxue was staring at a shop that had products made from the Golden Soul Holy Spirit tree, but only branches were available. A small piece of branch cost 50,000 Heavenly Dao points, equivalent to 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. As she looked more, Luo Chenxue grew increasingly frustrated. A piece of golden silkworm star shining stone was priced at 100,000 Heavenly Dao points, and a sword heart advancement fragment at 5 million. A Heavenly Tear furnace cauldron even cost 20 million Heavenly Dao points. Luo Chenxue was dismayed, understanding why so many powerful beings were willing to work there. She also wanted to buy something. Just then, Yi Feng finally found Luo Chenxue. She had an idea. She couldn't afford it, but Yi Feng could. She hesitantly asked him, "You mentioned last time that you recharged a lot in this Heavenly Dao City. How many Heavenly Dao points did you add?" Panting, Yi Feng replied, "Not much, just about 100 million. Luo Chenxue was astounded. 100 million? Yi Feng reminded her, "We don't have much time left with the Heavenly Dao token. We should start buying, especially the golden silkworm star shining stone. I've got plans for my cottage." They then headed to the CBD of Heavenly Dao City. Luo Chenxue, Chenxue, feeling exhilarated, bought out all the spiritual grass in a store. The employee there, Li Fei, a familiar face, was impressed by her lavish spending, which reminded him of Yifeng's affluent demeanor. Li Fei uncertainly asked Luo Chenxue, "Miss, are you sure? If you want everything, I'll go and ask the manager." When Yifeng heard Li Fei's voice, he recognized him and was excited. "Brother Yi, what are you doing here?" Yifeng, pressing his face close to Li Fei's, asked. "Li Fei, you've got a heavenly Dao token too?" Li Fei looked distressed and explained, "Brother Yi, you don't know. Since I returned to the sect, the great ancestral elder discovered my death sword intent. He chose a heavy greatsword for me and asked me to perform a blood recognition ritual with it. To my surprise, it contained a heavenly Dao token. To avoid being forced to learn swordsmanship, I used the token to come here and work." Yifeng chuckled, understanding Li Fei's situation, and revealed a sword heart advancement fragment. "I know you don't like sword training, so let's just help you break through to the sword heart realm." Li Fei was overwhelmed. No, I thought I escaped the great ancestral elder only to fall into Brother Ye's hands." Yifeng reassured him that he would also save some advanced sword realm treasures for him. Thus, Li Fei was forcibly fed with advancement fragments. Luo Chenxue trembled as she witnessed this, thinking, "This is too cruel." Yifeng then tormented Li Fei further, feeding him more advancement fragments. Li Fei resigned to his fate. "Anyway, I'll just stay in Heavenly Dao City and not go back." At that moment, the store manager appeared. Yifeng had an idea. "Are you the manager? Name your price. Any amount of Heavenly Dao points, as long as you can fire Li Fei." The manager, thinking highly of Li Fei's work attitude, tried to persuade Yifeng, saying it's not good to fire someone without reason. Yifeng, unfazed, made a blunt offer, compensate him 10 times the amount. The manager was instantly convinced by Yifeng's generosity. "Young master, you have a keen eye. I always knew Li Fei was destined for greater things. He shouldn't be cooped up here." However, Li Fei didn't want the manager to profit from this situation and agreed to Yifeng's proposal. "I'll resign voluntarily. Can I just go back and cultivate?" This way, the manager missed out on the tenfold compensation. Later, as they continued shopping, Li Fei asked Yifeng, "And who is this lady with you?" Yifeng introduced her. "She's my master, and also the sect master of the Star Soul sect." Luo Chenxue left them to catch up and went shopping by herself. Yifeng's system suddenly reminded him that even in Heavenly Dao City, purchases must be made in a wasteful manner, and any gifts must also be wastefully used, or there would be penalties. Yifeng wondered if he could earn wasteful points by squandering items bought in Heavenly Dao City. The system, with a human-like expression, replied that there would be no wasteful points, but one could enjoy the pleasure of wastefulness. Yifeng then asked Li Fei about fun places in Heavenly Dao City. Li Fei recommended several, including a foot massage parlor run by experts, a grand hotel served by powerful beings, and a place with a group of beautiful women for more intimate entertainment. Luo Chenxue, breathless from her shopping spree, returned having spent a vast amount of Heavenly Dao points on 999 gold and silkworm star shining stones. Complaining about the exorbitant prices, she mentioned that her 1 billion Heavenly Dao points were almost depleted. Yifeng offered to carry the stones for her, saying, "Master, now that you've finished shopping, leave the rest to your disciple." Luo Chenxue was startled, wondering what wasteful idea Yifeng had in mind next. Without further ado, Yifeng handed over the star-shining stones to Li Fei, urging him to make good use of them. But Li Fei didn't know how to use these stones. Yifeng suggested building a small cottage with them. Although Luo Chenxue was a bit miffed, she didn't object since it was Yifeng's money being squandered. Li Fei, however, was reluctant to take the stones, worried about the sect's reaction. "If I bring these back to build a cottage, the sect members might kill me." Yifeng was undeterred, insisting, "You must build a palace-like hut with these. If you don't agree, I'll kill you right here and now." Yifeng, with a mischievous laugh, threatened Li Fei. Seeing this, Li Fei turned to Luo Chenxue, seeking her intervention. "Sect master, aren't you going to do something about him?" Luo Chenxue sarcastically responded, "What authority do I have? Remember, I sold him his direct disciple status." Li Fei was speechless. "No wonder you two are master and disciple. One dares to buy, the other dares to sell. He's wasteful, and you're greedy. Neither of you is normal." Half an hour later, Luo Chenxue was feeling utterly blissful. They had visited a foot massage parlor, and it was her first time experiencing such a service. The feeling was incredibly relaxing. After enjoying the foot massage, Li Fei was elated. "I never imagined I'd get a massage from an ascended master in my lifetime. Is this the joy of being rich?" Luo Chenxue was also savoring the moment. "Since my reincarnation, I've always been focused on cultivation. I've never relaxed like this." Suddenly, Luo Chenxue noticed Yifeng was missing. She asked Li Fei where he went, and Li Fei replied, "He went to play with a claw machine." Yifeng, at that moment, was frantically trying to win a prize from the claw machine, thinking, "How can I not win with 10 billion Heavenly Dao points spent?" But despite his efforts, he couldn't win anything. Li Fei came to tell him that their time with the Heavenly Dao token was running out. Frustrated, Yifeng wondered why he couldn't win the North Black Doll, suspecting the machine was rigged. Then, they realized Li Fei had disappeared. Luo Chenxue thought he might have been transported away earlier. She curiously looked at the claw machine, and Yifeng encouraged her to try. Fascinated, Luo Chenxue said, "This looks fun. I want to play, but we're running out of time." time with the Heavenly Dao token. Maybe next time. As they were about to be teleported away, Yifeng suggested they hold hands to avoid getting separated again. Luo Qianxue asked, will we be transported back to the original spot? Yifeng wasn't sure. He was just excited about the prospect of holding his beautiful master's hand. However, he ended up being transported to a brothel, and despite holding hands, they were still separated upon arrival. Yifeng was immediately surrounded by the courtesans of the brothel. Unaccustomed to such situations, Yifeng quickly fled, only to bump into a familiar face outside, Elder Zhou Tong from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, who was being scorned by the courtesans for not having any spirit stones. Zhou Tong, spotting Yifeng, joked, I didn't expect to find a young friend here. It seems we share similar interests. How about lending me some spirit stones? Yifeng, however, was not amused. Who shares your interests? I ended up here by accident. As Yifeng was wondering how he ended up in Purple Phoenix City again, his second disciple, Yi Lingxue, arrived. Seeing Yifeng in such a place, she looked at him skeptically, especially when the courtesans at the brothel invited Yifeng to visit more often. Yifeng struggled to explain the situation, causing Yi Lingxue to disdainfully comment, I never thought Master would be this kind of man. After Yifeng explained, Yi Lingxue understood the circumstances and expressed her surprise about the existence of the Heavenly Dao battlefield and the Heavenly Dao city. However, Yifeng was puzzled about why Zhou Tong was here. Zhou Tong, unable to reveal the truth to Yifeng, thought to himself, I was harmed the last time I tried to divine the future, and he even knows I'm looking for the Holy Maiden. I can't let Yifeng know that I'm heading to the Star Soul Sect to borrow the Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldron. Despite Zhou Tong's reluctance, Yifeng persistently followed them. Zhou Tong, irritated, asked, young friend, isn't this a bit too much? Why are you following us everywhere? Yifeng retorted, how am I following you? Do you own the road? I should be the one asking why you're always in front of me. Zhou Tong, not wanting to argue further, took out a flying spiritual artifact and invited Yi Lingxue to join him. However, Yi Lingxue, wanting to spend more time with Yifeng, pretended to get airsick and refused to ride the flying artifact. Zhou Tong was baffled. Airsick? You flew for 3 days last time without any issue. At this point, Yifeng suddenly asked, are you passing by the Star Soul Sect? If so, give me a lift. That flying artifact looks big enough. Zhou Tong, surprised, asked, young friend, are you a member of the Star Soul Sect? Yifeng confidently replied, indeed, I am the direct disciple of the Star Soul Sect's sect master. Hearing this, Yi Lingxue was thrilled at the opportunity to visit her master's sect. She said to Elder Zhou, since Yifeng is from the Star Soul Sect, let's take him along. It might make our mission easier. Zhou Tong, now speechless, remarked, Holy Maiden, you're not airsick anymore? Yi Lingxue replied with a smile, if it helps us borrow the Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldron, I can overcome a little airsickness. Yifeng realized the purpose of their visit and casually remarked about the Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldron. So, you're here to borrow a Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldron? There are plenty of those in the sect. I could even give one to Yi Lingxue. He reassured Elder Zhou, we know each other well enough. I'll take care of borrowing the furnace for you. Zhou Tong was thrilled, expressing his deep gratitude. That's wonderful, young friend. I owe you a big favor. If you ever need anything, just ask. A few hours later, the trio arrived at the Star Soul Sect. The entrance, covered in cobwebs, left Yi Lingxue questioning, is this really the sect master joined? Zhou Tong became alert, sensing the presence of several tribulation-crossing realm experts inside. He couldn't reconcile the humble appearance of the sect with the presence of such powerful individuals. Before Zhou Tong could ponder further, a figure flew out from the gate, the great ancestral elder. He approached Yifeng, urgently requesting a Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldron. Yifeng, Chu Hongshan, and Bai Gang were chasing me with a furnace each. It was humiliating. I need to retaliate. Zhou Tong was shocked. Aren't there only 4 Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldrons in the entire mysterious heaven continent, and 3 of them are in the Star Soul Sect, and using them to hit people? Isn't that a bit excessive? He wondered where Bai Gang got his furnace cauldron from. The great ancestral elder explained that Bai Gang had dismantled Yifeng's toilet, planning to return it after taking his revenge. Yi Lingxue looked up to Yifeng with admiration. Only Master would use a Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldron as a toilet. Truly unique. Elder Luo Kai and Little Blood then approached, holding their own furnaces, inviting the great ancestral elder for a grand melee. Zhou Tong was unable to maintain his composure any longer. What? More Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldrons? Since when did the mysterious heaven continent have so many? Was my previous divination all wrong? Little Blood, noticing his master's return, could it be that the master doesn't have a furnace anymore? In that case, great ancestral elder, you might as well take Wu Feng's. After all, he's just using it as a water tank. Zhou Tong was flabbergasted. Do you have more? Does the Star Soul Sect mass-produce Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldrons? He turned to Yifeng urgently, seeking clarification. Young friend, what's the situation here? Yifeng was taken aback by Zhou Tong's reaction. What situation? The elders are just looking for some fun. Without hesitation, Yifeng pulled out a Heavenly Tear Furnace Cauldron. Great ancestral elder, take this and join the fight. If you win, the furnace is yours. The great ancestral elder, energized by the challenge, swiftly took the cauldron and flew off, leaving a bold declaration. Yifeng, just watch me crush them. Zhou Tong, overwhelmed by the extravagance, lamented, is everyone in this sect so wasteful? Doesn't the sect master master of Star Soul Sect manage them? At the battle scene, Elder Xiao seemed to have fallen first. Yifeng, upon arriving, teased, "Elder Xiao, you went down too easily. Whose heavenly tier furnace cauldron was that? Did you borrow it from Wufeng?" Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Chen already owned a heavenly tier furnace cauldron. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue quickly joined the chaotic fray of using heavenly tier furnace cauldrons as weapons. Shou Tong, witnessing this, curiously asked, "Is that girl also from your sect?" Yifeng replied with a smile, "She's the sect master of our Star Soul sect." Shou Tong was astounded. Remarkable. A sect master at the peak of the original spirit realm, attracting so many tribulation-crossing realm experts. I wonder how she commands such respect. Yifeng then playfully suggested, "Elder Zhou, why don't you join in for some fun?" Shou Tong, surprised, asked, "You have more heavenly tier furnace cauldrons?" Yifeng thought for a moment. "There's one used as a doghouse. You can borrow that." Shou Tong was flabbergasted. "Even the dogs have one? I suddenly feel like my favors are so worthless." Meanwhile, the sect's grand competition in the secret realm concluded early, and Yifeng completed his task, earning 100,000 wasteful points and receiving 10 barrels of soul-purifying water as a reward. Yifeng almost forgot about the soul-purifying water, having not used his previous 100 drops. Now with an additional 10 barrels, his wasteful points totaled 940,000, enough for a breakthrough to the divine repository realm. Shou Tong, considering the offer of a free heavenly tier furnace cauldron, decided to join the melee. Yifeng agreed. "Wait a moment, I just need to make a quick breakthrough. I'll help you get the furnace cauldron later." Yifeng, after announcing his intent to break through, began his cultivation advancement right in front of Shou Tong and Yilingxue. Shou Tong was baffled. Shouldn't breakthroughs be done in a quiet place? However, he was soon taken aback as a powerful aura surged skywards, momentarily pausing the chaotic battle nearby. Luo Qianxue and the great ancestral elder were astonished. Is that spendthrift breaking through again? In a remarkably short time, Yifeng advanced to the 9th peak of the divine repository realm. After completing his breakthrough, he invited Shou Tong to accompany him to retrieve the heavenly tier furnace cauldron. Yilingxue's admiration for Yifeng grew. "No wonder the master thought my cultivation level was low at first. It turns out that making a breakthrough is so simple for the master." Meanwhile, Yifeng received a new task: to collect enough heavenly Dao tokens within a month to take everyone in the sect to heavenly Dao City for a foot massage, promising a significant reward of wasteful points. Yifeng, realizing the potential of the system, asked if it had any heavenly Dao tokens. Surprisingly, the system did possess tokens, but Yifeng needed to engage in wasteful behavior to have a chance of receiving them. Shortly after, the battle scene turned into a duel between Shou Tong and the great ancestral elder. Yifeng, seizing the opportunity, checked on his disciple, Yilingxue, asking if she was well treated at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. She assured him of her good treatment, especially mentioning Elder Shou Tong's kindness. Yifeng, with a mischievous grin, decided to reward Shou Tong with a heavenly tier furnace cauldron for his care towards Yilingxue. The system, surprisingly generous, suggested giving 2 furnaces instead. Amazed at the system's generosity, Yifeng told Yilingxue, "Since Elder Zhou has been good to you, as your teacher, I won't be stingy. Later, I will send him 2 heavenly tier furnace cauldrons. You can take them back and use them as you like." Yilingxue felt one would suffice. Just seeing such an intense brawl on the field, Yifeng thought to himself, Shou Tong is just short of a handy spiritual artifact. A heavenly tier furnace cauldron would be quite nice. Once the duel concluded, with Shou Tong emerging victoriously, Yifeng generously offered, "Don't bother borrowing a heavenly tier furnace cauldron. These 2 are yours now. Don't ask why, I just feel like it." He then presented 2 heavenly tier furnace cauldrons to Shou Tong, who was completely stunned. Shou Tong, overwhelmed by the gesture, humbly responded, "One is more than enough for our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." "Young friend, you are too generous." Yilingxue clarified for Shou Tong, "One of these heavenly tier furnace cauldrons is for your personal use as a weapon, and the other can be handed over to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Shou Tong, deeply touched by Yifeng's gesture, bowed deeply. "Young friend, if there's ever anything I can do for you, just say the word." Yilingxue's imagination ran wild, thinking Yifeng was strategically winning over Shou Tong to eventually take over the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Master is always thinking so far ahead, she thought admiringly. Yifeng, having triggered another wasteful behavior, was rewarded with 100,000 wasteful points. He was pleasantly surprised that even these actions were yielding rewards, and noted that the wasteful points awarded after his breakthroughs were increasing. After receiving the heavenly tier furnace cauldrons, Shou Tong and Yilingxue left on their flying spiritual artifact to report back. Meanwhile, Yifeng listened to the elders discussing the recent battle. It turned out Shou Tong won because the elders had given him a break, considering him a guest. The great ancestral elder and Bai Gang, however, had borne the brunt of the fight, proving that friends often hit each other the hardest. The great ancestral elder even suggested another round later on. Observing the swollen elders, Yifeng saw another opportunity for wastefulness. He proposed to the system, "They're training hard to protect the sect. It wouldn't be excessive to give them tens of thousands of top-grade healing pills, right?" The system questioned whether the recent event was truly training training or just fun, but Yifeng insisted they were honing their combat skills. The system agreed and awarded 30,000 flame blood vitalizing pills, specifying that they had to be used up within a day. At this moment, old Xia pulled out a flame blood vitalizing pill and started showing off in front of everyone. Everyone, look at what this is. This was once one of my treasured pills, but now it's nothing more than a snack to me, old Xia said with immense pride. After all, apart from Yifeng, I'm the richest here. I just love seeing your beaten and bruised faces, he continued. However, in the next second, Luo Qianxue and Yifeng appeared behind him. So, old Xia, you seem to quite enjoy our miserable state, Yifeng said with a sly smile. It seems old Xia doesn't need my help, Yifeng teased. Old Xia was a bit carried away and almost forgot that the sect master and Yifeng were still there. Yifeng asked the system, Xia Tianyu has already consumed a pill and recovered. How should this be counted? The system responded, ding, target locked, precondition, beaten and bruised. Please host, continue with wasteful actions. Yifeng knew what to do next. Old Xia, you can't escape, he said. Following that, Little Blood and Luo Kai came with a furnace, attacking old Xia. Old Xia, the master said you need pills. You asked for it, so let's give you a full experience. Old Xia was stunned. What are you trying to do? Then he was beaten up. A few minutes later, old Xia was thrown in front of Yifeng, beaten up to look like a pig's head. Old Xia was utterly confused. Why is this happening? I've already recovered. Yifeng grinned and said, because you need to recover using my pills. Old Bai laughed. Ha ha ha. Old Xia, you really had it coming. But his laughter didn't last long. Old Bai, you're also part of this, Yifeng declared. Luo Qianxue then said, Yifeng, the taste of this pill isn't bad. Maybe we should keep it for the dog? Old Bai quickly chimed in. Yeah, you always dote on the dog, don't you? Yifeng also wanted to, but this time the system demanded that he provide pills for the injured ones. He couldn't indulge his dog in luxury. A storage ring appeared on his hand. Master, I feel that your injuries have not yet healed. How can I give the elixirs to the dog? There are a total of 30,000 pills here. For the sake of your health, please finish them all before dawn. Luo Qianxue was stunned. 30,000 pills? To finish? That day, people recalled the fear dominated by elixirs. Luo Qianxue was numb. They shouldn't have started this big chaotic fight. The first iron rule of the sect. From now on, no more big chaotic fights are allowed. Whoever starts one will be expelled from the sect. Yifeng then remembered his junior brother, Wu Feng. Speaking of which, what has Wu Feng been doing all day? I'll go check on him. Meanwhile, the forgotten Wu Feng was actually training in culinary skills. Yifeng decisively went to find him. Junior brother Wu Feng, you've just switched to being a chef. Are you getting used to it? Wu Feng responded, big senior brother, I find the path of cooking much more interesting than that of elixirs. In the past, I needed others to supervise my cultivation, but now I can cook whatever dish I want. Yifeng was surprised. Could it be that you've discovered your exceptional talent in this area? Wu Feng admitted it was true. Although the master only taught me for a short while, I got the hang of it right away. This has nothing to do with the culinary enlightenment fragment. It's purely talent. I thought you, big senior brother, were only good at squandering, but now I realize you've hidden your talents deeply. Even Old Bai said you have a unique vision and saw at a glance that I was cut out to be a chef. Yifeng was a bit embarrassed by the praise. I'm just squandering away. You're flattering me too much. At that moment, Chu Xiao Xiao also appeared. Junior brother Wu Feng, I've washed the vegetables. Yifeng was a bit surprised. How did you two end up together? Wu Feng awkwardly said, she's actually just greedy. Yifeng smiled mischievously. I see. In that case, junior brother, you'll have to work hard. Chu Xiao Xiao was startled. Why is Yifeng in the kitchen? Chu Xiao Xiao was quite wary of Yifeng, especially due to the guards backing him. The one-armed man had previously scared her, leaving a psychological impact. She feared that Yifeng might call upon the one-armed man on a whim. However, Yifeng casually mentioned, Chu Xiao Xiao, I almost forgot about you. In our sect, it seems like you're the only one without much to do. Chu Xiao Xiao, feeling speechless, said, I am the only inner door executive of the sect, overseeing the training of the 5 heavenly prides. Yifeng suggested she shouldn't bother with these trivial matters. While the senior brothers train hard every day, you seem quite free. How about you take up another task? You'll be responsible for making tea. He decided to hand over the soul purifying water to her. Whether it's an elder or a disciple, anyone who wants to drink tea can come to you. Chu Xiao Xiao felt somewhat shy and overwhelmed, feeling like she had become a combination of a cook and a tea lady. Just as Yifeng brought out the soul purifying water, burst through the roof of the house, startling Wu Feng and the others. Chu Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. Yifeng, your huge barrel just wrecked my roof. How do you expect me to use this for brewing tea? What kind of water is this? Yifeng was also surprised. I didn't expect this barrel to be so big. He then instructed Chu Xiao Xiao, anyone can drink this water, but Elder Xiao must not, for fear he might ascend. Chu Xiao Xiao, puzzled, asked, what kind of strange reason is that? Besides brewing tea, what else can the water in this barrel be used for? Yifeng responded indifferently, do whatever you want with it. Meanwhile, not far from the Star Soul sect, Huang Xiaofei, his father Huang Dehai, and old Meng were approaching. Huang Dehai advised them, we'll soon arrive at the Star Soul sect. Don't speak when we get there. I'll test the waters first. Curious about Yifeng's identity, Huang Dehai planned to offer a 50% 50% profit share to the Star Soul Sect for the blood ginseng pill. Upon their arrival, they noticed an increase in the aura of strong cultivators compared to their last visit. Old Meng was surprised, wondering if the Star Soul Sect had recently acquired new powerful members. Seeing Huang Xiaofei and the others, Luo Qianxue instructed Elder Xiao to conceal his aura. It's Huang Xiaofei and his group. Elder Xiao, please hide your aura. They are guests of our Star Soul Sect. Just as Old Meng was about to introduce their president, Wang Dehai, he was interrupted and quickly left, leaving behind a few words. Sect leader Luo, today we were just passing by. We will surely bring substantial gifts on our next visit and we'll take our leave now. Xiao Chen, while munching on elixirs, was bewildered. Sect leader, what exactly did they come for? Old Meng asked in confusion. President, what's going on? Weren't we here to discuss the blood ginseng pill? Huang Dehai looked dejected. Discuss what? Did you not notice what they were eating? The 9-pattern 9-grade flame blood vitalizing pill, a single one of which is worth dozens of blood ginseng pills, and they were eating those by the thousands like they were candy. Facing a sect with such a foundation, even offering 10 years of profits wouldn't impress them. We need to think carefully about what we can offer as a genuine gesture of goodwill. At this point, Huang Dehai couldn't help think of the unseen Yifeng. It's terrifying, possessing so many 9-pattern elixirs. Not even the entire mysterious heaven continent could match this feat. Meanwhile, Elder Xiao, having eaten too many blood ginseng pills, was feeling very thirsty. When he smelled the rich aroma of tea, he followed it to Chu Xiao Xiao. Chu Xiao Xiao, this tea smells so strong. Quickly brew me a bowl. My mouth is dry and parched. However, Chu Xiao Xiao said, Elder Xiao, I'm sorry, but you can't drink this tea. Xiao Chen was puzzled. Why not? Is the tea not ready yet? Chu Xiao Xiao conveyed Yifeng's instructions. Yifeng said everyone in the sect can drink it, except for you. He fears you might ascend. Xiao Chen was startled. He fears I might ascend? He seemed to realize something, looking at the tea. I get it. This tea is brewed with soul-purifying water. No wonder Yifeng forbids me from drinking it. But such soul-purifying water is very rare. You shouldn't waste it. Chu Xiao Xiao then pointed to the barrel the size of a house behind her. Elder Xiao, are you sure this soul-purifying water is that rare? Xiao Chen was struck again by this revelation. He left, swaying slightly. It's okay. Continue making tea. I need to be alone for a while. As the sun set, Xiao Chen began to contemplate life. I regret it. I should never have joined this sect. Having my worldview shattered every day is too much. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached him. Xiao Chen, so you were hiding here. Xiao Chen immediately recognized the voice as that of his enemy, Ding Yi. True to his guess, Ding Yi appeared before him. Xiao Chen, I never expected you to actually escape from the soul-devouring Great Array. I'm truly surprised. And to think, the man once praised as the first handsome soul cultivator by women has now fallen to look like an old beggar. How ironic. Xiao Chen, you better run. I'll give you a chance. Xiao Chen, filled with hatred for his enemy, had no intention of fleeing. Ding Yi, seeing this, threatened him using the Star Soul Sect as leverage. I'll give you some time to run. After I've dealt with the sect that harbored you, I'll come looking for you. If I can't find you, I might let you go. This enraged Xiao Chen, who unleashed a terrifying soul illusion behind him. Ding Yi, you've gone too far. Ding Yi hadn't expected Xiao Chen to use his ultimate soul martial skill right off the bat. Hey, you start with your trump card? Do you really think I'm still the same person from 200 years ago? Ding Yi also displayed his immense soul, which was several times larger than Xiao Chen's. Let's see how long your soul power can last. At this moment, the system alerted Yifeng that Xiao Chen was fighting his enemy Ding Yi, but he was no match for Ding Yi. Yifeng was shocked. Huh, Ding Yi actually survived in the mysterious heaven continent for 200 years without ascending? Yifeng turned to Little Blood. Little Blood, let's leave the sect. We need to go rescue Elder Xiao. Little Blood was confused. Elder Xiao, a man close to ascending, is in danger. Outside the sect, the battle was intense. Xiao Chen was being overwhelmingly dominated, quickly becoming breathless. Ding Yi remained arrogantly confident. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily. You've been sealed by the master for 200 years. You must have accumulated some trump cards. Bring them out and entertain me. Seeing the soul ball in Ding Yi's hand, Xiao Chen mocked him. Competing with soul balls? You're actually proud of that tiny soul ball? Then, Xiao Chen produced a super large soul ball given to him by Yifeng. Ding Yi was completely taken aback by the sight of the enormous soul ball. Impossible. This simply can't be. With your soul power, you can't refine a soul ball to such a terrifying degree. I don't believe it. Xiao Chen sneered in response. Nothing's impossible. 200 years ago, I defeated you with my own strength. Today, I'll continue to outclass you, even with external help. I'm going to show you today that for you, a soul ball is a supplement, but for me, it's a tool of extravagance. Ding Yi was shocked and visibly intimidated by Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Little Blood had already arrived and were watching the battle like bystanders. Is this the way soul cultivators fight? It's indeed earth-shattering, almost putting me to sleep. Little Blood commented, this battle is indeed earth-shattering. Master, don't you see their soul energy? It turned out that Yifeng couldn't see their soul energy, only observing them swaying like demons and ghosts. From Little Blood's perspective, the battle between the soul illusions was truly awe-inspiring. However, ultimately, Elder Xiao Chen was defeated, his strength now inferior to Ding Yi's. As Ding Yi prepared to deliver the killing blow to Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen panicked, facing death at the hands of his enemy. In the next moment, countless streams of soul energy descended upon Xiao Chen. But before Ding Yi could celebrate his victory, he saw Xiao Chen being rescued by Yi Feng and Little Blood. Ding Yi wasn't concerned, taunting, "Xiao Chen, don't think you're safe just because you have reinforcements. Do you know why you're still alive? It's because my master intentionally spared you. He wants to know how you broke the soul-devouring Great Array. So, Xiao Chen, I give you 1 minute. Regardless of whether you speak or not, I'll turn your rescuers into corpses. After all, I have 1,000 ways to make you talk." Yi Feng coldly replied, "Oh, that broken formation? I destroyed its core. I saved the person. Do you have a problem with that?" Ding Yi naturally didn't believe Yi Feng. "You, a little trash at the Divine Repository realm? You destroyed it. I'd like to see how you managed that." Yi Feng pointed behind him. "Your golden wheel is giving me a headache. Want me to destroy it like I did the formation's core?" Ding Yi scoffed. "My golden wheel can be destroyed by you? Show me if you can." As soon as Ding Yi finished speaking, the golden wheel behind him was shattered. Yi Feng had already activated his destruction god eye, leaving Ding Yi completely dumbfounded. Just like that, it's gone. Xiao Chen was so impressed that he spontaneously composed a poem. "In youth, one does not know the fragility of the golden wheel. In old age, one weeps for the emptiness of cultivation." Indeed, with the golden wheel broken, Ding Yi's situation was worse than imagined. Not only had he lost his cultivation, but he was also seriously injured. "No, this kid is too sinister. I must inform my master to take me back and recast the golden wheel." Xiao Chen, in a panic, urged Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, stop him quickly. He's going to call for reinforcements." Yi Feng, however, remained calm. "Elder Xiao, aren't you just afraid to ascend because of some so-called great emperor? Take this opportunity, and I'll put your mind at ease. Stay as an elder in the sect, and I'll take you to the upper realms to squander wealth." Shortly after, the space behind Ding Yi stirred, and the projection of the Golden Will Emperor appeared. Yi Feng quietly summoned the system. "System, let that one-armed maniac come out later. I want to see how strong this emperor's projection is." However, the system proposed a different plan. "I have a better candidate who can pull the opponent's true form through the projection. You can decide how to deal with him based on your mood." Yi Feng was surprised. Can it really be done? Is it an official guard? Meanwhile, the projection of the Golden Will Emperor, surrounded by several golden wheels, was quite imposing. Upon seeing his disciple, he was taken aback. "Ding Yi, where's your golden wheel?" Ding Yi, ashamed, knelt down. "Master, I am incompetent. 200 years ago, I was beaten by someone, and now, my golden wheel has been destroyed." Hearing that someone had destroyed his disciple's golden wheel, the Golden Wheel Emperor was furious. "Who dared to destroy my disciple's golden wheel?" Yi Feng inquired with the system about the Golden Wheel Emperor's strength compared to the boundless sanctuary. The system informed him, "The Golden Wheel Emperor alone can penetrate the entire boundless sanctuary." Yi Feng was even more shocked. "Wow, I knew the Divine Tycoon's guard was strong, but this is too much." The system revealed more information. The upper realm is not the end. Only the top-tier fighters in the highest realms pose some challenge to the official members of the Divine Tycoon's guard. Each of your extravagant spending sprees has a chance to earn hidden rewards, which the system distributes to the reserve members of the Divine Tycoon's guard. Thus, Yi Feng's extravagant spending was actually a process of nurturing the Divine Tycoon's guard. At that moment, Ding Yi, bolstered by the backing of the Golden Wheel Emperor, became emboldened again. "Master, it was him who destroyed my golden wheel. I don't know how he did it. Moreover, it was this same person who rescued Xiao Chen." The Golden Wheel Emperor seemed indifferent. "Mere ants. True or not, they shall be killed." As the Golden Wheel Emperor was about to make a move, Yi Wan, a reserve member, suddenly appeared behind him. "Ants? Who are you calling ants?" Yi Feng was somewhat exasperated. "Again, you? Why is it always the same people? Besides the one-armed maniac, I haven't seen any other official guard members." In fact, Yi Feng had forgotten that there had been a brief appearance of another official member previously, but it was so fleeting that he didn't notice. Yi Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. "What's going on here? You show up, stand there like a wooden post, and don't say anything? Where are your lines? Doesn't the guard have anything fresh to offer? The same two people, over and over, with the same old issues. Can't you be more creative? Couldn't you change your outfit or something? Maybe even add a bit of flair?" Sensing Yi Wan's unfathomable strength, the Golden Wheel Emperor panicked. "You fool, what kind of existence have you provoked?" Ding Yi was equally baffled. He had no idea who they were dealing with. While Yi Wan was still respectfully addressing Yi Feng, the Golden Wheel Emperor seized the opportunity to flee, disowning Ding Yi in the process. "Don't rely on me anymore. From this moment on, our master-disciple bond is severed. Good luck on your own." Yi Feng watched the scene, unimpressed. "Go and bring the real Golden Wheel Emperor here. Are you blind? He's getting away." Yi Wan realized the projection of the Golden Wheel had fled and immediately appeared behind it. "My master wishes to see you." With that, he grabbed the projection of the Golden Wheel Emperor, and simultaneously, his hand appeared in the Golden Wheel Palace in the upper realm. Grabbing the actual Golden Wheel Emperor, he then pulled the Emperor down through the projection. Yi Wan turned to Yi Feng. "Master, what should be done with Ding Yi?" Without hesitation, Yi Feng replied, "Kill him." Yi Wan swiftly executed Ding Yi, then turned to the Golden Wheel Emperor. "My master, should this one be killed as well?" The Golden Wheel Emperor, now in tears, pleaded, "Great one, please. No, I am willing to compensate." Yi Feng, not making a decision unilaterally, turned to Xiao Chen. Xiaochen. Elder Xiao, he sealed you for 200 years and kept you from ascending. Do you want to kill him directly or enslave him for 200 years? You choose. Don't let this turn into a demon in your heart. The Golden Will Emperor listened, growing more and more panicked by the second. Xiaochen was moved to tears. Young Master Yi, you rescued me from the soul-devouring Great Array and helped me break my inner demons. I can never repay this debt. From now on, my life is yours. Little Blood was also touched. Master, to exchange the life of a great emperor from the upper realm for the loyalty of an ascender from the lower realm, only you could make such an unconventional decision. But thinking about it, it's really lucky to be able to follow a master like you. Xiaochen certainly didn't want to let the Golden Will Emperor off easily. Young Master Yi, don't let him off lightly. I want to enslave him for eternity. If I die, he must accompany me in death. Yifeng then asked Yuan, draw up a contract for them. By the way, if they go to the upper realm, the contract won't be void, right? Yuan replied, it'll have a slight impact, but it's not a major issue. Unless the Golden Will Emperor's strength surpasses mine, he won't be able to break the contract with Xiaochen. After everything was settled, Yuan returned to the Divine Tycoon's guard. Yifeng curiously asked Xiaochen, Elder Xiao, what's the extent of his strength now? Xiaochen said, Young Master Yi, although his power is sealed, he could still easily defeat 100 of me. With the matter resolved, Yifeng prepared to return to the sect. The sect could use someone for odd jobs. Let's not tell everyone about the Golden Will Emperor's identity. Back at the dilapidated gate of the Star Soul sect, Luo Qianxue was full of doubts. Why would Elder Xiao leave the sect? And why did Yifeng leave with Little Blood? I have a bad feeling about this. However, before she could ponder further, she saw Yifeng and the others returning. Noticing an extra person, Luo Qianxue grew suspicious. There were only 3 people who left, but 4 have returned. My bad feeling was right. Yifeng approached Luo Qianxue. Master, what are you doing standing here? Luo Qianxue, looking annoyed, asked him, never mind why I'm standing here. Explain to me who that person is. The Golden Will Emperor, now in a completely new appearance and dressed as a menial worker, stood there. Yifeng, with a smile, said, oh, him. Speaking of him, Master, you should really praise me for this. Luo Qianxue looked at Yifeng with an expression of disbelief. Praise you? For what? Yifeng explained, look, our sect has disciples, executives, elders, but haven't you felt the lack of a sect servant? Luo Qianxue was speechless. With the elders already so idle, we still need a servant. We can't add more people. The sect already has enough members, and even for a servant, the minimum requirement should be the Tribulation Crossing Realm. The Golden Will was surprised. The minimum requirement for a servant is now the Tribulation Crossing Realm? Yifeng responded, Master, you're thinking too small. As the only servant of the sect, this Golden Wheel is a powerhouse who could ascend at any moment. That's the level our Star Soul sect should maintain. Luo Qianxue was dumbfounded. Aren't you worried about putting pressure on the other elders? The Golden Wheel, seizing the opportunity to make a good impression, thought to himself, this kid is so scared of this girl. I must present myself well when she asks about my identity. However, before he could speak, Luo Qianxue pointed at him and asked, tell me, how much did it cost to abduct him back? The Golden Wheel, confused, replied, what? Do you often abduct people in your sect? He then thought bitterly, I wish I had been abducted. Unfortunately, I was captured and brought back from the upper realm. Wanting to ensure a smooth future in the sect, the Golden Wheel decided to present himself well to Luo Qianxue. Sect leader, I wasn't abducted. The reason I joined the sect as a servant is. Before he could finish, Luo Qianxue turned and walked away, uninterested in his story. It's fine, you don't need to explain. All the elders in the sect are the same. If you want to be a servant, so be it. Yifeng, feeling tired, said, I'm so sleepy. Elder Xiao, let the Golden Wheel stand guard for you tonight. I'll arrange his duties tomorrow. I'm going to rest. Then, Xiaochen and the Golden Wheel were left alone. Golden Will Emperor, you probably never imagined being enslaved by me, Xiaochen mused. The Golden Will was panicked. That was all in the past. I'll give you whatever you want. However, Xiaochen was unexpectedly grateful. Don't worry, I won't be too harsh on you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met young Master Yi, which has turned out to be a great opportunity for me. Do your job well, and if you perform satisfactorily, maybe I'll free you after a few hundred years of service. The Golden Wheel immediately knelt down in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Xiao. He then followed Xiaochen to his courtyard. Upon seeing the opulent golden decor and realizing the house was built from the rare Golden Soul Holy Spirit tree, Golden Will couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Damn, you're so audacious you're using a 9,000-year-old Golden Soul Holy Spirit tree to build a house. What was my damn disciple even fighting for back then? Meanwhile, back in the Heaven Fire Realm at the Dark Flame Sect, Li Fei had returned. Sect leader Sun Tianyu and great ancestral elder Wang Qingshan looked at him fiercely. You dare to return, and with such arrogance. Do you need another lesson? Sun Tianyu was determined to teach Li Fei a lesson, but just as he was about to make a move, Li Fei calmly stated, I have advanced my death sword intent to the Sword Heart Realm. In the next moment, great ancestral elder Wang Qingshan arrived between the two and firmly gave Sun Tianyu a slap to stop him, exclaiming, with me here, try laying a finger on him. How dare you harm such a talented sword cultivator of our sect? Sun Tianyu felt wronged, but was unable to retort. Then, Wang Qingshan noticed something astonishing. He saw Li Fei pulling out a huge pile of gold and silkworm star shining stones, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Li Fei, where did you get so many star-shining stones? Li Fei responded with a smile. Master, great ancestral elder, what do you think about using these golden silkworm star-shining stones to build a thatched hut? Both were left speechless. Subsequently, they started a deathly glare at Li Fei. Overwhelmed, Li Fei exclaimed, Master, great ancestral elder, I have broken through to the Sword Heart realm. Following this revelation, Li Fei was once again beaten up by the two, not only being left in a terrible state but also nearly losing his life. The next day, Yi Feng's wasteful expenditure was refreshed again, this time with the seemingly useless mind-calming incense, which he no longer valued. He called over great ancestral elder and elder by gang, both rushing over eagerly. Yi Feng then inquired with the system, does giving these 500 mind-calming incense sticks to great ancestral elder, who is experiencing a beggar-like life, count as wasteful behavior? The system confirmed, yes. Ding. It is determined that Luo Qianxing's mindset is truly that of a beggar, so giving mind-calming incense to a beggar counts as wasteful behavior. Thus, great ancestral elder, equipped with a professional mindset and outfit, received the mind-calming incense reward. Elder by gang, who was a step too slow, was left infuriated. Yi Feng, witnessing this, didn't know what to say, feeling that the morals of the situation were somewhat skewed. By gang, unable to receive anything from Yi Feng, decided to try his luck with Xiao Chen. Then, he encountered the figure of Golden Wheel and asked in surprise, who are you? Golden Wheel introduced himself. I am Golden Wheel. I just joined the sect yesterday evening as a servant. By gang didn't find this odd and remarked, a servant? Right, a sect without even a single servant would indeed be shameful. What's your strength? Golden Wheel replied, I am at the stage where I could ascend at any moment. It was unclear whether By gang hadn't processed the information or if his mindset had really changed, but he simply thought of it as nothing more than an ascendant being. Some ascendants can be elders, while others only servants. It seems Yi Feng doesn't value strength alone, so that's reassuring. Golden Will was frustrated, feeling belittled by the look in the other's eyes. He also found the people of the sect peculiar. Despite his prestigious status, he couldn't even mention it and had to carry on with menial tasks. While cleaning the sect's grand hall, he stumbled upon familiar techniques, the Boundless Mystic Spirit Array and Boundless Mystic Purification Technique, the same methods practiced by Luo Qianxue. This revelation led Golden Wheel to realize that the sect leader's identity was extraordinary. This technique is only accessible to the Holy Master of the Boundless Sanctuary and their successors. Could it be that the sect leader is a reincarnated Holy Maiden? This is significant information, Golden Wheel pondered. Then, Yi Feng entered, causing Golden Wheel to feel apprehensive, thinking, nothing good happens with this guy around. Yi Feng was there to notify his beautiful master. Master, I'm taking junior brother Wufeng out for training. Wufeng seemed resigned. Brother, my grandfather called me to Heavenly Elixir City. Why are you more excited than me? Yi Feng explained. After all, I persuaded you to switch to cooking. I have to explain it to your grandfather. Luo Qianxue, interrupting her cultivation in annoyance, said, you can go, but the number of people who leave must be the same as those who return. Don't bring anyone else back this time. Yi Feng agreed. Okay, I understand. I'll just bring little blood with us. Yet, his assurance seemed dubious. Later, they borrowed Elder Xiao Chen's flying spiritual artifact to head to Heavenly Elixir City. Yi Feng's keen interest stemmed from a system task he received to participate in an alchemy competition in Heavenly Elixir City. Merely participating would grant him a reward of 1 million points for wasteful spending, an opportunity Yi Feng wouldn't miss. Thus, Yi Feng and his companions, including Little Blood, were quickly approaching Heavenly Elixir City after a few hours of travel. Yi Feng couldn't help but remark, a 9th grade spiritual artifact really is fast. Shortly after, they arrived above Heavenly Elixir City, with the towering Heavenly Elixir Pavilion standing prominently in the center. After landing, Yi Feng asked Wufeng to first visit his grandfather. While he had other matters to attend to, he planned to register for the alchemy competition at the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion with Little Blood. However, Yi Feng soon found himself in a dilemma. To enroll in the alchemy competition, he first had to pass a preliminary assessment. The enthusiastic examiner, Cheng Hai, warmly invited Yi Feng to participate in the assessment. Yi Feng, bewildered, thought to himself, I don't know how to refine elixirs. How am I supposed to pass any assessment? Cheng Hai tried to reassure him, don't be nervous. Just refine elixirs as you normally do and show your standard skills. Now, please begin your performance. At this moment, the system issued a new task. If the host uses spiritual grasp provided by the system for the assessment, a reward of 500,000 wasteful spending points will be granted. Yi Feng was surprised by the system's generosity, seeing the task as virtually a giveaway. Since the system encouraged him to refine, he decided to give it a try. He then informed Cheng Hai, please wait a moment, examiner. I need to use my own furnace. Smiling at Little Blood, Yi Feng said, Little Blood, please bring over my furnace. Little Blood produced a heavenly tier furnace, causing Cheng Hai to ponder if Yi Feng was the disciple of a powerful alchemist, especially given Little Blood's ability to withstand 2 heavenly Dao thunder tribulations. Meanwhile, Little Blood, feeling sorry for the furnace, whispered to it, just for a little while, please endure. Cheng Hai was bewildered. Is she talking to the heavenly tier furnace? And what has this powerful demon done with it? Why are there scratches all over it? Suddenly, Little Blood pleaded with Yifeng. Master, can we not use it? Whenever you refine with it, I feel like it gets dirty. Yifeng, pulling her away from the furnace, replied, Little Blood, I know this furnace is convenient for you to wield, but I don't have a spare one right now. Little Blood suggested, Master, don't you also have the 9 dragons burning sky cauldron? That's for barbecuing, not for refining elixirs. Please leave for now, so you don't disturb my assessment. Thus, Little Blood was reluctantly separated from her beloved furnace. Qinghai, overhearing their conversation, was baffled. What an odd master-servant duo. Are they really using a heavenly tier furnace like this? Well, let's just focus on the alchemy. As Qinghai signaled the start of the assessment with a drumbeat, Yifeng began haphazardly adding ingredients, completely ignoring Qinghai's guidance on proportions. Qinghai, resigned, thought, it's okay, this is just the first step. The second step is, Yifeng continued adding materials non-stop, excitedly commenting on the unusual greenish hue of the flames. Qinghai, feeling overwhelmed, pleaded, stop adding more. But it was too late. The furnace exploded within 3 seconds. Despite the failure, Yifeng was thrilled to complete the task and earn 500,000 wasteful spending points. To his delight, surprisingly, this task could be repeated indefinitely until Qinghai declared the assessment was over. Yifeng grinned at Qinghai. Examiner Cheng, I was a bit nervous just now. I failed this time, but I'd like to try again. Qinghai, giving him another chance, advised, this time, please refine properly and avoid exploding the furnace. Your furnace and spiritual grass are rare treasures. Yifeng once again recklessly added herbs. Qinghai, at a loss for words, could only think, what a wasteful spender. Predictably, the furnace exploded again in a spectacular fashion. A bit sheepish, Yifeng said to Qinghai, I'm sure I can succeed. Please, let me try one more time. Qinghai was so exasperated that he almost cried. No need to try again. Your exquisite alchemy skills have been acknowledged. Let's wait for tomorrow's big alchemy competition, he said, trying to end the fiasco. Yifeng, somewhat disappointed, had hoped to earn more wasteful spending points, but Qinghai had already left in a hurry. With just 2 attempts, he had managed to earn 1,000,000 wasteful spending points. Little Blood, sympathetically holding the furnace, lamented, poor little furnace, you've suffered so much. Meanwhile, in a guest room of an inn, Wufeng was showing off his heavenly tier furnace to his grandfather, Len Jiulong. Shocked by the sight of the furnace, Len Jiulong asked, this is a heavenly tier furnace. Wufeng, but what's with the water inside? Wufeng calmly explained, I guess I didn't empty it properly. I was using it as a water tank before. Len Jiulong was stunned. What did you say? He thundered. Wufeng, you've changed. How long have you been in that sect? And you've become so arrogant. Using a heavenly tier furnace as a water tank? Where did you get such audacity? Wufeng, shaking his head in resignation, said, Grandpa, calm down. I've switched to the culinary arts now. This furnace is a gift we're preparing for you. Upon hearing it was a gift for him, Len Jiulong's anger dissipated instantly, and he switched gears dramatically. Wufeng, though you've become arrogant, your filial piety remains, and that makes me very happy. I once saw a heavenly tier furnace too, but it disappeared along with Xiaochen, that old immortal. That was 200 years ago, and I really coveted it. Wufeng, surprised, asked, Grandpa, the Xiaochen you're talking about, is he a soul cultivator? Len Jiulong was startled. How do you know? Wufeng confirmed, that's right. Elder Xiaochen is now an elder of our Star Soul sect. Len Jiulong, somewhat amazed, wondered, what magic does Luo Wuming's daughter's little sect possess to even lure Xiaochen over? Wufeng looked curious. Grandpa, you're not thinking of joining the Star Soul sect as an elder, are you? The sect is no longer short of people. Even the second ascendant powerhouse can only serve as a servant there. Len Jiulong responded, I wouldn't go. Strong individuals also have their own dignity. At that moment, Qinghai burst in, loudly exclaiming, Old Len, there's big news. Before he could elaborate, he noticed the grown-up Wufeng. A few minutes later, Len Jiulong was also informed about the alchemy assessment chaos at the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. This is outrageous. How can someone be so wasteful? And how are there over a dozen heavenly tier furnaces in the mysterious Heaven continent? Len Jiulong remarked in disbelief. Qinghai and Wufeng both insisted they were telling the truth. Meanwhile, Yifeng arrived at the scene. I didn't expect such a lively gathering. Examiner Cheng, nice to see you again. Only then did Qinghai realize that Yifeng was Wufeng's senior brother. Yifeng was surprised to find out that the manager of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was an acquaintance. Considering this, he discreetly asked the system, would it be too much to give a heavenly tier furnace to Qinghai for favoring me? The system judged the act as a gift for gaining an unfair advantage, fitting the criteria for wasteful behavior. Yifeng cheerfully presented the heavenly tier furnace to Qinghai. Examiner Cheng, since you let me pass the assessment, I want to show my gratitude. This furnace is for you. Qinghai, grinning widely, replied, Ah, young Master Yi, you are too kind. I'm really undeserving of this. However, he didn't forget to reach out and accept the furnace. Len Jiulong, dumbfounded, commented, you two are blatantly pulling strings right in front of me. Is this really okay? Qinghai, you've completely tarnished the reputation of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Through this act, Yifeng triggered a wasteful behavior, earning himself an additional 100,000 wasteful spending points. Yifeng laughed heartily, then casually slung an arm around Qinghai's shoulder. You know, Examiner Cheng, If you had let me try a few more times, I would have gifted you a furnace with a cauldron spirit. Qinghai thought he was joking. Young Master Yi really has a sense of humor. Artifact spirits, those don't exist in the lower realms. Lin Jiulong, eavesdropping, was also skeptical. Artifact spirit? Nonsense. Just more tall tales. Wufeng, however, decided to prove them wrong and pulled out some knives, demonstrating its capabilities. Grandpa, everything my senior brother says is true. Let me show you. Lin Jiulong was astounded by the array of culinary tools around Wufeng, especially the dragon spirit. This is a dragon spirit? Wufeng, what's going on here? Hours later, Yifeng checked his wasteful spending for the day. Today's extravagant item was a barrel of myriad herbs elixir liquid, a special brew made from 10,000 types of spiritual grass, sealed for 10,000 years. Just one sip would make anyone addicted to it, rendering all other drinks tasteless. Meanwhile, Lin Jiulong had given up resisting the bizarre situations and joined his grandson Wufeng in soaking their feet in a 9-leaf soul-returning herb solution. As they laughed and chatted, Little Blood brought a new foot bath solution. Wufeng, Master asked me to bring this foot soak for you and old Len. Wufeng, a bit shy at the sight of Little Blood in her swimsuit, asked, "This is foot soak water? Why does it smell like wine?" The aroma was so enticing that they both considered drinking it. Just as Wufeng was about to give in, Little Blood warned, "Remember, this is only for soaking your feet. You must not taste it, or else you'll find no other drink satisfying." As Wufeng struggled to resist, Lin Jiulong slapped him across the face. "Wufeng, you absolutely can't drink this. Didn't you hear it's an order from Yifeng? I recognize it now. This is the myriad herbs elixir liquid. After drinking it, no other drink will do." Wufeng, confused, asked, "Is it really that bad?" Little Blood confirmed, "Yes, it is." Reluctantly, the grandfather and grandson duo used it only for soaking their feet. This luxurious experience made Lin Jiulong consider becoming an elder at the Star Soul Sect. Wufeng advised him against it. Nowadays, the Star Soul Sect has more elders than disciples. They're only taking servants, and it's up to my senior brother whether or not they're accepted. Lin Jiulong perked up at this. "I see." Wufeng looked puzzled. "Grandpa, what do you understand now?" Lin Jiulong suddenly stood up with determination. "Tomorrow, no matter which level of the alchemy competition Yifeng participates in, he will be the first. That's my declaration." Wufeng, taken aback, protested, "Grandpa, that's cheating. You were just criticizing Qinghai for losing face." The next morning, Yifeng woke up feeling refreshed. "That wine bath yesterday was really comfortable, and to think it even rewarded me with 10,000 jars of myriad herbs elixir liquid. I should try drinking a jar when I have time." He then checked today's wasteful spending item, which was a divine elixir refining card. It granted the ability to refine a divine elixir within 24 hours, with the elixir's grade and type being random. Yifeng had another extravagant idea. "System, what if I refine a divine elixir and then crush it in front of everyone? Would that count as wasteful behavior?" The system confirmed that it would indeed be wasteful, adding that if he did so, he would receive an additional 1 million wasteful spending points. Yifeng was thrilled. "This is fantastic. For an extra million wasteful spending points, I guess I'll have to offend some alchemists." At that moment, Wufeng urged him, "Senior brother, it's time to go to the alchemy competition. Grandpa has reserved a spot for you in every level of the contest." Subsequently, Wufeng hurriedly took Yifeng to the venue. It wasn't long before they arrived at the central square of Heavenly Elixir City, where the atmosphere was already buzzing with excitement. Yifeng immediately took out his divine elixir refining card and used it, successfully activating it. The tribulation breaking pill. Reading the description of the tribulation breaking pill, Yifeng learned that consuming it allows one to ignore a heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. It's suitable for cultivators who have survived at least one heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, particularly if a cultivator who has endured 8 heavenly Tao thunder tribulations consumes it, they can ascend directly. Yifeng was utterly astounded. It's an elixir capable of contending with the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, he thought. If all members of the sect consume a few, ascending would be as easy as child's play. System, can this 10-pattern tribulation breaking pill be produced in the elixir jar? The system responded affirmatively, though it noted that the chances of success would be low. "That's fine. As long as it's possible, that's enough." With the infusion of the tribulation breaking pill refining card, Yifeng naturally mastered the elixir making techniques and fire control details, as if he had refined it countless times before. Possessing such a divine pill, Yifeng naturally headed to the 9th grade alchemist competition area. Surprisingly, there were few participants, only 3 9th grade alchemists. According to his understanding along the way, there were less than 100 6th grade alchemists, less than 30 7th grade, and just over 10 8th grade. The 3 alchemists turned their gaze towards Yifeng. Who is that kid? Not wearing an alchemist robe is one thing, but why is he in the 9th grade area? However, an elder with flowing hair had a different opinion. "No, that's not right," he exclaimed. The bald one asked what was the matter, to which the elder with flowing hair replied, "This person is an old monster who has maintained a youthful appearance, but lived for who knows how long. Haven't you noticed that old Len has been staring this way the whole time?" Lin Jiulong was indeed intently focused on the 9th grade competition area, leading the 3 to believe that Yifeng must be an old monster concealing his age. Yifeng was somewhat confused. "Why do I feel like my reputation is being unjustly unjustly tarnished. I haven't done anything yet. At this moment, Qinghai rang the bell to signal the start of the competition. The contestants had 3 incense sticks worth of time to complete their tasks. Yifeng decided to finish quickly so he could return to sleep. The audience was left speechless by the flame Yifeng summoned. Lifebound heart flame, they exclaimed in awe. While everyone expected the atmosphere to heat up, Yifeng simply pulled out a large amount of spiritual grass and other medicinal ingredients. Relying on the temporary memory he had obtained, he threw the required ingredients for the tribulation-breaking pill into the alchemy furnace. Lin Jiulong was bewildered. What is he doing? I thought the atmosphere would heat up. Not to mention his incredible lifebound heart flame. Some of the spiritual grass he's using, I've never even seen before. What elixir is he trying to make? The 3 ninth grade alchemists were dumbfounded. Is this even considered alchemy? He seems to be using the spiritual grass as firewood. I thought I could learn something from him, but it seems I was mistaken. However, in the next moment, Yifeng's alchemy process unexpectedly attracted a heavenly Dao thunder tribulation. Lin Jiulong, utterly shocked, realized it's an elixir tribulation. The crowd was astonished to witness the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation filling the sky. This is an elixir tribulation. As legends say, when a divine elixir is formed, the elixir tribulation descends. Qinghai was moved to tears. I never thought I'd see a divine elixir being successfully refined in my lifetime. Among the countless alchemists over thousands of years, none have produced a divine elixir. Today, I am fortunate to witness the emergence of a divine elixir. What an honor! As the refining process continued, Yifeng intensified the fire. Soon, with the sound from the alchemy furnace, Yifeng's divine elixir was completed. Staring at the round and lustrous pill in the furnace, Lin Jiulong was astounded. Is that a 10-pattern pill? Someone in the crowd was puzzled. What's going on? Where's the heavenly thunder? My heart is in my throat. Has the divine elixir been successfully made or not? Yifeng also found it strange. He had followed the refining steps correctly, yet the elixir tribulation had not descended. Little Blood also noticed something odd about the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation clouds and suggested Yifeng step back from the divine elixir to see what would happen. It turned out that the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation clouds were intimidated by Yifeng as they had been dispersed by his powerful subordinates in the past. They dared not unleash their thunder in Yifeng's presence. Yifeng was speechless, finding the cautious nature of the heavenly Dao somewhat absurd. Sure enough, as soon as he distanced himself, the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation dared to descend. After undergoing the baptism of the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation, the divine elixir was finally perfected. The many alchemists present were moved to tears, feeling fortunate to have witnessed the appearance of a divine elixir. They felt that even if they died at that moment, they would have no regrets. Qinghai proclaimed loudly, Yifeng is not some wastrel. He is a god in the hearts of all alchemists. Wufeng, witnessing this scene, had a bad premonition. My wasteful senior brother is likely to perform another astonishing act of wastefulness, he thought. At this point, everyone revered Yifeng as the elixir god, and Yifeng decided to enact the extravagant plan he had already conceived. He threw the elixir on the ground, leaving everyone baffled. Why would the elixir god throw the divine elixir to the ground? A sense of discomfort began to rise in their hearts. Wait, he suddenly lifted his foot. What was he going to do? Resolutely, Yifeng lifted his right foot, and, amidst the cries of no from the crowd, he did not hesitate to step on the divine elixir. With a crack, the pill shattered. The divine elixir was thus crushed by Yifeng, completing his task of extravagant spending with a reward of 2 million extravagant points. Meanwhile, the 3 enraged 9th rank alchemists behind him all wanted to teach Yifeng a lesson, even contemplating killing him. This is a divine pill, but Yifeng remained nonchalant, saying, there are too few people cursing. The momentum isn't enough. The quantity of divine pills destroyed is too few. Even the system was speechless, remarking, there are 100,000 people here. How is that few? Suddenly, Lin Jiulong spoke up. Silence. Do you know what it means to break and then establish? A life too fixated on pursuing divine pills will only turn them into shackles. At the moment of the pill's destruction, I realized humans can make and destroy divine pills. What we pursue is the supreme path of alchemy, not satisfaction with a single divine pill. Yifeng was speechless. Where do all these principles come from? I'm just purely squandering. Everyone was shocked and then knelt before Yifeng, exclaiming, Master, we've also realized it. We'll remember today's grace forever. Yifeng was astonished, muttering, this old Len really knows how to talk nonsense. Even squandering can be twisted into helping others realize the truth. When he turned to look at old Len, he found that not only had Len realized the truth, but he was also about to ascend. Lin Jiulong himself didn't expect that today would be his day of ascension, but once enlightened, he could not suppress it. He instructed Qinghai, tell those old fellows, I'll ascend first. If fate allows, we'll meet in the higher realm. Qinghai was reluctant, but had to agree tearfully. Then came the moment of farewell between grandfather and grandson. Wufeng was even more reluctant to part with his grandfather ascending. Lin Jiulong told him not to cry, saying, I'm not dying. Why cry? It's time for me to ascend to the higher realm now that I've seen through the obsession with divine pills. Your senior brother is quite extraordinary. Stay close to him. Yifeng curiously watched the ascension process unfold. Then, a stairway to heaven appeared amid cheers, and Lin Jiulong embarked on his journey up the stairway. stairway. Yifeng handed him a storage ring, advising, don't use the items inside until it's crucial. They could save your life. Lin Jiulong glanced at it, finding the 100 herbs elixir liquid inside, and thanked young Master Yi. Thus, Lin Jiulong ascended on the stairway to the higher realm. Meanwhile, Wu Feng returned to his carefree demeanor, even sniffing the remnants of the divine pill, wondering if it still had any effect. Indeed, everyone else thought the same, vying for the remnants, especially after seeing some stuck to Yifeng's foot, revealing sly smiles. Feeling a chill down his spine, Yifeng promptly decided to flee with little blood. This is the generosity of a prodigal tycoon. The life-bound heart flame, which even a lifetime's work of an alchemist might not yield, was casually gifted by Yifeng to a great demon, clueless about the ways of alchemy. At this moment, Yifeng returned to his own guest room, finally escaping the mad alchemists. Suddenly, his top disciple, Huayuman, sent a telepathic message. Yifeng replied, I'm here. What's up? Since I obtained a spirit body without impurities, the ancestral elders of the sect have been incessantly asking where I got it from. I don't know how to explain, Huayuman said. Right after she finished speaking, the system issued a new task, to go on a spending spree in the 10,000 Flowers Valley to improve the living conditions of his top disciple, with a chance to win a heavenly Dao token. Yifeng had no choice but to go, especially since he had always wanted the heavenly Dao token. He told Huayuman to wait. You can't explain it. Let me go to the 10,000 Flowers Valley and clarify things with your ancestral elders. Huayuman responded, then I'll wait for you in the 10,000 Flowers Valley. And master, please don't suddenly teleport here again. She didn't want her naked body to be seen again. The next day, Yifeng decided to take Wu Feng and Little Blood with him. While having breakfast, Yifeng looked at today's extravagant purchase, the life-bound heart flame, deep blue abyssal flame, wondering if it was the flame that accompanied the divine pill he refined yesterday. The deep blue abyssal flame is a flame that grows stronger with the wielder's power. At its pinnacle, it can perfectly refine any grade of herbs. Suddenly, Yifeng turned to Little Blood and thought, ever since Little Blood joined, aside from the heavenly tear furnace cauldron, I haven't really given any other rewards. Little Blood, feeling Yifeng's gaze, became somewhat anxious and said, Master, could you not look at me with that kind of expression? Even the dog is striving to be the #1 sword dog. As a fellow demon, I think it's time for you to step up your game. Upon hearing this, Little Blood was incredibly excited and asked, so, Master, are you going to give me great demon fairy blood or some powerful weapon? Yifeng shook his head and said, neither. I have prepared the powerful life-bound heart flame for you. From now on, you will follow old Xia to learn alchemy and strive to become the #1 alchemy mantis. Little Blood, feeling resigned, said, I never expected the master to finally take action against me. Such is fate. Master, just give me the life-bound heart flame. I'll handle it myself. Witnessing this, Wu Feng applauded her. This is what makes a great demon, knowing resistance is futile and calmly accepting it. Then, Yifeng transferred the life-bound heart flame to Little Blood. After the transfer, Little Blood, tears in her eyes, caressed the heavenly tear furnace cauldron, lamenting, if I had known I'd embark on the path of alchemy, I wouldn't have tortured my cauldron. These scratches really pain my heart. Seeing this, Yifeng decided to up the ante and said, I'll give you the 9 dragons burning sky cauldron. You can continue using that heavenly tear furnace cauldron as a weapon. With the 9 dragons burning sky cauldron in hand, Little Blood quickly lost interest in the heavenly tear furnace cauldron, kicking it away. She moved on to the new cauldron with remarkable speed. Little Blood, I also have a purple thunder mysterious flame here. I might as well give it to you too. Little Blood, holding the 9 dragons cauldron, happily responded, an alchemist only needs 1 heart flame. Another one would be useless. I know it's useless. That's why I said I'd give it to you. Little Blood, sensing something amiss, protested, please. No, master. Life-bound heart flames will repel each other. Nevertheless, Yifeng fused the purple thunder mysterious flame into Little Blood as well. Wu Feng suddenly realized, the pseudo-life-bound heart flame that Grandpa spent 200 years condensing really isn't worth much. It's a good thing Grandpa ascended. By this time, Yifeng and his group had arrived at the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Yifeng found the place beautiful, like a hidden paradise. However, Little Blood had a gloomy expression and said, this is no hidden paradise. Surprised, Yifeng asked, is there a problem? Wu Feng explained, don't be deceived by the appearances here. This place once poisoned a great ascended master to death. This revelation made Yifeng look at the place with new respect. Upon arriving at the gate, Huayuman had been waiting for some time. Wu Feng and Little Blood were somewhat confused. When did Yifeng take on a disciple? And I only know that this woman is even stronger than me. Yifeng strolled over leisurely and asked, senior disciple, doesn't the 10,000 Flowers Valley have a protective formation? Huayuman replied, of course, we have one. The 10,000 Flowers Valley has a heritage of tens of thousands of years. Not only do we have a formation, but even an ascended master attacking us wouldn't be a problem. And what if a group of ascended masters attack? Would you be afraid then? Huayuman was momentarily dumbfounded. Master, what you're saying is a bit unrealistic. The 10,000 Flowers Valley doesn't have that many enemies. A group of ascended masters? That's just nonsense. However, this was just Yifeng's way of squandering wealth. Since the 10,000 Flowers Valley can't withstand a group of of ascended masters. Shouldn't we improve the formation system? The system confirmed this and rewarded Yifeng with 100,000 Prodigal points and the 10,000 Flowers Poison Spirit Array Super Enhanced Edition manual, as well as a Heavenly Dao token. Yifeng was very satisfied. Next time I visit the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, I should also upgrade them, he mused. Then he handed over the enhanced formation manual to Huayuman. By the way, senior disciple, have you spent all the things I gave you before? Huayuman hesitated and then, with a slightly red face, admitted, Master, I still can't bring myself to squander them. Those items are too precious. Yifeng was so frustrated he didn't know what to say. This senior disciple is even less trouble-free than the second disciple. I really need to get Huayuman on the right path of squandering. System, I'm thinking of temporarily not giving away the formation manual. Does this count as a failure in squandering? Will the rewards be taken back? However, the system responded with an arrogant tone. No, the rewards won't be taken back. I can't lose face like that. As long as Yifeng proposes improvements for the 10,000 Flowers Valley, rewards will be given. How the rewards are used is entirely up to the host. Who am I to judge? Since that's the case, senior disciple, please take me to meet your ancestral elders. Upon arriving at the 10,000 Flowers Hall, an ancestral elder asked Yifeng, Are you Huayuman's master? Yifeng looked genuinely surprised. The three ancestral elders in front of him were all quite short. The red one was the great ancestral elder Zhu Binglan, the green one was the second ancestral elder Chen Weimon, and the yellow one was the third ancestral elder Gu Jie. They all started questioning how Yifeng managed to deceive Huayuman. Yifeng found this amusing and even squatted down to take a closer look at the great ancestral elder. These tiny ancestral elders are too cute. I came here to question you, and you don't even realize your mistake. The great ancestral elder was puzzled. What have we done wrong? Yifeng then asked Huayuman to bring out 100 ghost bewitching grasses. Hearing about the ghost bewitching grass, the second ancestral elder was shocked. What? Huayuman, you actually have ghost bewitching grass? Huayuman obediently handed over the ghost bewitching grass to Yifeng. He slowly said, Do the three ancestral elders realize their mistake now? However, the great ancestral elder insisted, No matter why you're here, we absolutely did nothing wrong. Even if you are Huayuman's master, you have no right to question us. Junior brother Wu Feng, chop these 100 ghost bewitching grasses into pieces. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng immediately took out a divine artifact kitchen knife. With the knife skills he had honed over time, he quickly chopped them up. The ancestral elders were speechless. What does this mean? Are you threatening us with such brute force? Such arrogance and waste is shameful. Yet, Yifeng asked Huayuman to bring another 100 withered soul branches. Senior disciple, bring another 100 withered soul branches for my junior brother Wu Feng to chop. Huayuman could only comply sorrowfully and continued the extravagant destruction in front of the ancestral elders. The great ancestral elder and the second ancestral elder disdainfully commented, It's your own property. Waste it if you want. We don't care. The third ancestral elder suggested, Is it possible that these items were originally gifts for Huayuman? In other words, these precious materials can be considered the property of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Yifeng didn't stop. Junior brother Wu Feng, chop up 105 poisons 100 fragrance flowers as well. This alarmed the ancestral elders. We understand our mistake, Yifeng. Please stop, they pleaded, coming to Yifeng's feet and begging him not to continue his wasteful actions. Yifeng ignored their pleas and pour out those 100 drops of soul-scorching spirit bamboo water as well. In just a few minutes, the great ancestral elder and the second ancestral elder were painfully watching the remnants scattered on the ground. Yifeng then explained his actions. These items were originally for Huayuman to squander. She could use them for anything, even for soaking her feet or feeding poisonous insects. But she has a difficulty in squandering. She just doesn't do it. And you, as ancestral elders, failed to supervise my senior disciples squandering. So, it's your fault. The second ancestral elder, heartbroken, picked up the remnants. Maybe we can still use them if we wash them. We at the 10,000 Flowers Valley are inherently thrifty and frugal, so squandering like this is indeed hard for us. Yifeng questioned them. If my senior disciple had learned to squander, these items wouldn't have gone to waste. If she learned to enjoy them, like making tea, you all could have enjoyed it too. The great ancestral elder felt wrong. We understand, but it's really hard for us to accept this internally. Yifeng then pulled out his trump card. Feeling bad, aren't you? This is the 10,000 Flowers Poison Spirit Array Super Enhanced Edition manual, capable of withstanding a group of ascended beings. You might think it's not real, but I will really chop it up. The great ancestral elder hurriedly asked him to stop. I believe you. I really do. Yifeng ignored this and instructed Wu Feng to continue chopping. The great ancestral elder could only watch in agony as Wu Feng, with his skilled chopping technique, shredded the manual. The great ancestral elder and the second ancestral elder were stunned. This is simply a waste of heavenly gifts. Only the third ancestral elder, although pained, appeared calm. Yifeng then looked at the 10,000 Flowers Valley's collection of precious toxic plants. Everything is fine, but there's just too little. How can I train my senior disciple with this? The great ancestral elder helplessly explained. Many things have become extinct on the heavenly Dao battlefield. There's nothing nothing we can do about it. Yifeng then made a proposal to the system. My senior disciple is living too harshly, trying to cultivate the body of 10,000 poisons, but lacking even basic toxic plants. The system immediately rewarded him with 100,000 Prodigal points, arranged for 100 doses of various toxic spiritual grasses required for the body of 10,000 poisons, and awarded 2 heavenly Dao tokens. Then, Yifeng threw out 50 more toxic spiritual grasses. How can she practice the body of 10,000 poisons without the materials? Junior brother Wu Feng, chop these 50 doses of toxic spiritual grass. The great ancestral elder was in agony. It's not our fault that the materials are hard to find. The second ancestral elder was also crying. Tell us what you want us to do, we will change. Please stop cutting. Yifeng replied arrogantly, I'll see if there's anything else you're lacking. He then pointed at the third ancestral elder. Take note, first, tear down all the dwellings in the 10,000 Flowers Valley. They are built with ordinary toxic plants and are useless. Next, uproot most of the toxic herbs planted in the 10,000 Flowers Valley. They are too common. The second ancestral elder was devastated. We worked so hard to grow these. In just 2 hours, the entire 10,000 Flowers Valley was dismantled, leaving only a few pillars. Yifeng earned 1.8 million Prodigal points and 9 heavenly Dao tokens. He planned to collect 18 tokens and take the Star Soul Sect members out for a day. Before leaving, Yifeng warned the ancestral elders, I will take care of all your toxic plants. Make sure you cure my disciples' difficulty in squandering. The second ancestral elder responded, understood. Please don't come again. Afterward, Yifeng left with Wu Feng and the others. Today's work is done. Let's head back to the sect. He hadn't checked today's squandering item yet. Upon opening it, he found a painting imbued with the merciless sword path, containing powerful, merciless sword intent. Yifeng pondered, how should I deal with this painting? Never mind, let's find a town to rest in. Maybe inspiration will strike. After a hearty meal in a town, Yifeng was so full he could barely walk. The 9-turn crystal shrimps are delicious when preserved in their original flavor, but why is the side dish intestine sashimi? At that moment, Yifeng noticed someone looking at him and instinctively said, what are you looking at? The indifferent young man Bai Lei coldly replied, looking at you, what's it to you? Yifeng's temper flared up. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Unexpectedly, Bai Lei opened a painting, revealing that he had noticed Yifeng practicing the death sword intent. The painting contained death sword intent, and he wanted to sell it to Yifeng. Yifeng was speechless. Turns out you're a salesman. Well, this gives me a chance to squander. Bai Lei, acting familiar, said, brother, are you interested? Just say the word. If not, I'll find someone else. Of course, I'm interested, but I need to check the merchandise first. Bai Lei pointed to a nearby restaurant. Let's go in and talk. Meanwhile, an agitated middle-aged man was rushing on his way, exclaiming, my wayward disciple, stealing my paintings again. If you dare to sell it cheaply this time, I'll finish you. At that moment, Yifeng confirmed that the painting indeed contained death sword intent. This painting is good. I'll buy it. Name your price. However, Bai Lei simply said, the cost of a meal will do. Yifeng, intent on squandering, protested, that won't do. Such an incredible painting can't just be sold for the price of a meal. Who do you think I am? This response stunned Bai Lei. Is it wrong to sell it cheaply? Yifeng, not wanting to explain further, said, I'm so poor that I only have money left. Name a market price, and I'll pay 10 times that. Unexpectedly, Bai Lei then refused to sell. You're so keen to spend money. Are you sick? If you're sick, I don't have a cure. I'm not selling the painting anymore. At this point, Little Blood stepped forward, blocking Bai Lei and making him sit back down. Seeing Little Blood's strength, Bai Lei no longer dared to be arrogant and respectfully offered the painting to Yifeng for free. Boss, I'll give you the painting, but I really don't know its market value. I stole it from my master. I just don't want to study painting and hope to be expelled by my master. But that old man is too tolerant. Even after I've stolen and sold a dozen of his paintings, he still keeps me. Hearing this, Yifeng thought of his own painting with the merciless sword intent. Since he doesn't want money, it's perfect to trade painting for painting. My painting imbued with sword principles is far more valuable than a painting with mere sword intent. Bai Lei opened Yifeng's painting and saw nothing special. Big brother, why is your painting so ugly? Little wonder he doesn't want to pursue the path of painting. This guy really doesn't know the value of art. Just then, Bai Lei's master burst in. Bai Lei, you ungrateful disciple, where's my painting? But upon seeing Yifeng, he paused in surprise. The next second, Bai Lei was suddenly attacked by his master. You wastrel, I spent 7 days and nights observing sword cultivators to create a painting imbued with death sword intent. How could you just trade it away? Bai Lei begged him to stop. Master, please don't scold me again. This time I didn't trade the painting for wine, but exchanged it with this brother for another painting. After Bai Lei's unfortunate beating, Yifeng commented, I'm the real Prodigal here. How can he steal my title? After beating Bai Lei, his master smiled at Yifeng. Since you already possess death sword intent, this painting might not be of much use to you. My foolish disciple knows nothing. How about we exchange the paintings back? I can offer you something extra in return. However, Yifeng, having gained possession of the item, was not inclined to return it. I'm sorry, senior. Our transaction is already complete. Yifeng smirked and started tearing up the painting in front of Bai Lei's master, quickly reducing it to shreds. Much to to his dismay. This was one of my favorite 5 paintings. You're just like my unworthy disciple, a prodigal. In fact, even more so. Were you born to squander? Yifeng enjoyed these words, feeling complimented. Bai Lei then suggested to his master, why not take a look at the painting we got in exchange? It might be even more valuable. As Bai Lei opened the painting of Merciless Sword Path, its powerful essence burst forth, leaving Bai Lei's master stunned. It's the sword principle, Merciless Sword Path. Bai Lei, following Yifeng's lead, tore up the Merciless Sword Path painting in front of his master. His master was infuriated. What on earth are you doing? Bai Lei retorted without hesitation, tearing up a painting. What's so great about this lousy drawing? Meanwhile, Yifeng completed his prodigal task and received 10,000 artistic path enlightenment fragments. Observing the master and disciple, Yifeng was somewhat speechless. These two seem to be even better at squandering than I am. This can't be tolerated. He then said to Bai Lei, do you know what people call me? Everyone who knows me calls me the strongest prodigal son. No one has dared to outdo me in squandering right in front of me, but you've done it. I think we can continue this game. Bai Lei disdainfully responded, Yi brother, no offense, but I have a master who lets me squander as I please. Do you have one? I can easily use precious paintings for squandering. Can you? Just this lousy painting of yours? My master could paint better than this with the mouth below his body. His master, hearing this, kicked Bai Lei away, exclaiming, who the hell paints with the mouth below their body? It's bad enough you wasted my paintings, but now you're tarnishing my reputation. Believe it or not, when we get back, I'll use my brush to shut the mouth below your body. Then he beat Bai Lei again. You don't study painting, and you don't even realize how precious the painting you just tore up was. You have no right to compete in squandering. Bai Lei, however, refused to admit defeat. So what? No matter how precious the painting, if Brother Yi doesn't dare to tear it, I do. When it comes to squandering, it has to be me. Bai Lei. Yifeng's competitive spirit was now fully ignited. He took out an artistic path enlightenment fragment, startling both master and disciple. They wondered what was going on. Yifeng motioned for Little Blood to hold Bai Lei down. Today, I'll show him what real squandering is. At this point, Bai Lei realized what Yifeng was about to do and quickly begged for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. It's just a vain title. Don't do this. I really don't like painting. Please don't torture me. Yifeng, with a menacing smile, replied, a vain title? In my eyes, being a prodigal son is sacred and inviolable. Bai Lei was held down, hoping to seek help from his master, but his master was more than willing to help hold him down. Need a hand with that? As Bai Lei looked horrified, Yifeng fed him the artistic path enlightenment fragment. Soon, all 10,000 fragments were absorbed into Bai Lei, who whimpered, I'm not pure anymore. His master spoke disdainfully, you wanted to compete in squandering. Look at him. This is real squandering. I don't care anymore. Now that your understanding of painting surpasses mine, there's nothing left for me to teach. From this moment, you are expelled from my tutelage. Our master-disciple relationship is also. Yifeng, sensing something, quickly interjected, hold on. Don't try to pass this guy off to me. I don't want him. Bai Lei's master, realizing he was seen through, exclaimed, how did you guess? Suddenly, Little Blood spoke up, Master, I think we should take this guy back to our sect. Yifeng was surprised. Why? Little Blood thought he had potential as a prodigal and suggested bringing him back to the sect. Yifeng was hesitant. Although this guy has some talent for squandering, our master said I can't bring more people back. Little Blood had a solution. Master, you could have him paint a portrait for the sect leader. She would agree. After all, which woman doesn't want to preserve her beauty? Yifeng whimsically imagined his beautiful master being portrayed in a painting, but remarked, just that seems a bit uninteresting. Little Blood leaned in closer to Yifeng and whispered, Master, have you ever heard of a painter named Benzi who created erotic art? Bai Lei's master, thinking this plan had little chance of success, said, Young Master Yi, I can no longer handle this wayward disciple. I feel only you can keep him in check. However, after hearing Little Blood's last words, Yifeng immediately agreed to take Bai Lei under his wing. Bai Lei's master, seeing this, didn't linger. After a tearful goodbye with Bai Lei, he quickly made his escape. Bai Lei, feeling abandoned, shouted, Old man, come back. Outside, Bai Lei's master joyfully danced in the street, happy to finally be rid of his troublesome disciple and free to chase after women. Bai Lei, watching this scene, commented cynically, I knew it. That old lecher always sneaks off to the brothel. He then resignedly followed Yifeng, hoping Yifeng wouldn't make him study painting as he truly disliked it. Yifeng gave a non-committal response, we'll see, but most likely, yes. At that moment, Wu Feng, Yifeng's junior brother, arrived. Big senior brother, where are we leaving? Seeing Bai Lei kneeling and thanking Yifeng, Wu Feng felt something was off. Seems like our sect has gained another member. The next day, Yifeng and his group returned to the Star Soul sect. Bai Lei, carrying his luggage, was confused by the dilapidated state of the sect's entrance. I hope I haven't been brought here to be harvested for organs. Yesterday, Wu Feng said that in the Star Soul sect, each great demon gets 2 life-bound heart flames, and the chefs have dragon spirits. This doesn't look like such a decrepit sect. Suddenly, Bai Lei noticed a figure flying in the sky. It was Yellow Dog, a long unseen member of the sect, now adept at sword flying. Wu Feng and Little Blood weren't surprised, being used to the sect's old-timers. They just noted Yellow Dog's rapid progress. Bai Lei was stunned. on, this dog is part of our sect? What's going on? Soon, Old Bai and Yellow Dog started sparring, with Old Bai wielding a familiar heavenly tear furnace cauldron and Yellow Dog grasping a long sword in its mouth. Bai Lei was even more astonished. This dog has a dual sword mode? As Yellow Dog and Old Bai sparred, Bai Lei watched, puzzled. Is our sect specialized in training great demons? Yifeng clarified. No, we only have Sword Dog and Little Blood so far. Bai Lei sighed in relief. Good, just two. At that moment, Golden Wheel, who was sweeping, greeted Yifeng respectfully. Young Master Yi, you're back. Yifeng had something to assign to him. Golden Wheel, you're just in time. From today, you'll be working with Bai Lei. Golden Wheel, intrigued, asked Bai Lei, brother, are you also an ascended strong one? Bai Lei grimaced. No, but then he thought something was amiss. Could this janitor be an ascended strong one? Why would an ascended be doing menial tasks? This is so bizarre. Bai Lei was already preparing to flee. Golden Wheel, seeing through his thoughts, figured, looks like young Master Yi wants me to keep an eye on him. Time to give him a little shock. Just then, a tribulation crossing realm great demon flew by. Golden Wheel casually struck it down, muttering, this is the 8th tribulation crossing realm great demon in the last 2 days. Tonight's meal will be improved again. The next second, Golden Wheel's casual strike down the flying great demon. Bai Lei was indeed scared. That's a tribulation crossing realm great demon, and you took it down just like that. Golden Wheel said meaningfully, after all, I could ascend at any time, but young Master Yi doesn't let me go. So, I stay. Now, young Master Yi doesn't let you go. Do you understand? Bai Lei looked utterly hopeless. Seems like there's no hope of escaping. Meanwhile, inside the sect's main hall, Luo Qianxue sarcastically questioned Yifeng, truly worthy of being my direct disciple, indeed expanding the sect single-handedly. Now you've brought another person. How do you explain this? Yifeng explained, the person I brought this time is a painter cultivator. Painter cultivators can infuse various sword intents and saber intents into their paintings. If we have him paint a portrait of you, master, even after your ascension to the celestial heights, your beauty can still be worshipped by those in the lower realms. Thinking it over, Luo Qianxue found the idea appealing. I might have misjudged you this time, but never mind that. Where did you take Wu Feng and Little Blood? Yifeng shared that they went to Heavenly Elixir City and recounted their glorious achievements. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue slammed the table. You dared to crush divine pills in front of so many alchemists. It's a miracle you made it back. Little Blood is a body cultivator. Why force her to refine pills? And why bully the ancestral elders of the 10,000 Flowers Valley? Why squander so many precious items so recklessly? Don't you feel any regret? Sweating, Yifeng looked at the broken floor tiles and got an idea. He kicked another tile to illustrate his point. Luo Qianxue was puzzled. What are you doing now? Yifeng explained, those so-called precious items are like these broken tiles. Would you feel regret over breaking them? To his surprise, Luo Qianxue said she did feel regret. Why Yifeng was speechless. Master, you're exaggerating. You feel regret over these broken tiles? Luo Qianxue tearfully explained, it's not the tiles I'm upset about, but the formation beneath them. I just set it up today. It wasn't yet reinforced with a protective formation. You've destroyed its formation. Yifeng was completely taken aback. Well, that's quite a coincidence. Luo Qianxue looked at the destroyed formation on the ground, her frustration evident. She found herself missing her master back in Celestial Heights. My master was so imposing as the Saint Lord of Boundless Sanctuary, but why do I feel so aggrieved as a sect leader? Meanwhile, in Celestial Heights, at the Boundless Sanctuary, Luo Qianxue's master, Huli, the Saint Lord of Boundless Sanctuary, sneezed. Who's mentioning me? She wondered before continuing her search for Luo Qianxue's whereabouts with her divine sense. Back at Star Soul Sect, Yifeng, seeing his master's dejected state, felt sorry for her and consulted the system. Since I destroyed the formation that master set up, shouldn't I compensate her with something better? The system indicated that the formation was a low-end version of the Boundless Mystic Spirit Array. Since the sect leader couldn't find a suitable formation in the mysterious Heaven continent, it suggested replacing it with a Boundless Gathering Spirit Stone. Seeing this, Yifeng comforted Luo Qianxue. Master, it's just a formation I'll replace it with a better one for you. Luo Qianxue thought it made sense. This prodigal disciple surely has something better. It won't be difficult for him. Just as she was contemplating this, Yifeng brought out a Boundless Gathering Spirit Stone the size of a small mountain. Luo Qianxue felt there was no need for it to be so big. A fist-sized stone would suffice. Hearing this, Yifeng took out his heavenly tear furnace cauldron. A fist-sized one, you say? Luo Qianxue was alarmed. Yifeng, don't smash it. But Yifeng was already pounding away, eventually turning it into a small, spherical bead. Yifeng grinned. Master, all done. I'll be off then if there's nothing else. Luo Qianxue was speechless. I should have just used the entire Boundless Gathering Spirit Stone as the formation in the first place. Thus, through his prodigal behavior, Yifeng earned 100,000 prodigal points and a heavenly Dao token. He hadn't expected to be rewarded for this. He then turned his attention to today's extravagant item, the 3-leaf fig, a delectable spirit fruit obtainable only from the heavenly Dao battlefield and one of the top 10 supreme spirit fruits of the battlefield, totaling 100,000 fruits. Yifeng tasted one and mused. This tastes tastes somewhat like a tomato. How to squander 100,000 of these? They can't be consumed like medicinal pills, and they're too large to simply eat. Suddenly, Yifeng had a flash of inspiration and came up with the idea of a fruit fight. Addressing everyone, Yifeng declared, "The sect has been a bit dull lately. Let's prepare an entertaining event. The rules are simple. Throw spirit fruits at each other. The two individuals hit the most and least will be penalized by eating 5,000 marrow cleansing elixirs." Hearing this punishment, everyone felt terrified, not wanting to consume the distasteful medicinal pills. Luo Chinchua, thinking it unbecoming for a lady to participate in such games, was about to refuse. "With me present, everyone will be reserved. I'd better return to my cultivation." However, upon hearing Yifeng mention a gathering spirit stone 3 meters high, Luo Chinchua swiftly returned. "As the leader of the sect, I think it's necessary for me to lead by example. So, let's start right away." Surprised, she asked, "Aren't you participating?" Yifeng replied, "We need a fair referee. I'll sit this one out." Of course, he simply didn't want to embarrass himself and preferred to enjoy the fun as a referee. At that moment, the top sword dog of the continent looked pitifully at Yifeng, as if asking to be excused from the event. Yifeng kicked it away. "No use acting cute. Get going and participate." The first Star Soul Sect fruit fight competition begins. Just as Yifeng finished speaking, the great Ancestral elder was hit squarely by a fruit. Core disciples, who had been absent for a while, also joined in. Du Tianyu finally got some screen time, exclaiming, "I'm going to take down all of you who hog the spotlight every day." Meanwhile, two visitors arrived at the gates of the Star Soul Sect: Zhang Dongfeng, the national teacher of Red Sun King Country, and Zhao Ting, the Crown Prince. "Crown Prince, let's rest here for today," suggested Zhang Dongfeng. Zhao Ting asked the national teacher to simply call him Young Lord. After all, Red Sun King Country controls countless sects. If these small sect people knew I was the Crown Prince, they might get frightened. "We're just staying for one night. Let's not cause too much commotion." As he finished speaking, a 3-leaf fig was thrown from the main hall, hitting Zhao Ting squarely on the head. When they entered, they found the main hall in complete disarray, witnessing the Star Soul Sect's members engaged in a fruit fight. Zhang Dongfeng and Zhao Ting were utterly baffled, unsure of what to say. Inside, Yifeng was directing the chaos. "Master, they're not hitting you because they want you to get one of the penalties. You need to get hit." He then turned to Wu Feng. "Stop using your chef's knife to cut the spirit fruits. What are you playing at? Fruit ninja?" Zhang Dongfeng and Zhao Ting were outraged. "They're wasting 3-leaf figs. As the Crown Prince, I've only ever had 3 of these in my life." The national teacher was beside himself with anger. "Stop this at once." But a glare from Golden Wheel instantly silenced him, and he even covered Zhao Ting's mouth. Zhao Ting was confused. "National teacher, haven't you survived the 8 heavenly Tao Thunder tribulations? What are you afraid of?" The national teacher urged him to be quiet. "Do you see that man in the janitor's robe? He's an ascended strong one. Just one glance nearly annihilated my soul. And that old man is probably also an ascended, likely a soul cultivator who kills without a trace." Finally noticing the visitors, Yifeng asked who they were. The national teacher replied, "We're just passing by. Young friend, do you know what spirit fruit you're throwing?" Yifeng answered, "Of course, I know. It's the 3-leaf fig, one of the top 10 spirit fruits from the heavenly Tao battlefield. Is there a problem?" The national teacher became frantic. "You know their value and still play like this? Who is your sect leader? Name your price for these figs, and I'll buy them all." Yifeng wasn't impressed. "Why should we sell them to you?" The national teacher quickly introduced their identities. "This is the Crown Prince of the Red Sun King Country, and I am the national teacher. We can definitely afford it." However, Yifeng, who had no need for money, flatly refused. The national teacher was persistent. "These are one of the top 10 spirit fruits exclusive to the heavenly Tao battlefield. You can't let them be wasted like this. Is the sect leader here?" Wu Feng, only now realizing the fig's value, exclaimed, "As expected of our senior brother, bringing out such treasures for our enjoyment." Du Tianyu then chimed in, trying to hog the limelight again. The national teacher was bewildered. "Everyone in this sect must be mad. Don't you realize the preciousness of these spirit fruits from the heavenly Tao battlefield?" At that moment, the national teacher noticed the Crown Prince was missing. Yifeng pointed ahead. Over there, Zhao Ting had started munching on the figs. The national teacher rushed to Zhao Ting's side. "Crown Prince, what are you doing? What else can I do? If I can't stop them from wasting, I might as well eat them." Zhao Ting replied. The national teacher was furious. "How can you give in like this? Such a spineless attitude is unfit for a future king." Zhao Ting, unconcerned, invited the national teacher to join him. "Try it. It's actually quite tasty." Initially reluctant, the national teacher gave in after tasting them and started devouring the figs. Yifeng watched the scene in disbelief. Is this really the Crown Prince and the national teacher? They're eating like beggars. After a long while, the national teacher and Zhao Ting had eaten an astonishing amount of the 3-leaf figs, even more than Old Bai and the others had consumed pills earlier. Yifeng thus easily completed his extravagant task, earning 10,000 3-leaf figs. Finding them quite tasty, he decided not to squander these but to keep them for leisurely consumption. "As for the spoiled spirit fruits here, they're all yours," he told the national teacher and Crown Prince. The national teacher and Crown Prince were overjoyed. Spoiled or not, they're still 3-leaf figs. We can take them back. Everyone will love them. Yifeng then inquired about the fruit fight results from Golden Wheel. Who got hit the least and the most? Golden Wheel reported. The one hit the least was the little yellow dog, and the most was the sect leader. Luo Qinshua's face flushed with embarrassment. It's all your fault, Yifeng. If you hadn't told me to get hit, I wouldn't have ended up being hit the most. Naturally, Yifeng wouldn't let his beautiful master eat the distasteful pills. He exchanged her punishment for 100 3-leaf figs, and the same for the dog. Old Bai and the others felt aggrieved. We were promised the foul-tasting pills. How did it turn into 3-leaf figs? Xiao Ting, witnessing this, felt a pang of sadness. It seems even a dog is valued more than me. The Crown Prince, the national teacher, advised him to be content. Having these spoiled fruits is good enough, but apart from the taste, these don't seem to increase cultivation, Xiao Ting noted. National teacher, should we still pick them up? Of course, replied the national teacher, just for their rarity and flavor. Believe me, these spoiled fruits could be traded for favors from many strong cultivators. Half a day passed, and the national teacher and Crown Prince formally met Luo Qianxue. Recognizing their waist badges, Luo Qianxue realized they were genuine. I've heard that sects within Red Sun King country must pay a protection fee every year and send troops during wars. So, are you two here today to collect money or people? Upon hearing about collecting money, Yifeng saw it as a perfect opportunity for squandering. However, the national teacher clarified, Red Sun King country doesn't have such traditions. We only occasionally ask for manpower to defend against external threats, but we never collect money. Yifeng was eager to give money away. No, you must take something. Our sect lacks everything except money. Xiao Ting was baffled. Who insists on giving money away? Luo Qianxue, puzzled, asked. Then what brings you here? Xiao Ting turned serious. We're looking for a pill god. We've heard about the recent alchemy conference, where a pill god appeared. We need this pill god to concoct divine pills, crucial for the safety of our kingdom. Luo Qianxue glanced at Yifeng. Is the pill god you're looking for the one who crushed a divine pill into mud? Yifeng, feeling guilty, was ready to leave. You two chat. I hope you find that pill god soon. And it's true they've come to the right place. But the problem is, I can't help even if I want to. It was the system that helped me concoct the divine pill. However, before he could make his escape, junior brother Wu Feng stepped forward and said, Senior brother, are they talking about you? What was that divine pill you concocted in Heavenly Elixir City? The next moment, the national teacher and Crown Prince slowly approached. Junior brother, why did you reveal my identity? Both the national teacher and Crown Prince were stunned. He's the pill god? Wu Feng was delighted. He had revealed Yifeng's identity, hoping to put his senior brother in the spotlight and expecting some gratitude. However, he was met with a deathly glare from Yifeng, causing Wu Feng to quickly take his leave. Senior brother, I'm off first. Yifeng was left with an expression of grievance, while the national teacher and Crown Prince, putting together various clues, indeed found them all consistent with the rumors about the pill god. Luo Qianxue then stepped forward. Compared to other kingdoms, Red Sun King country has been quite fair to the sects. It's only reasonable for us to offer our modest support. Hearing his beautiful master speak, Yifeng readily agreed. Of course, but I don't need to personally handle such a trivial matter. He called over Little Blood and asked the system to create 7-9 pattern divine level tribulation breaking pills, costing 230,000 Prodigal points. Yifeng was shocked. What? 7 pills cost 2,340 divine level jars? Isn't there a 1% chance, meaning 1 guaranteed per 100 jars? The system, too tired to retort, said, You must have been taught math by a physical education teacher. Yifeng admitted his lack of knowledge. I should have studied harder. Little Blood arrived, looking puzzled. Luo Qianxue realized what he was thinking. You're not planning to have Little Blood concoct divine pills, are you? Yifeng assured her, no problem, she can do it. At this moment, Xiao Ting came over. Young master, are you also a divine level alchemist? Little Blood kicked him instantly. With breasts this big in front of you, are you blind? After a moment, Yifeng gave Little Blood all 7 tribulation breaking pills, instructing her to consume them to break through, but to control her power and avoid ascending. After eating the last pill, Little Blood's strength reached that of an ascended great demon, but her spiritual power continued to surge. Yifeng, alarmed, urgently advised her to suppress her spiritual energy to prevent ascension. Fortunately, Little Blood managed to control it at the last moment. The national teacher was utterly bewildered. She became an ascended great demon just like that? Luo Qianxue, curious, asked Yifeng, what kind of pills did you give her? Yifeng explained, they were tribulation-breaking pills. Consuming one can help overcome a single heavenly thunder tribulation. 7 pills were just enough to bring Little Blood's cultivation to the peak of ascended great demon strength. Luo Qianxue was astonished. I've never heard of such pills before. Xiao Ting remarked in awe. No wonder he's called the pill god. Suddenly, I don't feel like cultivating anymore. The national teacher was even more stunned. It feels like my life and death struggle through the 8 thunder tribulations was pointless. Luo Qianxue then inquired, do you have more of these pills? Yifeng reassured her. Don't worry, master. Everyone will have them, even Little Yellow Dog. I've prepared for everyone. At this moment, moment, the true form of Little Blood appeared. She joyfully sensed her newfound power as an ascended great demon, a spectacle visible to everyone. Golden Wheel, envious, said, "This is a treasure that transcends the heavenly Tao Thunder tribulation. How many more treasures does young Master Yi have?" In the main hall, Little Blood was gracefully dancing to celebrate her breakthrough. The national teacher, beside himself with envy, lamented, "Why does a great demon get such good treatment? I really don't understand." Xiao Ting cautioned him, "Don't get too worked up." Despite Little Blood's advancement and strength, Luo Chenxue was still a bit concerned. After all, alchemy skills don't necessarily correlate with combat ability. So, she asked Yifeng to accompany Little Blood to the Red Sun King city. With Luo Chenxue's request, Yifeng readily agreed. "Sure, let's take a trip to the royal city, and let's bring Old Bai along this time." Half an hour later, several elders looked at the excited Little Blood with envy. Not only had her strength improved, but she also bypassed the Thunder Tribulation. Old Bai, however, was not as envious. "Who would have thought? This time Yifeng picked me," he exclaimed. Old Xia cautioned him, "Don't get ahead of yourself. You're not that favored." Luo Kai rolled his eyes. "You two sound like concubines in a harem." Soon, Yifeng and the group were ready to depart. The national teacher's flying spiritual artifact was unique, shaped like a house. Yifeng was impressed. "That's quite sophisticated." Thus, they departed on the house-shaped flying spiritual artifact, not forgetting to say goodbye to Luo Chenxue. Luo Chenxue just hoped Yifeng wouldn't bring back any more people. The sect was getting crowded. Inside the flying artifact, Yifeng relaxed and turned to Old Bai. "Do you know why I brought you along? You're too weak. You need to cultivate diligently so I can help you ascend." Old Bai nodded profusely. Yes, thank you, young Master Yi, for giving me this opportunity." Meanwhile, the national teacher and crown prince were slumped by the window, sighing. Yifeng, puzzled, asked, "What's with you two?" Xiao Ting replied casually, "It's nothing, we just want some peace." It turned out that learning about Yifeng's experiences over the past few months had left them feeling overwhelmed and somewhat envious. Suddenly, the house shook violently, startling the national teacher and crown prince. Yifeng quickly checked with the system to find out what was happening. It appeared that a war god from another country was attempting to assassinate Crown Prince Xiao Ting. Yifeng was excited by this development. This is like a classic assassination plot. How interesting. But the Red Sun King country's security is really lacking if its crown prince can be so easily targeted. Outside, a war god from Thunder Martial Kingdom, named He Hai, laughed menacingly. He called out to the house, "Zhang Dongfang, hand over the crown prince, and you can keep your life." Recognizing the voice, the national teacher knew it was someone from Thunder Martial Kingdom. He Hai continued to taunt them. "Zhang Dongfang, why so silent? Hand over the crown prince." Yifeng instructed Little Blood to deal with him. The next moment, Little Blood appeared before He Hai, sitting atop her heavenly tear furnace cauldron. He Hai pulled out a photo for comparison. "Aren't you that bloodthirsty mantis?" The photo showed Little Blood's previous fierce appearance. A bit embarrassed, she explained, "Yes, that's me. But that was when I was still naive." He Hai burst into laughter. "Looking at how docile you are now, and holding that broken cauldron, have you been turned into a meat cauldron?" Enraged, Little Blood swung her cauldron at him. "I'll show you who's the meat cauldron." He Hai, confident, sneered, "You think you can take me? I'm about to ascend." The next second, he was sent flying by Little Blood's furnace cauldron strike. Talk about asking for it. Little Blood is getting more formidable. No wonder, as a body cultivator, she's so effective in close combat. He Hai panicked and tried to use his background as leverage. "Stop! My ancestor is an elder of the heavenly martial sect. If you dare to lay a hand on me, they will annihilate you." Little Blood was unfazed by his threats. "Let's see if your background can save you." Yifeng realized, isn't this one of the sect's targeting master from Celestial Heights? We definitely need to take this guy down. He ordered Little Blood to finish off He Hai. Smiling, she responded, "Then I won't hold back." What followed was a one-sided thrashing, culminating in He Hai's death. Yifeng's action triggered a revenge storyline against Celestial Heights, rewarding him with a 15-day Celestial Heights experience card. Baffled, Yifeng commented, "Why would I need this? I'm not planning on going to Celestial Heights anytime soon." Just then, his communication jade sounded. "Junior brother Wu Feng, what's up?" Wu Feng's anxious voice came through. "Senior brother, something terrible has happened." Yifeng was alarmed. What happened? At the Star Soul Sect, a teleportation portal had appeared in the main hall. Luo Chenxue initially thought it was Yifeng's doing and casually asked, "Yifeng, you're back so soon?" However, the figure who stepped out was Luo Chenxue's master from Celestial Heights. "Disciple, I've come to take you back." Luo Chenxue was startled. Meanwhile, Yifeng was rushing back, glaring at the system. "Is this how you protect our sect?" The system awkwardly admitted, "The Star Soul Sect has always been safe, so I let my guard down. I didn't expect Luo Chenxue's master to appear and take her back to Boundless Sanctuary." Yifeng was furiously incredulous. "How am I supposed to see my master now?" Yifeng decided to forego visiting Red Sun King City and hurried back to the Star Soul Sect at full speed. Regarding the injured war god of Red Sun King Country, he simply gave them a storage ring containing everything necessary for healing. After sending them off the flying spiritual artifact, he accelerated towards the the Star Soul Sect. Upon returning to the Star Soul Sect, Yifeng was furious. Is everyone here dead? Especially those with ascension level strength. Did you not notice anything? How could you fail to protect Master? The elders were at the receiving end of his anger, but had no rebuttals to offer. Old Bai asked, what do we do now? Yifeng responded, we have to go to Celestial Heights to bring Master back. If we have time, we might as well enjoy ourselves there. He then pulled out the Celestial Heights experience card, and instantly, the stairs to ascend to Celestial Heights appeared before them. The elders were amazed at such a technique. Without further explanation, Yifeng urged, let's all go together. However, junior brother Wu Feng expressed concern. People without ascension level strength might face severe consequences if they climb the stairs. Chu Xiao Xiao agreed, having heard similar warnings. But Yifeng was no ordinary person. Even the heavenly Tao feared him. With his protection, there was nothing to fear. Wu Feng realized this too. With senior brother here, there's nothing we can't overcome. Chu Xiao Xiao also decided to join the trip, as Luo Qianxue was her close friend. At this moment, Little Blood pointed to the side, where a golden tribulation cloud was flickering, accompanied by a red thunder dragon. It seemed to be the thunder tribulation preventing their ascension. It was then that the Divine Tycoon's guard spoke up. My lord, let me handle this. I've been waiting for days for my turn to show up. A girl with two horns on her head stepped forward excitedly, hoping to finally make a significant impression and earn a name from her master. But her excitement was short-lived as two new members of the Divine Tycoon's guard appeared, each vying for the spotlight and the chance to be named. The girl was infuriated by their intrusion. You too, can't you play fair? It's just a fierce thunder tribulation. You all have activated your skills. In the next moment, the two newcomers surpassed her, each eager for the opportunity to be named. The girl was completely overshadowed, leaving her in tears. The thunder tribulation was effortlessly obliterated. Core disciple Chen Hao Yu watched in shock. Even such a tribulation cloud can be destroyed. Have these people reached the level of deities? No wonder junior brother Yifeng can accomplish what we cannot. Yifeng was also surprised. These guards really go all out for their moment in the spotlight. With that, the Star Soul Sect group, using the stairs, was about to experience 15 days in Celestial Heights. Upon reaching the inn, they saw an ancient-looking building. So this is Celestial Heights? Yifeng thought with a slight smile. He asked Golden Wheel, where in Celestial Heights have we landed? Golden Wheel explained, this is the Void Sword Sect. Head east to reach the Boundless Sanctuary. Yifeng smirked. Didn't expect to run into enemies right away. Looks like we'll have to give them a hard time first. The Divine Tycoon's guard members, still present, eagerly asked how they could assist in tormenting their foes. Yifeng realized the guards hadn't left yet. One of them, a girl wearing a hat, removed it, revealing her identity. Our lord did not say we could leave, so we dare not depart. Golden Wheel was sweating profusely. These three have an aura even stronger than the previous golden armored strongman. How many guardians does young Master Yi have? Why Yifeng called Golden Wheel over to assign him a task. Golden Wheel assured him to command as he pleased. Yifeng asked, as an emperor, you must have your own forces, right? Golden Wheel modestly replied, not much, just a small sect. That's enough. I allow you to return there once. Change your sect's name to Star Soul Sanctuary and make sure the whole Celestial Heights knows about it. Golden Wheel was puzzled. Why should we do this? Yifeng explained, it's to welcome back Master. I want the entire Celestial Heights to know that Star Soul Sanctuary belongs to my master. Golden Wheel laughed. Young Master Yi really knows how to play. I'll get right on it. Then Yifeng instructed the three Divine Tycoon's guards. It's perfect timing. Take Old Bai and the others to give Void Sword Sect, the Legion Isle of Penglai, and Heavenly Martial Sect a beating. Make sure they feel our presence in Celestial Heights. And don't forget to plunder all their resources. The girl with white hair struck a playful pose. Why not just wipe them out? Yifeng asked her, do you know what's the most painful thing in the world? The white-haired girl shook her head, clueless. That's when people are alive, but without money. Yifeng laughed wickedly. The girl looked at her master speechlessly, while Little Blood, curious, felt there was more to it. Or when people die without spending all their money. Shortly after, people from the Void Sword Sect arrived. Who dares to intrude into our Void Sword Sect? The great Ancestral Elder and others, dressed in sleek black suits like mafia bosses, made a dramatic entrance. Removing his sunglasses, the great Ancestral Elder declared coolly, we're here to rob you. However, none of them possessed the strength of ascended beings, so the Void Sword Sect members weren't concerned and prepared to eliminate them. Suddenly, the girl with white hair intervened, knocking the attackers away with a single punch. Consequently, the master of the Void Sword Sect met his end. Similarly, at the Elysian Isle of Penglai, the core disciples followed the same script, dancing on the coffin of the Elysian Isle of Penglai's master, who also met his demise. Over at the Heavenly Martial Sect, Old Bai and his group used the coffin of the sect's master for a card game. Yi Feng observed all this from the shadows, remarking, seems like they're having fun. He then turned to the system. I want it to reign in Celestial Heights. The system slowly displayed 3 question marks in response. While Yi Feng and his companions were causing a commotion in the 3 sects, in the Boundless Sanctuary where Luo Qianxue was, her master was enjoying being groomed by Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue was somewhat speechless. Master, did you bring me back just to have me groom you? At that moment, the transformed true form of the boundless sanctuary's sect master spoke. The lower realm is so vast. It was quite a struggle to find you. What's wrong with grooming me? But that damnable void sword sect dared to lay a hand on my disciple. Do they really think they can provoke the boundless sanctuary with impunity? Luo Chenxue advised her master not to rush into seeking revenge. Master, it's enough to remember the matter of revenge. Please allow me to restore my strength first. My disciple, you should cultivate well in celestial heights, her master replied. After transforming back into human form, the sect master of Boundless Sanctuary reassured her. In the Boundless Sanctuary, I can't promise much, but at least I can ensure that no one dares to harm you again. Luo Chenxue had no objections. After arriving in celestial heights and informing my master about being ambushed, half of my problems were solved. I just wonder how the people of the Star Soul sect are doing. For cultivators, advancing from opening the energy sea to transcending in tribulation can take decades or even a century. Some even perish in the thunder tribulation. But with that spendthrift disciple around, it's only a matter of time before the people of the Star Soul sect ascend to celestial heights. I just don't know when they'll be able to reach here. Father, sister, Yifeng, perhaps by the time they ascend, I won't even recognize them anymore. With this thought, Luo Chenxue couldn't help but shed tears. She used to complain about them hindering her cultivation, but now she missed them terribly. Truly a case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Just then, a snapping sound was heard. Luo Chenxue, surprised, wondered what's happening outside. As she stepped out, she saw a mortal crystal rain falling from the sky, with the disciples of Boundless Sanctuary hurriedly collecting them. Luo Chenxue was puzzled. What's going on? I've never heard of a mortal crystal rain in celestial heights before. Suddenly, she gasped in realization. This seems like something that spendthrift disciple would do. A moment later, the sect master of Boundless Sanctuary also appeared. She curiously asked Luo Chenxue, my disciple, what's happening? Have you perhaps arranged a marriage with someone from celestial heights? Luo Chenxue denied it. Master, what are you talking about? I don't have any marriage arrangement, neither in celestial heights nor in the lower realm. Just then, a loud noise thundered across the sky, and the next second, a huge spaceship appeared above the Boundless Sanctuary. It was Yifeng's doing. He was shouting through a megaphone, Star Soul Sanctuary direct disciple Yifeng, here to propose to the holy maiden of Boundless Sanctuary, Luo Chenxue. Luo Chenxue was completely stunned upon hearing Yifeng's words, her face showing disbelief. When the Boundless Sanctuary Holy Lord heard Yifeng's bold declaration, she angrily retorted, where does this Star Soul Sanctuary come from? Never heard of it. How dare you propose to my disciple? In your dreams, Luo Chenxue explained, Master, do you remember the sect I founded in the lower realm? It's called Star Soul Sect, and Yifeng is my direct disciple. However, the Boundless Sanctuary Holy Lord didn't believe her, saying, this is celestial heights. If it really is your disciple, I'll eat the Holy Lord token right here and now. The next second, Yifeng jumped down, exclaiming, Master, I've come to fetch you. Seeing that it was indeed Yifeng, the Boundless Sanctuary Holy Lord was left with a face resembling having eaten something distasteful, having been swiftly proven wrong, and she had no choice but to flee in embarrassment. Luo Chenxue asked in confusion, how did you get to celestial heights? And what's this about Star Soul Sanctuary? Yifeng explained, getting to celestial heights was easy. Boundless Sanctuary was just something I took over on the spot. Luo Chenxue, blushing, questioned him, have you lost your mind? Announcing a proposal to me in such a grand manner, and I haven't even agreed yet. Plus, this could cause trouble. Yifeng confidently turned around. Wife, you don't need to say anything. I know all about it. It's just the Void Sword Sect, the Legion Isle of Penglai, and Heavenly Martial Sect, right? Luo Chenxue, surprised, said, so you knew all along. Yifeng pointed upwards. Old Bai, they've returned from their looting mission. Everyone happily announced, Sect Master, we've moved all the resources from the 3 sects. Luo Chenxue was moved to tears, so you all have dealt with them for me. Yifeng then seized the moment to kneel on one knee. Wife, this is for you. Will you marry me? In his hand, however, was not a ring but the detonation buttons for the 3 sects. If Luo Chenxue pressed them, they would explode right then and there. Luo Chenxue, tears in her eyes, smiled. Thank you, Yifeng. I really love this proposal. The Boundless Sanctuary Holy Lord was furious. I don't agree to this. However, he was quickly silenced by the Divine Tycoon's guards. When our Lord proposes, your agreement is not required. Let the damnable Void Sword Sect, the Legion Isle of Penglai, and Heavenly Martial Sect be destroyed, exclaimed Luo Chenxue as she pressed the button. In an instant, a massive explosion occurred at all 3 sects. Having done all this, Luo Chenxue looked deeply into Yifeng's eyes and asked, can I join you in this extravagant and reckless journey? Yifeng nodded. Wife, I would be delighted. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, the system known as Purple Star Lord complained, creating immortal crystal rain over the entire celestial heights and turning the whole place into night, almost killed me. This beautiful woman was the system behind Yifeng, saying, Host, I wish you both happiness. With Yifeng's successful proposal, proposal, the story of Yi Feng and Luo Qianxue came to a conclusion. Invincibility starting as the Prodigal. The manga displays that the first season has ended. For fans of this manga, stay tuned to Manga Explained for updates on the arrival of Season 2 and continued updates.